honest with yourself that you didn't directly observe an orbit. You inferred it and put it into a model, either on paper or on your desk, and the only time you saw an orbit was in a piece of computer software or a model on your desk, but you never actually saw the Earth orbit the sun. You have to be honest with yourself about that.
All right. Inversely, when have you seen the flat Earth?
Just answer, dude. Just answer his question.
No, because
you can't say
we
no,
can do
dude.
This. We can do the science here. Because he's giving me a point.
Just be honest with him. Just be honest with him. All you got to do, Justin, just be honest with him. You've never seen an orbit. You've only inferred one because you've seen these models that show you like planets going around the sun. You've never actually seen that.
Have you seen the flat Earth?
You need to answer the question. You're diverting away because you're scared, Justin. You don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer it.
I'm not scared at all.
Yeah, answer it honestly. Just answer it honestly, Justin. Have you ever witnessed an orbit? Yes or no? Or have you just inferred it?
Yeah, I've inferred that I've witnessed it there. Okay.
Yeah,
look,
that's honesty.
Looked. But what is your flat Earth? Have you seen it fully? How have you observed it?
Yeah, we see the Earth as a horizontal plane. Isn't that what you see?
Okay, so you see the Earth as a horizontal plane.
Yes.
What makes you think it's circular? Do you think it's a circle? What shape?
No.
Circle.
Yeah, nobody in here says. You might have heard a lot of things on social media that flat earthers are saying that the Earth is like a giant circle, like a pizza disc. We don't say that.
AV, be careful. Social media and TV is a trigger word for him.
Yeah. Go on. No. So then what is the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, we're not making a claim to that. That's not a part of like what we describe in here, the Earth being. So the shape of the Earth.
You're not making a claim, so you don't know?
No, yeah. Whatever the shape is overall, it's unknown to anyone. So
okay. You guys don't know the shape of the Earth, but you see it as flat just because you see the horizon. So I can explain to you the shape of my Earth. I can explain to you the solar system around it. I can explain anything if I really wanted to in the grittiest detail. But you guys drive to an idea where you know less.
Have him explain air pressure to you, AV. This should be interesting.
You want to do gravity now?
No, I
said air pressure. I didn't talk about gravity. What's wrong with you?
Just talking about air pressure. I think the most interesting thing, though, Justin, I don't know. Is this the first time you've ever heard of it? It sounds like you're really energized, dude. Like, that's what I'm hearing.
I'm energized because you guys have such a weird way of communicating anything.
Well, it just feels like right now at this moment, there's a lot of emotion coming from you because you don't like what you're hearing. Are you invested? Do you have a lot of stock in like space and all that? Like, do you think that you really think that we're a planet, right? And at some point in the future, we're going to explore space and such?
Yeah.
Right. Here's what I'm saying to you, right? Before we even continue any farther, there's a lot of people who are invested in that idea. When we talk about this, they have an existential crisis. It's a breakdown in their mind. Like, it's not possible that there's people like us talking about flat Earth and that space is not what you've been told. And so it like these ideas clash and you just like lash out and there's like all these emotions. But when it all dies down, when you like leave this Discord, you're going to think about it. You're going to be like, oh, how do I know what I know? That's the only thing we're asking for you to do. We're living on the same Earth that you are. We witness the same thing that you do. It's not any different.
So what you've done right there is you've just psychologically laid out. You're right. You've kind of put like a board under me, like a little piece of leverage, like, oh, I could be getting worked up. I could be having an existential crisis. You've assumed that I reject this information because I do not understand it, or it goes into what
we can hear it. We're professionals. We hear you, dude.
Yeah, so
kind of obvious.
You just assume that. That's just
everybody. Justin, I'll put it to you this way. Dude. Everybody at some point, like when we first heard it, we usually some more than others, right? But they go through this process that you're going through. It's not uncommon, dude.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna go through the process, guys.
No.
I don't need to listen. I want to debate you about the stuff here. I don't need you to tell me I need to be open or tell me that I might have
you can do whatever you want, man.
Or I'll be emotional. It's possible.
Usually the NASA fanboys have the hardest time in this room. Usually.
Yep. So you're about to debate him. Go ahead.
Buddy, I'm not a NASA fanboy. In fact, I don't know the first thing about any of the math that you guys say.
So he's going to come in here, doesn't know math, doesn't know the size of Earth, doesn't know anything about Earth, but he's going to come in here and defend it. There's something he doesn't know if he's right or wrong about. You're crazy.
Because we can use simple logic and we can deduce things,
well,
right?
What logic,
I can't learn everything. So
what logic have you used about the Earth that you think you live on, being a globe? What logic have you used?
Well, first of all, I have a certain definition of trust here in people, that they are not completely dumb. And the people who constructed our society, people who build architecture, people who, do all this, who all believe in a globe, I do not believe that they've just looked at a TV in any way and they found that we live on an Earth. And I do not believe in any capacity that the overarching governments of our world, different governments, mind you, would in any way band together some unholy union to try and convince us that we live on a globe when we've been to space. Because I've never heard a clear answer as to why they would do that. I've heard people say money, control power. What is the money they get? Like a space movie?
You're basically a product of the information. The narrative being told to you that the Earth is a globe, you're a byproduct of that. So your mind is
and
focused.
You're a byproduct of the misinformation of a flat
You should let people finish, Justin. You have very bad manners, dude. You don't let people finish talking. I think that's pretty rude
AI.
of you.
I'm like AI. You
don't have to be like anybody. You can be yourself, dude. Just a better version. All right,
but you didn't butt in for AI, so
I wasn't even here, dude. I just jumped in.
All
right. So what I'm saying is, I think we can do better, Justin, as people that are trying to reason with each other. Don't you? All right. So if you want to debate, or if that's what your goal is, I'm going to let you have it, because I think you need that. You need to feel like you're coming at me with something that's logical. So I'm going to let you, right? Go ahead and give me any logic you can for the Earth being a globe. Like any. And we'll review it. We'll see if it holds any merit.
Well, yeah, I don't really need you guys to understand my position. I need to understand your position as to why you guys believe. Like, what makes you think all the, besides from TV, I want a detailed explanation here, AV, as to why.
Social media.
You've said a single word, Mr. Triangle. You can't just do that. Do we have social media in the 60s? Was JFK saying the Earth is
what did you think TV and radio is?
Yeah, did you finish your question?
Yeah, let me ask my question. Let me ask my question. Can you tell me why, and this may be hard now, why we've had warring countries or opposing countries all tell us that we're from the globe. Newspapers.
Newspapers name the globe.
AV, I notice you haven't told him he's interrupting, which is interesting because you told me I was interrupting. I said
interrupting me. Interrupting me. He's not interrupting.
They like to play favorites.
No, just relax, guys. All right, so essentially, if you could just get to your question, that would be great.
Yeah, here it is. Why opposing countries, right, from different nations, and all of the intelligent people around the world that we call architects, aviators, stuff like this, billions of them, all believe we live on a globe. And if the answer to that is that it is because they have been fed that information purposefully, right? Because there has to be, in a line of thinking the flat Earth, somebody who's lied if they said we've went to space and seen a globe. Why would they lie about that to the broader public, and how could they conceal such a gigantic change in basically everything that we understand about the world from the broader public?
That's 3 questions. You know that, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a chain of questions.
Okay, so can we do one at a time? Because that way you won't lose the plot. Ask your first one. Start with the first one, and you can start with the why would they lie question if you'd like, or just go from there.
Yeah. Why would they lie to us? Why is the do you think that they've lied to us? That's kind of the
okay. So the conception of the story of the Earth being a globe was essentially an esoteric idea from a long time ago, from even Pythagoras, right? Thinking that the most perfect shape was a sphere, and thinking that everything in the world like that resembled that would be like God's perfect creation. So Pythagoras had you can look this stuff up too, by the way. Pythagoras had a cult, the Pythagorean cult, and so they all believed this. So this information about the Earth being a globe is steeped in esoteric teachings, like in the mystery schools. So a lot of it has to deal with where the origins of it came from, and most of it was propagated forward into the church. So a lot of the Jesuit teachings were about globes and so forth, and the universe being ever expanding and so forth. So most of it was rooted in that, but then it was given like a name called science. So a lot of people formulated this, and this was barely in like recent history. This wasn't like Greeks knew this a long time ago, and so did all of the world's population. This information really just formed around, I want to say, late 1800s, I think early 1900s. Like in the past 500 years, essentially, was probably when it really blossomed, and didn't come into our schools, until like let's say the Industrial Revolution, somewhere around there. And that's where it infiltrated the educational system. But people were really actually teaching the Earth is flat. And there was people that were being, I guess, railed against for teaching the globe. But that had its origin, right? So after that, people, when they were being put in school, were being told that the Earth is a globe and taught about the planets and all this kind of stuff, as in that this is like a part of what science is, and teaching young people this. So the young minds were formed into thinking that the Earth is like in a cosmic paradigm with ball planets and all kinds of things, and that was considered higher learning. Whereas the old antiquated version of it was thinking that the Earth was just as we experience it, a horizontal plane. But in this time that we are now, it really advanced since the age of the rocket, right? That was back in the late 50s, early 60s. Rocket technology took off, and from there, it actually embellished the understanding of the Earth being a globe into like now, seeing is believing. So there was a lot of things that were put forward in people's minds, that things that they could do. And you might even know this conspiracy because it was, right? The Cold War, there was a rush to the space age, who's going to get to the moon first and such. And, countries were at odds with each other about that. And there's been even people that think that the Earth is a globe, like a conspiracy about like who actually went first. So most of the stuff that comes like where we're at in 2025, people fully believe because it's been embellished to the nth degree. So now you and everybody else who believe it don't. It's almost like if I could akin it to like a religious belief, it's probably similar to that. Without any question, people will defend this. And without any knowledge, like primary knowledge, they'll go to bat. They'll just come in here vehemently screeching at us and being upset. But really, what we want is to reason with people that live on the same Earth that we do. So it started from nefarious beginnings, right? Like this people that wanted to control the masses with this idea, this cult idea that the Pythagoras and all them, that their Earth is like one of those things that they think that that all of nature is made out of perfect spheres. So it had these like esoteric teachings move forward to like now, but as it progressed to where we're at today, it was actually taught as just a tradition. This is what people understand science and the scientific community are representing as what true science is the knowledge of our universe is known as the idea that there's ball planets and all kinds of stuff. Jupiter's made of gas and methane and stuff. So we have in our heads, or I didn't anyways when I was growing up, the idea that the Earth is a globe based on a traditional thinking. It wasn't like my teacher was out to get me, nefarious and just like wants to lie to me. She believed it as well as everyone else did, and including me. So it was more akin to like a tradition. It's not like people out there to get you that are saying the Earth is a globe. I think that's a bit silly to take it to that degree. So to answer the question, why would they lie? Well, the majority of people are not lying to you. They fully believe that this is the truth. So there's nothing, because they grew up with it just like you did, and it's just a generational thing. So now it's got a kind of a mind of its own now. So when you ask the question why they will lie, well, we'd have to go all the way back to the very beginning in history where it actually began. So in esoteric teachings, and then you'd have to look into the histories. Like there's a lot of research that you'd probably have to do. Whether you're going to do it or not, that's up to you. But when you find out where it began, then you start to see the layers of like traditional thinking all the way to where we're at today. And that's including not just the globe, but every type of teaching that you can't actually verify for yourself. That includes gravity, many ideas like Coriolis. There's a lot of stuff that's involved with that embellishes the idea, like ball planets are made of certain elemental, structures. So if we, like we were doing earlier, it was a bit more hostile though. I'm trying for you to just kind of get this information from an aspect of like why they would lie. So it began, like I said, it began from where people were being taught this at a very small group, and then it blossomed into like, the common folk actually believe it, and without any question even. So I think that now that you have a critical thinking mind, I don't know how old you are, but you sound a bit older, like maybe past 18, I don't know. But you could probably start looking into this for yourself. But the why they will lie question, it always goes back to they're not. It's a tradition. So they're just being told that the Earth is a globe, and they believe it just like you do. They're not going to question it, and they're like, dude, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the Earth is a globe. Like what? There's nothing wrong with that. So to answer that question, you could probably do your own research and find out more of like, when it actually got started and when it was being taught in schools and stuff. And then that will probably open up your eyes to like that much of it. But I'm not here to change your mind, Justin. I'm here to just kind of inform you our position. Whether you want to debate about it or not, I'll leave that up to you. You can still do that if you want.
Yeah.
But, so the why they would lie, like I answered to you, is it's not a lie if your third grade teacher is telling you that, and she's coming from a good heart. Like she's not out to get you, dude.
What about
she's just telling you what she knows
from space? They've been to space.
Those guys are liars. There's only a few people I would consider in that category. Those guys are in that category. The astronauts have been.
Why would they lie?
Because space would be, as you're being told, a region that people can travel to. Now, this is the most important part of your understanding of all what we've been talking about. Everything that someone says, if it's not able to be verified, then you carry it as a belief. So let's say, I don't know, your friend said, dude, I went into a wardrobe and I went out the other side and there was a talking lion and I had a conversation with him. And he's like, I came back and I'm here to tell you, dude, I'm serious. I talked to this lion. You're going to look at that guy like he's crazy, right? Like he's got 3 heads on him. But the point I'm making right now is if you can't verify what he did, or go where he went to see what he's talking about, then to you it's just a belief. You can believe your friend. That's not a problem. It's not an issue. But if you can't verify it, then it just becomes unfalsifiable. So I don't know if you trust your friend or whatever, but if you do, then you just take it on as something you trust him because, he's a good friend of yours. So that's kind of the same thing with these guys. But on the reason, like you have a reason to believe because you've been told since you were very young that the Earth is a globe and such. So those guys, they might be incentivized to do it for whatever reason. Maybe it's a government classified thing that they can't tell people or whatever it is, a justified good lie or whatever. Who knows? But you'll never know that. All you know is that what they said, and you either you have a conscious choice whether you accept or reject what they're saying. As in, I accept what they're saying. They went to where they say they went to. I believe it. Or I'm going to question it. I want to know exactly how they can do what they say they did. That's up to you. You can do whatever you want. But you can also take it on as belief and rail on us because we don't believe like you do. But either way, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know then. So when they're very televised, when they get on the rocket and they launch off, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we watch them launch into the sky, and then they come down, Where are they going?
Who knows, dude?
Who knows?
That's not that's not a part of like what you and I can actually discover, is it?
Right.
You and me. We see one thing. Let's say both of us were watching a rocket launch, but you and me, we both see the same thing. The rocket go up and go away. As far as like the extent of where it actually travels to, you and I have a question mark over our heads.
Oh, no, you can watch TV and it'll give you the answer.
Yeah, you could do that. But I'm saying as far as like you and I looking at it, physically, with our eyes, we only could see it to a certain limit and then no more. Like you can't see it actually traveling into the vacuum of space. Even though that's what your mind desperately wants to think, you only see it traveling up and away until the point where you can't see it any longer, and then that's it.
Nope. You can watch it on scopes. You can watch it travel up through space.
Let me tell you something about something you don't know about this, and that's not your fault. You don't know. But the rocket has to go into a parabolic arc in order to reach maximum velocity around the Earth. So it needs to orbit around the Earth, according to the mainstream narrative. It uses about 25,000 miles to reach escape velocity in order for it to escape the Earth's gravitational pull. You didn't probably know this, so I'm telling you right now. So you can't watch it as it travels throughout its path. It has to go, I think it's a matter of maybe 2 or 3 times orbit before it actually reaches its speed to leave the Earth's gravitational pull. So you at some point, like I said, the parabolic arc that it takes is so that it can go into that momentum so that it can leave the Earth's gravitational pull. That's why it does that. And so you can't see it all the way to where it leaves the Earth's gravitational pull, because even if you were standing and looking at it, it'll reach to the horizon, and that's as far as the limit is where you could see it. That's it.
Okay, but I got my buddy on the other side of the Earth, right? And we got a call up. He's got his thing up. He's across the Earth, so he could see it coming towards him. I can see it going away from me.
Sure.
And then that's 2 people linking that information back. Did I do that? No. Is it very possible? Yes. You have a rocket launch in China and a rocket launch in the US. And they both go up. 2 different guys, 2 different nations see the same thing. They see the Earth round as a globe.
Well, what do you mean? The guys on the rocket or the ones on the ground? The ones on the ground don't see that. Yeah, that's what they're telling you, and you believe that. That's a different thing. We're only talking about viewing the rocket as it moves away. So your perspective is only one that you can only see it go to a certain limit, then it disappears from your vision. But you can't see.
Everybody's lying, guys.
It's not about being listen, it's not about someone lying. It's about only being honest to yourself. Like if you're standing next to Justin and you both watched the rocket launch, you couldn't say more than you could see. The only thing you could say is that it moved to the horizon on the parabolic arc. That's the only thing you could. And of course, the story would be it has to do that.
Right,
because it's to reach maximum velocity.
Other people on the Earth could confirm that it's going the way it's said, and then it goes up in space. There's got to be a point.
That's a story that you want to make believe that is true.
Right. Okay, yeah. And you saying, like, you don't know why they lie. You don't know why the people go up to space lie.
Money.
No, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I gave you the answer. It's a tradition. They're not lying to you. So if somebody,
it's not a tradition to say you've been to space if you haven't. That is a lie.
That guy's a lie.
So why is there different people all over the Earth lying, and why is that lie being
projected? Only the astronauts.
To get appearance money. Yeah, to get paid for an appearance so they can survive.
Yeah. It's only the astronauts that are doing that. Only the astronauts. The rest of the people on the ground, they believe it, just like you do.
So you don't think it would be incentive more for one astronaut to go up? And
why would you ask me a question? Yeah, why would you ask me a question that what the mind of somebody who's working for an agency who could be under classified pretense? You're asking me to divulge some information that I wouldn't happen to know. I don't understand the mind behind why you ask these questions. You just gotta
wonder, right? Wouldn't you wonder?
You can wonder, but that wondering is not going to give us an answer whether or not we can understand if the Earth is a globe based on the information we're given. We have to go
right.
Right.
Wondering that if the Earth is flat just because we see a horizon doesn't mean anything. That is a wonder. You say it's flat.
You can say things right now, but you're jumping to a few different topics when you haven't even left the one we were discussing. There needs to be.
I'm giving examples.
You're kind of getting ahead of yourself. Is what it sounds like. You're getting ahead of yourself. You shouldn't.
Okay, let's go back to the.
There's enough time to kind of go through everything. We can go through it. I'm not going anywhere, dude. We
can go back to the rocket guys. Okay. They say they're liars. You say they're liars. Okay.
Yeah, they are.
And
people don't go in rockets, dude. You would die.
Oh, so nobody's in the rockets in his perspective. Interesting.
Well, where do you want to get to, man? Because I just want you to get to the end of. Is this it? Like that? You're talking about watching a rocket launch?
I want them to know why. Right? They report back to a president, and then what do they?
So you want me to tell you what's going on in their head, Justin?
No. I want you to make a. Is there any logical conclusion that you can possibly make for them seeing what they see lying, telling other people, right?
Yes, dude.
And then them projecting that to the people.
I'm telling you, yes.
What is it?
Yeah,
they're incentivized. They're incentivized. Whatever the reason that they're incentivized is unknown to us, but they're incentivized because otherwise, if a regular person like you, I just think you have a conscience, who knows, dude? The incentivization of it could be money, it could be power, it could be fame, it could be any number of things. It could be any number of things. But the problem that we're having here is that even if we answer that question, whatever it is, right? Could be that they're holding government secrets that if they said it, then the world will go crazy. We don't know that. All we know is that they're incentivized because they're doing it. They are lying to the public.
Because they're doing it. Okay. Yes. So, see, you can understand how I would think that is a weak part of your argument, right?
You asked, dude.
But I just want you to see how that's because I've been trying to get to this point. So you're telling me they could be doing it for money, they could be doing it for power, but they are lying.
Yes.
Right?
100%.
Now, I would see that and I would say, well, why would they be incentivized to lie about this?
You're making a judgment after this, and we haven't finished talking about the rest. There's more to the story.
Right. Really?
It's like reading 2 pages of a book and saying, I know the conclusion. You haven't read the whole story. You need to read it all and then get the bigger picture and then make your determination of why I'm saying what I'm saying.
The picture always gets bigger. I could come back to you and I could say the same thing and you'd say, you need to read more, you need to read more.
No, dude, there's a reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. So you can't just go on and start making a judgment based on what I just said. I gave you the answer you required for your move to the next point. That's all I'm doing. But there's a lot more to know. So you can't just make a determination right now. You have to wait. There's more.
Okay. Then you're going to tell me, right, why you believe what I'm going to think isn't a weak point. Okay? Because from my point of view, you say that these people are lying. They're keeping incentives for whatever reason, either control, money,
they're incentivized,
power.
They're not keeping
incentivized, right, to lie to the public. I look at that. I say, why would they ever how would they ever gain control, money, or power for lying about something so stupid? Also, I look at
that's what. Yeah, you're listen. This is what you're doing. You're staying on this point because you can't progress forward when you should be progressing forward. You're not. You're making this whole.
You're not letting me continue.
It doesn't matter about why they.
I thought you didn't like it when people didn't let it continue further.
The incentivization of whatever they were motivated to do the thing that they did and lie.
Dude.
Yeah, lying about it is not the point, dude. It's whether or not we can understand if the nature of our Earth is what they're telling us it is.
Your emotions are getting high right now. But when you get to these questions and you feel like you don't have an answer, you can have an existential crisis that you've put all this time into believing something like the flat Earth, and you might not want to believe otherwise. This is the exact reverse of what you know in the beginning. Do you understand?
It's a lot of meta, dude. Yeah. You could just get to the next point, really. You just get to the next point.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
No, you're not. You're staying and waffling, dude. Honestly.
You're saying no, you're not. You're saying you're waffling. You're getting.
You're doing it again. Meta.
Yep. Okay. Here's my point.
Yeah.
I see you say that these people are lying for control, money, power. You do not know. It is a point of area that you do not know.
That's why I said I
see that,
know.
and I use logic to determine.
How do you know? If you're claiming he does not know, you must have knowledge.
I love the peanut gallery. I do. Fix your mic, buddy.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Please enlighten good people on
Matrix, you're lagging, bud.
Matrix, you're lagging, brother.
I can't hear you, Ben.
Skip.
But
look, you don't have to know who killed somebody in order to know that somebody was killed. The fact of the matter is,
yeah, I can still put you in.
Really?
It doesn't matter why somebody would lie about it. That's irrelevant.
No, dude. If you kill somebody if you kill somebody, I don't have to videotape it in order for me to put you in jail and prove that you did it.
There's evidence. There's something called evidence. All right, so let's see if you have.
And you don't have any evidence that those people are lying.
Thank you,
or getting
Justin.
Incentivized to control. You've made a claim.
We do. You won't let him get to that far yet.
Yeah, exactly. You're stuck on this point, dude. You need to move forward. Move forward, dude.
Tell me. Do you have any proof that they have been incentivized?
You're still on this point.
To lie.
You're still on this point, dude.
Okay, but you won't answer the question. Do you have any proof?
I did. I told you the answer was, for whatever reason they were incentivized, they're lying. We do not know the reason they were incentivized.
But you made a claim they've been incentivized, but you don't have any proof.
Listen, the proof would be if we move to the next subject, you'll find out. Otherwise, you won't. You're going to stay wondering.
Then you could just tell me the proof. Then you could just tell me the proof.
Forward to the next question.
Do you see what you're doing? Do you see what you're doing? Earlier, I came into this call. I was redirected at every point I made to a completely different point. Now I am trying to ask you that after you've made a claim, everything I said, I've made a claim, and they got off on these tangents.
Let's put it this way. The reason why they would lie like the way they're doing is because the Earth is not what you've been told. And it doesn't equal that the Earth is a globe based on any knowledge that you could provide of how you think it is a globe, either logically or empirically. There's nothing you can do to prove it to us because there is no evidence. The globe is an imagination of a cultish mindset, has no real implications in our physical world. You don't go outside and witness a globe. So whatever it is that they're incentivized with, the astronauts, we wouldn't know, but they're doing it. They're still lying. Okay, everybody else on the ground.
But you don't know they're incentivized.
They are, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it.
So you've made a logical leap there. You said they have to be incentivized. Did you hear the other part? They wouldn't do it.
Did you hear the other part?
I did.
The other part was that the globe does not exist. It does not exist. Does not exist.
Those are words to me right now.
Yeah. You need to prove it to yourself and everybody here. Can you do that?
Okay.
And then if you can, you proved me wrong.
So
do it. You'll prove me wrong. I'll put it right here like this on the line. If you prove it to me right now that the Earth is an actual globe, you'll prove me wrong. I'll have to eat my words. And I will.
How would I do that? Because everything you've told me...
I don't know. You tell me.
By the basis of yourself, you say you have to prove it yourself. So you've obviously gone out, done a little experiment.
Why does this have to come back to me? We're asking you...
I'm just getting a preface for what I'm saying.
Dude, you're moving away from you being held accountable for providing evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. You're running away from that every time. You'll switch it back to me again. I don't need that. I need you to be honest with yourself. If you're able to provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe, then you can do it and all is well. That's all we're asking. So go ahead, lay it out for us, brother. Tell us how you know it's a globe.
Okay. That's just we're full circle. Actually, we've come full circle. Avi, do you not see? Are you
gonna do it or not, Justin? Are you gonna do it or not?
The thing you told me at the beginning of the thing.
Are you gonna do it or not?
Obviously, you have to know what you're doing right now.
When you talk to me, I don't let go of the point until we reach the conclusion, which means I'm not going to leave this point. We're going to stay here until you are able to admit you can't prove it.
Wait.
That's what I want to hear from you.
You don't leave the point until you found the conclusion. So why did you want me to move on from the thing that I was asking you? When
because
you made the claim, it was No, it wasn't.
It was already answered.
I made the claim. You said the claim was incentivized. You said you didn't know why it was incentivized. I asked you how you knew it was incentivized.
Because they're lying.
What if they're lying?
Because the Earth,
out of incentivization?
Because the Earth is not a globe. That's why.
But you're just assuming they're incentivized.
No, the Earth is not a globe. That's why.
That's why they're incentivized?
Yeah. The Earth isn't a globe. So whatever reason they're saying that the Earth is a globe, then it must be something that makes them say the Earth is a globe. Because otherwise they would tell people, hey, I went up there and it's not one. But they are saying it is one. So therefore, we can examine the Earth. Because that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the Earth. It's a globe, they say. Okay, how does anybody know? I don't know. Let me ask Justin. Justin, is the Earth a globe like the astronauts are saying? What say you?
I say it would be entirely stupid for any incentivization based on any being on Earth.
You lost again.
That's not the answer.
Yeah,
that's not the answer.
That's not the answer.
That's the answer I'm giving. No. You've given me so many frivolous, stupid answers, but the only reason that you don't take them in is because
you're just putting out your tab dance shoes.
Tell you that's not the answer.
Stop.
And you're telling me stop.
Stop, dude, for a second. I hope you go back and listen to this show tonight, and you're going to hear of what a fool you sound like.
I just don't think I sound like a fool, man, because I've heard every word that came out of my mouth.
You do. Yep, you do. You're cornered right now. You don't know how to get out of it. You're going to say something else that gets the accountability off of your shoulders.
Okay, what if I corner you?
Right now, you can't. Right now, what you need to do is provide evidence that the Earth is a globe like the astronauts are telling you it is. All you have to do, the very small thing, is show us how the Earth is actually a globe. That's all you have to do. Should be easy. 2025, you got AI on your side, academia is on your side. Shoot, why are you stalling? You should have already given us the information already that the Earth is a globe. Why are you stalling?
That's not what I've come here to understand. Well, I'm not come here to understand why the Earth is a globe. I've come to understand.
I'm not here to understand. Wait, so you don't know the Earth is a globe? Is that what you're making us? Did you just say you didn't know the Earth was a globe, Justin?
No, I just told you.
So do you know it's a globe? Do you know it's one?
Do I know it's a globe?
Yeah.
Let me think.
It's a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, give us evidence right now.
Oh, good. Evidence. Now it's proof time. Proof.
Right. We do the proof thing, right? Let's say everything I say, I don't have proof.
Why are you procrastinating?
Stop. Just the evidence. Go ahead. We'll see how long this takes. Evidence. Go ahead. You have the floor. I won't interrupt.
Okay.
Promise.
I have no evidence.
Boom. Good night. Thanks for playing. See how easy that was? And it only took us what? How long was he in there? See? Dude, you actually admitted it. That's all I wanted you to do. That was the end of the story. That's how we know the astronauts are lying, because you can't even prove it to yourself, to anyone here. Isn't that great? Flipcord, where you at, bro?
You never...
It was a painstaking process, but we did extract that from you.
Hey, we're going to make you famous, dude. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
I also said for your point, because I just wanted to move the buck along. But
well, I know, but it's a good soundbite when you said I'm not here to prove it and I can't. So that's good.
Okay, man. I don't really care. But at the same thing I said there, I'm going back to the point you never proved.
Dude, you're whistling past the graveyard. You're already dead in the ground, dude. We're just throwing dirt on
lie? Why would they lie?
We're throwing dirt on your graveyard, Justin. You hear what just happened? You did not prove that the Earth was a globe, and that's all you had to do. To make the whole story
prove the Earth was flat.
You need to just relax, dude. The whole story about the Earth being a globe, and astronauts are telling us that it's a globe. All you have to do was just easily present the evidence that it was a globe, and all would have been good. All would have been well. But you said I can't even prove it. Well, that's that, I suppose. That's it. That's it, Justin.
Funny.
That's it. Now go have some Kool-Aid and drink and eat a sandwich.
I thought you were going to tell him. I thought you were going to pull the Band-Aid off and just ruin his day. You got to do that for me. I don't want to do it. I want to hear somebody else. I want to hear somebody else do it. I want to hear somebody else do it. Yeah.
The space Band-Aid? Dude, this guy will, I don't know how he will take that.
He needs it though. He needs it though, because he thinks he's going to be traveling everywhere in about 3 years.
Gosh, dude.
Pull the Band-Aid off. I want to know what this Band-Aid is.
Space mythos. The idea that astronauts are telling you they're traveling to a location that doesn't exist. Do you know how?
Because they're being incentivized, right?
No, dude. You know, the reason why they can't go to that location.
Why not?
The reason why we say, according to the Earth being a globe, there is gas pressure on the surface, as you well may know, right? You're breathing air, so it's like 14-something psi on the surface. And when you go up to the altitude that they are supposed to be roaming around in, the thermosphere, like where the space station is, it's said to be somewhere around 10 to the -7, something like that. And if that were true and space is an actual vacuum, then the gas pressure would expand to fill the available volume according to kinetic molecular theory. Now, that means that the molecules of gas have perfect elastic collisions, which means that the only thing that would impede their progress from moving forward would be a rigid container. Other than that, they would keep moving in a direction. Nothing will stop them. So gas molecules move in any and all directions randomly. So if that is true, that the Earth is a globe, and there's an ever-expanding, vacuum, the gas pressure that we have on the surface would leave. There wouldn't be any air to breathe, and it would continue to move off into the available space, because that's the way gas pressure works. The only way that we have gas pressure is if there's a container to contain the gas. Now, in the paradigm that the Earth being a globe has a vacuum of space, we're going to ask the question, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Now you're going to realize that space doesn't exist in this particular example.
Do you think force doesn't act on a gas?
No, I don't have to think anything. You're going to have to provide evidence that we have gas pressure on a globe that's an open system. So that's up to you. That's your baby to deal with. So you're going to have to tell me how it's
gravity,
possible.
Right? Because the molecules aren't just sitting there. There is a force acting on them that is actively compressing them.
Gravity's not a force, dude.
All right, so you're saying gravity would be the answer for containing gas pressure, right?
Yeah.
Do you have an example of this?
I.e. Earth. Yes.
No, that's not how you do it.
I cite Earth, the place that we live on. It's the biggest example, actually.
Well, the whole gas pressure being held down by gravity. How do you know that was even something proposed by science? How do you know? Why would science even say something like that? If you think science said something, because I don't think they said that, but if you think they said that, why would they say that?
Why would they say that? Well, because
gas pressure is a container.
We breathe air, right?
Yeah.
And there's a container. And there is a vacuum in space, right? Because we sent probes up, right? And we know there's a vacuum. What makes everything go down? Right? I don't know.
That's not true.
What? I don't know.
It's not true.
I don't know what it is in the flat Earth model.
It's not true saying they sent probes up and measured a vacuum. That you're wrong.
Yeah, that's also untrue. Yep. All right. So
right.
what I'm asking for though is very specific. I want the scientific validation that gas pressure is contained by gravity. I want the scientific validation. Can you give that to us, please?
Yeah, Justin, just quickly in text chat, look at 10 past the hour. This is what happens when you have a vacuum with a container.
Okay.
10 past the hour. This is with a container. And the container could not hold the pressure pushing on the outside.
All right. I'm on a specific point, so I really want him to focus on what I'm saying. Sorry, Shaggy.
So,
all right, so
So all you say is a container cannot, there needs to be a container for there to be gas pressure.
Absolutely. Yes, that's what I am saying, for sure. Now, if you're saying that science has validated that gas pressure can be contained by gravity, I need that validation, please. In whatever form you want to present it for us.
Okay. I inhale with my lungs. I blow out. Okay? Air is moving. All right? The molecules are being acted on by force. So what happens if you think there's an equal force moving inwards
Don't
on
ask
all
me a
of
question,
this air?
Justin.
Do you think it compresses?
You don't have to ask me a question. I just need the scientific validation for gas pressure being contained by gravity. That's what I need. I don't need your little spiel. I need you to tell me the scientific validation for gas pressure being contained by gravity.
Okay, you don't need my little spiel. You don't need my explanations. I
need the scientific validation.
You need scientific validations, right? Unfortunately, I haven't been so wise as to
he doesn't have anything for twice now.
No.
Yeah.
I don't have the
First one you admitted you don't have globe proof. Now you admit you can't prove air pressure without a container being caused by gravity.
Yeah.
I hope you guys understand that what I'm trying to argue on here is based on pure logic.
We're not working. Listen, we're not working with that, Justin. We're working with scientific validation because obviously gas molecules, that the way we understand them is to deal with physics, right? You don't understand that. Okay, so we want validation of gravity enacting on gases. That's all we want. If that what you said is true, we'd have validation for it. That's all.
Okay. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, call the AI, call the whoever you want, look it up right now.
I don't need AI. I don't.
Sorry, bud.
I just don't think I need.
I didn't want to take space away from you. I wanted to let you keep space at least for one more night. But Radwin said, "Go ahead." So.
Yeah, no, you've got to.
I actually heard the same argument yesterday when there was one.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I did actually. Yeah.
You haven't heard it. No.
I did. He was telling me all about vacuums, right? But
what'd you learn?
What did I learn? I learned that he was very susceptible.
So you didn't learn anything then?
Lying.
Okay.
No, I didn't learn anything from him. If I had, I'd be a little dumb.
All right.
All right. Okay. So I'll help you out then real quick for 1 minute. So I have a vacuum chamber and I can play around with it and do things with it. And guess what? I can recreate your ever expanding universe with it because it's supposed to be a low pressure, ever expanding, like 10 to the minus 17 torr or something like that, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so now you say gravity pulls water to the ground, right?
I say gravity pulls everything to the ground.
Yeah. Beautiful. We'll just go with water. It's easier for me. So I'm going to take a little bit of water, put it in a cup, and then set it on my table, and you'll be able to put your finger in it and touch it, and as you'll see the top is all flat and level, right?
Should be.
Okay, I'm going to put it in my vacuum chamber and close the lid, and then turn on the pump and close the valve so it's only sucking out the air, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I turn that okay, beautiful. So now it gets down to near maybe, I don't know. I don't have the exact reading because I need a digital gauge. I'll get one this year. Anyway, I'll tell you guys that what happens is the pressure gets so low, the water turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber. So that debunks your outer space water ball flying in a vacuum. The end. Thank you. Go ahead, AV.
Sounds like there's a pump that's putting force, and since there's no air, which is matter, it's just separating the matter, which is what a gaseous state is. That's what that sounds like to me.
All right, so I don't know how much more because we're really at the end of our discussion.
I heard the guy. So. I heard the guy yesterday. He said that gaseous matter will always go to areas of low pressure, right?
Well. Yeah, listen, I don't know what you discussed with that person that you spoke to right now, or spoke of, but what I will say is that you didn't have anything to validate the idea that space is a...
All I've heard is, right, you think that all of the air would just leave, right? And you're asking me.
No, that's incorrect. No, what I know is that gas pressure requires a container. And
I forgot something, AV. I forgot something. So, dude, check it out. What I proved to you was gravity is not holding the water in the cup. That was the bonk on your head. See, what happened was the air pressure is pressing down on the water, causing it to turn into a liquid. And when I removed the air pressure, there was nothing holding the water together, so it turned into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber too. So in an hour, when I come back and turn it off and open the valve up, water's not going to rush in. It's just going to be empty and dry, just like Earth would in a vacuum.
Do you know what condensation is, man? Do you know if it's already gaseous in the way that it's gaseous, it's not going to just magically rebind?
You're laughing though. You know what's crazy though is that you continue to laugh and be in this discussion, yet you didn't validate the Earth being a globe or that space is what you've been told it is, and a vacuum using gravity as a container. You didn't prove that. Right, and
Justin. I've never had the.
Why are you laughing,
the flat Earth. Why am I laughing?
Yeah,
because
I don't get it.
You guys draw such weird conclusions.
It's not a conclusion. There's no evidence, sir. There's not a conclusion. We're drawing. It's just there's no evidence that you presented.
Okay.
Why is that? I don't understand how you find that funny. You didn't present any evidence that the Earth is a globe.
I will present an example you can do.
A vacuum.
I will present an example you can do. So, with your vacuum chamber, when you suck all that air out, all that matter, and it gets to a vacuum, I just want to ask him something. Right?
No, absolutely not. You're not going to tell him what to do if he's telling you what he did. And then explain to you what happened when he took the air out. He told you. He couldn't be more clear. He already told you. You don't need to tell. In other words, the guy who doesn't understand science is telling the guy who actually knows science what to do? No, that's not going to happen. So you need to stop. You need to recognize where you're at with your knowledge of things. You asked him for an
example and then you muted him, bro.
I'm going to start muting you. I'm not talking to you. So if
you're monologuing, my bad.
If you're going to do something, then you need to recognize that you didn't provide any evidence of the globe or gas pressure without a container. That's it. You don't tell him what to do. He's telling you what to do.
Okay. So he doesn't have to do that. But I just wanted to ask a question as to why the gas rushes back in.
Because I opened the valve up.
Right. So you opened the valve up.
There was low pressure in the vacuum chamber, so the gas came back in.
Well, that gas is just sitting there. For all I'm concerned, what force is acting on it to push it in?
It rushes back in.
How is it rushing back in?
In fact, I'm afraid to just pop that valve open because I think I might break something. So I always just crack it and then let it in that way.
Where the force is coming from, making that
the air pressure
back in.
Yeah, the air pressure that we're breathing is 14.7 psi, and it's being pushed into the vacuum chamber. How do you like that?
Right, from your container.
No, we live inside a container. That's how we're breathing gas. Remember? You're the one who brought it up.
Yep. You can't have gas pressure without a container. That's what we've been saying to you. Now you answered your own question. Sit. Game, set, match.
Because of the container.
Checkmate. Yep.
Because of the container. This container that's built around Earth, you're
adding extra layers. You're adding extra layers that we didn't say. Extra layers. You're trying to convince yourself that we're making an argument.
I wonder if you have a consensus.
No, we don't need to go there. We don't need to go there. We don't need.
You don't need to go there because you don't know what the container is.
We don't need to go there because it's non sequitur. Doesn't need to be spoken of. It's outside of the.
Really? So you can't give a sentence of what the container is, so we can better understand.
We don't need to tell you the color of something we've never seen before, because how would we know that information? So we don't need to tell you information.
Like you guys just don't know a lot.
No, dude.
Here's more than you do, dude.
Here's your little thing where
I was able to answer a bunch of shit tonight, and you couldn't tell us. You couldn't prove you live on a globe, and you couldn't prove how gravity pulls air around a ball. Because I debunked your gravity pulling water down.
You told me, right, that gas only exists in a...
You know what happened. We were all here. Don't need to retell the story, dude. Come on. This is getting redundant. Just take your massive L, bro, and just have a seat. Maybe Bowie wants to talk to us. There's enough.
No,
enough's enough, bro.
I don't like talking to retards. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, you're triggered, dude. Obviously, you're triggered and you're rage
baiting. You're the one who's been monologuing, muting people and yelling, bro.
Oh, really?
He's not yelling.
I'm just here to listen.
All right. Well, sounds good. Maybe somebody else can take a massive L while you listen. But anyways, Justin, just relax, dude. You don't need to be recounting what happened. We already know. All of us were here.
Right. Okay. Because earlier when I said that I live on a planet.
Yeah, you were wrong because you didn't provide evidence. We know. We've been over this. There's just nowhere to go, Justin. We've explored every avenue of you trying to present your evidence, and it was just none given. So.
All right.
Are you the one who thinks you're going to be going to Mars in 10 years?
No, I have no interest of exploring space whatsoever.
All right, never mind. Don't wig out. Calm down. Just asking a question.
Right. So, I heard somebody say, and this is in the chat, they said that because gas pressure requires a container, and we have gas pressure, there must be a container. Right?
That's the antecedent of air pressure, is a container. Mm-hmm. That's the antecedent. Like, the antecedent of a baby is a mother.
Yep.
Exactly.
We know you're here because you had a mom. Even though we don't see your mom, we know you're here. Same. It's an antecedent relationship.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Right. So.
There's nowhere to go, Justin. We reached the end, bro. There's no more gimmicks. There's no more sophistry. There's nothing left except for you admitting that you don't have evidence of the thing that you were coming in here so adamantly telling us that you did.
I know. Physiologically. Well.
There's nowhere to go, bro. You're trying so hard for your sophistry to work. It's not going to work.
Right, guys. I'm trying to figure out something that you guys.
I know you're trying to bullshit your way out of this, and it's not going to work this time. Maybe other times it worked, not this time, dude. There's nowhere to go. I'll make sure of that. Every avenue you come through, it can't be sophistry. It has to be honesty. It has to come from a place that you're admitting that you either know or you don't know. It can't be a gimmick that you're coming up or retelling of the whole thing that went down. All we care about is your honesty.
All you say there's a container, you don't know what the container is.
Yeah.
Right.
So what? All I said was a baby has a mother. I don't care if the mother is blue
what are the stars in the container?
Or has long hair.
Do we know? Has anybody thought? Anybody asked that question?
You're fishing. Stop fishing, dude. At some point, you're going to realize there's things that we know and there's things that we don't know. There's no need to go and find out the things we don't know. And then say, that's another thing you don't know. That's another thing you don't know. You're just trying to get back on your feet from being knocked down.
Right. It's just a little weird because I have a whole basis of physics and stuff that explains these things.
Okay,
correct. Correct. You didn't know that air pressure presses down on water, so you have no knowledge of physics.
Otherwise, you would have told us.
All right. I just want to get a base before I say anything. Do you know how stuff falls to the ground? Right. The act of it falling down. We all know it goes.
You didn't know.
One direction. I know, but I want to know. Do you know what causes that on a flat Earth?
No.
Well, since you don't know, if nobody tell you, you're not going to know if we're right or wrong. So we can't help you.
You don't.
That's absolutely true. So the thing is, you don't have a method of evaluation for anything that we're going to give you. So if we tell you something, you're going to be like, well, that's not true. And we're going to ask you, how do you know that? Well, I know physics, and you're not going to give us an explanation of what you know.
This is a straw man. You're just you're debating.
No, this is an assessment.
It's a straw man. He hasn't made a point.
So let's you and I debate. You and I. I'm going to put this other dude on mute because he's going to interrupt. Go ahead, Bowie. I told you, and I said this, dude. I said, go ahead and let's engage. And you're like, no, I want to sit there and listen. Okay, now engage, dude.
Yeah, because you keep engage about what? Your debating tactics or what?
Is the Earth a globe? I'm going to ask you straight up. Is the Earth a globe?
Dude, I don't care about that. I was talking about your fucking straw man argument.
Really? No globe?
Oh, he came in here to talk about people. He came in here to talk about people.
It's just your bad faith arguments are fucking insufferable to listen to.
It's weird that you go into other channels.
Why are you here?
Well, because there's other people in.
Silence.
Then leave, dude. If it's insufferable, why are you suffering it? Insufferable means you can't suffer.
Yeah, he should have been gone a long time ago.
All right, here's the thing, dude. I do want to challenge you. So either you're going to be challenged or you're going to sit there quietly, like on mute, while we talk to Justin. It's up to you, man. I want to engage with you. Okay.
I was just pointing out your straw man argument. You can mute me if you want, bro. You're annoying to talk to.
Well, honestly, if you don't shut your pie hole, I will. But I'm saying if
I was just pointing out your straw man, bro.
Yeah, really? How did I straw man him?
What do you mean? You just started describing how he was going to respond to a claim you never made. That's a straw man. That's like the epitome of a straw man.
What claim? What claim?
No claim, because you never made one. You just were arguing with yourself about some non-claim that you didn't assert. And then you started coming up with an argument about this non-claim that you never asserted.
Hey, dude, can you fix your mic? It's like blaring, dude. Whatever you got going on with your stuff.
You can turn them down, though.
That's intentional. It's not accidental.
Yeah, dude, he's got like his stuff like jacked up. All right. He doesn't know how to control it. You guys are all the same. Young guys, you don't know how to control yourself. You lose your composure when we speak to somebody. If you want to engage, I gave you the floor. You denied it. So it's up to you, bro. All you had to do was say, let's engage. Let's talk about it. I want to debate. Then I would have took you on. Would have been that easy. You want to do that? Bowie?
No, I was just pointing out.
Okay, then sit there in silence. So let's see if Justin... Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah. I just... I understand what your guys' view is now, because you all do the same thing, right? Everything.
Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Gimmicks? No. I told you about gimmicks, bro. Don't start pulling your little gimmicks about how the channel is and how we always are. All we care about is information that you can present that the Earth is what you think it is. That's it. That is it, dude. Rock bottom thing that we want. That's it. Everything else, you guys are so mean. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Don't care.
I never said anything like that.
Well, I don't care to hear it. So what else you got, man? Because only thing we want to know is if your knowledge of the Earth is a globe can be presented. We'll talk about that stuff.
Okay, I mean,
what?
How do I know China's real?
Oh. Wow.
I never been there. How do I know
it has one time zone? Because it has one time zone, dude.
Oh my!
Because it has one time zone? Really? Because I feel like I've only seen that on TV.
It could be the Chinese people.
I've only seen China on TV.
I haven't traveled, but the guy I work next to has been to our plant in China, so he's already been there. I was gonna go, but we got a huge job coming up. Maybe at the end of the next year.
Well, my buddy says that we live on a globe.
China.
And if I ask Buzz Aldrin,
how does he know?
Say we live on a globe.
Okay, Justin.
Buzz Aldrin did not say that you live on a globe. He's never said that in his life.
Neil Armstrong, then, dog.
So he never said you live on a globe either. I don't know where you're getting your information from.
You're making that up, Justin.
He said when he was in space and he looked at the stars, the sky was just deep black, that he couldn't see any stars.
Yeah. Are you making that up, Justin? Are you making that up?
I'm in an interview.
Huh?
I just don't believe China's real.
Are you making that up? What you just said. You're a hot mess, bro. You're all over the place. I just wanted to know if what you were saying about the astronaut, what he said was real. Did you just make that up? I just want to know. I'll let you continue. Just want to know if you made it up.
Hold on.
Did you make it up or not, Justin?
He has to Google it.
Let's see. Neil Armstrong has...
You made it up, didn't you? Look at you. Looking for...
Dog, I'm getting... You said I can use the internet, right? You said I can use the internet, right?
So easy to call you guys out on exactly what you're doing.
What am I supposed to do?
You guys almost think that we have cameras watching you.
You said I need to prove to you, right? So I'm getting the source that I can cite.
That's because you didn't know when you said it, because you just pulled it out your rear end, bro, and you just fed it to us like it's true. Wow. And Bowie was white knighting for you, man.
Do you think I know the...
Dude, I don't know what you know, but you made the statement, which sounds like you know, and you shouldn't have said it. Now you got Bowie all twisted up in the game, white knighting for you and whatnot. Now he's like got egg on his face because he did. Bro,
Justin, let me ask you a question. Would it be possible for Neil Armstrong to be on the moon and see the Earth?
Yeah.
So he'd have to lie down on his back to see the Earth. You know that, right?
That's correct.
The moon is a face always faces the Earth, right? So he would have to look straight up to see the moon.
Hey, you broke him. You broke him, Indio.
Oh my gosh!
Jesus Christ! What? One question. Damn, I'm good. I'm getting better.
Oh my God! Somebody clip this shit.
That was great.
If you're on top of the moon, right?
What way does the moon face? Does the face of the moon always face Earth?
Did he land on the exact face of the moon? If it was a globe, he could have landed on the top.
Dude?
He could have landed.
Yeah, but we know where they landed.
We know where they landed. But do you think in my model? In my model, don't you think the moon spins? Do you think the moon spins?
Bro, well, the moon does spin.
Hell no.
It spins in such a way as that the face of the moon always faces the Earth, right? That's your paradigm.
That's always the.
It's supposed to be tidally locked. Remember, this is your paradigm, the shit you believe in.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay.
If you have two spheres,
where's the moon? If I'm Neil Armstrong, right, and I'm in the Sea of Tranquility, right? Go look a map where Sea of Tranquility is. Where's the moon? Or where's the Earth from the moon? It's over my head. It's at like 70 degrees. It's freaking like 20 degrees from zenith. How would he see it? He'd have to lay on his back. Never thought about it, did you?
I don't know if you know how, if you have two spheres, right, and you say they both have gravity, right? Do you think if he's on the top of the sphere,
he's not on the top?
What if he was?
But he's not.
He'd have to look.
What if your granddad had a penis? He'd be grandma.
Wasn't he in the Sea of Tranquility?
Or grandma had a penis.
Guys, we've gone on a tangent again.
You have.
No,
I just want to know if China's real now.
Okay, so I'll
never been there.
Right now. I'll address your China nonsense right now.
Yeah.
You think that's an equivalent claim claiming China exists, which is just a country somewhere, versus Earth is a ball in a vacuum? Do you think that somehow those are the equivalent types of claims?
I do, because the only thing that's stopping me from knowing
how they're the same.
Yeah, I can. The only thing that's stopping me knowing from China being real or not is me going there, getting on a plane and going there. Getting on a plane and going there is a lot more accessible to people on Earth than getting in a rocket ship and going to spaces.
Yeah,
so, if I'm completely
how accessible is going to space? How hard? How rare is it on a scale of like? How rare is it?
I don't know, man. You can look up how many people have been to space.
600.
Well, you know.
So 600 out of 9. Hold on, 600 out of 9 billion. What's that ratio, bro?
That's a lot.
Yeah, what's that ratio? So they're not equivalent claims. China has 1.3 billion people in it. I can just call one of them and say, "Hey, where are you at? I'm in China." These aren't equivalent claims. This is like saying you've seen UFOs or unicorns or something.
The only difference separating that me from you is because it is a lot harder to go to space than it is to go to China.
Yeah, it's so like hard.
Me saying Antarctica doesn't exist. Me saying Mount Everest exists, right?
Yeah, but we can go to Mount Everest. You can't go to space in any fucking imaginary scenario you can think of. You're never going.
You say we can go to Mount Everest. How do I know that?
Travel there.
Okay. Because they go book tickets, go there. They probably wouldn't let you go.
And there's guys
you got to be in a certain level of physical health.
No,
so they probably wouldn't let you go, but you can see
there's guys who go up to space.
Yeah, that one we already told.
Did we already that? Okay.
Okay.
I can actually book. I can book a flight.
Indio, I posted a picture of Mount Everest for you, Indio.
You're not tracking, Justin.
That's just a picture. I've seen CGI better than that.
Okay, stop talking for a second. You're not tracking, okay? What you're not tracking is going to space is so rare that it's like saying you've seen a unicorn. That's not the same proposition as China. Millions of people, billions of people have seen China and been there.
I haven't seen China.
And the nature of the claim that there's a place somewhere called China is not ridiculous. There's places all over the place that are named things. It's not outside the realm of your own experience. You live in a place, it has a name.
Who are you to say
I've never been there. I've never been there, but it's not outlandish to believe that there's a place that exists with that name. So what? That's not what they're saying. They're saying, I go to a place that's an absolute fucking vacuum in a goddamn tin can. And when I let go of something, it don't fall to the fucking ground. Okay? That is a completely different fucking claim, dude, than saying there's a place somewhere with a name. They're not just by any stretch of imagination.
I also don't believe any ocean is deeper than 100 feet.
I don't care.
Because think about it. The pressure under there, people couldn't survive that.
You're just going to another analogy here, but you didn't address the fact that what he was showing you was one is an extraordinary claim and one is just a normal claim. The normal claim is in the realm that you exist in, the air that you breathe, the same that people are breathing in China. It's the same air. But when you say you're talking about space, it lacks that. So there's a lot of things that are very, very different. Things are not the same up there with the environment where they're telling you they can go, and China. China's the same environment as here, so it's the same. That's all. It's different.
You can decide what's extraordinary by the word extraordinary. That means out of the ordinary. Place name something
I
is
think China's
ordinary.
Out of the ordinary.
Okay, how extraordinary is I have a ball, I let it go, and it just stays there.
That'd be pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, I rest my case. Welcome.
Right, and I think that a place called China that holds 1.3 billion people.
That's not extraordinary. It's very ordinary.
Really?
Super ordinary.
Because in my life, I've never been to China.
Yeah, when you drop a ball,
that's irrelevant. The nature of the claim is ordinary, dude. That there's a land place named China. That's super ordinary.
Really, guys? Yep. Okay. I have a feeling
it's not going to work for you, dude, because
all your life.
No, your 3-year-old reasoning, okay, you failed. Okay, and I showed you why you failed, laid it out in detail. Now, either refute it, come up with how China is somehow different than every other place, other than having a different name, or kick rocks, bro.
Yeah, when you drop a ball in the vacuum of space, it just stays there. When you drop a ball in China, it does the same thing it does where you are right now. Same thing. So 2 different environments altogether. Extraordinary and regular. Yeah?
How would I know that?
Because they're making the claim that when they let go of something up there, it just floats. When they say that when you go to China, it's the same thing as you hear. You drop a ball and it'll fall to the ground.
They make the claim about the Earth.
Yeah, so now would be the best time for you to say, okay, now let me test both of them. See if I can test both of them. Which one do you think you'll be able to test?
Well, first of all,
answer the question. Don't say first of all. I'm asking you something. All you got to do is respond. Yeah, just respond. That's all I care. I don't care about your first of all. I'm going to stop you every time. Just answer the question.
I don't have the money or liberty to go to China, nor do I have the money to go to space.
Yeah, but that money part is not what's also going to keep you from there. Logistics are going to keep you from there, meaning one is a place you can actually go to, the other is not. Yeah?
I haven't confirmed that I can go to China.
Well, tell you what, in a way that put both of them on the same scale and try traveling to both and see which one you'll get there first. See which one you'll get there first.
How are you going to know when you're in China, Justin?
That's the thing. I'd have to go there to have to see it.
How are you going to know when you're there? No, how are you going to know that that's where you are, though?
I'm unsure. I could cross some sort of barrier into China.
You think China has there's a Great Wall of China, but it isn't around China, okay?
I've heard that there's a Great Wall of China, and it might be completely around China. But that's what I've been told.
So this is where it gets retarded. So nations are conceptual. They don't actually exist. Right. But there are geographical boundaries from which they will enforce their laws within. So the political body called the, People's Republic of China, they enforce laws within a certain boundary. Now, you can call the territory China, or you can call the nation China, you can call the fucking letterhead that they sent to the UN China. So how are you going to know when you're in China? But we do know that there's a place that is defined as being China with Chinese people that identify as Chinese.
How do you know that?
Because
TV?
I know Chinese people. I've seen Chinese passports.
Yeah, they come to our office every day.
And if I meet a guy who's claimed to be from space, am I going to believe him?
You never have.
Because there's nobody from space. You ding dong.
And there's nobody from China.
Yeah,
You're lying.
Dude.
Yeah, okay. Why do people
you see your logic?
Why do people have Chinese passports?
You don't think they could fabricate those? They make those for movies.
Yeah, China's a fabricated country. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
See where your mind has to go? Your mind, because you can't accept that your fairy tale space religion, you have no evidence for it. Now you're trying to destroy all of reality. Because if the globe ain't real, nothing's real, right, Justin?
Nothing's real.
Nothing I can't see is not real. How would you can't prove to me China's real right now?
Well, yeah, I can.
AI just came in on that.
Then prove it.
He's like, oh my god.
We got a brain in the jar, folks.
I'm gonna connect you on a call to somebody that's in China.
Then they could lie to me. The TV tells me China exists all the time. I don't know why they would lie to me, but I know China is not real.
Justin, define China. What is it?
People say it is.
Define what it is, so we know.
Hold on, let me do it. Let me do it.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Let me do it. Okay, so define China is the stuff you keep in the good cupboard and only bring out for guests.
China's definitely real.
Nice one.
Right.
Define China. I got it.
That is kind of funny, actually. I do.
Yeah, that is. That's freaking hilarious. Define China.
But it's what they tell me is it's a so-called nation, right?
Okay. And where does that exist?
On borders.
Is that on a piece of paper?
Yeah. They have projections of what China looks like.
So no, hold on. A nation is just words on a piece of paper. You know that, right?
That's right.
Yeah, it's just a political body, which is a legal entity. It's just words on a piece of paper.
But they say the place that is there.
Where a whole bunch of people got together and said, we're going to make a place and we're going to call it China.
Right. I have no proof that China is real, though.
Well, I do, because there's a bunch of people that have all agreed that there's a place that they're all going to call China. Okay?
What? There's a bunch of people that all agree we live on a globe.
No, listen, no.
They all agree that. There's a whole bunch of people. I don't believe those people.
Things. This is definitional. Okay? This would be like, to be equivalent, you have to be saying, there's a bunch of people that claim they live on a place called Earth. Okay? They're not making a geometric claim about the territory of China. They're making a claim about there's a place, and we're all going to agree this place we're going to name it China. This is definitional.
I'm talking about China. They say that the territory exists, but I don't think it's there because I've never seen it. They say that the land in which it is marked out to be.
You believe there's land exists? You believe land exists?
I know my land exists.
Do you believe any land exists?
Of course.
You believe people name it?
Yeah.
Is that common practice of humanity?
Certain, it's a common practice of humanity.
It's a common practice going back tens of thousands of years to name places,
and people
geographical locations to give it names.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's very ordinary, and it's within the custom of human beings. Okay, dropping something and it not falling is not fucking ordinary.
China is not ordinary.
I just established it's very ordinary.
Culturally,
very ordinary.
From what they say they have a Great Wall.
You're just in denial at this point. You're cooked, bro.
Yep.
Take your fucking L, dude. Be a man.
You sound really mad that you can't prove to me China's real.
I'm not trying. I don't have to prove China's real. It's irrelevant. You're trying to make
a globe.
You can't prove the Earth is a globe.
You can't prove China's real. You haven't yet.
False equivalence.
Listen, it's a false equivalence which is made over again and again and again. You claiming the Earth is a geometric form is a statement about nature.
They say that China is not real.
It's not a statement about nature. It's a statement about fucking human social customs, about naming a place a certain fucking thing.
Yeah, he was looking for a gimmick. He found one.
No, there's no gimmick. It is a place called China. The name, is that a human activity or is that in nature? Does nature have a name? Did nature name a place called China?
Did nature name Earth? No, but the so-called, area in which this China, what its name
That's arbitrary.
Is, right?
That's arbitrary.
It's not there because
you can call your house China.
Right, but that's not what I'm talking about. I can call my house Earth too.
If you called your house China, would that prove China exists to you?
No, if I called my house a globe.
No, if you called your house China, you decided I'm going to name my house China. Would that prove China exists?
No. What if I call my house, all right, the Earth is a globe? Does that prove the Earth is a globe?
No, it's not the same claim. You're proving my point that it's a false equivalence. Earth is a globe is a claim about geometry, about a geometric form,
right?
Not about a name.
Okay, I'm saying the definition of this China, because we know, right?
You don't get to make your own definitions.
Jamestown is a town, or James is a town.
Yeah, and name your bathroom China.
And there's a guy named James. I'm talking about China, the geometric area.
There's no such thing.
Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no such thing because nobody's ever been there.
Because it's a statement about human beings and what human beings think. Okay? Earth is a globe is a claim about a geometric form.
China is a geometric form. I have no evidence to believe. Yes, it is.
China's a geometric form. What shape is it?
It is a.
What is the form of China?
It's the shape of its so-called boundaries.
It's the shape of what? It's the shape of China?
Yeah. I mean, does it have its own name? I draw squiggly lines. What's that shape? It's called China, the nation, and the geometric form around it.
You're admitting that you already believe China exists. You fucking cooked yourself. You just did a performative contradiction 2 times.
No.
What shape is China, dude?
Like they said, if you look at a map, you can see the shape of it, can't you? That's what they say the shape is.
I don't
believe it.
You don't believe that
because
China?
Human beings made a map. They drew some fucking outline and said, "This is China."
And there's
China
no proof of
exists because it exists in the minds of men. China's abstract, doesn't fucking exist in the natural world. When you say
I don't think that natural area
you're making a claim about the natural fucking world. Why are you over talking me? When you say the Earth is a globe, you're making a claim about the natural world and what the form of the Earth, the figure of the Earth takes. Okay,
and none of that has ever proven China to me.
Who cares? I don't care what you believe.
I can prove China. I can prove China. I can prove China.
Nobody cares.
My cell phone is an iPhone and it's made in China. I win.
They say there's moon rocks, buddy.
It is easy to prove China exists. Where did you learn the word?
It's not about the word.
It is about the word.
That's to describe an area.
No. In one context, in another context, it means another thing.
In one context, I could say the Earth is a globe, but by globe, you might think I'm saying flat.
No, it has it's a geometric form. It has to have a property of a sphere. It has the property of a sphere, equidistant from the center.
Right, and China has to follow these certain measurements that show it on Earth.
Okay, that's not true. You just made that up.
Right? Otherwise, it's
what are the measurements?
China, right?
What are the measurements?
I can look up how long they say China is, right?
Who's they? What if they didn't say that? Would it still be China?
If nobody said China existed?
Would China exist?
It doesn't already, because there's no proof.
Yeah, that's because it's in the minds of men. It doesn't exist because, are you dense? It's an abstract concept. If they named it something else, China wouldn't fucking exist, dude.
They have coordinates. They have coordinates of all the points, all the sides.
You're like you're tripling down on fucking stupid right now.
He doesn't get it.
You just said, okay, that there's they, and they have made up these coordinates and called those coordinates China. Now, if those people didn't do that, China would not exist. This proves that China is in the minds of men. The Earth would exist as a globe in your paradigm, independent of what human beings thought. Right?
China. They say China. Well,
Did
China.
human beings sink the Earth into a globe?
Okay, so let's say for a second,
Dude,
China is
answer my fucking question.
What? Was it?
What? Did human beings sink the Earth into a globe, or is the globe independent of human minds?
It's independent of human minds. Can you get
is
my
China
point now?
independent of human minds?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if there was no human beings ever existed, there'd be a place called China.
The land that they say occupies China.
You said China. No, you didn't say the land. You said China.
I've been saying this whole time the natural area and land, all right, the natural geometric object of China that they say exists. I haven't been saying the word.
What is that?
You could call it whatever you want.
Oh, now we can call it whatever we want. Okay.
But people
so
colloquially
you're saying a certain hill or group of hills or rivers or valleys or
no, they have coordinates. They have coordinates.
Dude, what are coordinates, dude?
Right,
Do
they have
coordinates exist? Do coordinates exist independent of the human mind?
No.
Yeah, that's right. No, we're talking about
but the land of China so-called does.
Really? Does it have coordinates?
So you're telling me, right?
Don't ask me what I'm telling you, dude.
If
don't try to straw man me. Don't try to straw man me.
Okay,
I didn't tell you anything. Don't try to straw man me.
If humans didn't exist.
Yeah, if humans didn't exist, there'd be no place called China.
The area, the land of what we call China would still be there.
Who's we?
Everyone on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you two are gonna come in and troll. You guys think that's gonna fucking work? You're just going on mute.
I don't know this.
We're not trolling. I'm just enjoying the show right now. I don't know who you're calling trolling.
Shut up, dude.
You still haven't proven to me that China.
I got proof. I got proof.
What is your proof, AI?
Justin,
I want to listen to somebody with proof.
Justin, Justin, you proved China exists when you admitted that there's people that think there's a place called China because China is a human concept, and and have admitted there's people in their mind that have conceptualized. Shut up! Don't interrupt me. Don't do it again, fuckwad. Okay? Don't do it again. Okay, so you admitted that there's people that have an idea of a place called China. That's what China is. It's an abstract idea. It doesn't exist outside the human mind. You proved it exists yourself by fucking talking about it.
Can I ask
where did you get the idea of China in the first place? Did you invent it? Did you? No, shut up. Did you invent the word?
No.
Well, okay, so somebody told you the word, right?
Yes.
Okay, a human being?
Yeah, but
okay. And that thing, China, is a conceptual thing that doesn't exist in reality.
Is land a conceptual thing?
Okay, it doesn't mean he's referring to the land. He's using a word. The word represents something else.
To the land.
You know that words represent other things.
Yeah, synonyms.
What does China represent?
A land area.
It does. Where?
Where they say China is.
Who's they? Dude, that you're referring back to a human being. Do you understand?
All the
you're in a
so-called
circle?
Chinese people tell me are real.
Okay. Do they think there's a place called China?
They do.
Okay, so you're in a loop. You keep having to refer back to a human mind, a human concept over and over again. Because China is just a name, dude.
Flat
By
Earth
talking
is just
about it and even using the word China, Justin, you prove China exists.
No.
Because China does not exist outside of the word.
I'm not talking about the word. I'm talking about the landmass.
You are talking about the word. You can't associate it without a territory without talking about the fucking word, dude.
If all humans were killed, the geographic land, the physical mass that embodies what I call China would not disappear.
We know that, but that's not what you're talking about. You said
But you
China.
can't prove that. I'm talking about the I've been saying the geographical landmass.
I can't prove that there's a geographical place commonly known as China, that the geography itself doesn't exist.
I don't think it does.
Okay. So I also can't prove that there's 3 dimes and a nickel in your pocket. So what?
You're right. So what? You're right. You haven't proved China to me. Does this prove China to you?
That there's some, no, like I said, I've
asked you to prove China, but you still
can't. Making a no, that's a word, okay? remove the word and say you don't think that there's some geography somewhere.
Okay.
Some hills, trees,
you do
mountains,
not think that there is
valleys,
a geographical
rivers,
place
desert
of China.
So you don't think that there's this land mass somewhere. Because the word China is just a fucking convention, a place we call some fucking geographical area. It doesn't exist in and of itself at all.
So,
okay, other than by human convention. That's how it exists. What actually exists
so what
in the
is the
physical
Earth,
world?
then?
What actually exists? Why are you interrupting again? So what actually exists in the physical world is some fucking trees, hills, valleys, mountains, deserts, all this shit. That shit exists. Are you complaining that I can't prove that fucking place exists? That land?
You want me to describe the Earth like that every time I mention it?
Why are you not addressing what I said?
Because you're making the point that you're focused on this word.
No, I've moved on from that. You already conceded that point.
I didn't concede anything. You still haven't proven what China is.
Dude, yes, I'm sure that China is an abstract concept. You agreed with me.
No. Well, it's not real, and you haven't proven it's an abstract concept.
The word China is not the thing that the word represents. Right?
Okay, that the word
yes
Earth
or
is
no?
Is the
word China identical to the thing that the word represents?
The Earth is a concept.
One more time, does the word China, is it identical to the thing that it represents?
In my definition, what I'm trying to tell you, yes.
It's identical.
The word China, not the definition
is identical
of China.
to the thing
China,
that it represents.
I'm saying, is a name for a land mass
it's a name.
area
Created by
of
whom?
land.
Created by whom?
Whose name was your created by? I could call you Dale right now. Why are you using that
word? Justin, you're such an idiot. Every time you use the word, you prove it exists.
Dale, buddy.
Every time you use the word globe, China, you prove China exists, dude. You're doing it right now. Every time you say the word.
Every time I said globe, that means it exists. What are you saying to me?
No.
Just because I'm saying
word
China
globe exists
doesn't mean it exists.
Because no, bro.
The word China exists. I'll give you that. But the landmass that is China doesn't.
What is that?
I've told you.
No, you haven't told me. You haven't told me about referring back. No,
if you look at the map of the Earth,
dude. A map of the Earth with what? That some human being made? That also represents something else?
You're right.
You just changing your symbol or your representation and trying to switch it around doesn't cure things. You can switch your representation of the word China into another abstract representation and then change that into another third abstract representation and then take that and change it into a fourth abstract representation. Those things don't exist. They exist in minds. They exist in the mind, dude.
If you want to know what China is,
shut up.
It is
Tell me what I just said, dude. You're going on mute.
China is.
If you don't repeat back to me what I just said, you're going on mute.
You're saying it's just a thing of the mind.
I didn't say it's just a thing of the mind.
It's just words that I'm saying.
No, I didn't say words that you're saying either. I said what you're just trying to do is jump from an abstract representation of the word China. First, you tried to jump to a coordinate system, which is also an abstract representation. Okay, we're not talking about abstract representations. We're talking about a geometric form and not an abstract representation. We're talking about what actually exists ontologically.
This geographic
China does not exist in any ontological way. It doesn't. You can't measure it. You can't hold it in a cup. You can't put it in your hand. You can't put it on your shelf. Okay.
And so
now,
China's
if the Earth is a ball, a sphere, right? Theoretically, I can physically manipulate it. It has matter. It fucking has energy and weight and all these things, right? It ontologically exists in some physical fucking reality.
Okay. Do you not think that people say that people manipulate the physical reality of China?
Equivalent, dude.
It is not a false equivalent because you still haven't proved China a thing that people manipulate. They build cities on, is what they're saying.
I can't prove any abstract quantity exists in a physical fucking way, you dunce.
Okay, the city of Hong Kong? Can you prove that exists to me?
What's that?
Do you not know anything then? So
no,
if I say a word about anything,
Hong Kong. What's that?
You're
trying to just change You're trying to distinguish to another abstraction, City of Hong Kong, which is an abstract idea in the human mind, and trying to reify it.
That is okay. So I cannot manipulate the City of Hong Kong.
Yeah, look. There's a place that everybody calls
you just
the
said
City
that
of Hong
China
Kong.
couldn't be manipulated.
But the buildings, but there's some buildings in a place, right? And you could smash those buildings down. You could dig up the dirt. You could do all these things, and you could call it fucking Czechoslovakia. Okay? The City of Hong Kong is an abstract thing. I can't prove it as an entity exists in the physical and fucking natural world. But you can prove that there's some building somewhere, and there's fucking some streets, and some people, and some fucking street lights, and some plumbing, and some electricity, and all these things exist in some physical form. Okay? You're trying to use a false equivalence, and I'm not going to say it again.
I don't believe that.
I don't care what you believe. You're a fucking moron, dude. You can't differentiate between something that's abstract and something that's real. Do you know what ontology is?
Are you saying the Chinese?
Do you know what ontology is, dude?
Do you think the Chinese?
Do you know what ontology is? It's the study of shit that. It's a study of saying what actually exists in reality. What actually exists separates the abstract from the actual real, right? So we have a lot of abstract things in our mind which aren't physically real, but we reify them and talk about them as if they're real. When we say the United States of America bombed frickin' Iraq. The United States of America doesn't exist per se. It's a fucking body politic. Iraq is a body politic.
I haven't seen where they bombed.
There is some geographic fucking dirt somewhere, right? That missiles flew from one geographic dirt and hit some other fucking geographic fucking dirt. Okay? That's what's real. That's what's ontologically real. When you make a claim that the Earth is a globe, you're making an ontological statement about what exists. When you say you can't prove China exists because China itself is abstract representation definitionally of an actual fucking territory somewhere, you need to define the territory.
Right, the territory. buddy. You know. You've heard of China.
How are you going to tell me what I know?
You know of China.
So China exists. You just proved it again by using the word. You just used the word.
Okay. Saying the word doesn't prove anything.
It proves that China exists. You're using the word.
Saying dirt doesn't prove dirt exists. Saying unicorn doesn't prove unicorns exist.
Okay.
I cannot physically place my BA in the area, the confines of China, and manipulate it.
Dirt represents something that's ontologically real, physical. China does not.
Is not an ontological area? Are you saying there's nothing there?
Not.
It is devoid of anything but concept?
It is not. No, it is not. You're reifying it. You don't understand because you're so brainwashed by the government that wants to anthropomorphize fucking everything. China doesn't exist as anything.
You're right. So, the people who say they're from China, they have came from a literal void.
No, dude, you are fucking. You're either really, really dumb.
I don't believe that they have been anywhere.
Okay, China. I'm gonna say it again. What do I mean when I say China is an abstract quantity? Tell me what I mean by that.
You're saying it is a word made by humans to describe an area, but it is not the area.
Where does it exist?
China?
No, yeah, China. The concept China. Where does it exist?
In the human mind is what you would have me believe. But I am not talking about the
that I'll
human
have
mind.
You believe? That's not where it exists. You've already conceded it doesn't exist out there in the physical fucking world. And that the designate. Shut up, dude. That the designation China is just some human beings went and they drew a fucking circle somewhere and said, we're going to call this China. They could have called it Steve. They could have called it fucking Adam. They could have called it fucking Blue. They could have called it anything. Right? Could they have called it anything? Now, if those people that said this circle on this map is China, they all die. All the human beings die. China doesn't exist anymore because there's no mind for it to exist in. But that physical,
do you want me to give you like
ontological? Hold on. That physically hold on, dude. But that physically ontologically real thing, the fucking geography, that still exists.
All right. Okay. Then can you prove to me the continent of Asia? exists.
Well, it depends on how you define Asia. That's even controversial. But this is the same problem.
The main landmass that people claim is there.
What is its boundaries?
You want me to give you the exact boundaries?
I want to know what the boundaries are. Because how are you going to know when you're there, dumb fuck? I'm thinking about this. This is how I'm thinking about it.
When I step on the so-called ground, I do not believe there's ground there.
Okay, you're asking me to prove the existence of Asia. How can I do that? How can I prove the existence of Asia? Say I got an infinite budget. I can hold you by the hand and bring you there. How do we know when they're there? How do we test whether it's proven to you? Well, I'm going to bring you somewhere.
I have to put my feet on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. How do you know your feet are on the ground called Asia?
I have to see around me what I've seen before portrayed to me as Asia.
How do you determine you're in Asia, dude?
I need to see a great Chinese temple before me.
Dude, you are dumb as fuck. So, Chinese temples only exist in Asia.
A great one, a great Chinese temple, an old one that I have seen in the papers that they portray as China.
Yeah, they could be anywhere. How do you know you're in Asia? We're talking about the ground here. How do you know you're in Asia? Anywhere. Yeah, how do we know? How do we know you're on the ground? How do we resolve the problem? I bring you somewhere. I go, hey, dude, we're in Asia, and you're gonna go yes or no based upon what evaluation?
You have to show me a defined
You're gonna say yes or no based upon what evaluation?
Yep. So you have to show me defined landmarks that have been portrayed as Asia previously.
Defined by human beings?
Well, they're physical
that's
objects.
Right, dude. That's right.
They're physical objects. Do you think you can't touch one of the Chinese temples?
It's the same problem, dude. It's the same problem. It's always defined by human beings. And you're going to decide whether Asia exists or not based upon what other human beings said. Okay? It is an abstract quantity, and you using the word proves it exists because you're using the abstraction. It's called a performative contradiction. This is why it's a false equivalence. Okay?
It's not a false
I've given you way too much fucking goddamn deference in talking to your retarded ass about this. You know it's a false equivalence. You won't take the fucking L like a man. You're being a pedantic fucking child. Okay?
You still haven't proven anything to me.
No one can prove an abstract China exists. Whether you want to know, you're using the word China in Asia, prove that it exists as an abstract thing that human beings made up.
Nobody can prove to me that there is a container around the Earth because a container is a concept.
Yeah, we can. Okay, I can't prove it. No, containers aren't concepts. They're ontologically real.
No, I don't think they are.
Containers don't exist in the physical world?
No.
Really?
No.
You've never seen a bike?
What about a bike?
You've never seen a gallon of milk. You've never seen a freaking jar.
These are all human concepts.
No, they're not human concepts.
They are human concepts.
They're not concepts, you idiots.
You are fucking.
If my human consciousness didn't exist, there would be no perception of these things.
No, there'd still be
all
a
of you would be
jar
gone.
Somewhere. There would still be a physical jar somewhere, and someone in China would call it someone that speaks Chinese would call it something else.
Can you prove that to me?
The symbol, we're not asserting. Can I prove it to you? That if all human beings were gone, the jar would still exist?
He thinks he's a brain in the jar.
You'd be gone too, dumb fuck. God, you get dumber with a minute, dude. Can you prove it to me when I'm dead? No, I can't.
To prove
sorry, I can't prove it to dead people. I can't prove things to dead people. I'm sorry. There's no you to prove it to.
You're right, because the entire world, which I see, exists only in my state of consciousness.
There is no you anymore.
Gone, that
told you anymore, bro. I told you knocked him down to a brain in the jar, Indio. You turned him into mush.
Brain in the jar. It's just the jar, dude. There's no brain even in the jar anymore.
Come on, man.
You said, prove it to me when no one exists.
He's burning down the house now. So nothing exists
dude,
now,
he's burning down the house. He's burning down the fire.
Guys, I had you arguing if China existed with me for like an hour. Come on, guys.
No, I don't think so. There was no argument. There was just
and you still couldn't prove
20 minutes. It was 20 minutes of Indio telling you how it goes.
It was him trying to look for definitions that he couldn't get.
No, he didn't try to.
See, listen to this guy try to spin what everybody saw. Bro, really simple. I laid it out 3 different fucking ways. Using 3 different streams of logic, how it's a false equivalence. Okay? You have not made one argument on how it actually is equivalent. Have you?
I still don't believe China is. It is.
I know in Paris. You just saying the word China proves it.
There is. Okay, opposes.
Say China again. Prove it again.
China.
Okay, buddy.
You're saying the word China, then claiming the very utterance that you just made. You can't prove exists.
In a mirror 3 times and China is there. I just.
Yeah, all of this because you can't prove the globe.
Globe. The Earth is a globe.
Yeah, all of this because you can't prove it's a globe.
All of this because you can't prove China, dog.
The Earth is flat.
China, you just proved it when you said it again. I don't have to prove it. You're proving it.
You keep proving China.
I'm talking about a concept. I'm talking about a landmark landmass, and I'm using language to communicate. Do you not use language to communicate? No?
Okay.
Didn't think so.
And I'm going to ask you again. You're talking about a landmark landmass somewhere. How do we know when we're there? At the place called China.
It's really simple, right?
Yeah, and you can refer back to another human being.
Yeah. Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think things have not
right back
formed there?
Justin, how do you know you're in China?
By being in China.
You're in a concept?
He's done, dudes. You guys don't have any other Globers in here?
Yeah, we can put him on pause. Sit down, Justin.
You guys are funny. You guys
you might want to review this and think about why your parents are related by blood.
We can have some other people in here right now.
Coming from someone that thinks the Earth is flat, that's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, you're just a peanut gallery, dude.
I think Justin.
You guys laugh like you're neurotic.
Yeah, you rode the short bus in elementary school, bro. I went to a channel where people actually use
your mask is falling off, Bowie.
All right. Does anybody want to challenge if the Earth is a globe or not? You can challenge it.
The Earth is a globe.
What's your evidence, sir?
Because if I fucking take a boat and I drive the boat all the way to the end of the fucking world, I'm not gonna fall off the Earth.
Yeah, no shit.
No shit.
Because there is no end of the world, and no one thinks there is. The flat Earth you made up in your head, we don't believe in either.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
No, I'm just not idiot enough to understand what your guys' logic between.
That's a great argument. You are an idiot because you made up a flat Earth. You said, "Hey, man, I think flat Earthers must believe there's an edge of the Earth that you can sail off of." I'll say, "Hey, there's no edge, therefore you're wrong, flat Earthers."
What's your?
We never claimed there, bro. Shut up. We never claimed there was an edge. You could shut up. We never claimed there was an edge.
So what's your evidence of the Earth being flat then?
How flat it is.
From you staying on the Earth and you looking into the distance, that's what you believe?
It presents itself that way.
Is that yeah. What? It's not a belief. If I see that it looks flat, do you want to know what looks flat? Flat things.
Yeah, but the Earth is so fucking.
You gonna argue with me?
Sure.
Do flat things look flat, bro?
Yeah, flat things look flat, but you all probably look flat.
Do curved things look flat?
Fucking huge.
How do you know that?
Is that what you have to tell yourself?
How do you know that, dude? How do you know that, Preston?
If I was an atom on a fucking baseball,
I know you guys always do this. Ant on the beach ball. How do you know that?
How do you know that's what you are as an ant on a beach ball?
Because we're on Earth, and the Earth is so much bigger than we are.
How do you know that it's so much bigger, Preston?
One broke right away. You broke him right away.
Look how big the Earth is. Look how big it is.
How do we know that? How do you know that?
Broken. He's talking in circles.
If you were to travel the world,
circular logic, dude.
What?
If you were to travel the world and see, you would understand. But you're too broke to travel the world.
So what is traveling the world going to help you know that it's a globe?
Well, no, your question to me just now was, how do I know I'm on Earth?
No. How do you know it's a globe sphere? How do you know that?
I'm on, well...
What?
Hold on, Mike.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the end of him. He should be quitting soon.
Time's up.
You know what? Fuck you. You're a bunch of fucking niggers.
Yay! Told ya.
Is that your globe proof?
That sounded like Justin like about an hour and a half ago.
It's pathetic and sad that that's all they've got.
Yep.
Well, you can unmute just. Let's get his opinion on his friend.
First of all, never said the N-word. Just want to clarify that. Second of all, that guy was kind of dumb.
He's sticking up for you.
He's not sticking up for me. He's sticking up that there's not a globe. Doesn't matter about me. He's not related to me. He said he believed me. That I don't care.
No, he's sticking up that the Earth is a globe, not a globe.
Yeah, that it is a globe. So that doesn't lump him in the same group of thought as me. Right? But anyways, guys, yeah.
Time to go?
Yeah, it's kind of time to go for me, but until you can prove China is real to me without like using silly little word definitions, I just can't do it with you guys. It's a little too intellectually dishonest.
It had nothing to do with anything to begin with, and you're the intellectual dishonest one, you fully automated projector.
Have a good one, man. See you next time.
All right, let's lay some facts down. More people have claimed to see Bigfoot with their own two eyes than have claimed to see the Earth in its totality with their own two eyes. More people have claimed to see Jesus risen from the dead than have claimed to see the Earth as a globe with their own two eyes. Of the alleged people in the Apollo program, which is like less than 24, that may have been in a position to see the Earth with their own two eyes, only 4 people are left alive today. They never swore any testimony of what they saw, and they have contradictory anecdotes about what they saw. Right? So even by that standard, according to him, when you're talking about China, so missionaries to China are in the hundreds of thousands. They come from other nations. They go to China. They come back and report. Emigration from China, which is natural-born people in China that then come from China to other lands. United States, it's about 3 million. People that visit China is in the upwards of 25 to 30 million per year, right? So if we're going to believe a bunch of astronauts, right, then why wouldn't we believe tens upon tens upon tens upon tens upon tens of millions of people that have either gone from their land to China and returned, or have come from China to the other land? Like these things are so different by orders of magnitude that it's not even comparable. But the real question is, why is he so hyper scrutinous of proof for China? Is he basically just admitting that he doesn't need any proofs? If somebody says they've been there, he's just going to take it on faith?
Well, what I was trying to really get to was the fact that he was trying to make an impossible proposition. Because if you can't define how you would prove it in the first place, right? How could I prove to him he's in China? And he kept balking at that. Because China, by definition, is something a bunch of people agreed upon. So he'd have to look to some third party and say, am I in China? And they would have to tell him, yes, you're in China. He wouldn't be able to determine that from himself. He could arbitrarily choose a place and say, yes, this is China. Yes, I'm in China. That's why I use this house as a reference. Right? You could just say your house is China and you're there. Yeah, prove China. You can't prove...
Right, so just like he isn't...
Yeah, go ahead.
He isn't qualified to even know if he's in a location, let alone get information secondhand that a location exists. Which by his own admission, he is not qualified to understand whether he would even be on the moon or if somebody else said they were on the moon. So basically, he's told us all that he doesn't know anything and he's just dumb as a brick.
He has me to prove something to him if all the people were gone. Like, how am I going to do that? You're gone too. I'm gone.
He gave up the ghost like twice when you left there.
Dude, that was the worst reality burn down I ever heard, though, AB.
Oh, dude, listen, I had to leave. I had to leave to establish an alibi. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, it was great. It was me and Radwin. Took him down. I was going to give him space, but Radwin said, nah, I'll take that too. So,
no, you got to pull the Band-Aid off when the time is right, and it was right.
We got a couple muted people. I muted them because they were trying to interrupt that conversation. So, feel free to unmute them.
Who's this guy?
Trap Money Man said that he was having lots of fun, and I think Ryder was just heckling or something. I could have muted the wrong person too. That's a possibility.
Like I said, talk to Ryder.
Riders of the storm. Dun, 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 dun.
What's up, Ryder?
Hear me?
Yep.
All right. I have a question. What about like when boats go over the horizon and like their bottoms disappear first?
You know if that's curvature or not? That's a question to you.
Yeah. No, I know that's true. I've stood at the pier by my house and watched boats disappear.
And the next question, how did you determine that was curvature?
Well, how far away was it too? Where you stood on the pier? How far away was it?
At the end of the pier.
The boats always go over at the same place, right?
Say again?
The boats always go over the curve at the same spot when you're on the pier, right?
Yeah.
How far away is that spot from where
I don't know. I don't know how many miles. It's
so we can't even argue the point. You don't know what you're talking about yet.
I mean, I'd have to search up how far the human eye can
believe you.
The point was, how did you determine that it was going over the curve? And so Radwin's question was of distance. So the distance, if you understood what distance it was disappearing at, it would have been consistent with the geometric shape of the Earth being.
We said it happens at the same spot every time, and I want to know what. So you should have taken all those times that you've gone there, the hundreds and thousands of times that you've gone and done this. You should have marked where they go over on a map, and then bring that in as proof.
Well, right. I only joined because I was trying to give a good debate on why they disappear and stuff.
Well, they don't.
Yeah. So that's the thing, though.
First of all, your main problem is they don't. They do. They appear to do that sometimes because of inferior mirages and shit. But it's not a consistent observation. That's why when Professor Triangle asked you, does it happen at the same time? We know that it does, or at the same place. We already know that does not happen. Period.
And the fact that we know that it doesn't happen, and you're trying to figure out if it does or does not, and that's the most important part you should think about, because you were confident enough to say that the ship's going over the curve, but now upon this revelation, you can't tell us how any data that you can.
So you think like the sun and like the moon and stuff?
Ryder, hold on. I know you want to hold on, brother. You want to move on to the next point. You understand that at this point, you said that you were confident enough to tell us that you know the ship is going over the horizon, as in the curve of the Earth.
I see it with my eyes.
I know, but you weren't able to determine how it actually is the curve.
Well, because I don't know the specifics of it.
Okay, so then that means you don't know if it's going over the curve. That's the most important part about this.
What you've done is you've made an observation. Let's assume you actually made it, but I doubt it. I think you're full of shit. Okay, but that being not, yeah, you are. Okay. When you said you saw it at the same place every time, I knew you're lying. Okay, I believed you right up until that point. So anyway, the point is that you make an observation, the ship disappears bottom up, and you say to yourself, that can only happen on a curved surface. So it must be happening on a curved surface. You're wrong. That's the thing.
Why do you think
your evaluation is wrong because we can demonstrate it happening on flat surfaces. The exact same visual observation where it appears to disappear bottom up and sink into the horizon as if it's going over a curve. But we know the surface is flat that we're doing these experiments on.
So what do you think? Where do you think it goes?
Where do I think it goes?
What does that matter? I thought you were supposed to prove the fact that it's going over the curve. That's determining whether or not you know that it's a globe. This is you're asking him questions, brother.
Let me Can I share my screen if I pull up a video or no?
I mean, you can just put the video link. I mean, what are you going to show? Like,
well, I'm going to pull up a video on YouTube of a boat and show you that it happens.
No.
We have pictures of when it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and then we're going to post videos of it not happening.
Doesn't happen. So now what do? Two of us have it not happening. You are only one person that has it happening. We're the majority, so it doesn't actually happen.
All right. Yeah. You're still going to fall in the same category of you not being able to present if it's going over curve or not. Even if you present the video, it doesn't matter. We're going to ask you specifics. What is the distance away from the observer to the ship? You're going to have to know some things about it, right? You can't just put a video in there and say, Bob's your uncle. We're going to ask you questions about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. Okay. I understand what you're trying to say.
All right, so we're going to want to know if what you're presenting is going to be evidence of the Earth being a globe. Like, how can you determine that? So if you can't determine that, then why are you going to present it? If you can, then go ahead. But if you can't, then don't. We want the affirmation that you can tell us that you know the Earth is a globe.
All right, so next time you want me to build up the background info before I go and tell you, is what you're saying.
That would help. That would help, because if you're going to tell us about how you know that the claim that you're presenting of something that is what you think is true, we're going to ask you relevant information about it, and you should be able to tell us. Otherwise, it's just you.
I know it's true because I see it in my brain, but
like observer height, observer height, distance to the horizon. If you can get that distance to the object, that type shit.
Yeah, all that's important.
So real quick, I'll just say something here. I did some research while you guys were talking, and
oh, I'm sure ChatGPT is not research, dude.
Nah, buddy, I didn't ChatGPT. Don't worry about that. Okay. But it's
I'm just gonna
stop seeing the boat.
ChatGPT. I'm just gonna delete your stuff, dude.
Buddy, I didn't post any ChatGPT. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Said if.
What are you talking about?
Finish your statement, dude.
I'm saying, if you're standing on shore, you will watch a boat disappear bottom up from 3 to 3.5 miles.
Oh, you looked it up.
Yeah, you looked it up.
What's the fucking big deal, buddy? What's the big deal?
Look, bro, by the ocean, I've never seen that. Why not?
All right.
I feel like that's not true because there's
I got a photograph. I'll post in a chat of a ship 30. I'll post a chat of a ship 30 miles away on the horizon, 30-mile away horizon from 15 feet above sea level.
Yeah, I can see an island 30 miles away from my house.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, that's but when it goes beyond that, that's when it starts to disappear.
You shouldn't be seeing any island from 30 miles away.
He lives on a 1.5 million radius mile Earth.
Do you know what the drop is in 30 miles? How much of an object would be hidden at 30 miles away?
It depends how big it is. It's a big island, so I can see it from far away.
But we can make a prediction on how much should be missing. How much would be missing at 30 miles? Just take a guess.
Like, you want a percentage or what?
No, like say we have a 1,000-foot building. How much of that building's missing at 30 miles away? How much of the building do we still see is sticking up from behind the curve of the Earth?
I'll probably see maybe 70% of it. Like, I won't see the bottom.
What does that mean? We don't want a percentage. We want feet.
I'll see probably 500 feet of it.
Okay, well, that's pretty close. You would see, it's 470. Yeah, about 500 feet.
And would you see the top half or no?
Yeah, you'd see the top half, right?
Because the bottom half disappeared because it started curving.
No, it's not because of curve. It's because you don't understand how light works. That's what it's because of. Because we can replicate this same observation where something being cut in half on a known flat surface. It's a surface we know is flat. We don't have to speculate. We can take the little object, like a little boat, and sail it away, a little RC boat, right, on a small, shorter distance, and watch the boat disappear, quote unquote, over the horizon. Well, there should be no Earth curve there because the distance is too short. That we can replicate this time and time again. You can replicate it too. So you're drawing a conclusion based upon a faulty premise that if your premise is this can only happen on a globe Earth, this can't happen on a flat Earth, so it must be a globe. That premise is wrong.
Okay, I have a question. How do you see the Earth like when you look at it from space?
Hold on.
Is it just a disc? If it's all
look
flat?
at it from where?
Outer space.
No, we don't think Earth is a disc. There is no outer space. That's all Fantasyland shit.
You don't.
Oh my god.
I love it.
God.
I love it. I love
oh my God. I said heresy. I said heretic. He said there's no outer space.
I love how you did that. No, you're fucking stupid. There's no space either.
Okay, so where does the sun go? What about the moon?
What do you mean? Where does it go? When you don't see it anymore?
Around. Where does the listen? Dude, this is what you sound like. Where'd the sun go? What about the moon? How come the stars are up in the sky? What about clouds? Why do they roll around? What's going on? My life it's just so confusing now.
No, I'm saying like the sun comes up and it goes around, and then the moon comes up and it goes around. Like
they take arcs, dude. It doesn't go around.
Okay, where does it go?
And you just kind of debunk yourself because we see the sun move and the moon move, but you think you're spinning.
I'm saying, where is
you
it?
think you're moving?
Space? Where is the sun?
It moves away from where you are.
In the sky.
And then where
it's
does
in the
it go?
sky. It moves away from where you are to be over some other place.
So the world just never ends?
What do you mean world just never ends?
Because obviously it keeps on. If you're saying it keeps on going, so where does it keep on going to?
Well, if I'm in North America, it'll go to Asia.
Really? Flat Earth in 2025, guys?
Look, does sun take a circular path over the Earth?
Oh, I'm not trying to like challenge.
No.
Wait. No, hold on.
I want him to answer my question.
I am here to destroy you, flat earthers.
Okay, you're here to get muted, apparently.
Oh my god, these guys are babies.
Preston, you're gonna be muted next. So we're sick of your frickin' peanut gallery comments and fix your mic. Nobody can hear you.
Shut up, how about you're Indian?
Okay, so you want to be banned. You're a fantastic writer.
So go ahead.
Things like circumnavigation, right? Is that a circle?
Can you explain that? And I'm not that smart, but can you?
Circumnavigation's like circling around the Earth.
Okay.
Circumnavigation was like sailing around the Earth that proved it's a globe, right?
Okay.
Okay. Circumnavigation just means navigating in a circle. Can you navigate in a circle on a flat Earth, on a flat surface?
I don't think so.
Can you draw a circle on a flat surface?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So circumnavigation is just the name of going in a circle around a central point. And the central point we've chosen, at least in the north, is Polaris. So as long as you keep Polaris on your left, you'll go in a circle. The same way as if you like tied a rope around a pole and stretched it out and walked. You think you're walking straight, but you're just walking in a circle.
Okay,
it's really simple. And this is, hold on. Okay. This is what the sun is doing. Okay? It's just going in a circle. When it gets too far away from you, it gets dark where you are. Now, this isn't a great analogy, but think of it like you have a big, giant fucking warehouse and one light bulb.
I understand.
Think about you have one warehouse and a giant warehouse and a light bulb.
The sun is not a light bulb.
That light, shut up, Twanger. I'm going to ban you if you don't shut up. Mute up.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to find it. You're saying it goes like this. Look at the chat. I just sent a GIF so you can see if it loads. But,
look, you can't, first of all, you can't represent the relationship. No, I don't. Okay. That's a representation. That's not what it does. You're not going to be able to find out when it's fucking noon with that. Okay. It's a representation. Just like if I said represent day and night on a globe, you'd show a fucking giant fucking sun or a giant earth and a little sun, right? You would never be to scale. It would never freaking show the tilt. It would never show anything like that, right? It would just be a representation that just represents the idea. So yes, that represents the general idea, but that isn't like where the sun is. That can't be represented on a 2D map by anybody, even in the globe model. Can't be represented with a globe at all because the sun would be so far away, you would need a screen that's 40,000 pixels, and the Earth would be one fucking pixel. How are you going to represent day and night with that? Good luck. Anyway, the point is that the sun and the moon, just like a light bulb one single light bulb can't light up an entire warehouse, the sun can't light up the entire Earth because the air absorbs light. Okay? This is well known. It's called optical extinction. There's a limit to how far light can travel through fucking air. And this is proven very simply. Okay. Look at the sun at noon, and you'll be blinded. Look at the sun. Hold on. And then you can look at the sun when it's on the horizon, directly at the sun. It's 23,000 times less bright than at noon. Have you ever thought of why that is?
Because it goes around the Earth.
Why is the sun 23,000 times less bright at the horizon than at noon?
Because it's brighter above somewhere else. No?
Okay. Think about it. You're looking straight up at the sun. You went blind, and now... But before you went blind, the day before, you looked at the sun on the horizon and did not go blind. Why didn't you go blind the day before?
Is it not the same thing every day? I'm confused.
Because you're looking through more air.
You're looking through more air. That's the answer. Okay. When the sun gets further away from where you are, the light has to go through more air. The more air it has to go through, the darker it gets. That's why we have twilight, right? We have civil twilight, nautical twilight. Just listen for a second. Well, hold on. Just let me finish this, and you can talk all you want. So this is what, and you got off the boats thing, which I didn't forget about.
I was trying to go back to it.
So we have twilight. We have 3 stages of twilight because the light fades away. There isn't a freaking Terminator line that the Earth spins and boom, it goes from day to fucking night. Right? The Earth was a globe, right? Would light up 50% of the globe. You'd spin right out of freaking daytime into nighttime. It should be nearly instantaneous. But anyway, back to ships over the horizon. Okay, I myself have filmed the boat going from 6 miles out to 30 miles. Never disappearing, never going over the horizon, never doing anything like that. I know where the boat is because I was tracking it with marinetraffic.com, which uses marine radar to tell you where boats are out at sea.
Okay, let me say something. The horizon thing. So what do you think, the horizon is just where we can't see anymore, or what is the horizon to you?
It's where it's not what it is to me. It's what it's defined as.
Okay, where
the Earth appears to meet the sky, the dividing line.
I'm brick right now.
Everything converges into the horizon, into the vanishing point.
And then with the point on where does the Earth end? Does it have an ending, or does it just keep on going?
No,
it goes around.
No.
So
nobody here thinks the Earth has an end. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space. Outer space vacuum is impossible. Do you realize that?
I don't really know what that means.
Well, it's outer. You got the Earth, right? According to them, there's freaking atmosphere that you're breathing right now, right? It has 15 pounds of pressure per square inch, assuming you're at sea level, right? You're breathing pressurized gas. Till your lungs are inflating. The pressurized gas, you create a vacuum in your lungs that sucks the gas in. Why isn't the gas on Earth fucking off into the vacuum of space?
Because the atmosphere, or no?
How can the atmosphere contain the atmosphere?
I'm not that specific. I don't know the specifics on it.
Well, this is the problem. This is why space can't exist, because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, which a high pressure system goes to a low pressure system, regardless of anything else. There's no way to stop it. So what happens every freaking time? Second law of thermodynamics has no known violations. So when you ask us, does the Earth have an edge? It's assuming that the Earth is inside some gigantic freaking void.
What do you mean?
Dude, stop going into panic mode and asking about fucking photosynthesis.
I didn't ask about
photosynthesis.
No,
I didn't even hear that. You said photosynthesis?
Well, because I searched up on, ChatGPT this. I just searched up, how can the atmosphere contain oxygen? And it says it contains oxygen primarily because of photosynthesis.
So it starts at the ground then. Okay,
the atmosphere is the oxygen, dude. What are you talking about?
That's hilarious. It contains oxygen. It produces oxygen, so that's why it's contained in the atmosphere through photos. Oh my god, bro. That's what ChatGPT gave you?
Mixture of gases that are on the surface of the Earth, including the oxygen. How the oxygen is created is fucking irrelevant. Okay, the oxygen is a constituent part of the whole atmosphere thing. But there's no boundary between that pressurized gas that's at temperature, right? That's thermodynamically active with the vacuum, which is not. So gases try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium with their environment. So the gas, trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, would try to pressurize the vacuum of space. But that's impossible. Because you're breathing right now. So that can't be happening. You'd be dead. So you have a choice here. You have the second law of thermodynamics, which Einstein said was one of the legs of the three legs of the stool of physics, right? It's a pillar of physics with no known violations. Arthur Eddington, who supposedly confirmed Einstein's theory, said that if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, you're doomed to the greatest humiliation. So their theory is that there's some sort of second law violation going on, such that there's a vacuum of outer space that you can go and hang out in, right? With space rocks and space gases. That there's gas balls in outer space forming spheres. This is their story. Or you can believe the second law of thermodynamics, which we can test in the lab over and over and over again. Or you can believe their fantasies. We don't think the Earth has an edge.
So you don't.
The horizon would not be the edge of the Earth. Okay, think about it like this. Let's get back to the central questions. You want to know why the horizon is created, why you even see a horizon.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you think there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth?
No,
or that the horizon would be the edge of the Earth?
I think the horizon would be the edge of the Earth on a flat Earth.
Okay. Now, let's investigate that for a second. Now, say you're standing in the beach and the ocean stretched all the way to the edge of the Earth. You got a clear view. So let's say it's 16,000 miles away. So we're gonna pour some dye in the water 50 miles away. Would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? Even with a camera, telescope, use whatever you want. The surface of the water.
Yeah. Say again?
Yeah, would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? This red-dyed water.
Actually, yeah, probably.
Think of the angle. That's the hint. Think of the angle that you'd be viewing the surface at.
You probably
a very shallow angle, right? Your line of sight would be nearly parallel to the surface. How would you ever see it?
I don't think you would.
Yeah, that's right. That's way before the edge of the Earth, right? That's only 50 miles away. The horizon is created by the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface. And coincidentally, and this is an odd coincidence, is that where they say the globe horizon is, if you do the calculation, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, for a 6-foot observer, that puts the horizon at 3.24 miles away. Okay? If we calculate it based upon the angular resolution of the human eye, the minimum angle that you can see where the horizon should be, it's 3.25 miles away. It's fucking nearly the identical place. Ain't that a weird coincidence? When I say angular resolution, right, if you have 2 points of light, so we see in angles, we don't see like in millimeters or feet, right? That would be crazy. It would make construction super easy because we wouldn't need tape measures. But we need tape measures because we only see in angles. So when I say angular resolution, you have a separation angle, what you can make out. So if I took two light bulbs, think about it like this. If you have a car's got two headlights, right? But if the car's far enough away, those two headlights look like one headlight. Angle resolution is the angle between the two lights where you can differentiate those two headlights being separate lights. Okay? This is the same way when you're looking at a very shallow angle. The angle between where the water is and the end of the Earth, say, is so small there's no way you could resolve it. It would just appear as a line in your vision. Right. This is what creates the horizon, the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface, because you're looking at a planar surface, right? And like you do this every day, so you should know this intuitively. When you go look at a screen, you don't look at it from the side, do you?
No.
You put your face at 90 degrees right from it, right? Because that's how you can see the whole thing. But if you rotated it and looked at it from the side, there would be some angle where you couldn't see the screen at all because you'd be looking parallel to the screen surface. When you're a little teeny dude on the surface of fucking the ocean, you're looking at a very shallow angle across the surface. And when that angle becomes too far where you can't resolve water past it because the angle's too small, that's where the horizon starts. And where that appears to be is based upon meteorological conditions. It's not based upon geometry. That's why they call it the apparent line. Because, Ryder, that's why when you were asked, was the horizon in the same spot, that was a shit test. We know already that the horizon moves around from day to day, even hour to hour. You could go out today, and then the next day, the horizon would, one day it'd be 6 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 3 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 30 miles away. It changes based upon the meteorological conditions, how clear the air is, whether there's inferior mirages, how much dust or opacity in the air. There's all sorts of factors that determine where the horizon looks like it is.
So do you think that, like, why do you think I got the idea of it being a sphere? Like, you think the government just
someone told you that in school?
But when I search it up, it's the same thing. What about NASA?
What?
Because you learned when you were 7 years old and the teacher told you that it was too big to see the curve and too big to feel it move.
Ryder, would you have figured it out it was a sphere if nobody told you? On your own?
Probably not. No.
Yeah. I've asked many people by now. I think I've asked 50 or 60. I've asked them the same question, and everybody says the same thing. No, they would have never figured it out on their own. So the idea was given to you. You accepted the idea.
Wait, why do you think this first?
Would you go to, if NASA offered you to go to space, would you go?
Would I go?
Okay. Yes, yeah.
I'm not going on. No, I'm not going on a rocket, bro. I'm not being a Roman candle.
Yeah, you'll be dead. Nobody goes in a rocket ever. No one's ever gone in a rocket, dude.
If NASA makes you go to sets up a wardrobe where you can go into fucking Narnia, and we go in the wardrobe, no, I won't. Okay.
Okay. What about
I just
when you look
told you and laid out why space can't exist, and you just like, but they said it exists, and they'll promise to give you a ride there. Yeah, right. Get in the trunk, man. It's safer there.
What about when you look out of a plane window and it's curved?
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. Just stop, bro.
It is.
No. Look,
no, dude, you're correct. The plane window is curved. You're right.
Yeah, the plane window's curved. If you had a ball, Ryder, real simple. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, how high would a plane be off the surface of that ball?
How high is the plane flying? Like, there's
let's just say cruising speed, 45,000 feet. How high?
I don't know if you.
How high would the plane be off the surface of that ball? 6 feet tall ball.
How high is the plane?
40,000 feet.
Okay, so it'd probably be 39,900.
How many inches above the surface of the ball?
That's 8 miles. 8
Tell
miles.
me how high? Millimeters, inches, whatever units you want. How high would it be off the surface of the ball? So 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball is equivalent to how far above a 6-foot ball? I already know the answer to this.
I know the answer.
It's 1/100th of a millimeter. It's 1/100th of an inch. Sorry. You can't see it curved from an airplane. All this, even
so do you think like NASA's a scam and stuff?
Dude,
like that's not real.
So, right, there's a famous video of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the Red Bull jump, which is a skydive from 128,000 feet, way higher than an airplane. Okay, you can go on his Twitter right now, Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's also a talk where he talks and says, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet. Okay, even the ISS, where you think that is, 255 miles, that's only 3% of the Earth that they would see. if they could see the entire circle of the horizon. But they're only going to see a sliver of that, right? Based on their field of view. And let's say they have a 90-degree field of view. Okay, they're going to see like one half of 1% of the surface of the Earth. You can't see curve in that small amount of section of a sphere. So when you say you can see curve from a plane, you're talking thousands of the Earth's surface. Thousands. And here's the funny thing. We have photographs from tops of mountains of 275 miles. A plane at 45,000 feet, the horizon distance from that plane, where you think the curve is out the plane window, is 263 miles. Well, we have photographs on Earth across vast distances, namely it's called the Gulf of Lyon in France, that are 275 miles, that are farther than that. Farther than what an airplane should see on the globe from 45,000 feet. You can see from 9,000 feet across the surface of the Earth. And you know what? When they take that photos, there's no curve in those photos. Though you should see a curve. If you can see it from the airplane with a horizon that far away, then you'd see the same curve from the 275-mile distance horizon.
Okay.
I don't know why you guys say you could see curve from a plane. Nobody agrees with you. Nobody. Unless you Googled that you can see curve. So you probably Googled it, and Google said you could see it from 30,000 feet. In my experience in this topic, that has changed 4 times.
Okay.
What Google said.
Okay.
This started at 80,000, went to 60,000, went down to 45,000, and now it's 30,000.
Like the dude jumping out of the space with a parachute.
Red Bull jump, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the GoPro jump. It was a GoPro. It was sponsored by GoPro.
That was Red Bull.
Okay. Yeah, it was Red Bull.
It was Red Bull with co-sponsored by GoPro. That's when they released their little tiny cube.
No one gives a fuck about fucking who it's sponsored by. We're talking
Yes, it does matter. That's the cameras they use, you idiot.
Yeah, GoPro does a barrel distortion.
Wide-angle lenses, curved horizontal lines. That curvature is fake. And people believe that it's real.
Okay, then where did he come from? If you're saying space is fake, where did he jump out of?
Upper space is fake. Like the story that they gave you about the
hot air balloon. He jumped out of a hot air balloon, dude, with GoPro cameras running.
He jumped out of
upper space is not fake. It's what like that shit you see. Outer space, the narrative, the story is fake. The billions of years Big Bang Boom monkey ball religion is fake. Everything in existence didn't come from a singularity.
Did you think that 128,000 feet is space?
I don't know how many feet it is.
Space is politically, space starts at 100 kilometers, which is 56 miles or something, or 96 miles. I can't remember what it is. 56 miles.
What is the shape of Earth to you?
It's 50 miles, I believe, or 100 kilometers. It's 62 miles.
Doesn't have a shape because it's not inside of something. What's the shape of the universe, brother? Does that question make sense to you when I say what's the shape of the universe?
Yeah, I can see.
What's it inside then?
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just like an infinite regression. See, you've been trained through repetition to think of when I say, "Hey, dude, what's the Earth like?" Hold on. This is very important. This is very important. That's why I'm bringing it up. Right, you've been trained because you think about the Earth in a certain way. You think about it as if you're in some third-person shooter outside the Earth, viewing it. And when you ask questions about it, that's how you're thinking about it, is if you're outside of everything. Where's the edge, man? Like, what does it look like? Where is it in the cosmos? Like, where is this object? Right? You don't experience the Earth that way. Yeah, well, that whole idea.
Can I fall off of the edge?
Yeah, Ryder. That whole idea of possibility that you can be outside the Earth looking back at it with some God's eye view is horseshit. Your brain has been infected. That view is not possible by you or anybody else. Okay? There is no God's eye view. You are in a first-person shooter, brother. You're not in a third-person shooter. There is no top-down. There is only inside-out. You understand?
I explain that.
If I say, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
Say again?
If I say to you, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
I could describe all the different like parts of
from
it.
memory.
Mountains,
Not from imagination,
oceans.
from memory.
Okay, mountains, oceans, deserts, lakes.
Was any of that a globe?
Cities.
Did you see a globe in any of that?
No, but I saw curvature when I was in the sky.
No, you didn't, dummy.
You said you saw curvature in the sky. Really?
I have a question.
I saw curvature at the beach.
Right,
I got a genuine question.
Yeah,
we're kind of in the middle of discussing flat Earth, and I'm sure your question's going to be answered, Bila.
Let's hear what Bila has to say. Bila, say something.
Why do things like disappear from the bottom first?
We just covered this. Go on YouTube and rewind it. We just covered this in infinite fucking detail 5 minutes ago.
Oh wait, this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
So why do you think that happens?
What do I think?
I'll do it again. Fuck it. I can do it 100 times. Why do you think that happens? Why do you think ships? Does this happen every time? Sometimes? How often does this happen?
Never when I see ships. They never do that.
I've never seen it.
Why I want to capture that so I can say, look, magic ship's going over a curve, and then I'll measure that point, and then we'll know exactly how big the Earth is. But then the next day when I go, it'll be at a totally different place, and that means the Earth got bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
Last time I was at Revere Beach, I couldn't see past like maybe 6 miles. By the time I was there before, I could see 30 miles. So how is that possible? How come the horizon was 6 miles one day and 30 miles some other day?
When's the last time, Bila, that you actually went to the beach and watched a ship go over the horizon? Not watched it on a video, but actually gone and watched it yourself.
Yesterday.
Where?
Newport Beach.
Newport, Rhode Island?
No, California.
California.
What was the water temperature?
I'd say it's probably like 70.
64.
What was the air temperature?
Like 70.
75.
I'm gonna fact check you, dude. Are you making shit up? What kind of boat was it?
I think it was like a Boeing.
A Boeing boat? Or an airplane?
Okay, he doesn't have the smartest.
Yeah, your buddy got caught lying. I tried to
mask fell off, dude.
You did. So would you think you'd get a buddy and try to like double down on your lie?
I didn't.
You've never seen this. That's the fucked up thing. Is that neither one of you two have seen this?
I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
You're a liar.
What kind of boat was it?
Conversation.
What kind of boat was it, Ryder?
It was. I've seen it multiple times. I've seen it with.
What kind of boat was it, Ryder? Don't try to think of the answer.
I don't know the specific names, but I've seen like cargo ships.
Was it a sailboat? Was it a cargo ship? Was it an oil tanker? Was it a freaking pleasure vessel? Was it a yacht?
Cargo ships, and I've seen sailboats.
You've seen cargo ships and sailboats disappear over the horizon.
Yes.
We have?
Okay. How far away were they?
Bro, I don't know how many fucking miles, but I know.
So, Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, what are you going to say about that?
Ryder, you don't live in California. How would you see that?
You're on mute.
Mute, Bila?
No. Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, then what are you going to say? Because I'm going to post it in the chat in 5 seconds.
All right, I'll watch this. I'll see. Let's see, and you can see my live reaction.
And you want to know something crazy? The visibility index yesterday was 10 miles from Newport Beach.
Why is that crazy?
Crazy for them, not for us.
Oh.
What was the water and air temperature?
Water temperature was 65, air temperature 72.
Jesus.
Ooh, that would have been a decent
stacks of shit, dude.
You would have got some good shots with that temperature.
If you saw that, you saw an inferior mirage.
Okay, Bilo was talking out of his ass. He did not see that yesterday.
Of course he didn't. And if he did, it was an inferior mirage.
He didn't see anything.
When you have a huge water air temperature differential,
are you gonna put it in the chat or?
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, okay. You guys got a lot of YouTube subscribers, or?
What does that matter?
I'm just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I don't check, dude. It's not important to us.
1.5K. Nice. 26 are watching.
That's for one stream you're looking at.
26
Yeah, but no, but I'm saying you have 1.5K subscribers.
That's just for that one guy streaming. We have multiple streams, dude.
You realize that subscriber count doesn't mean a goddamn thing, that there's people with 1 million subs and they do a live stream and get 800 people watching it.
Okay. Which
you know that's true.
Do I India? Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
All right.
I posted, am I in the right server?
I'm about to click on it.
So yeah, so God damn it.
New observation to share with you from the same body of water.
So hold on a second. No, you can watch it, but I got a screenshot. Why is this freaking Discord's acting freaking flaky, man.
This time, center of the camera lens, previous observations. With ripples on the water this day, we'll be viewing from approximately 2 inches above.
Yeah, I got a screenshot from the video, man. It's freaking not rendering. That's freaking weird, man. Oh, I'll use this too. Why not? So the important thing about this is that this lake is 1,000 feet long and the horizon should be 2,600 feet away. So why? 2 questions. Why is there a horizon at all? That's number one, because there should be no horizon. This lake being only 1,000 feet long, should be no horizon on it at all, which proves that the horizon can't possibly be the geometry of the Earth. Second of all, since we know that this is a short distance, and this distance has to be flat or the curvature is so minimal that it can't possibly hide anything, why do you only see half of the boat?
Where are you posting this?
I posted the video in politics. If you scroll up to 1102. Tried to post a screenshot, man, but I'm having problems freaking even.
I got it. I see it.
I got screenshots on the home server, man. It's like not even rendering. It's crazy.
Would be over 2,200 feet from the observer.
So here's another one. So this is National Geographic, right? So National Geographic did this test in their video called Round Earth versus Flat Earth. So what they did is they took this flag, had a bunch of stripes on it, and they sailed it away from the camera. And as you can see, there's a stripe missing on this flag, a bottom stripe. It's gone. And they said, and National Geographic said, that this was the curvature of the Earth, making it so that that was hidden. The problem is the thing that's supposed to be hiding the bottom of that is behind the flag in the first place. So how can the thing behind the flag hide the flag, be also in front of the flag hiding the stripe?
Say that one more time.
How can the horizon be behind the flag and in front of the flag at the same time? So I'm going to post another image so you can see the whole thing.
Could you post it without those lines in it? Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so up in the top right, that's the original flag. They sailed it away, and you can easily find this if you go on YouTube, type in National Geographic Flat Earth versus Round Earth. This video will come up. And in that video, she point blank said, she's like, why can't you see the bottom stripe? And the guy goes, because it's blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Even though this is what they're showing on the screen. This is a common thing that you'll see in this topic, is that you'll have a Glober saying something, but when you actually look at what's being displayed on the screen, it doesn't match with the words that are coming out of their face. Okay, so this can't possibly be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, because that would be blocked by the horizon, which is obviously behind the flag. So, can you tell us if the only reason you can't see the bottom of something of the curve of the Earth is why don't we see that bottom stripe?
I don't understand your question.
Where did the bottom stripe go? Why don't we see it? Is what I'm asking you.
Because the Earth curved.
Okay, then how is the horizon behind the flag?
I think it's
the thing that's supposed to be blocking the bottom stripe is beyond the flag itself.
Maybe it's photoshopped.
It's a screenshot from a video. You can go watch the video, and it's National Geographic.
I'm about to watch it. I actually just pulled it up. So, do you know how many minutes into it is, or no?
Here's a zoom in. So obviously the horizon's behind the flag. Oh, I got a timestamp of it. I'll post that. Just give me a second.
I think I almost found it.
No, he just wanted to go right to it's photoshopped. You're lying, Indio.
It wouldn't be me lying.
Well, you're not allowed to post stuff if that shows that you don't live on a globe. Then you're lying.
Why is the horizon behind it? Refraction.
Hey, guess how big the Earth would be if something 1,000 feet away was being obstructed by the curve of the Earth when you're 5 feet tall? Guess how big the Earth would be? Anybody?
In the Nat Geo video, she just goes, "Why is it happening?" And he goes, "It's because of the curvature of the Earth."
Yeah, but that can't be true. What block for the? You said ships go over the horizon. You said it's the horizon is the edge of the Earth that's blocking things. Where the curve starts. How can the horizon be behind the flag and in front of the flag, back blocking the stripe at the same time?
Well, I also think you won't see the. I think that this doesn't give.
You can try to fucking put the lipstick on the pig all you want. It ain't that.
I don't know.
You can't set. Look, you can't talk your way out of this. We have empirical evidence. We have a photograph. I can fucking up the color values. I can negative the color values.
I'd like to see it do the exact same thing in the ocean in a very much more.
This is the Salton Sea.
Is that not a lake?
It's a sea.
It's a big lake.
It's a big sea, dude.
Okay, but it's.
Do you think somehow on another place it'll be different?
I do think so.
Why?
Because it will be a lot more vast and grand than the Salton Sea.
A lot more vast, and this is 20 miles across.
Okay, we'll take it to the Pacific Ocean and see that.
And what does that change?
A lot of things. It's a lot more water and a lot.
A lot of things. It's different. Yeah. What is there a property of that water that's different than the property of this water?
What do you mean, like? What do you mean?
I want to know how it's different. If I don't use this water and use some other water, how that's different.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. I don't see boats.
It's funny watching you guys cope.
Disappear.
That because your whole premise is wrong and it's demonstrably wrong, and now you're just in full fucking cult mode. So making some claim that somehow the Pacific Ocean water is different than the Salton Sea water, and you got to go to the Pacific Ocean.
I see him disappear in the ocean.
It's not a lake.
Okay, well, it's 20 miles.
Look, it's fine that you've seen it disappear. Your conclusion is based upon a false premise. That it can only happen on a curved surface is a false premise. This demonstrates it. That is the point. This bottom stripe is gone. It's disappeared. But it can't have disappeared over the curve of the earth because, according to you and everybody else, the curve of the earth is behind the flag, too. So which is the curve of the earth? Is the curve of the earth the horizon, or is it the thing that blocks things?
If it happens, this exact same thing happens in the ocean, then I'll believe it. But this is in a lake; it's not an ocean.
That doesn't matter. Just saying it's not the water I like doesn't cure anything, because ocean is just a word for some different water, and the difference is it's just a larger body of water.
Exactly,
it has all the same properties.
It's different.
Yeah, it's no okay. What's the difference?
The size.
Okay, and how does that change something?
Because I can agree with you when you're standing in
okay, if I go to the ocean,
you're standing on something and it's flat, yes. But when you look at it and when you could see far away, then that's when it starts to curve. That's why you can see boats go over the horizon.
Okay, if I go to the ocean and look out 20 miles, where's the horizon supposed to start?
Depends.
From a 6-foot observer. From a 6-foot observer.
Depends.
How far away is the horizon?
The horizon's not Earth curve.
I don't know the specifics.
Is the horizon okay? 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, 3.25 miles away. Okay. Now, if I go to the Salton Sea, which is 20 miles across, and I'm 6 feet tall, and go, how far is the horizon away? Is it a different value or is it the same value?
I still don't understand what you're saying.
Is it a different value at the Salton Sea, the horizon distance? Is there a difference between the Salton Sea horizon distance and the Pacific Ocean horizon distance?
Yes, I think so.
And why would that be? Is it a different globe?
No, it's not a different globe, but I think also it has to do with sea level.
Hence the sea, right?
Okay. So sea level. What is the horizon distance calculated from?
Can you Google it?
I'll just tell you. It's calculated from the radius. Do you think even a 50-foot change in sea level is going to change the horizon distance significantly?
Well, when you compare it to that small boat that they had, that boat was the size.
This is where you change the subject. Just answer the question.
No, because there's different factors that play in when the
yeah, but you can't say any of them. It's kind of weird.
Like if you put a tank, like if you put not oil, what's the thing that carries the shipping container boat? Okay, if you put that in the Salton Sea, you wouldn't see. I bet you wouldn't see it disappear. But if you put it in the ocean, that's when you see it disappear.
How far away is the horizon?
What is it disappearing behind?
The horizon when it curves.
Okay, so you would need for it not to disappear in the Salton Sea and to disappear in the ocean. That means the horizon would be in different places. That we would have one body of water with one horizon distance and another body of water with another horizon distance. That's absurd, and you know it.
Well, I think that it also has to come into play with all the factors that are around it. Like the sea is just straight out, there's nothing but water, so you're able to see it a lot easier than when you're at the Salton Sea. There's mountains that surround it, so it's a lot harder to see.
What? What if you look across, what bay is that? Santa Barbara Bay, and there's mountains on the other side of the bay. What happens there?
Let me go to Santa Barbara. Hold up.
Santa Barbara Bay. I think that's the name of it.
Where is it?
California.
Yeah, obviously, but like...
We're University of California.
UC Santa Barbara?
UC Davis. Right? You can go up in the parking lot there and you can look across the water. And there's mountains behind anything. There's a little Air Force or naval radar station. There's a bunch of mountains behind this. And there's like 7 oil rigs. And there's a guy, he goes out there. He's got something like 400 videos. He goes out there 2 or 3 times a week. Puts his camera in the exact same spot. 2 times a week. Going on 3 years now. and does a horizontal pan across the horizon, and the horizon is always way too far. Way farther than what the globe predicts. Okay? The fact of the matter is, the globe makes concrete predictions about where the horizon should be. If you're saying that the horizon is the thing blocking boats and that it's the geometric part of the Earth that blocks them, okay, and not some optical effect, as soon as you say that, as soon as the horizon moves and appears in a different fucking place, you cannot make that claim anymore. Because that would imply that the Earth is changing size. Now, I could take the Earth curve calculator and put in the radius 3,959 miles, 0.0001, which would be equivalent to 50 feet fucking rise of sea level. And then I'm going to look at the change of the horizon distance, and it's going to be millimeters. Sea level isn't going to change anything. You need, hundreds of miles of differences in the radius to change the horizon distance significantly. Like I said, you started with a false premise, okay? You were told, hey, dude, this and only this. The only way this can happen, and the reason you think this is because you have an orthographic third fucking, third person shooter worldview, that you're outside your body looking at things. So you think that you can draw a piece of paper, and that if you draw a line from you draw a piece of paper, some water, and a boat. And that on a flat earth, because you can draw a line from the little fucking stick figure to the boat, that's how it should look. And that the boat will always be visible. No matter how big the paper is, you can draw a freaking line, make a paper fucking 10 miles long, and you could draw a line from your little stick figure to the boat. Still should always be visible. But that's not how we see. We don't see like that. We see in what's called a projective view or perspective view. Railroad tracks, when drawn on a freaking sheet of paper in an orthographic view, are parallel. But you don't see parallel railroad tracks. You see railroad tracks converge to a point.
Okay, I don't think you're going to change my mind.
So this is how you have to evaluate what quote unquote should be seen. You just reach it. Listen, it's common. Me and Sheepdog have done this hundreds of times. We even have a video that's up. Where
I don't know who Sheepdog is.
He's in this chat, man.
Hey.
He was talking to you. Anyway, me and Sheepdog went over this lots of times with other people on X and other places. You have a false premise. Okay? We've proven that the premise is false experimentally. And not only have we proven it false experimentally, National Geographic proved it false experimentally.
Okay, but what if Nat Geographic is just a bunch of bogus?
Dude, you can do this test on your own.
Okay.
The video I showed you, do you understand that in the video I showed you there should be no horizon at all? Do you understand that? It shouldn't even exist. Look, if you do the globe math on that lake, the horizon should be 2,400 feet from the camera. The lake is 1,000 feet long. Do the math. How can there be a horizon on a body of water that can't reach where the horizon should be? Because it's too small. What is the horizon then? Can't be the curve of the earth. Has to be something else. The reason these tests are done is because we want to eliminate curvature as a variable and see if we get the same appearance, the same optical effect, whether it looks the same, right? So you scale it down, eliminate curvature as a variable and go, hey, dude, does it look the same or does it look at this the way you guys say it should? Meaning you see the little boat all the way across the lake, all the way to the other side, because that water's flat, and that's how you should see it. Because there's no curve on the water, so you see it all the way across. But that's not what's seen. What's seen is There's a horizon. There's a boat. The boat gets cut off halfway on a lake that's way too small. This isn't the only demonstration of this. There's a Russian guy that demonstrated it in 20 meters with a light. There's other people that have demonstrated. Freaking AI's got a demonstration of it.
And stars,
but you can do it yourself. Like, you don't even have to.
You're not going to change my mind on this, and I'm not going to change yours. But what about stars? You were saying how they're an illusion. What does that mean? Like, what do you mean by that?
Who said an illusion?
You. I said, what about stars?
I didn't use the word illusion, dude.
One of your homies did.
Yeah, one of your friends did. Someone in here said illusion. So.
One of my friends? How do you know we're friends?
I don't know. All you flat earthers.
We said you can't go to space. We said the idea of
flat
space.
earthers, dude. Are you crazy? You lost your marbles?
Yes.
Space.
No, seriously, you crazy? You lost your marbles? Are you friends with all Globers?
What's up?
Who are you talking to?
You.
What'd I say? That's crazy.
You said, I'm friends with somebody. One of your friends said that. What?
You
did I say that?
Your friends.
Preston, turn up your mic or something, bro. I can barely hear you.
You gotta turn me up, dude. My mic's fucked up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, man. My mic's a little bit broken.
Okay. So, Ryder, this isn't about change. I don't care if you change your mind or not. I showed you the empirical evidence. You have no reputation for any of it. You have no counter evidence.
That are dumb as rocks that said stars are an illusion.
Flat earthers. No one claims stars an illusion. You can see stars.
Someone said that in the video. As soon as I started talking, someone goes, "Stars are an illusion."
Who? Preston said it?
No, I would never say that. Nope, I promise you, I would never say that.
Who said that, Ryder?
Was it a Fortnite?
Like 5
minutes. You know there's trolls coming in and out of here saying random.
I can go back in the stream.
You're not in this
I just have to go back one to I joined and started talking. Do you have a timestamp on when I joined and started talking? Because I can go back in the stream and look at it.
No, you can do it yourself. I'm not doing the work for you, dude. It's your claim. Right. Why would I go find the evidence for your claim for you?
Well, I was just seeing if you knew.
Yeah, but why would I go find the evidence for your claim for you?
That's not the evidence when I joined.
NDO.
What, G? No, I guess not.
Oh, I'm just going to ask a question.
Hold on, G. I want to cover this thing he said. You think he's going to get by? I'm not going to change your mind, and you're not going to change my mind. You showed me nothing, and you don't have anything substantial, any measurements or anything like that to validate whether it is the curvature of the Earth. You just have an opinion about how it should look. Okay, it's subjective. You say, hey, man, it should look like this on a curved Earth, and it should look like this on a flat Earth. But wait, why did you just interrupt me, dude? You think... Preston, I'm going to ban you, okay? That's your only fucking warning. Your heckling shit is getting annoying.
I laughed because you made me laugh. Chill out, dude. Jeez,
well,
man.
Mute up, bro.
I thought I was on mute.
Mute up, dude. Mute up or I'll mute you.
So aggressive.
If a big booty Latino throws some yams in a circle, don't that mean we ought to circle?
Yeah, well, you're almost funny. So, y'all trying to fucking run interference. This shit ain't gonna work. We're way too hip on that shit. So, Ryder. Yeah, hip. So, Ryder, you said... What I was saying was, your evaluation is based upon you think it should look like this or look like that. I demonstrated empirically that evaluation is factually wrong. It's not my opinion that it's wrong. It's Ryder. It's factually wrong because I demonstrated it. It's factually wrong.
Nope, your videos are AI.
You can say whatever you want.
Why not go out and test it for yourself?
So it's really funny how they were made before AI could make videos like that. That's really weird. How did that happen?
How did what happen?
These videos were made like almost half a decade ago.
Well, the government doesn't tell you certain things.
Oh, so they're government AI videos to convince Ryder the Earth is flat.
Exactly. I live in a simulation. Nothing's real.
That's not possible.
That is possible.
Okay, so you don't understand Gödel's incompleteness theorem, how that's not possible.
Man, you
can't live in a computer simulation, Ryder, because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It's impossible.
Could you explain what that is?
Okay, Gödel's incompleteness theorem says that any mathematical system cannot both be consistent and complete. So, because a computer simulation involves mathematics, that means that system itself will have contradictions. There are no contradictions in nature.
The police will control you.
There's no contradictions in nature, so it can't be a mathematical system driving it.
Preston's not 14 and doesn't live in his parents' basement.
Yeah, so just go on fucking mute because you stopped listening. See, you're like, it amazes me how cope you guys just go into this fucking crazy cope and off the rails.
You know, I did want to ask him a question now.
Go ahead, I'll mute him.
Okay. Hey, Ryder.
Oh, fucking, we're fighting over it.
Hey, Ryder.
Who's talking? Can you just say your name? I just
Sheepdog.
ANG.
Sheepdog down at the bottom, dude.
Oh, Sheepdog.
Yeah.
But
so you said something about the stars. You're gonna say what about the stars, right?
Oh, I was saying what, like, if space doesn't exist, where does it end, and where do stars, like, because someone said that stars are an illusion. So.
Well, I don't think anybody said stars are an illusion, but let me ask you this, okay?
I know.
What do you know about the stars?
What do you? I don't know. I don't really know much besides I can see them.
I'm right there with you, brother. That's about as much as I know about them.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah.
So we don't claim stars don't exist. We say that what the modern cosmology says they are, their composition, how far away they are, what they're made of, where they're going, their age, all those things is nonsense.
How do you think Earth started?
I don't fucking know, bro. I wasn't here.
Okay.
We're not about speculation. That's the globe side. We don't speculate. We just go with what we can prove. That's why I presented you empirical evidence. We don't go with like what we think or what we believe or how we feel. We go, hey, what can we demonstrate practically by experiment or observation? Something that's repeatable, something that anybody can do, something you don't have to just trust somebody, right? I know it's an amazing thing to believe that you can trust your own eyes and trust yourself, right? I know it's a novel idea. We're saying you can too. We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat, dude.
Hey, Ryder.
I don't trust myself. You think I'm going to trust you?
Well, I mean, fuck, bro.
Ryder, I just put a video at 29 minutes past the hour in the chat. It's got a astrophysicist named Michio Kaku. He talks about how they make up space, right? All their little stories that they use and everything. It's 15 seconds. Give it a watch real quick. Tell me what you think.
All right.
We've all seen it at least 100 times.
Stop talking so I can watch it.
Well, he mentioned it's a simulation. I mean, what's the shape of the world in a simulation or video game?
I was trolling.
Hold on, Travis. He can't watch it if we're talking over him.
Yeah, I was trolling about that simulation.
Dude, just deafen yourself for 15 seconds.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process.
All right, listen. If you got a clip,
I don't really understand.
Listen, Ryder, chill out for a second. If you got a clip, just play it on the bot so everyone can hear.
I don't think we have the bot in here.
What? Are you kidding me? Hold on.
Wrong server.
Let me check.
What is it? I'm confused.
What's there?
He's saying they just make shit up in astrophysics. It's all theory. None of it can be verified. That's what he's saying. I'm paraphrasing. Okay. Think about this. Stars are giant fusion reactor plasmas millions of miles away.
Is that what they actually are, or you're just saying random words?
No, I'm saying what they say.
That's what they say.
Okay.
Okay. Can they ever actually verify that?
No, not until they visit one.
Okay. Finally, a fucking honest answer. Right. So until, no matter what story someone tells about the stars, anybody on Earth says Stars are this, stars are that, stars are this other thing. Same with planets, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I think like astrology
It's speculation
and all that, like, to do with your sign is
and
a
can't
bunch of
even be. My point was it's speculation and can't even be verified within their own paradigm. The fastest object they say ever went to space ever been in space is Voyager. Voyager would take 150,000 years to reach the closest star. Okay? They're never going to be able to verify any of that crap within their own paradigm. So they can just make up anything because none of it is verifiable.
So you don't like that factor of like that what if? Like what if it's another universe? What if it's another Earth? What if it's...
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to speculate, but that's not what we're here for. We do a speculation Sunday, and which you're welcome to come and speculate away. Because some people like to speculate and shit.
Will you guys be open to the ideas, or will it just be like no?
Which ideas?
Know that. I'm just saying, like, or will you shut it down with your flat Earth
It's
nonsense?
speculation Sunday, dude.
Okay, well, I'm wondering.
You can speculate about whatever you want. You can frickin' speculate about Nazi moon bases. We don't care.
And the issue is if the modern like pseudoscience, the astronomers and stuff like that, just speculate and said we think you might be seeing in the past, and this star that you see might actually not exist anymore because it underwent supernova or whatever. If they just speculated their things, then we'd have no issue. But they make truth claims and they have zero evidence.
Yeah, not only do they make truth claims, they know the causes of things, which is crazy. That's even more crazy. So they're doing what's called use the term science loosely in this context, observational science. But they claim they're doing, in some ways, experimental science. Right? They go, well, we did an experiment. We looked at a freaking black hole. It's not an experiment. Experiments are done in labs. Experiments have independent variables. That's what experiments figure out cause and effect relationships. The only thing they can ever do is get correlations between one observation and some other observation. But that's not what they say when they frickin' talk on TV and when they give talks and lectures in front of people. They claim X causes Y,
So
and
unless someone can
Z,
prove
and all these
that
other
the Earth
things.
is round, then you won't believe it.
What? No, I'm never going to believe the Earth is round. Either someone's going to prove it or they're not.
Okay, but if someone proves it to you, already that it's already proved.
How can they prove it? Let's deal with that. How can they prove it?
Take you to space.
No, that wouldn't prove it.
Why?
How would
Why
that
not?
prove it?
Because you could see it at a greater angle.
Because looking at things is still subjective experience.
So you don't. If you look at it and
the Earth looks flat, you're on Earth, and you don't believe that, dude. But you want me to go to space where bro, you're on Earth, it looks flat, and you don't believe that. Why?
Because when I look out, it's curved.
No, it isn't.
Okay, next time I'm at the beach, I'll take a photo and I'll bring it to Speculation Sunday just for you.
Okay, yeah, bring the photo, and you're still going to have the same problem of having a faulty premise.
Okay.
You can take all the photos of half a boats all you want. Your premise that can only happen on a globe is demonstrably wrong. What aren't you understanding?
A lot of things.
That your reasoning is flawed. So you have evidence, and then you have the reasoning behind the evidence. Your reasoning about the conclusions you're drawing from the evidence are incorrect, which is why you're interrupting me, because I'm pointing out that they're incorrect.
Yeah, okay, but we're just going to agree to disagree because you're not going to change my mind.
This isn't an agreed thing. This is a basic logic.
It's an agree thing. It's agree.
Hey, Indio.
Logic is objectively true. This isn't a matter of opinion.
Indio, don't the astronauts say that they can't tell the difference between simulation and the real thing?
Well, only with their moon launches. So there are things that are subjective and there are things that are objective. I'm talking about objective things. It's objectively true that on a flat surface, you can get the same visual of a boat being cut off bottom first. That's objectively true. Doesn't matter what you think about it. Doesn't matter if you like it. So if that's objectively true, the claim this can only happen on a curved surface, this visual, is factually incorrect. This isn't subjective. It isn't about opinion. It isn't about agreement.
Okay, so you'll believe me if I bring a video of a boat going over The curvature of the Earth. You'll believe me.
Did you not hear what he just said?
Did you not hear what I just said?
He uses big words, and I don't understand those big words.
Okay, you don't understand the big words.
I don't.
Which words?
How do you know what's going on? He's just waiting for you to stop talking so he can
Ryder,
say what he wants to say. He's not
how do you know it's going over the curve of the Earth and it's not just happening on a flat surface like I said and showed you?
Say again?
How do you know it's going over the curve of the Earth and it's not just happening on a flat surface like I showed you?
Because I see it with my eyes.
You're seeing the same thing with your eyes. You're seeing the same visual. How do you know one's caused by curve and it's just not happening on a flat surface like I showed you? How did you differentiate?
I don't really understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
How did you bridge the gap?
You're being
from
a snake now,
obstruction?
and that I will not tolerate. Stop being a fucking weasel.
I'm not being a weasel.
How did you know that how do you know it was the curve of the Earth causing that observation and wasn't just an observation on a flat surface like I showed you?
Dog, I don't understand this.
You must be retarded.
Yeah, you do understand.
You have bottom up obstruction. How are you jumping from bottom up obstruction to curve?
Obstruction. What is that?
Meaning you see half a boat and the boat is cut in half by the horizon and you don't see the bottom of it. Just like I showed you in that video. Can that only happen on a flat Earth? Can that only happen on a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what about the videos I showed you with it happening on a flat surface? What about those?
Those are AI.
Your table's a globe.
Yeah, you're so desperate. You thought you had a winner, Ryder.
He had one honest answer.
You really did, dude. You came in with a loser. Don't you think we ever heard this before?
I think my monitor might be curved.
You think we'd still exist here doing flat Earth after 10 years? You know, they've been saying ships over the horizon for 2,000 years, dude. How would we still exist?
Yo, Indio, like he had that one honest answer with the stars.
Rybar, it's already been demonstrably shown that it's not true.
Yeah, it is true though.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
the
one
videos
honest
I
answer
showed,
with the stars, I thought we were
now I'm
like
going to
getting
post
somewhere.
photographs that I took of a ship 30 miles away, when the horizon should be 6 miles away, and that ship should be 420 feet under the horizon. Now I'm going to show that. Then what are you going to say about that? Why isn't that ship under the horizon?
Well, like you said, different.
Why isn't that ship under the horizon? What?
Visibility.
Oh, so it's not the geometric curve of the Earth blocking the boat.
No,
it's a visual effect.
Like,
it is, but it's not. So what is it? Is it visual or is it geometric? Which one is it?
I think it's both.
It's both. How can you tell which one it is?
Because on a foggy day you can't see like a mile, but on
I'm not talking about opacity of the air. I'm talking about where the horizon is. So say a ship sails away and one day it's cut off by a horizon 3 miles away and goes over the horizon. And then the next day the horizon's 6 miles away and it's cut off. And then the next day at 30 miles away the whole ship is visible. And it's sitting on the horizon.
Okay, this conversation is going to go nowhere with my answer.
Yeah, that's right, dude.
You can
cooked. Take your L. Be a man. Why are you guys such bitches when you can't take your L, bro?
I'm not a bitch.
Take your fucking L, dude.
I'm not a bitch, but you know.
You are. Take your L. Be a man. Take your L. Be a man. Stop just saying, "Oh, it was AI" before AI fucking existed somehow. He bounced. So G had a question. So what was your burning question, G?
Oh, I was just saying, I was in a Fortnite game, and I was in like a boat. And when I got to the edge...
Yeah, it was almost important.
Got to the edge, you died.
So... Preston, you're up next. Do you have something intelligent to say this time?
And Luck says he doesn't.
I'm thinking. I know I do, but give me a second to think on that, and I'll get back to you.
All right, go ahead, bash those two brain cells together.
I'm trying, bro, but they're not fusing together as they usually do.
You thought you had two brain cells, but one died
They're
of
pressed in,
loneliness.
but they're not fusing.
Man, Preston, you got a good
not
sense
working.
of humor, actually.
You think so?
Did the other brain cell die of loneliness, Preston?
Nah, my mom dropped me on my head, so I've been pretty fucked up ever since then.
Carry on.
His head got pressed in.
Should we try trap money?
I was molested as a baby, so I've been pretty fucked up ever since then.
I've been talking a lot. Anybody else want to mess around with these guys? I know this is fucking punching down big time.
India, wait, India, do you have a headache?
Why would I have a headache?
Because you talk a lot. If I talk that much, I'd have a migraine.
Well, it doesn't take me a lot of effort to think clearly.
Good for you, man.
That's crazy. You get a headache from talking.
Not talking, but talking as much. As
thinking clearly. A lot of people
to you, we're stupid people because we believe in something. So I would be like, oh, stupid people are giving me a headache.
You're stupid because you don't know why you believe it.
I know why I believe it.
Preston, I'll help you out with a question.
Why you're brainwashed?
Maybe to you.
Preston, just hold on, brother. Hold on. I was going to ask you a question, man.
What's up, big dog?
So, I'm going to preface it with a few things based on the previous convo. So the guy before was saying, the Earth is curved. That's what causes things to disappear, right? Yeah. So the thing that's causing something to disappear is blocking it. So that would mean it has to be in front of it, correct?
I don't think so. If I maybe sound stupid right now, but that's what I'm thinking.
Now I know why fucking talking makes your brain hurt.
Correct.
Well, no, I just don't understand his question. Being a dick doesn't.
Brother, all right, let me help you out. If something you can't see because it's being blocked by something that's obstructing it, that obstructive object has to be in front of the thing.
No,
from your point of view.
No, it has to be behind it because you can't see it once the.
No, the blocking object. Listen closer.
The blocking object has to be between you and the thing.
Yes.
Right. So that's very simple. You understand that.
Yes.
Ryder's problem was he was shown direct evidence of something disappearing when the object he's claimed that's causing it to disappear is behind it. Right? So that doesn't make any sense. So Ryder was being disingenuous. He wasn't accepting reality.
Maybe you're right. I wasn't here for that part. I was using the bathroom, I guess. But there we go.
Oh, what up, guys? Stan here.
Hold up, but AI, you're prefacing this to hit Preston with what?
Well,
or is that
let's get back to Preston. He said he knows why he believes the Earth is a globe. Can you inform us why?
I'm not going to have any striking evidence that's going to change your mind. It's just.
No, I'm not asking you to change your mind. I just want to know why you. Why would you preface it with changing my mind? Why don't you just tell us why you believe it?
Well, I've been here for a little bit now, 2 hours now, and I can tell that your mind's not going to be changed. That's why I preface it.
I'm not. Why would you try to change my mind?
Because it's a debate. We're here to debate.
Just present your evidence, and maybe if it's good, then we'll.
You don't need to be. Have you lost the plot, Preston? You said, "Hey, you think we're dumb," and I said, "Hey, I think you're dumb because you don't know why you believe what you believe." And you said, "Yes, I do."
The name calling.
Why are you interrupting me, please, dude?
Because you're mad. Relax.
I'm not mad. Shut up.
You're not gonna piss me off. So you need to stop being.
Preston, one more time. You said, "Hey, we think you're dumb," and I said, "No, I think you're dumb because you don't know why you believe what you believe." And you said, "Yes, I do." And now I'm asking you, why is that?
Okay, you want to tell me why? I grew up in California, okay, by the beach. When I look out over the beach, I see a horizon. That's why I've always thought this. Maybe I'm wrong, but all the evidence that you guys have given me does not prove that you guys are right in any way.
So you think the Earth is a globe because there's a horizon?
Yeah, that's how I see it.
Okay, would there be a horizon on a flat Earth?
Huh? No.
No. Okay,
flat.
so
because when you look out,
hold on, Preston, slow down. We're gonna walk through this step by Preston. Slow down. We're gonna walk through this. Slow down. We're gonna walk through this step by step. You said there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
The horizon is what divides the Earth from the sky. So if there's no horizon, you wouldn't see sky and Earth at the same time. Shut up. Listen closer.
You shut the fuck up. I'm trying to tell you something.
Listen. Listen.
Oh my god, this guy's a fucking retard.
Dude, will you let me finish? You're trying to interrupt the point.
No, you're trying
we
to
know
interrupt
why.
me, and I keep talking, then you interrupt me.
Dude, I haven't even made my point yet.
Because your point's fucking stupid. I'm trying to tell you what.
How would you know it's stupid when I haven't finished it, Preston?
Yo, careful, Preston. You might get a
This
headache.
entire fucking time.
Preston.
I won't get a headache. I do this all day.
Preston, if you would see 100% sky or 100% ground for there to be no horizon, because the horizon is what divides the sky from the ground. So which one is the flat Earth? 100% sky or 100% ground?
I wasn't listening. What were you saying? I was reading the chat.
Which one's the flat Earth? 100% sky or 100% ground?
Which one's the flat Earth?
Yeah, you said there's no horizon on a flat Earth.
Guys, stop yelling though.
Stan, shut the fuck up. Which one? Which one is the flat Earth? You said no horizon on a flat Earth.
I don't know the difference between those two.
You said there's no horizon on a flat Earth, correct?
I don't think so. I don't think there would be.
Okay, so that would mean it's either 100% sky you see or 100% ground, because the horizon divides them, where you see them both at the same time. So you couldn't see them both at the same time, otherwise there'd be a horizon. Repeat to me what I just said to you.
Fuck all that. Listen to what I'm about to say.
Okay, you're banned.
That's tough. That's the first time I ever heard someone say, I'm a globe earther because the beach, because of the horizon. Like, you'd think you'd say, oh, all of the globes that I saw in school and, you know, the maps and stuff like that, but no.
Okay, Stan, you want to chime in? Chime in. What's next? I unmuted the wrong retard.
I mean, I believe in flat Earth, but you give us a bad rep, dude.
Oh, really? Yeah, what part did I do that gave us a bad rep?
I mean, look at the way you're talking. Like, relax.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Calm down. That's what I'm saying. Like, relax.
Oh, tone policing ain't gonna work here, dude.
I mean, you're clearly just like out of your head.
Clearly, but you can't say anything very specific. What was said? That's weird.
I wasn't paying attention.
Can't you say anything with any specificity? Just making general accusations. How about you put some meat on that bone?
Are you hearing yourself right now? Relax.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear myself perfectly good.
Just take a breath, man. Calm down.
I'm squeezing your head and just shit's coming out.
Dude, I would rape you. You know that?
Indio.
You just said he would rape me and thinks that's funny.
Yeah, this idiot is sick.
No, I was laughing first off the crab coming out from squeezing his head, and then his response is just it's hilarious.
Indio, he said he
if I wanted any shit from you, I'd squeeze your head.
Gyroscope proves the Earth is a globe.
How? How, Chad? I have a gyroscope. I'm looking at it. Now what?
Explain how it works on a flat Earth model.
That doesn't
demonstrate it.
Okay.
Demonstrate it.
Whether or not I can explain how it works on a flat Earth is independent of whether it proves the globe. Those are two different ideas.
You can't.
You're the one who's adding crap onto it after making a claim, dude.
Holy crap.
This fucking low tier today.
A gyroscope won't work on a flat Earth model.
Really? What does a gyroscope do?
It gyroscopes.
It gyrates.
Oh, man.
What is this? Shakira's hips? Shakira's hips don't work on a flat Earth because they gyrate.
The gyroscope doesn't lie.
My claim stands true, so...
Yeah, no, claims are not evidence, dude.
Yeah.
Evidence is evidence. Claims are not evidence. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So we're going to just dismiss you because you haven't produced any evidence.
Because your opponent kind of ignorant, even though he
I'm waiting for your evidence. The evidence to back your claim that a gyroscope proves the globe. I'm asking you how. It's for where I started. Still asking you how.
Okay.
What does it do? In what way does it prove a globe?
He wants to know how.
He's resorted to spamming.
Ryder, really? I'm disappointed in you.
Gyroscope keeps its axis pointing in the same direction. As Earth turns, the gyroscope slowly appears to drift because the ground under it is rotating. That drift matches Earth's known spin rate of 15 degrees per hour. A flat, non-rotating Earth would show no drift.
Yeah, it's awesome that you're a stenographer for ChatGPT and just like read that verbatim. But guess what? That was wrong. And you're too dumb to know it's wrong.
And
so the Earth rate rotation is supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude, and you'd only get 15 degrees at the poles. Okay? So, Chad, stop relying on a fucking probability matrix that you've anthropomorphized into some thinking fucking rational being called ChatGPT or Grok or whatever. You're basically spitting out a mathematical model and giving a probability matrix to some fucking words that follow one after the other, and you end up with word salad, like the shit you just said.
Yeah, it's a Grokish.
Look inside chat. Read.
Yo, India, when you set up your gyroscope and you like counterbalance it and stuff, and basically like zero it out, and you let it run, does it have any precession at all? Any drift?
Yeah, dude. Hold on a second. Remember when I said claims are not evidence? See, you made the claim. You're just repeating this person's claim. I'm looking at the link. I don't see any data in there. Chad, there's no data. Chad, there's no data.
You're just trolling. That's all you're doing.
Chad, now you're in full cult
You don't
mode.
understand.
Mute him.
You're in full
Mute him because
cult
he's
mode.
telling the truth. Mute him.
No, because you're basically just making an assertion without evidence.
So your claim, your evidence for your claim was somebody else's claim.
He ran away. A douchebag.
Fuck, dude, this is pathetic. Now, Ryder, that dude is not a flat earther, dude. Why do you think he's a flat earther? Ryder.
Oh, I was unmuted. Oh, because he was in
Why
your
did you
chat.
think he's a flat earther?
He was in your chat.
So what? Why do you think he's a flat earther? He's new to this server.
So am I. He was in your chat saying
You
stuff
don't have a little new
stuff.
thing next to your name like he does.
This is my first time here.
Not you, him.
He has a new thing next to his name?
You don't see the little frickin' flower thing? I'm new here.
How am
Say
I
hi.
I didn't know that.
You don't have that.
Well, this is my first time here, so
Yeah, that's horseshit, dude.
on God, I can put my hand on a Bible and do that.
Remember, since February 19th, 2024, did you forget that it's in your profile when you joined the server?
That's a Discord thing, not a.
They have two of them. They have Discord member and server member. They're right next to each other.
It said I joined this server in 2019.
No, 2024, bro. Learn to listen. February.
November 13th, 2025.
My friend sent me the link to this server tonight, and I joined it tonight.
Okay, so why do you think he's a flat earther?
Because he's in your chat.
So what? So are you? Are you a flat earther?
Nobody's arguing with me, so that'd probably be the opposite of what I think, right? No.
I've never seen that guy before in my entire life.
How was I supposed to know that?
Dude, read what he's posting.
Yeah, he posted that after the fact that I found that, like...
Dude, I'm just scrolling up. I can't believe you people think you know anything and you don't know the sky is an illusion. The sun is a farce. It's so obvious. You can't figure out that this dude is trolling.
No, because I didn't.
Maybe he thought force instead of farce. The sun is a force.
Are you serious, Ryder? Shut up. This is probably your fucking friend.
No, it's not. On God, it's not. I don't know who it is.
On God. You don't even believe in God, Ryder.
I do believe in God.
Okay. So why would you lie?
Who are you to tell me what I do and don't
over the
believe in?
horizon? You know lying's a sin, right?
Who are you to tell me what I do and don't believe in?
Look, bro.
No,
I'm not telling what you do and don't believe in. Well, if you actually believed in God, you wouldn't be fucking lying in this chat.
I'm not lying.
Oh, you really think that was AI video?
No, obviously not. I'm trolling when I say that.
Yeah, you were lying when you said you saw ships over the horizon. You've never seen that.
Nope,
dude.
I have seen that.
No,
Let me translate. Hold on, I got the new Urban Dictionary translation. Trolling. Coping. Oh, you were coping with the facts of reality. I got it now.
That's
anyway. It's obvious this guy isn't a flat earther. Okay.
No, India.
Is that really the best you can
You're
do?
just an imbecile that like you don't have the right mental capacity to believe or understand that the Earth.
I don't
is
have the
round,
right.
and it's
You're right.
okay.
I don't have the capacity to believe.
Exactly.
I don't
So
want
you
to
agree
believe.
with me.
Believe means
You agree
acceptance
with
without
me.
evidence,
You agree
Ryder.
with me, and all you do is just get angry when people try to make their point.
I'm not
and you go
angry,
up and
dude.
talk.
You listen. If I
You
was
have it
angry,
with
I'd be
your tone
fucking
of-
screaming at you.
You have it in your tone of your voice. You have a very angry tone.
Look. Don't try to divine my tone. Listen, I'm a city boy. I live in the
I
city.
am,
This is how we
because
talk. I live in Boston.
Okay, that's great. I didn't.
Yeah, it's how we
absolutely-
talk here, dude. Sorry, you're little bitch, fucking soy boy.
A what?
A bitch, soy boy.
Oh.
Basically,
You're
means
like
you don't have enough
freaking in your
testosterone.
fifis all the time. Oh my god, he's talking to me aggressively. Oh,
Yo.
I'm pissing myself.
Indio, I got a good point, bro. Let me say something.
I fucking highly doubt it, but let's hear it.
You know how I know that
You
the Earth
just
is
say,
curved,
"Oh,
bro? You know how I know that the Earth is curved?
Let me hear
He's
it.
already laughing. Come on, delivery, man. Work on your.
Hey, you ready? You ready, buddy? Hey, shut up.
No, you're gonna go on mute, dude. You fucked up the punchline. No matter what you said, wouldn't have been funny with that delay. If you have to say, "Are you ready for the joke?" Your joke's not funny.
Give him another chance in a couple of minutes. Practice your delivery while you're on mute.
No.
No, but like me and my friends, we had a talk. My other friends that were in here, when we got out, we had a talk, and literally every time we try to say something, you just say something that you know will make us mad. Like you had valid points.
That I
and
know
I
would
can
make
agree
you
with
mad.
that.
Now I'm a psychic fucking angry person. Fucking amazing. What other skills do I got?
See, exactly. You're doing it again. You're like putting words in my mouth that aren't not what I'm trying to say.
You said, I know we didn't make you mad. The only way I could know what you would make you mad would be to read your goddamn mind.
No, not certainly, but you just because
How would I know what makes you
maybe
mad,
maybe you're an
Ryder?
empath, Indio, like him. Maybe you're in touch with your emotions and you can.
If we fucking know you, how would I know what makes you mad? I have to be able to read your mind. I know what makes you mad. Realizing the Earth's not a ball. I know that's going to make you mad. Is that what's making you mad, Ryder?
No, I'm not. I'm not mad at all. I just.
Do you
like,
live in a
I just-
cartoon reality?
It's not a cartoon reality. It's real life, but for sure.
Oh yeah, real life that you've never experienced. Where is it real exactly? Okay, I'm going to ask you again, Ryder. And I when I asked you about the memory, do you remember that time you saw the Earth as a globe?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where were you?
At the beach.
At the beach.
And I saw the curvature.
So what was it? Where was that curvature exactly? What did it look like?
On the horizon?
So the horizon was the curvature?
Yeah, you could see the curvature on the horizon.
So the horizon is the curvature or the horizon's curving?
The horizon curves.
Left to right, right to
That's
left.
crazy.
Which way does it curve in?
Both sides. It's curving. You could see it curving.
So if that was true, then the horizon wouldn't be equidistant from you.
Once again,
How could it be
big words.
equidistant from you? Because horizon, the actual
I'm not going to argue with
original
you.
word
It's
means
just gonna go back in
bounding
time. Like,
circle.
we're literally just going to keep on.
So
doing the
this
exact
is
same
another
thing.
thing which I know that you don't believe in God because now you're just being a lying schmuck.
No, I'm not being a lying schmuck.
Yeah, you are, dude.
No, I'm not, dude.
Yo, Ryder, what's the word for something that's perpendicular?
No one claims that they see left to right curvature from the surface of the Earth. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Ryder, what's the word for something that's perpendicular to vertical?
Horizontal.
Okay, so horizontal, pertaining to the horizon. Why do you think they named this straight line, perpendicular to vertical, something that's pertaining to the horizon?
Say again? Sorry, I was trying to read Travis's.
Why would they name this thing horizontal, pertaining to the horizon? The straight line.
I don't know, because it looks flat from up close, but when you're far away, you could see the curvature in it.
No, man. The horizon looks like a straight line. That's why they called it horizontal.
It looks like a straight line, but it's
the
not.
straight line.
It looks like one, but it's not.
But you just said that you saw it not be. You're saying it doesn't look like one from far away.
Because there's certain parts when you look at it, it's curved.
How did you measure that it's curved?
Because I saw it with my eyes.
It's not a measurement.
You just. Oh my goodness.
I saw it with my eyes. It's not a measurement.
Travis, that's not even a real photo.
Look, I want you to build a house by looking at the parts. Is tell your go get a carpentry job. Say, hey, I don't need the tape measure. I measure by looking at it.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I know that's not how it works. So you didn't measure it by looking at it.
Okay, well, building a house and looking at the horizon is completely different.
In what way?
Because you have to have specifics when building a house so it doesn't fall over.
So we want specifics on how you know the horizon's curved.
My eyes.
So for the record, before you said that you saw the
I see
ship
the
being
point that
obstructed.
you're trying to make, but
well, we know you're just making shit up because it's well known that the human vision can only see in 5 degrees. Your central vision you can focus on. So that if you're at sea level, you're seeing about a section that's like 400 feet.
Sea level when I'm
that section would be equivalent to 0.001 degrees of curvature. There's no way you could ever see left to right curvature from the surface. Why are you interrupting me? There's no way mathematically you could ever see curvature from the surface of the Earth. And if you did see it, Ryder.
It goes in one ear and it goes out the other because I don't understand what you say. Like the 0.001, whatever you just said, I don't know what that means.
Okay. You're making shit up, and it's really easy to determine you're making shit up because we can do basic mathematics to show what you're saying is fucking impossible.
Alright.
Right, at first you're saying
it's like telling us you're 50 feet fucking tall.
I'm not 50 feet tall.
I know, but when you're saying you're seeing the curve of the horizon, you claiming you're 50 feet tall is more likely than you seeing curve of the horizon.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
No, it's not. How is it true?
Because if you're looking at the ocean, central vision of the human being is only 5 degrees. So you have to say, hey man, when I look at the horizon, it's 3 miles away. How much? Why are you interrupting? You asked the question.
Yeah, but no, you asked me if I wanted to hear it, but now you're just saying all this nonsense with all these numbers that I don't understand. Like if I understand,
you don't understand 3 miles.
No, but the decimals that you're saying I don't understand.
What are you talking about? 5 degrees. You only see 5 degrees. Now think of the sun, right? Multiply the sun times 10. That width of the sun, that's your central vision. Okay? That's how wide you can see until you're into your peripheral vision. It's the only thing you can focus on is 5 degrees. Do you understand?
How did they find that out?
Testing with charts, fucking lines, grids, shit like that.
You got proof for that?
You want papers from like the fucking 18th century?
Yep.
You're being attention obtuse now.
You're right. Before you were saying that the ship was, blocked from the bottom. It's obstructed from the bottom. That's proof of it being a globe, right? Now you're saying that you see the horizon. You don't even need the ship anymore. You just see the curve on the horizon. Do you have a photo of either of them? Actually, I don't need a photo with firmware. Like I've seen bottom obstruction, but do you have a photo of the surface of the horizon
so
curving?
You just said you seen bottom up obstruction.
No, forget that. Do you have a photo of you seeing a curved horizon?
No, but I can go take one next time I'm at the beach.
Yeah, cool. Do that and
good.
Come back.
If you take a photograph of a curved horizon at the beach from 6 feet, I'll give you a fucking $100. I'll give you $100, dude.
Will you also believe that the Earth is?
Nick, I'll give you $100, dude. If it's an unaltered photo with a normal non-fisheye lens, like a 45 millimeter camera or 22 millimeter, you take a photo and show a curved horizon at the beach, I'll give you a fucking $100.
Okay, how do you want to pay me?
Doesn't matter. Get the photo. You can't. You're trying to tell me you're going to take a photograph that can't be taken. I don't know who you think you're kidding, dude, or fooling. You're not fooling anybody on YouTube. You're not fooling anybody in here. You're full of shit.
All right, that's what you think. I'm full of shit.
Why does horizon mean bounding circle?
What's up?
Why does horizon mean bounding circle?
I don't know what you're saying.
The word horizon, the etymology of the word means a bounding circle.
Okay.
You know what that means? That means around you in a circle. You can see a distance. So listen, you asked me a question, and again, you interrupt when I answer. Why do you keep doing that?
I don't know.
And you got an echo going on, Ryder.
It isn't Ryder echoing. It's someone else. It's AI echoing. AI, dude, you're echoing. Anyway, so it means bounding circle because if I look straight in front of me and I see 3 miles, if I look 90 degrees from me, I also see 3 miles, and then another 90-degree turn, another 3 miles, and no matter what direction, shut up. No matter what direction I look, no, shut up, dude.
No, you shut
up.
No, you shut up.
Grow up, dude. So no matter what direction you look in, you see 3. No matter what direction you look in, you see 3 miles. That's a circle. That's why horizon means a bounding circle. Now, if I see 3 miles in a circle all around me, that's a straight line. You are in here trying to say you can take a photograph of a curved horizon by looking from the center of a fucking circle out. You're in the middle of the fucking hula hoop looking out, and you say that you can make the hula hoop look curved from inside of it. That's horseshit, Ryder, and you know it.
All you know is horseshit. All you know how to do is mute, and
I didn't mute you.
Okay, then who did?
I didn't mute you though,
because you wouldn't shut the hell up.
And now you're going mad out because you have no rebuttal. Now either get on topic or get out.
You could just kick me.
I don't have to do the debate if I get banned. Is that your tactic?
No, I just want you to kick me so you guys can be.
No, we'll just keep you mute and make you listen. You're gonna have to leave on your own. Nobody unmute him.
I told you, no one takes this seriously.
Mansky, you were refuted by a Goldberg. The night you said that, remember when Matt came in here?
Okay, well, my experience is different.
Yeah, what? But yeah, what?
And we're seeing that now. None of these people coming in here are seriously engaging with you guys.
I don't.
It's just a joke.
Yeah, he was. No, they seriously engage when they think that they're gonna win, and then once they lose, they have a mental breakdown like you've been having for about 3 months now, Mansky.
I'm breaking down constantly.
People don't enjoy the game when they're losing.
They do what all children do. They say, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Did you hear the other guy that tried to not only blow up the brain in the jar, he tried to set fire to it all, and then he tried to set fire to the fire. Okay? He's like, prove to me China's real if no humans exist. Well, that means he wouldn't exist and I wouldn't exist. So how could I prove him anything? This is where you guys go. You go to absurdity. It's not trolling. It's a fucking cope. It's not taking us seriously. It's a mental fucking refuge. So you don't have to deal with it. You know what happens when people are traumatized? They go in a catatonic state. They'll rock back and forth. They'll stare off and be unresponsive to external stimuli. Okay? They also freak out and have nervous breakdowns. What you're witnessing in here is a nervous breakdown. Sometimes people go catatonic, but that's much more rare. Most of the time you just see the nervous breakdown. Mansky, you've interpreted the nervous breakdown as not taking it seriously. No, the thing is they're taking it too seriously. And flipping the fuck out. And you're coping, trying to say, oh, they're not really taking it seriously. All that question, that fucking 2 hours of the debate where they tried to prove the flat earther wrong and lost, at the end they started fucking making fun of them and said absurd things. So they were never taking it seriously for those 2 hours. No, they take it really seriously. Until they can't deal with it.
I don't know. I think they're just fucking with you.
Nobody really cares what you think, Mansky. Your evaluations suck. This is like fucking when Jerry Maguire quits the job. All I want to know. I'm not going to do what you think I'm going to do. And that's freak out. All I want to know is who's coming with me. That's Mansky right now.
It's so weird that some of them are so afraid of getting caught up in a gotcha moment that they can't answer a simple yes or no question.
Because, you know, the modern Zoomer class, dude, it's about appearances. They're fake as fuck. I actually heard a comedian talking about, which is so funny, is that people only used to have to be. He was complaining about how stupid Zoomers are, right? Because everybody now is fake as fuck. They don't say what they really think anymore. Because afraid of offending somebody. And he was complaining because we only had to be fake at work. But as soon as we got out of work, we could like be our real selves. But now you can't even do that.
Damn.
Ryan's in the house. What's up, Ryan? Long time no see or hear. Shit. Fucking flat earth QR code. Dude, man, how many hours of gameplay is that shit, AI?
But
Dude, you're still playing that game?
Heck yeah.
Are you close to the end, man? You've been playing that for like 3 days now.
Looky here.
That's you only playing.
I'm on the bridge. I'm on the bridge.
Oh shit! You're about to fight.
I already blew up. Yeah, I already blew up the whole station.
Good job.
Nice.
I gotta download that game, dude. The graphics look fucking fat, dude.
Dude, this game is an awesome experience.
I forgot what you said the name was.
System Shock.
You know what? Do you know why I'm not downloading this? Is because I want the other one to be good, better than this one, because it was originally. But it seems like this remaster is way better.
Yeah, they really put all their love into this.
Maybe they'll remaster the remaster and do it with this engine.
Well, what they did for this game is they actually did a Kickstarter. They got like a 1.5 million to get started.
Really? Yep. Dude, I need to do a Kickstarter as a freaking mod up System Shock 2. But that game's way more complex as far as like the,
Yeah, the scope of it.
Stuff.
I'm a globetard.
Welcome, man.
You proud of it?
Of course.
Why?
Because space is wheel. Earth is not flat. I'm a globalist.
How do you know any of that?
Almost every country, if not every country, acknowledges that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I'm asking how you know it, not how you think everybody else knows it.
I think it'd be a really hard lie to pull off.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me how you know it.
That's my
You
thinking.
keep making statements about other people, though.
That's my thinking.
Is that you evaluated other people, and that's how you know the Earth is a
That's
globe?
generally how science works, is you evaluate.
By science works by evaluating other people. Could have swore they use experiments.
It's almost like the experience they've done proven it. And like
No,
how many flat earthers have come
the
out
results of the
after
experiments.
Who was the guy who was in Antarctica? Who was a flat earther?
The guy.
The man who
You're
went
just
to
talking about
Antarctica?
people. This is like gossip. I want to know how you know the Earth is a globe. What was the evidence that you saw?
The pictures from space. that
Oh, the
show
pictures from
Earth
space.
Globe.
How did you evaluate the pictures from space?
I looked. Is it flat or is
You
it
just
globe?
looked?
I mean, how else am I supposed to evaluate a picture?
Well, I mean, say I showed you a picture of a horse, right? You've seen a horse before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you could evaluate whether that's actually a picture of a horse.
Yeah.
So how did you evaluate a picture of the Earth being a ball?
You can see it.
What'd you use as a reference?
Well, what do you mean? It doesn't know.
The reference, like you said, hey, here's a picture.
I grabbed a rubber ball and I looked and I said, "Oh, this looks like a ball."
So that's what the blue marble looks like? It looks like a rubber ball that you held in your hand?
Yep. Big version.
It doesn't look anything like that.
Big version. Why? Okay.
No, it
how
doesn't.
Did
Not
how
even
did you
remotely like
How
that.
did you prove the Earth was flat? Let me ask you that.
By measuring it.
By measuring? Let me
Yeah,
look
by
at There's a
measuring
guy
the
in
surface of the Earth.
Antarctica. There's a guy in Antarctica who's a flat earther, and he proved himself wrong that the Earth isn't flat.
No, he didn't prove anything, and it's not even possible to prove fucking the shape of the Earth by looking at the sun. It's not even possible, logically.
Logically.
Yeah, logically. You can't prove the thing by looking at something that's not the thing, dude. You can't prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house, right?
Interesting.
Is it really? Is it that deep?
It is.
So go to your neighbor's house, and if it's made of brick, go, my house is now made of brick because my neighbor's house is made of brick.
Can you
Makes
just
no
turn me
sense.
into a flat earther already, please?
No, we're not trying to change your mind. You know, you were just trying to give you information that you actually don't know the Earth is a globe. You believe it because you were told it. You never would even have figured it out on your own. If nobody told you, the idea would have never even come into your head at all.
So can you prove to me that Earth is flat then? Like that's what I'm here
Yeah,
for.
we
I
can
wanna
just
learn.
measure the surface and show that the surface of water is not curving. And since the surface of the Earth is mostly water, that water has to curve for the Earth to be a ball. You can't
How
have
come
a...
when I go on a boat and I look
Why
at
don't you repeat to me what I just said?
Water no curve. It can't.
Yeah,
it can't curve.
that it has to curve for the Earth to be a ball, right?
So when I go to the ocean and on
Right.
a boat, I guess so. When I go on the ocean,
I guess so.
When I go to the ocean and I'm on a boat, and I can only see so far because the water eventually disappear. In essence, does that mean it Flat or not flat?
Look at the side,
Okay. When you looked up the local weather and it said visibility 10 miles, that wasn't because of the Earth as a globe, bro. They didn't do the globe calculation to see how far you could see.
Interesting.
Visibility is related to the opacity of the air. The technical term is called optical extinction. This is well known. You can just type in visibility meteorology, go to the wiki page, and fucking read about it.
Interesting.
So, but that gets away from the measurement. The measurement that we can measure the surface of water and show that it actually does not curve. So this is how we can actually test those pictures from space you were talking about. They actually can be tested because they depict curving oceans, right? So blue marble shows ocean, surface of that ocean curves. Okay, we can go on Earth and say, hey, does this ocean actually curve? Click in the picture. And you know what? It doesn't. It means the picture's fake.
So why would why would every nation? Let me ask you this: why would every nation in the world deny a flat Earth? What is the purpose?
In what way did they deny a flat Earth?
I have yet to hear a nation.
You're
come
just
out
making
and say
that
Earth
up.
is
You
flat.
don't know what they said about the shape of the Earth, and they don't even have a
nation. I have yet to hear a nation come out and say the Earth is flat, and I want to know why.
Okay. So what? I'd like to hear a nation come out and say the Earth is a globe.
What? Okay, I guess I could pull it up.
Well, why don't you show me an official document that says the Earth is a globe issued by a government? Hey, better yet, do this. Show me someone swearing under oath of penalty of perjury that they know the Earth is a globe or that they've been to space. Single person, just one.
1 second, I'm finding you this first. So, like, would NASA work for you or no?
NASA does not represent the United States government. They're an agency of the United States government, and in fact, it gets even better. No, it would be something that was passed by Congress or a presidential declaration.
So
something that I can go to the Secretary of State's office and get the official position of the United States. Why don't you let me finish?
Because you're saying stupid shit. You're saying
no, I'm looking for the official position of the United States government.
So you think an institution of the United States wouldn't hold an official?
Some agencies of the United States say all sorts of things.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm looking for the official position in the United States. Some agencies of the United States.
Institution funded by the U.S. government, because it's part of the U.S. government, makes a claim. You're saying that the United States is not supporting.
What is the purpose of NASA?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer the question.
No.
Yes or no?
The answer is no.
Yeah, you're stupid.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to hate this. So there was an executive order that Trump signed. Shut up. There was an executive order that Trump signed. Shut up, dude. There was an executive order that Trump signed that made NASA's primary mission intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues.
So it's working with Space Force? So it's working with
Space Force? No, not Space Force.
I said intelligence,
counterintelligence, and national security issues. That means they're no longer a space agency. Their primary purpose is not space. Their primary purpose is, just like it says in the executive order, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. The same with the National Weather Service now. The same with the U.S. Patent Office now. So he made a whole bunch of agencies under the Department of Commerce. Primary function, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. NASA's one of these agencies. So nothing that comes out of NASA is believable anymore because now it's national security. And they can say anything.
Let me ask you this simple question.
Yeah, let me ask you a question why you're not going to address anything I said.
When I'm on the ocean, right? And I'm on a boat, and I see another boat in the distance, far, far away. How come the boat eventually disappears? Let me ask you that.
We just covered this. Visibility.
Visibility.
Yeah, meteorological visibility. It's a thing.
What is that? Explain to me, my dear kitten.
The meteorological conditions limit or restrict visibility. Okay, so you can look up your local weather. You got a weather app on your phone? Look it up. Look at the visibility. So today it'll be one thing, tomorrow it'll be another thing, the next day it'll be another thing. So what they do is they measure the number of particles, the humidity, the clarity of the air, the temperature, all those things determine how far light travels through air, right? So that's limited by the local meteorological conditions.
Okay.
It's not limited by the curve of the earth. It's meteorology.
Interesting. Interesting, I see.
So I, for one, have seen a ship sail from 6 miles away out to 30 miles in particularly good visibility day.
I've never seen that.
Well, do you live by the ocean?
Yeah.
Which ocean?
Pacific.
So you're on the Pacific. What's the longest amount of time you watched a boat?
Probably about 45 minutes.
You know you can track them with marinetraffic.com radar?
I am not.
Tell you where the boat actually is.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know
So
that.
this is what I did. And 30 miles away, I could still see the boat from 15 feet above sea level. The GoPro says that ship should have been 420 feet under the curve of the earth.
I know. I saw it disappear.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't. I know when you guys are lying. You would have started with that.
With that? I would have started
You would
with
have
that?
started with that. You wouldn't have started with a fucking sociological argument.
No, I just like to hear dumb people.
How far away did it disappear?
Yeah, we want to know.
I don't know how many miles.
What kind of ship was it?
It was a smaller fishing vessel.
A smaller fishing vessel.
Mm-hmm. You know the ones when you go out and you want to go fish, but you don't own your own boat, so you pay someone to take you out?
What beach were you at?
Well, I'm not going to give you all this information. Hello?
Every time.
You're not gonna dox yourself? Why would you dox yourself? Like, you sound retarded you sound right now? You're not going to dox yourself?
Yeah.
Like, are you fucking stupid?
Nobody cares where you... Like, you saying the beach you were at? Is your house on that beach?
No, I go to college.
Okay, then. Nobody... So someone's going to figure out where this idiot on fucking Discord is going to college because you said what beach you went to watch ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, it's like relatively.
That's ridiculous, bro.
It's relatively easy to know what college.
You didn't make any observation. You're lying, and you got caught.
You caught
know
me.
what beach to
Hands crossed.
Yeah, like you're like the third person today to get caught doing this.
Yeah.
Well, how far was it? Was it 10 miles, 20 miles? Give us an idea.
Hold on, Travis. I want to bring something up though. Ironically, you asked why would they lie when you just did the thing that you can't believe they would do.
But what's the reasoning? I didn't lie first.
Why did you
What's
just
their
lie?
Reasoning? I didn't.
Why
lie.
did you just
I'm
lie?
not going to tell you the beach I was at.
Why did you just lie?
I didn't lie, kitten.
Yeah, you did, dude. You know you did, and I did. So why did we both know you lied? Everybody in this chat knows you lied. You can't tell how you made the observation. You can't tell any particular details about it. You lied your ass off. So I'm asking you, why did you lie?
Why did I lie? Why did I lie? Tell me why I lied.
I don't know. I'm asking you. You think nobody would lie about this?
I didn't lie. I don't know why you think I'm lying.
Then give us the particulars of the observation, dude.
I saw a small boat take people. Not by the dock. It was already out because the dock's not where I was at, or at least the boat landing, wherever it was from. I would assume, I'm not good at distance, I'm going to assume it was probably a mile and a half out, not like crazy far out, but still like relatively visible. 45 minutes later, and it's just, what's it called when you're just like going and you have the lines in the back? I'm trying to think what it's called. I fished too. This is depressing.
Yeah, keep going, dude.
I'm trying to think of the fucking name, retard. Can you give me a sec, Flatty boy?
Well, all we need to know is what you saw. We don't need to know the name of the freaking particles of the boat, dude.
Oh, well, about 45 minutes later, I don't know what speed they were going or whatnot. I saw the top of the boat, but I couldn't see the bottom part of the boat. Like it wasn't like fully disappeared, but I would say like a third of it's gone, and I can see the top 2/3.
Now, can that happen on a flat surface?
No.
No. So when I
Right.
show you that it can, then what are you going to say?
I can demonstrate it.
I mean, maybe on a fucked up road or something where the road's
No, not a fucked up road. On water.
Show me on water where that happens. I still haven't got to the point to where you told me why every government's lying.
You are. I still don't believe you.
Railroad again. This is what I said. I said
I
on water.
still don't believe you, bro.
I said show me on water, not on something that has its own curvature.
You don't see. You don't understand what hallmarks of lying are, so you don't understand what you did that proved you're lying. And I'm not going to tell you either, because then you'll start doing it more. You try to eliminate that shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
It's all right,
you know
Sally.
you've never done that. Okay,
I have.
Your story don't jive. 45 minutes wouldn't even be
jive.
long enough. You sitting there say 1 mile, the goddamn horizon should be 3 miles away. You don't even understand your own lie. You don't even understand what you're saying. You
I
just
understand what
heard
I'm
it on the
saying. You're
internet.
not listening to me,
It's
son.
over the horizon.
You're not listening
and
to
you're
me,
trying,
son.
bro.
Man, you're not
This
listening
is
to
what
me,
you
son.
don't understand.
No, open your ears,
You're
son.
trying
listen,
to.
listen, son. Open your ears. Open your ears, son. Listen.
So really simple. You're trying. I know the difference between somebody reading on the internet what they think they're supposed to see versus what people actually see. You understand? You're recounting what you heard somebody say.
No one said this. I'm telling you the truth. Why are you lying?
This fool's triggered.
Unbelievable.
And you still haven't told me why the government would lie to us.
The same reason you lied to us.
What's the reason? I didn't lie. What's the
I don't know. You did.
I didn't lie. Why would every government acknowledge the Earth?
It
is a
isn't every
globe?
government. Okay,
Show me
you're
a
just
government
making that
doesn't
up.
Acknowledge it. Show me a
The
government,
government doesn't take an official position on the shape of the earth.
Exactly, because you can't. Because you can't.
Dude, first of all,
It's okay, kid. Hey, kid.
will you let me finish? You done fucking monologuing? No government in the world takes an official position on the shape of the earth. So they can't be lying. And first of all, governments can't lie because they can't have intent. Okay? Governments don't lie. It's not possible for a government to lie. People lie.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I proved you wrong. It's not your fault.
You proved
You'll
what
learn.
wrong?
You'll learn. And it's
So you
I
proved
hope
that the
you
earth is a
become
globe
good
with
card.
by saying governments don't
I know
lie.
what I saw, and I know the government's position is that the Earth is a globe, not a flat. I have yet
Okay,
to hear
can
a
you
government
show us
come
where
out.
their position is at?
Do I need to pull up NASA? Oh wait, you want to accept NASA?
No, NASA's a
make sense to
security.
me.
NASA's an
Doesn't make
intelligence
sense to
agency.
me.
That's like pulling up the CIA.
So they would lie? Oh, the CIA probably would lie. I'll give you that one. The CIA would lie.
NASA's an intelligence agency, dumb fuck.
Prior to what it is now, was it?
It's always been an intelligence agency. In fact,
it's
NASA was
always been
created.
an intelligence
Bro, what?
agency.
I'm going to show you.
It's
you want me
okay.
to show
Hey,
you?
hey, it's okay.
Dude, shut
proved
up,
you wrong.
dude. Okay, shut up. Yeah, you left.
Hey, buttheads.
Another Spurger.
You say Asperger?
Could be. Combination of that and cognitive dissonance.
I won. You guys lost. I won.
The governments say this. Yeah, the governments also told us there were weapons of mass destruction.
Government says
They were
fluoride's good for you.
There were weapons of mass destruction.
The
They
government
just
doesn't get
didn't
you
tell
to
us.
eat an inverted food pyramid. Jesus Christ.
Took 5 years for the government to remove Vioxx from the market.
Oh, don't even. God, now you're making me depressed.
Dishwasher liquid too. I wasn't. I was just.
Dude, the thing about Vioxx, what's so bad about what happened with that, is that they knew beforehand.
Yeah.
Everybody in the industry in trying to make arthritis medication knew that a certain chemical in that medication caused heart problems, and it was always a byproduct of them trying to fix it. Like if they did something to some chemical that caused the arthritis, if they tried to fuck with it in any way, that drug would cause a heart problem. And then Vioxx was fucked with that, and they were like, they just said to everybody, well, it doesn't cause heart problems, even though everybody in the industry knew that was fucking impossible.
I said, I welcome scrutiny. It exposes what can be dismissed and what cannot. And then I said, quick search on Perplexity to try and show a difference. So I looked it up, like, is there a lawsuit for Uber against, like, private contractors, yada, yada, whatever. And it says there are multiple ongoing and recent lawsuits and legal battles involving Uber. Oh,
Dude, I got an email today that said Uber's going to take cash, dude. There's going to be a lot of freaking armed robberies going on.
my bad. I was having another kind of debate with someone over something else. I'll go on mute.
That's the
What,
same thing
talking
with
to us? What the fuck?
the same thing happened with Prozac. You know, they find out years later that Prozac is no better than placebo. But hey, you know, it made $40 billion for the drug company, so why fine them for making a drug that does nothing?
Well, it does do something.
Generates revenue.
It has been shown to mitigate the effects of excessive MDMA usage. I'm dead serious. It has it binds to the same receptor, so the MDMA, it's complicated brain chemistry, but it's neuroprotective for the side effects of MDMA. If you take Prozac, MDMA will have no effect on you, or have a very minimal effect because it's an agonist or something. So yeah, it does have some clinical usage, at least at raves. Or I guess that would be post-rave. Man, I don't know why the Globers were freaking so obtuse today, dude. That's freaking... Man, the fucking butt hurt. It's crazy.
Well, they need their Santa Claus.
I'll tell you, you know, people can tell me things. I've never, like, had mental breakdowns over somebody telling me some information I don't like. I'll argue with them, but I won't freaking start speaking gibberish and start saying nonsensical things. I don't understand how their brain goes to that. Like, that's the utter nonsense and absurdities.
That's because you're a rational person, and these people are irrational.
Yeah. I have a friend that told me that's my problem. He said, your problem is that you're rational, and you expect everybody else to be rational. And then when people run around being irrational, you can't make sense of it.
Yeah, it's very foreign.
The reason I can't make sense of it because I figure, like, oh, irrational people, they're going to freaking, like, burn themselves to death or fall off a bridge or something. Like, how can they survive? And my friends tell me, like, just people that survive being irrational to a ripe old age somehow, right? They just, like, you know, trip their way through life and somehow make it to the end.
I think cowardice has a lot to do with it, too. Because like admitting an uncomfortable truth, an unpopular truth out loud, that takes courage. And if you're a coward, you can't do that.
Yeah, they can, but man, they can't even admit simple things like if the Earth's not curving, what is it? They can't even admit something like that.
Well, the problem is you're dealing with people's like identity. These people identify as astronauts. They say, "We went to the moon."
That's quite insightful. I never thought about it like that. Identifying as astronauts. My God. They identify as spacemen. That's kooky.
They're trans astronauts, bro.
They're just a space traveler in waiting. Is that it? That's what they really think of themselves?
I do believe so, because they always say the same thing. We went to the moon.
That's deep, bro. Dude, this mind virus is freaking deeper than I thought. Yikes. Like that episode of Law and Order where like the auxiliary policeman is like doing all this crazy shit because he's got like a site. He identifies as a policeman, but he hasn't made it through because they detect he had psychological issues.
That reminds me of something I heard a bunch of years ago on Coast to Coast AM, back when I still listened to that show. It was one of those people that claim to be a remote viewer and can, like, you know, see things off in the distance and predict things, quote unquote, accurately or whatever. I don't know how they test it or. And he was saying, like, oh, well, these flat earthers are wrong because I remote viewed the moon and I could see the moon landing site and all the stuff they left there and everything. So I know those flat earthers are wrong. I was just like rolling my eyes when I heard that. I was like, well, now I know you're full of shit, dude. Come on. I know we went to the moon because I remote viewed it.
Yeah, I remote viewed the moon too, and I didn't see any Apollo relics.
You know something funny? What I think is most hilarious about those people that claim remote that they can remote view is that they never go and find, like, you know, gold deposits with that quote unquote power they claim to have. Like, why don't you go find hidden treasure? You know, why don't you go find archaeological discoveries? Why don't you go do that? Oh, they never do because they're just full of shit.
Why don't they remote view the wreck of the Lusitania? Determine whether it was carrying armaments.
You know, I've heard, not read, so it's hearsay. Well, it'd be hearsay anyway. But apparently Solomon had a knack for finding deposits.
Did you say King Solomon?
Yeah, that's who I meant. But I didn't say that, but that's who I meant.
Does that mean he stole them from other people's finds?
No idea. I just heard that he said, dig here, you'll find gold. Dig here, you'll find silver. Dig here, you'll find copper.
Was he using like 2 rods or whatever and did the little divination?
I can't even remember where I heard this from. trying to remember. I've been thinking about it ever since I said it. But no, I don't think it was Rod Dowling. What do they call it? Water witch? I don't think he used that method. Maybe he did. I don't fucking know. Off topic. Please continue.
How come nobody's found Jimmy Hoffa? You got all these remote viewers.
Oh crap. Oh man, Shodan about to get smacked.
Oh shit. Everyone's quiet. Hello, guys.
What up, brother?
This chat is so quiet.
Dude, we just got done like flat smacking 17 crazy Globers in a row, bro. We tired.
You got
Man.
Raiden sitting in here. Raiden's a Glober, but he stays quiet because he's got nothing to offer and will not concede whatsoever. So
Would you prefer us to continue talking, even if what we say is nonsense, instead of silence? Or would you prefer us to just say things when we have important, relevant, intelligent things to say?
are you a
I, for
Glober,
one,
Kenjo?
I really don't care if it's globe or flat. I still have that position.
Oh, like imagine not even caring about what's real or not. That's weird.
He's
What's
lying.
real is in front of me right now. I'm good. I care about making money more than the shape of the earth.
Are you any good at it?
I
He
mean, I'm
can't
doing great.
multitask.
It's okay.
Makes
You don't have
money
to
and
force
care about things. That's not so hard.
You don't have to force people to care about things. Some people care about religions, for example, or perhaps their own religion, and not care about what you have to say. You don't have to force others to care about the same things that you care about.
No one's forcing anyone to do anything.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying you are.
I don't think you're really good at it. Most people that are really good at making money don't waste their time on Discord talking to people.
I don't think you know what I do, bro. So it's all good.
Well, give us a hint.
I run apps. MRR, ARR, if you know anything about that. That's my income.
I mean, I just gotta point out the obvious here. If you were really good at making money, you'd be using your spare time to spend that money on fun things, not
I am shopping right now on the
talking to
internet.
people on Discord.
I'm shopping right now.
Wait, so your apps are like a subscription based apps?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what do you have to offer that people will pay a subscription for?
People pay for stupid shit, man.
Well, what like name of one that you are offering?
Nah, I don't want to expose myself.
So you're not a very good salesman. Wouldn't you want to push your app so maybe some of us would go subscribe?
The other question is, if you're so good at making money, then why are you here talking to us? Why are you not on a beach enjoying the tropical environment? Because you're not actually that good at making money.
Yeah, spend your money on hookers and blow.
Oh, did you say and globe?
It requires a certain state of mind to search out the truth and also be able to accept the truth for what it is. But if you're not in that state of mind, you're never going to accept the truth for what it is, even if someone serves it to you on a platter for free. So maybe you Glover should just ask yourself, what state of mind are you in? Are you in the state of mind where the truth means something to you? Or are you in the state of mind where truth is just a meaningless word that you just throw around and it means nothing to you, ultimately speaking? Which state of mind are you in?
Alright, somebody poke a Glober. I want to hear him cry. Waited all day for this.
They lied to you about gravity.
They lied to me about gravity? Who lied to me about gravity?
The hierarchy enslaving you.
Mishikaku was one of them.
Specific gravity's not real? So how does my home brew work then?
Wait a minute now, I wasn't specific. I didn't say specific gravity.
Oh, you just said gravity. Oh, fair enough. Hey, T-Dub, is it hot at your house?
No, we're getting a bit of a storm at the moment.
Oh, you lucky bug. 34 in the shade down here.
But, yeah.
And I've been out in it.
34?
In the
Did you say
shade,
34?
yes. 34 in the shade.
Jeez. Blooming heck, mate. Don't envy you.
I was out in it this afternoon. Oh. Down to the bottle-o. Grabbed a carton of pear ciders. Oh man, they're cold.
Yeah, the ciders are popular these days. Probably cheaper too.
I like them. And a lot cheaper. $20 cheaper than a carton of beer.
Right.
Like, don't get me wrong. If someone said, "Here's a carton of Tooheys New," and "Here's a carton of pear cider for the same price," I'm all over that carton of Tooheys New. Don't worry. But yeah, when the pear ciders are $20 cheaper and they got 2% more alcohol in them, it's pretty hard to knock back.
Yeah, my son, he likes this pear cider.
What is it, Summersby's or something like that? I think it is.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah, green and yellow bottles. Yeah, Summersby. There we go. Oh. No, I was
Ever
out
had
in
hot
today.
Dickens cider?
Dickens cider. Yeah, that apparently that's some good
hot
stuff.
Dickens cider.
I love that little that smart ass ad that they did years ago. Even my nana likes a little Dickens cider.
Bloody heck.
Oh, haven't you seen it? Oh, no way. It's like a radio advert. Oh, man, it's like a radio advert. And it's from the original Dickens apple orchard. And they started making apple cider, and all the people everyone, Nana, Mum, Dad, the kids, all talk about how they like a little Dickens cider. Putting forward their testimonies about how great this shit is. Oh, it's funny as. It really is. Let's see if I can find it.
Do you remember the Nibble Nobby's Nuts ads?
Yeah, nibble Nobby's nuts before Nobby nibbles yours.
I think there was a Corn Nuts commercial in the 90s I heard on the radio. I think it was Bust a Nut. Bust a Nut, you can do it at home, just don't get caught. Bust a Nut, corn nuts are hard as hell. Bust a Nut and we won't tell. Nice little jingle stuck in my head like 20, 30 years later. Corn Nut. Bust a Nut. Like sells, right?
There you go. Inside chat. Have a listen to that. Haven't you heard that before, 20? It's old. No comment. So have I missed any meltdowns this afternoon, T-Dub? Or has it just been crickets?
Raiden, how many keyboards have you been through this week? Have you broke any?
Welcome, Andrew. Please tell me you've got proof of this so-called sphere that these people have been gibbering on about. As in the one we're supposed to live on. I'm yet to see it or have any decent proof of it, but yeah, maybe you're the guy. Please, are you?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, we get told these stories that we live on this ball covered in water, or 73% of it covered in water, that's spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through space.
I call bullshit.
Well, I was hoping our good Andrew friend here might go, oh yes, it is a ball because of this. And I want to know what the this is.
Gravity. Did you hear me?
No, I didn't, sorry.
Gravity.
So your proof that we live on a ball, 73% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through space, is gravity.
Which gravity?
What? There's options? Oh,
I like
shit.
specific gravity. That's my favorite.
So do I, because that's the one for home brew.
Gravity 2.0.
Gravity 2.0.
You talking about Einstein?
No, that's Gravity 3.0.
Oh, what's 1.0?
That's flat earthers.
Huh? Did I miss something at Flat Earth School? Like, okay, somewhat one of the Flat Earthers, what type of gravity do you use? Let's just get this sorted now.
Well, the only one that absolutely makes sense. If an object is denser in a medium, it'll go down.
Specific gravity.
Right. If it's more buoyant in the medium, than the medium, it'll go up.
I find it interesting that the four-dimensional manifold requires two horizontal baselines. Not just one, two.
So what kind of gravity do you believe in, Glober?
Yes, Mr. Glover.
Talking about mass attracting mass? You think gravity is a force? Hello?
Gravity is not a force.
Earth to the trans astronaut. Hello, Glober, are you there?
Andrew.
What happened?
We're trying to get some information out of you. Larry asked you a question.
You guys keep making these jokes about which gravity. There's just I don't know what you mean by that.
There's Newtonian. There's Einsteinian. There's Malgromian. There's dark gravity. There's specific gravity. And then there's just regular old weight or gravitas.
The weight or seriousness of a person, place, thing, or idea.
I like that last one. That's cool.
What did Michael J. Fox say? This is heavy, man. So which gravity do you believe in, Andrew?
I don't know, man.
Fair enough. Well, at least you didn't expose yourself as a fundamentalist, like someone who thinks that gravity is one of the 4 fundamental forces. So you saved yourself there. So is there anything that you're skeptical about when it comes to, the shape of the Earth or the standard model of cosmology or the heliocentric model? Anything at all?
Well, I had this theory for a long time that at the center of every galaxy, that there would be a supermassive black hole. And I don't know, 5 or 10 years later, after I had that thought, that has become like the consensus. So I feel like I was already on the right track of what I thought this reality is shaped like, at least for pertaining to that.
So when it comes to the standard model, lambda-CDM, it requires a great deal of supermassive black holes because gravity is so weak that they need dark matter and black holes to make the math work out. So when the math isn't mathing, you just make an ad hoc continuum. Hold on, I'm almost done. You make an ad hoc to explain away the gravitational anomalies, meaning that, according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, and there's not enough mass to create enough gravitation to hold the stars towards the center. They should fly off, but they don't. So they come up with black holes and dark matter.
The problem with your theory is you are assuming the reason why the supermassive black hole theory was created, and I can tell you already that you are absolutely wrong, because I know that wasn't my reason behind it. I wasn't like, oh, the math isn't mathing, so I have to make up something to make the math work. That's not how I came to think that there's probably a supermassive black hole at the center of every solar system. For me, it's simply the reality and the obviousness of duality, and so there's obviously certain things that are fundamentally true about our reality.
Okay, well, I didn't know you, so I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the standard model of cosmology. But you said that the black holes are fundamentally true. So tell me
what I said was that I had already theorized this 5 to 10 years before it became like the main thought, the consensus, right?
So how did you know this is fundamentally true? How did you prove black holes exist?
So I didn't prove it. This is my belief, and I believe that the world that we live in is like, we were missing a fundamental part of it, which is basically we weren't considering the canvas that the painting is on. And I believe that essentially there was nothing, right? Like, for instance, let's go back to the Big Bang. We can go only so far back, right? Like, we can't actually go to the very beginning when there was nothing, or what was there before there was nothing. So, in my opinion, in order for there to be something, in order for matter to exist, there had to be like a balance. So there had to be antimatter. And for me, it's just that obvious. Like, in order for matter to exist, there has to be antimatter. So there has to be at least some kind of relationship, like some kind of whether it's like 50% matter and 50% antimatter, but there has to be like some kind of relationship between how much matter and how much antimatter there is.
Why there must be? Why does there have to be?
Because I don't believe that the reality that we live in comes from nothing. Like, well, it
Exactly
does,
what the
but
Big Bang says, that nothing expanded
it does,
and
it
it cooled
does, but
down.
excuse me, it does, but like, there has to be an equal opposite to it. So, like, in order for something to come into existence from nothing, something has, in a way, something has to disappear, even from nothing as well.
So the opposite
It's
of
still
nothing is
and
something,
it's
right?
not nothing. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead.
something.
My bad.
It's something on the opposite. It's what I'm saying is, so things came to be in our physical realm, and things probably came to be in a different opposite realm in a way. That would be like antimatter or whatnot.
So the story goes that all this energy was in one spot, and the universe expanded, and
Well, no,
space
the thing
expanded
is,
faster
the
than.
story.
Hold on, bro. You're interrupting. I was in the middle of
But
saying
real
something.
quick. The
I
thing is,
listened
the
to what
story,
you said, bro, and now you're
like
interrupting. It's weird.
real quick. The
You
story that you're
monologued for like
saying,
3 minutes. Let him talk.
and I'm only gonna get another 10 seconds. The story that you're citing, you're not even starting in the beginning. That's the problem. Now go ahead.
So what's before the Big Bang? Do tell.
That's the whole thing that we don't actually know. That has not been proven.
So you
But we
don't
know.
know, but I missed the
But
part about the
we
beginning.
know that there is more than we've been able to see. Right?
You just said you
How
don't
do you know
know.
that?
Which one is it?
You're double
because
speaking,
of
bro.
because of background radiation, we can see so far into the
Okay, so
past.
the CMB, the cosmic microwave background radiation, is the oldest known light in the universe. Tell me, sir, what is the dating method for light?
Yeah, and how are you seeing before that?
What's the dating method for light? How they date the light from the CMB?
Bro, are you really arguing to me that?
No, I asked you a question. It's not an argument.
That was a question. That's pretty
Yeah, okay,
straightforward.
but I don't have an answer for your question. So my question to you is.
So the correct answer is I don't know.
Oh, exactly. That's what I basically said.
You can say it.
Anyway. Okay. Anyways, so are
You
you
can say
saying
it.
that? Are you saying that the Big Bang theory goes all the way back to the beginning of time?
That's according to the people who came up with the Big Bang Theory, Lamontre.
That's not true. That's not true.
So George
You're lying.
Lamontre said
You're
that
lying.
there was.
Look into it. That's
Hold
not
on,
true.
bro. Relax, bro. George Lamontre said, if what they're saying is right about the universe expanding, then there must have been a day that didn't have a yesterday. So why don't you tell me about this day that didn't have a yesterday, but according to you did have a yesterday, so you're disagreeing with the guy who came up with the theory. So please do tell.
When did I say that I did have a yesterday?
You said before the Big Bang, right?
Bro, I'm saying we can't actually see all the way back to the beginning of time. I didn't say necessarily. Yes,
You're claiming that we can because the CMB. That's the opposite of what your side claims.
I'm claiming that we can't go back all the way to the beginning of time. That's what I've been claiming this whole time. I have not changed my position on that.
So what's the CMB?
You talking about the? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about cosmic background radiation?
Microwave? Yes.
Okay, there you go. That's what it is. We can't.
Now,
We can't go all the way.
Describe it?
Can you describe it?
Yeah, it's light that is a residue from the Big Bang.
Okay, there you
According
go. You
to
described
the
it. You
mainstream.
described it for us. Thank you.
Okay, so according to you, we can see all the way back to the beginning.
No, I've never said that. Why do you keep saying that?
Because if we can see the light all the way back from the beginning of the universe, we can see from the beginning. How do you not see that? That's what your side believes.
No, it's not.
Okay, so according to you, your side does not believe that the CMB is the oldest known light in the universe, correct?
All right, let me see. Blah, blah, blah. So I asked AI. I said, can we see to the beginning of time? It says, we cannot see all the way back to the very beginning of time, but we can observe extremely close to it using both direct and indirect methods in cosmology. That's exactly what I've been saying. We can see very close to the beginning, but we can't actually see the fucking beginning.
Wait,
bro.
I got one. How do you know if it's close to the beginning if you can't see all the way back to the beginning? Like, how would you know that it's close to the beginning? And what does close mean?
4 days?
1
Why
second?
don't you?
6
Why
weeks?
don't you? Why don't you ask the scientists that use these?
You're the one that stated it, so we're asking you.
Well, that's really fucking stupid.
You're the one that said it, so you're really fucking stupid.
Okay, says the flat earther. Says the flat earther.
Oh no, says the flat earther. Give us a cuddle. Seriously, bro.
Mr. Glover, what device can I use right now to see into the past?
You can use your eyes to see into the past. Your eyes, anything you do, you're looking into the past.
Mm-hmm. I can use a telescope to see into the past. Okay.
Correct. Your eyes look into the past. When you're looking out of your eyes, you're looking into the past. You're not looking at what currently is. You're looking at how long the photons take to come to your eyes, right?
Can you give us a specific example of what you mean by that? Certainly, you're not talking about traffic lights.
It takes time for the photons to make it to your eyes. So you're not actually observing what is in that very moment in time. You're observing what was and how long it depending on how long it took for that photon to
the brick wall in front of me. I'm observing it.
I don't understand why you guys are like trying to like. I don't understand why you guys are like trying to like.
I don't understand why you're tap dancing around something so simple. So what are you saying? That these objects are so far away that there's a time delay between us and them, and that's how you judge their ages?
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you for a second. I don't understand.
I wouldn't do that.
Are trying to like hardball me on stuff that is everybody
it's
agrees
against the rules to mute a mod.
Yeah, you're not about to mute anybody in here.
Yeah, no muting mods, no muting anybody, please.
Post up in side chat when you can hear me, mate. I know you don't like me. Take a number.
Let's explain why.
Post up in side chat. I'll let you off.
It creates audio chaos, Andrew. We don't want audio chaos in here.
So get your ovaries out of a knot and unmute them, and let's have an adult conversation.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't hear you, Matrix. So, Andrew, if you're listening, unmute Matrix, put it in the chat, and we'll let you off mute, dude. It's that simple.
I know he's loud, but you don't have to be afraid of him.
Yes. Contrary to popular beliefs, I've never jumped through the computer screen and bitten anyone yet.
Words can never hurt you.
I mean, that is what they say. They say, oh, you point a powerful telescope up at the sky and look at the stars really far away. You're looking at the past. Guy, like, we know this guy's religion better than he does.
Yep.
Maybe the last guy was right. I'm looking at a video game called Tree Simulator.
Tree Simulator?
Tree Simulator. So apparently people do spend money on stupid shit. Moving on. Andrew, did you unmute yourself?
Andrew, have you
the Earth is round?
Yes
Prove me wrong.
Like a pizza? Flat and round like a pizza?
No, like a spear.
Oh,
so you mean
that's
spherical?
A different word.
Yes, the Earth is a spheroid.
An oblate spheroid, to be exact.
Yes.
How did anyone ever figure this out to begin with?
I mean, it's pretty simple if you look around you.
I observed the Earth is flat. I observed the Earth is flat.
So the first people to test this was the Greek. So there's a huge argument in Greek philosophy whether the Earth was flat or round, and they proved that the Earth had curvature by digging holes and driving a bunch of giant stakes in the ground that were an even distance apart. I think they were each about a quarter of a mile apart. So it's about as far as you see. And you can only see, if it were flat, you would be able to see all of these poles lined up with each other. But you can see that you can only see the tops of them as it gets further away. And each pole looks smaller and smaller and smaller, which proves that the Earth has some degree of curvature.
You do know that objects appear to be smaller the further you get away from them, right?
Yes, but you would not lose the bottom of them if the Earth was flat, the object would just look smaller and smaller, right? But since the Earth is round, the further away you get, the less and less of the bottom of said object you see. Like as you get further from the skyscraper,
like ships
you get to
disappearing
the
bottom
point
up at the
where
on the
you only
ocean.
see the top of the skyscraper, but not the bottom.
But do you know about the Rayleigh criterion?
What do you mean?
The Rayleigh criterion basically states that as you get further and further away from stuff, it's difficult to resolve. But if you increase the aperture, your ability to resolve things like 2 bricks at a mile away becomes easier. Your aperture could be a telescope, binoculars, right? A camera, something to increase the size of the aperture. So if you got 2 bricks in front of you, you can see 2 bricks. But at a mile away, you cannot resolve that there's 2 bricks there. If you could see them at all, it's only going to look like 1 brick. Correct?
I mean, well, yeah, you're only see it. It's more like if you had a stack of bricks, like a couple thousand high, you'd only see a few of those bricks instead of all of them. But the thing is, like, if the Earth was flat, if you're standing on a flat plane, you're far away from it, you still see the top and bottom. It just looks. You just wouldn't be able to distinguish the individual brick. You would still see that stack of bricks.
Right, so if you got a stack of bricks on a brick road, right, and you're really far away, like 10 miles away, and you're looking at it with your naked eye, you're not going to be able to distinguish the pile of bricks or whatever with the road, right? Is that true?
Yes, but that's just illusion.
So the image is going to merge together, right?
But that's a completely different thing. If you have a stack of bricks on a brick road, yeah, they're blend in from a certain distance away. And especially if the light is coming in the right direction, you wouldn't even realize it was a pile of bricks. It would just blend in the road.
Right. So,
but that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm just explaining to you how your eyes work. You don't have God eyes, right? You have just human eyes. So you don't have owl eyes, you have human eyes. So the further you get away from things, things begin to converge. But when you increase the aperture size, then they begin to separate. Do you want to see a video from Brigham? Is it Brigham Young University? Do you want to see that?
Did he just run away?
Maybe his girlfriend is calling. He'll be back.
I was going to say, that was odd. You offered to show him a video and then he just disappeared.
More like boyfriend.
Andrew thinks he's unlocked me. Andrew, if you've unmuted me, post the letter K for kilo in the side chat. Thank you.
You were muted for like 2 fucking seconds, bro.
We don't care about the meta. The rules are
okay.
super
Well,
simple.
anyways, I was trying to finish my sentence.
Okay, I'll fucking finish it for you. Right, we're not interested in the meta. End of story. The rules are very simple. You mute a mod, you get muted. So, that's it. Please get back onto the discussion of whether you think it's round, flat, or somewhere in between.
So, Andrew, is there anything in the standard model
that's
of
fine.
cosmology?
I want to understand all the rules.
It's all right. It's good. It's not. You can't take it personally. It's not about you. It's a general rule for everyone.
In order to avoid audio
I literally said that's all right. Are you guys not hearing me? I literally said
yes. No. Well, here's what I'm confused about. We're already moving forward, and you're trying to go backwards.
So again, is there anything?
Bro,
about
I am not trying to go backwards. Stop! Please stop muting me. Allow me to.
Larry was trying to talk. I thought that was a bit rude, Andrew. So just take a breath for a second. Let Larry say what he's going to say, he might actually ask you a question that you can go, damn, bro, I know the answer to that.
So, Andrew, is there anything in the standard model of cosmology that you're skeptical about?
I'm sorry, but I'm not your jester. I'm not your puppet. If you guys are not going to allow me to speak freely and you're going to like manipulate
Go
me,
away,
and
then.
You're
Nobody wants
speaking
to hear your
now.
whining. Bye. Leave.
Okay, take care.
Bitch, bro. Don't run like a bitch, Glober.
What a
Just
big baby.
just a simple question.
All we had to do was just listen to you. People taking everything personally.
Matrix, why aren't you letting me talk? I demand to speak. I demand mic time. Please let me speak. Why am I not talking right now on the mic?
Pretty much what they're doing.
He wants to come back and talk. There you go, Larry. You can ask him your question now.
Hey, Andrew, are you
I'll
prepared
mute
to
up.
answer the question?
No, sorry, I just came to put something in the side chat.
Are you prepared to answer the question? And
I
then
don't know what the
we can have a
I don't know
good
what the,
back and forth.
I
Is
don't
that
know what the
okay?
question.
Oh,
It
okay.
seems to
So
me
just
like you
listen. So,
guys.
okay, hold on, real quick, real quick,
You see what
Andrew.
I'm saying? I can't even get a
Yeah.
word out.
I
Andrew,
was already
we don't
talking. I
care
was
about
already-
the meta. We just want to get on with the conversation. You too busy crying about crying. We want to talk about the shape of the ground.
And
That is
Larry
not
has a
true. That is
question
not.
for you. And if Larry can ask his question to you, Andrew, we can proceed with the
Yeah,
conversation.
I'm trying to give you the mic. I'm literally trying to hand you the mic and say, hey, I got a question. Would you like to answer? And you're like, how come I don't get to talk around here? Nobody's wanting to let me talk. Like, do you see how rude that is?
Because you're manipulating me on how I'm able to talk. I can't just talk freely. You're like,
No, we're not.
I can only reply.
Andrew,
to
less meta. If you don't stop, you're going to get yeeted. Think about it.
And besides, it's called moderation, not manipulation.
Okay, then.
So weird, bro. Okay, I'm gonna try to ask you the question. Let's see if you're capable of answering the question instead of
He
talking
left.
about your feelings. Oh wow. Why am I not surprised?
That's all he wanted to do was cry about his feelings and cry about being muted. He didn't even want to be asked the question. He didn't want to continue with the discussion.
Yeah.
Crazy thing about when Larry asks you a question, he mutes himself so that you can answer. That's crazy, right? I know.
You didn't tell him that bit, though, did you?
Well, it's kind of implied if I ask the question. I don't ask questions so I can hear myself talk.
Now you're good, Larry. I was actually looking forward to listening to a conversation between you and him. Too bad he left. Sucks.
Well, not everybody is meant to have grown-up conversations. Some people just want to talk about their feelings and shit.
Fair enough.
I might change my bio. Nasty old Matrix doesn't do feelings, so look out.
Nasty.
Nasty.
So ever since I moved to Colorado, I've been trying to make friends with crows. Not a lot of crows where I'm from. Or maybe they get killed. I don't know. But I've been trying to make friends with the crows. And every time I go to grab the peanuts and come outside trying to make friends, they fuck off just like lowers.
Have you been asking them curly questions?
No, I'm just trying to feed them and let them know that I like dollar bills and shit.
He's training them.
I'm just
Fair
joking, by
enough.
the way. Just joking. I actually do want to be friends with them, but I don't want any free money from them.
Oh, yes.
really care too much about any other bird. But, well, like dolphins, I don't really care too much about any other fish, but wouldn't mind being friends with dolphins. Not a lot of dolphins around these parts, so crows it is then, right?
Well, I'm gonna have to take your word for it.
Yeah, not a lot of dolphins in Colorado.
Welcome. Somebody dropped in. I don't know who it was.
Hello, I
didn't see
just
the-
joined in, bro. Hello.
That's it, dude. There you go, mate.
Is there's a mod? Is there's a mod in here that can change names? I want to change my name to Master Debater.
Nah, there's already one of those.
And he's not very good.
There's a couple of them, actually.
No. It's is there's a mod in there?
No.
I mean
We are
like
guest
a
friend
server
mods.
mod.
We do not have access to do anything like that. You'll have to talk to the server.
How can I
mods.
change my name?
Go change your nickname now.
Well, no.
fuck
What is it? If you get the Nitro, on some servers you can change your name, and on others no. Some are locked out and you can't do it. But Master
Oh, this
Debater is a fail because there's a couple of them and they suck at debating. I'll give you that now. So please don't do it unless you are shit hot at debating.
No, I want to be a student. I want to study Master Debating.
I'm a little confused by this conversation. Like, can't you choose your own profile name through your Discord account? What are
No,
we talking
because I got family that know this account, so it's it's I don't want to debate.
Well, then you probably shouldn't do it, buddy, if that's the case.
No, I don't want to debate with my family, bro. Come on.
Wait, you don't want to master debate with your family? Why not?
Yeah.
he's not that good.
I like to do it with strangers. It's fun. Better.
Yeah,
well,
you actually got me to say it just for that joke.
While you're there, Joga, what do you reckon about the shape of the ground? Is it planar with topography, or is it a ball
eggy.
covered in
It's
water, tilting, spinning,
eggy.
wobbling through space?
It's eggy.
It's eggy.
Yeah.
What? Egg like my profile picture, cracked and broken.
It's like an egg shape.
An egg shape.
That's the Earth. Yep.
And how did you suss that out? How do you know it's an egg shape?
Just go to the mirror and look at your head. How does your head look like? An egg.
No, it's
the
a
Earth.
cube. It's flat. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Oh.
That fucked him.
Hey, yo!
See, and you want to call yourself Master Debater, and you can't even handle me having a joke.
Listen,
Like, seriously, bro.
You're hard. You're so hard to handle. Okay, you're
But
so
in all
hard to
seriousness,
actually debate.
Put that aside. In all seriousness, have you ever actually gone out and done any long range observations and checked to see if any of the stuff that they learnt you at school was true and correct? Have you ever gone to suss it out, or you just went, you know what, I'm happy with what I was taught?
I hate the government, so I don't believe in school. Fuck school.
Well,
What does that have to? Never mind.
Well, the government's out, so that means NASA's out also, so you don't like them either, because they're government
Yeah,
funded.
fuck everyone.
Where did you learn to read and write?
Oh no, Pornhub.
Learn at Hogwarts.
Maybe it was homeschooled.
Wait. Back then it was XNXX. There was no Pornhub. Yeah, XNXX.
So, are you capable of having an adult conversation, or are you mentally
No.
handicapped? Oh, okay.
I'm
I
mentally
see.
raped. Yep.
Yeah, show us your skills, Master Debater. Let's get a bit more mature.
I mean that's not my name anymore. Yet. So you gotta change my name somehow.
Maybe I have to call him Padawan Debater.
Pedo? What?
Padawan, apprentice.
Oh, fuck no. I'm a master debater.
Oh, yeah. You're not a
master
master.
debater every day.
You're allowed to sit on the council, but you won't be granted the position of master. Fuck yeah.
No, bro. No. No. Hey,
That's what I'm saying. No.
He's fucking cyberbullying me. Hey, fuck no, bro. I'm suiciding right now. Let me go suicide, bro.
No, don't say shit like that online. Fuck ya.
Oh, it's illegal?
Red flag ya. No, we don't do that in here. Man.
How's about
push the red
nerd
flag
debate?
button? That's such
Maybe
a
we should
move.
explain it to him, buddy. It's a YouTube channel that we're broadcasting on. If it were ever gets censored, we want it to be censored for one reason and one reason only: the subject of flat Earth, not any other bullshit thing that YouTube censors. So you should understand that if you talk like that, we have to mute you
Red
permanently.
flag, yeah. Yeah. So the best way to put
Don't make it weird.
Would you say shit like that in front of your nan? No, you wouldn't. So don't do it in here. I was going to say wait for a few people to attack me now. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Do you have any real legitimate questions about the subject matter here?
Right, let's find out.
I would low-key just say to my grandpa.
Yeah, but that's different. What you
Now,
say to
come
him is
on,
not what
answer-
you'd say to her. Right,
answer
so,
AJ.
I got a question. Wait, I got a question.
Cool.
How is the moon and sun is round, but the Earth is not round? Like, how does that work?
Why do bubbles float over puddles? How does that work?
What? You don't make
Okay,
sense.
so
Why? How can a bubble float over a puddle? How does that work?
So I want to help you out with that question, right? But I want you to listen to my question and think about it, right? So soccer balls are round, tennis balls are round, golf balls are round. Does that mean that the American pigskin known as football is round? See what you did there? So you equated the Earth with stuff you see in the sky, but you never actually saw the Earth as a planet, meaning a wandering star in the sky. Ever. You've only seen.
I got a
the
question.
Earth
Wait,
as a
wait.
globe.
I got a question. I got a question.
You can't
When you
control
jump-
yourself?
When you jump, do you go up faster or do you fall faster?
Dude, that has nothing to do with anything.
Because we talk about gravity.
You don't even know what gravity is.
No, it's 10. Fucking 10 G.
Go ahead and define it for us, please. What do you think it is?
You didn't
I don't know.
acknowledge that you
It's the
understood
thing.
the
It's the
last.
thing in physics, bro. The fucking number in physics when you fucking do formulas, they just
No.
fucking give. Yeah, it's 10. I know it, but it's 10. 10.14.
Go ahead, Taggy, you were saying something.
I just noticed that he didn't even acknowledge that he understood the last topic. What I am Larry was trying to get through to him. He just
He's got
jumped.
the TikTok
jumped ship.
brain.
Yeah.
I'm too busy master debating.
Dude.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
Are you
too
bricked,
busy,
bro?
Am I
Can you
bricked?
not have? Yeah, can you not have like
Define bricked.
Is your
not
mind
capable of
locked up?
critical thinking, complex thought.
Do you mean bricked physically or mentally?
Like bricked in the brain, bro. Like you've got brick for brains.
I
like
thought
that.
he was talking about my dick. I thought he was gay.
What?
You're a reprobate.
You are. Yeah, that. Wow.
I told you I'm a master debater. I'm only here to change my name. I want to change my name to master debater.
Well, then go ask somebody.
That's not
who
going to
helped.
happen.
I'm looking
Tease
for
him.
somebody right now. There's nobody in here. So what the
You need to
fuck?
work on your
I got
sense of humor.
Like, you're not a. Do you fancy yourself a comedian? Because you're not.
Yeah, the thing about comedians
gone.
is got to be smart.
Exactly.
Now he's doing like a victory dance at the 50-yard line. Like, I beat him, guys. I beat him. I won.
And two others left with him, was it? Did they come in as a group?
Yeah, that was interesting, that. Or was it just luck?
It's kind of depressing, really. Like, it just dawned on me. It's hard for me to imagine someone like that actually having like a real friend in real life at all.
Dude,
like, who the fuck would be friends with that guy?
Or another reprobate, I'm sure.
Well, they make Raiden look good.
I think just yelling at people at Discord is the closest thing that people like that have to a relationship.
You're probably right. Their desire for human contact is that's wild.
Poor guy.
Yeah, his attitude from the get-go was a red flag.
Damn you, TikTok. You're ruining the brains of millions of people. Because focus really is a superpower, is it not? You know what I mean? Like, your ability to focus on, like, one thing at a time and not go, oh, look at the kitty. Like George Bush, right? You know, you want to, like, fine-tune your ability to focus. Because there's millions
Dude,
of distractions.
I was just looking at my kitty when you said that.
Yeah, because that's my distraction, the kitty.
That was just good timing.
Take that how you want.
But the difference is I was still able to, acknowledge what you were saying. Although I focused on my kitty doing stupid things in the background. I still knew what you said. These people, once they get distracted, it's like tunnel vision. They have no idea of their surroundings. Yeah, I think they need to drink less fluoride.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Control yourself, or someone else will control you.
I'm just gonna share this for fun. Like, there's a road just south of where I live. It's a relatively new road with, brand spanking new pavement, bike lanes, sidewalks. And the thing about this road that really gets me is that it's like, maybe like a third of a mile long or something. But on both sides of the road, there's chain link fence, like all the way throughout it. But the thing that really gets me is that near this one building where I had to go to for this one thing or whatever, I noticed that there's a duck crossing sign. One of those yellow and black duck crossing signs that's on the road. But it just dawned on me, like, how are the ducks supposed to cross the road if there's a chain link fence on both sides of the road for the full length of the road? And then it dawned on me, like, I think that road and that sign embodies the government. Like, that's what government is that.
Bureaucrats.
Honestly, it makes me want to go to that road with, like, some bolt cutters and, like, make some holes in it or something.
Don't do it, bro. That's what they want you to do.
It's like, it's not like they put the sign there for entirely no reason. Like, on both sides of the roads are wetlands and lakes and, like, habitat, like the perfect habitat for ducks. But as far as, like, ducks that can't fly yet, like baby ducks, as long as they're following their mother, they can't go from one side of the road to the other. It's crazy.
It's like we're going to give you a safe spot here, but make it impossible to get to. So,
all right, Mr. Master, would you like to have an actual conversation about the subject matter related to this room? If you want to, post yes in the side chat.
Not capable.
Yes, I'm talking to a
10
muted
seconds. Too long.
Literally, I'm asking if he wants to get unmuted. And he can't just say yes or no. I'll take that as a no.
I think the way he changed his name answers the question. Not capable.
No, it is not.
Capable.
This dude, you read what he just said. He's such an idiot. You can hear what I am saying. What you said makes zero sense.
I don't hear you, sir.
So how did you know that bro is talking to a muted guy if you don't hear, sir?
I'm good. I mean, if y'all want, you can. He sounds like he's
special. Fun. He sounds a little bit special. That's what he sounds.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tyler.
I need to hear it. What?
Hello. Dang, there's a lot of people.
How's it going?
It's okay.
Cool. What brings you here?
I'm just bored.
Fair enough.
Is this a legitimate VC for this, or do people just fuck around here and talk about whatever?
No, it's a legit VC. We get trolls here and there, but we send them on their way.
Are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Can I hear some of your views?
Is that a voice changer?
Me?
Yeah.
No. Why?
Just curious.
Is it because I'm monotone? I've had people say that before. No, it's not. I'm just tired.
I would say that I view the horizon to be horizontal. It's observed that way, and the Earth is measured to be flat.
Measured to be flat? What do you mean?
With like laser tests and other things.
Do you have any like articles or anything?
I could link you to. I could send you stuff, or I can link you to our home server, and then you could use the search feature. And I'll bet you that a ton of people have already asked any question you could think of anyway. There's a ton of info on there and a bunch of channels. It's like an archive.
Yeah.
On the YouTube bot, there's a link there. It'll say discord.gg/flatter, and that'll take you there.
I would, but I am in too many Discord servers.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm in a lot. It's like muddling up my shit. I get a lot of notifications.
You gotta be in at least like, what, 200?
You do know you can cluster them all together in the little panel down the side.
Oh no, yeah, they're in their little groups, but it's just, I don't know.
Discord will actually limit you to. I think you can only get 200, like join 200 servers on regular Discord, but I think that you can join more when you have Nitro.
It's 100 with no Nitro and 200 with Nitro.
There you go.
I'm a no Nitro individual.
Oh, that's right. Inside chat, I posted up one of the laser tests, 28.6 mile. I'll grab another one for you.
Thanks.
So if the Earth is a sphere, it would have to have drop over distance. Like the further you go away from where you started from, it would be curving down 8 inches per mile squared. Is what they tell us, right? Does that make sense?
We're pretending gravity doesn't exist, I'm sure.
I don't understand what gravity has to do with the shape of the Earth.
What do you think shaped the Earth?
You know, it's crazy because the anti-flat earthers always say what I just said and always say what you just said, but we'll go ahead and go with that. I don't know what shaped the Earth, right? Because I don't believe the Earth is a shape. When I go outside, I experience the Earth as a flat, stationary, topographical plane. I don't experience the Earth as a globe unless I go inside and turn on my TV. Does anybody disagree with my real-world experience?
I mean, if you go like into space, you'll see it as like a globe.
Can we go tonight?
Sure.
No, we can't. So you'll never see it as a globe. Because you and I are not going halfway to the moon like the astronauts did to get that image.
You'll never see it as flat then, because you'll never see the whole Earth.
You don't have to see the whole Earth to see that it's flat. Because when you go outside, you literally experience that it's flat and stationary. Unless you think your house is moving. Is your house moving right now?
In
Slowly.
the context of like all of space, yeah.
So you guys think your house is moving?
At rates we cannot detect physically.
That's the problem. We can't prove that it's moving. Because even under Einstein, his theory of general relativity, all motion is relative, right? So for you to say, like a teacher told you, that the Earth goes around the sun, that's absolute motion. That would be Newtonian physics, right? With Newtonian, there's absolute motion in space. With Einstein, there is no absolute motion in space. It's all relative.
So which constantly incorrect? That's crazy.
So what's incorrect about what I said?
Should we start at the beginning?
Start wherever you like.
Okay, you said that you see that just because we can't go to space and see the Earth is round, mean that it's not round, right? But you can't see the whole Earth from where you're from, yet you're saying it's flat.
Because what I experience. So how is what I experience wrong? Do you experience a globe when you go outside?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
You live on a globe.
where did you see the Earth as a globe? Because when I go outside, I
Where
don't
I
see
live.
that.
Because we're
So-
there.
So you saw the whole Earth as a globe when you go outside. How high are you, bro?
The whole Earth. No, I've seen.
But according to you, you
some
have
of
to see
like
the whole
West
thing.
Coast of North America.
Did you just say you have to see the whole thing to say that it's flat? So by that same logic, you
No.
have to see the whole thing to see that
No,
it's a
I'm
globe?
saying you were saying that.
Yeah. Hang on. I just
I
want to
wasn't
say
saying that,
something.
you were saying that.
Hang on, JR.
Yeah.
Larry was having a conversation with Tyra. She seems a bit more genuine than you, for starters.
Oh,
and you've just butted them. So just wait your turn, mate, and we'll get to you.
Oh, I'm good. I'll just bounce.
I was
bounce over
gonna. I was gonna ask. I mean, I can give you this like example. Say, I just want to see your thought, like your view. Say you're standing on a big I don't know, square, large square. It's very large. You are standing on top of it, and it's very large, so you can't see the edge of it. You can't see the sides of it. You can't see that it is a cube, and it's like 4-dimensional. You just see it from one plane, so you're just seeing it as flat. How do you know that that's not what you're viewing? You know, the globe, the Earth.
What are you claiming? We're a cube.
No, that is a good point. So we're not claiming a shape, right? When we say flat, it's a surface description. You know, we're saying topographical flat because there's mountains, right? When I look out to the west, I can see mountains. So we're not saying flat like a piece of paper or like a square. What we're saying is we don't experience curvature or axial rotation. Does that make sense?
Also flat as a horizontal or an orientation. Do you get that, Larry? Like that flatness is the horizontal. It's an orientation as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, we're not claiming that it's a cube. Basically, what we're trying to say is that we don't think the Earth has a shape. It's shapeless. So I
it's
know that
just
you
like a plane.
Yeah, like, you know, it's hard to imagine because you've had 20 or 30, however old you are, years worth of programming with the television that this is the Earth, but actually the Earth is when you go outside and put your toes in the sand. You know, that's what the actual Earth is, right? You've been shown a model, and unfortunately, when that happens to us, we reify, add concreteness to the model in our head, but in reality, the Earth is the dirt outside, where the earthworms live. So the thing is that you don't have to believe anything I'm saying. Like, I'm not like the astronaut that you can't go halfway to the moon, right? You can actually go to a large body of water at rest, and you can take these claims that you've been given about the shape of the Earth, and you can actually test it out. And all we're trying to do is to get you to go do that for yourself, because you don't need a guy with a lab coat and a clipboard and all that stuff, right? You don't need any kind of authority but your own, and we're trying to self-empower you to go to the large body of water at rest and see if you can detect any curvature. Because I'm just an idiot on the internet. So is that something you'd be interested in learning how to do, or would you rather just not find out for yourself and just believe men, right? The cosmology of the patriarchy, right?
I mean, I love doing experiments. I wouldn't be against doing something like that for fun. I do have the notion that I do believe the Earth is a globe, though, but I wouldn't be against trying to do the experiment. It's just I've seen, you know.
Yeah, that's a good mind frame because.
But,
sorry, that's a good mind frame because as soon as you start relying on their information, they could tell you anything, and you'd have to believe that as fact, and that's an issue. You should really go out and test this for yourself. That's what we urge you to do.
Well, I have a question. What would be the benefactor of lying to everyone and saying
That's a good question. We get it a lot. The problem is that we can't tell you why liars lie. We can only speculate. So if you want me to speculate, I can, but it's a bit off topic. So you decide. Do you want me to speculate for you?
Sure.
Liars usually lie to gain power over people. Usually these psychopathic or sociopathic type do this to gain power over people, to have mental slavery over them, because it's a lot easier to enslave the mind than it is the body. Because when people see their body is enslaved, they tend to fight back. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I want to ask onto that. What could be used to empower over civilians with the fact or the lie that the Earth is a globe?
Well, if you have them chasing their tail for 100 years over E equals MC squared and space-time is a real thing, when actually Tesla probably had the better tech, and everything we're using just about these days is somehow derived from Tesla tech, much like Marconi using 17 patents from Tesla to create the radio. So if all of our colleges, above ground are going E equals MC squared, yeah, we need funding for dark matter and we need funding for black holes, and this is a huge money pit and we're going nowhere. Meanwhile, the powers that should not be underground have taken Tesla tech to the nth degree. But I digress. Can we talk about the subject again?
Sure.
Right, so it's important to know if you're being lied to, not why they would lie. So I would challenge you to go find a large body of water at rest and just do the math. 8 inches per mile squared is what they tell us. That's the curvature of the Earth if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. So you work out the math mathematically backwards, and 10 miles there should be 66.6 feet of curvature if you lay your eye on the ground. So you factor in all the things like the height of the object, the height of the observer, and you do the math. And what you're going to see when you go is we can see too far. And then when you come back and report to other people that, hey, we can see too far, then they start making excuses.
Incorrect. This is easily explainable.
Cue the excuses. Go ahead.
Apologies for the interruptions. Please continue with your viewing.
You see how eager he was to make an excuse?
Wait, did you kick him or mute him?
I didn't do anything.
He just read flag for now, but it doesn't matter. He's not going to say anything stupid for a while. Please continue.
So the thing about this room is, in order to have deeper conversations, there has to be a higher level of moderation. Like, if you want to go into the room with a bunch of Slim Shadys, there's less moderation and more free speech. But if you want to get into the deeper subjects and actually get to the end of it, we can't be interrupted every 5 seconds with another Slim Shady. Does that make sense? I'm all for free speech. I mean, yeah. I'm all for it. But here, this isn't really 100% free speech room. There's a time and place for free speech here, but we're not just going to let you come and bloviate all over our room and wipe your ass with our hair. And, that's not going to happen.
If you notice, most of us, we just keep ourselves muted. We're kind of multitasking, listening. It's like a podcast. Some of us might chime in and say something, but for the most part, we like kind of a one-to-one conversation.
Yeah, pretty soon, I'm going to pass the mic and someone else is going to take over. And right, so do you want to hear what their actual argument against you seeing too far? Because you have to take my word for that, right? For now, but not for long. You can probably save up some money and go to the beach. Sounds like fun, right? I'm telling you to take a vacation, right? That's probably a good thing, right? Don't you need rest and relaxation, some vitamin D? Well, it's kind of winter time, but you get the point, right?
Yeah.
So what they're going to tell you is that the light is bending down around the curvature of the Earth, and that's why it looks flat. Now, I'm not saying refraction doesn't happen, But just because the dog poops in the yard and the poop falls down, does that mean that everything that everyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true? I call that the squatting dog fallacy. So basically, you have to say, okay, refraction is real, but how do we know that the light is bending down around the Earth, and that's what makes the Earth look flat? When the argument against that would be, well, Occam's razor would say that the least amount of assumptions and complexity in your theory, probably the better theory. So they would have to prove the path of light. How do you prove the path of light? Like, how can you prove that actually the Earth is round, and the reason that it looks flat is because this is happening? Watch this photon. You can't really prove that. So at this point, when they say refraction, they've made their model unfalsifiable. Because before they said refraction, because we forced them to say it because of our observations. Before that, it was falsifiable because you could say, oh, well, I can't see past, 8 inches per mile squared. I can't see past the curve, right? But we did see past the curve. So according to Karl Popper, if your science is not falsifiable, then it's not science. Now, we're talking about philosophy here, the philosophy of science, because Karl Popper was a philosopher of science. But that philosophy is still good and translates over to geometry, which is math. If your claim is unfalsifiable, that's still logically true, right? It's bad claim if you can't falsify it, right? Like if I said that I'm 13 feet tall, but I refuse to let you measure me, is my claim really worth the damn?
I see.
So, you got to decide what you're going to do. But if you do use an Earth curve calculator, they have this refractive index that you can slide back and forth, because these globers know that we can see too far. So when you slide it all the way over, it's basically you're sliding it to flat Earth. So if you use the Earth curve calculator and you have to slide it all the way over because you saw too far, you're sliding it over from globe Earth, 0 refraction, to flat Earth, like 100% refraction. And you got to see that that's a problem, because at that point, when the Guinness Book of World Records took the photo 273 miles away of Mount Conahu, when he did that, they backward engineered the Earth curve calculator to slide it all the way over and say, oh, that's what we'd expect to see because of refraction. So now that I'm done explaining that to you, I'm going to pass the mic. It was nice talking to you. Peace out.
Yeah, the issue is refraction does not make out to be a flat Earth. It does a lot of random things, but it doesn't, conform to making it out as if it looks flat. So, yeah, it's a fallacy.
I see.
But yeah, I'm not too educated on this topic. If someone else could take the mic.
So do you have any questions?
I guess I would just have to watch them. I can watch that video, and maybe if I have time, I can try it out. But I mean, there are times that I have watched a video before. I think it was a similar experiment to this, but it was regarding water and seeing if the top of the sail would do something in regarding to the curvature to the Earth, and I mean, it did. It was I think I can find the video, but I guess I would just have to test it out myself as well.
Yeah, exactly. Keep an open mind.
Are you a flat earther too?
Yes. Well, it's measured flat, it's observed as flat, and it's utilised as flat. So there would be no other logical reasoning but to be a flat earther if you have proved it for yourself.
Do you think there's a certain width to the Earth? Like, how deep do you think it goes if it's like flat?
Yeah, these are questions we cannot answer.
We've only drilled about 8 miles down the Russian borehole, I think is what it's called. And because of that, we can't verify anything deeper. So the globe Earth will tell you that there's this molten core, and the reason that we have magnetic fields is because of this molten core, and there's a lot of problems with that, right? You definitely can't prove it. And just because you see lava on the surface coming from underneath, does that mean that everything they say about the core is true? Or is it just a model that they've modeled out to explain things that they've seen?
Yeah. I see.
Yeah, and molten metal cannot have any magnetic power. It becomes, it's not magnetic anymore. As soon as that metal turns into molten. So yeah, they've just
to become molten. It just has to reach a certain level of heat and it will lose the magnetic properties.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
She was asking about the depth of the Earth.
I posted something related to the coldest super deep borehole Wikipedia page, but that would give her the name. If you want to, Tyra.
Yeah, I'll look.
What was it, Tira?
Yeah.
So, in relation to your question, though, he posted something. It's just that you gotta make a separation between what has been tested or claimed, right? The deepest dig ever done was by the Russians, and they claim they spent almost like 10 years to dig about 7.8 miles. So nobody has been deeper than that, right? And then you have the models of the Earth, right? And they show you these cartoons, and they tell you, we know what is 3,000 or 4,000 miles below the surface, but that's just cartoons. It's not reality. Hasn't been tested. Hasn't been demonstrated.
Yeah.
So what you're going to find out is we're wannabe empiricists. We may not be like 100% perfect, because who is? But we want to be able to verify everything that we say. So if you hear us say something and you're like, hey, where'd you come up with this? Where did you get that? Can you cite your source? Like, we should absolutely 100% back up our arguments with evidence and and links to support the claim.
Yeah, I like that. And you got to realize, like what Dempsey just said, they were claiming a globe Earth before they could prove it, before they flew up and showed you pictures of Earth from space. So their claims, they couldn't go back on that. So, see, we told you so. They're not going to go, oh no, we were wrong. They're never wrong. The authority is never wrong. They're never going to admit that.
To tell me if they counterfeited space, what would you compare it to?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, did that not come through good?
It's not better than before.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So if I
you
gave you
asked something.
I give you $100 bill, you'd be able to tell if it's counterfeit or not, because you could compare it with another $100 bill. If I asked you if NASA, JAXA, all those space agencies, if I asked you if they counterfeited space, how could you tell?
I think that's for Tira.
Yeah.
A question.
How would you know
Well, I mean,
counterfeited space?
I guess you would have to test it out yourself. I mean, what in telescopes and seeing how every other planet or anything is a cylinder or round shape. What makes the Earth any different than these around us, these other planets?
Have you ever seen the Earth as a wandering star in the sky because planet means wanderer?
These things.
I mean, I can see the outside stars around us, which shows that I'm sitting in space.
And then the ground is not in the sky, and the things that you're talking about are.
Can I give a different answer to that question?
Outside of us.
Go ahead.
Just to prove the point forward. So in order to, there's an echo. Someone have an open mic. Anyway, so if you were to look at the moon and ask yourself, what is the composition of the moon? How far away is it? What shape is it? What medium is it in? You'd have to go to the moon and touch the moon and take a sample of the moon and bring it back to answer all of those questions. Thing is, nobody can do that. We just know of a story of three groups of people did do that, but those are just stories and none of us in here believe them. None of us in here believe in the moon landings. So, but you'd have to do that to answer all the questions that you or I may have about the luminaries above our head. So it's just you just have to wonder.
Do you have to, say you see a ball or a shape or anything, and you see it, maybe it's behind glass or something, you can't reach it, you can't touch it, you can physically see that it's round, it's a shape. Why do you have to prove anything else about it if you?
Because for instance, if you see something that's round like the moon, technically it could be a cylinder, because you can have the perspective of something, and or it could be it could be flat on one side and curved on another side, or curved on or vice versa, whichever one's facing you. We have examples of it. I don't have the GIF handy, but maybe if somebody has that funny GIF handy, go with that.
We can't science space like we can here on Earth. Biochemistry is 100% legitimate science. Maybe some bad theories and interpretations of the experiments exist, but biochemistry is legit, right? But when it comes to cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics, you can't science space the way that you can things on Earth. So think about it. They say the sun is a giant ball of gas, like Jupiter, right? So how do you have gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum? Think about if I remove the tire from your rim, you don't have the gas pressure because I removed the container. So you can't cook your grandmother a steak with a propane grill without the propane tank. If you try to buy propane without a tank at the propane shop, they're going to laugh at you. Right? So how do they have gas pressure next to 10 to the 17 negative torr vacuum of space? A ridiculous rip your body to smithereens apart in the vacuum of space, but somehow Jupiter is a gas giant just sitting there without expanding and filling the available volume. And they told you gravity, right? That's what you're thinking? Gravity? What if you have the propane tank and the nozzle facing up, the direction away from the so-called pull of gravity, and you open that tank, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium. Gravity be damned, right? That's the reality of the situation. So everything that they tell you about space, I think it's healthy to go back to that childlike mindset, embrace your inner child when you used to say, I wonder what that is, right? And then your mom or dad told you, oh, that's the moon, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. They know, right? They've been there. They just accepted the worldview that they've been given, but I challenge you to challenge the worldview that you've been given and bring back the wonder into your life, because I still look up and go, what is that?
Yeah, I also posted a GIF, but yeah, gas pressure needs a vacuum is an awesome topic. But to answer your last question, that's an interesting GIF. You'll like this.
Did you just say gas pressure needs a vacuum?
You misspoke. You meant to say container.
Matrix, pointing out my fallacy.
I wanted to address your question.
Probably hanging for a beer. That's all good.
I'm only human, man.
So, Tira, you remember you asked about when we look up, right? We see certain things, and some of the guys gave you some replies. And my point is closer to what. What's your name again, bro? Larry. My bad. Larry was telling you that down here we can observe certain phenomena and we can test for the cause of those effects, right? The observable phenomena of the luminaries, we can observe it, but we cannot test it and determine the cause and a bunch of variables that will determine what those things are, right?
Yeah.
You know. Have you ever watched the movie Simba the Lion King?
Yeah.
You remember when Simba and the pig and the little guy were eating? They finished eating and they sat on their backs looking at the stars, and they all had like different opinions about what the stars were. They all said different things. We can all look at the stars, observe the same thing, and we can all make different stories about the stars. And that has been the case through humanity's history. We see the luminaries moving in cycles that repeat. Most of the let's say cosmologists kind of explain that like it's almost like a clock of the sky. You know, today's clocks basically go by the movement of the sun, the moon, and the stars, kind of like the seasons goes by that, right? We can observe their behavior, but we cannot determine a bunch of other variables like the medium that they're in, the distances, the makeup, and what is the cause of those effects. So that's the thing, though. The globe, Earth, cosmology, whatever, they're telling you that stuff is billions of miles away, and they're billions of times bigger. Some, suns are hundreds of millions of times bigger than the Earth. This is just on paper. No man has actually verified that. The distances, the mediums, and the makeup of those things in the sky. Go ahead.
To piggyback off of what he said, causation and correlation often gets conflated. So just because you think you know the cause of something, you don't really know until you test it out. And explanation is not a adequate replacement for experimentation. So I could tell you all kinds of stories about space, right? But how do we verify that those stories are true? At best, we have observation alone, and the scientific method requires observation and experiment, focusing on the variables, controlling for variables, and manipulating the presumed cause to see the effect. Without that method, it's pseudoscience. So anytime anyone has ever told you that, cosmology is a science, theoretical astrophysics, they're pushing pseudoscience. Now, if you say that it's only philosophy, right, then it's not pseudoscience. But if you're claiming that it's derived from the scientific method when it's not, that's the very definition of pseudoscience.
I see.
Earth isn't an object in outer space, by the way.
You'd be surprised how much things that we thought were science are actually only philosophy at best. Because all science is philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science. Go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in and add that okay, so we're not like an object sharing a space with those other things, right? So the Earth is the floor, and then there's those things above us. That's your natural experience, right? So you're on the floor, and there's things above you, right? Not like a ball where the sky is surrounding it 360 degrees in all directions, right? We're flat, and then there's up, and we're down here, and those things are up there, right? So it's not like the Earth is a planet.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you realize that 96% of the universe in the standard model of cosmology is dark matter and dark energy. And like all of cosmology is talking about they're in a crisis called the cosmological constant crisis. And they have come up with like entire things about the Kuhn cycle, about the paradigm shift between the old science and the new science. And you look into this crisis in cosmology, you're going to be like, wow, I thought this was all like, a little more settled than it is right now. And it's quite the opposite. Science is never settled, unlike religion, where Jesus is always the Messiah, Muhammad is always the prophet, and Abraham is the progenitor, right? That's never going to change. But in science, new information can change things by the second, by the minute, by the hour.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah, and it's all hinged on the idea that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. I mean, that is the bottom rung, right, on which they stand upon their ladder, right, and building up all the way to there's these blurry things that we see through a telescope that we say are galaxies that are made out of billions of stars, right? And then like Larry's talking about, they get to this point where they think they've interpreted what they're seeing as being rotation, and that those things don't jive with their equations and their calculations, and those things should be ripping apart. Something's wrong with our equations. Gravity's not working properly. If that's the case, so they had to invent all the dark matter and dark energy instead of going back to the foundation and going, well, did we even get that right? Right.
Yeah.
And what is that based on anyway? What is that foundation based on? Is it based on anything empirical? Did they measure anything? Did they actually do anything? Like, these are the questions that one should ask themselves.
So I think
Have you also searched up to see if they did anything to prove?
Prove what?
That proves their claim that the Earth.
Well, here's the thing. If you were to do like a real quick study on like logical fallacies 101, right? And you learned about debate tactics and the biases that we have, and you go and listen to some flat Earth versus globe Earth debates, after you've done those things, you're going to find out that their arguments all hinge on some sort of fallacy or confirmation bias or baseless assertion or false cause fallacy. The list goes on and on. But the number one, I think, is the appeal to authority, right? It seems like most men in our civilization are incredibly dogmatic and neutered. And I don't mean physically. I mean like domesticated, right? They just appeal to the alpha male rather than being the lone wolf. And that's a huge problem, because when you appeal to authority, guess what? The authorities get things wrong. They bled George Washington to death because he had a sore throat and a cough. I mean, that was a physician that did that. That wasn't just a farmer, right? That was a physician that killed George Washington because they didn't know about blood pressure at the time. Well, the men today, mankind, they're not so different than they were a couple hundred years ago. They think they got everything figured out. The peak of civilization is right here and right now. And when you go look at the pyramids and the stonework of the past, it's obvious that this isn't it. We're extremely domesticated, unfortunately. And you shouldn't appeal to authority. That's just bad logic.
I see. I do hear your points.
Go ahead, what?
I do hear some of your points. I have a question. Say you have a friend or someone you trust a lot, like you trust them, they haven't lied to you ever. Say they were able to go to space and they saw, hey, wait, this kind of looks circular from here. Would you believe them, or would you be like, okay, well, I have to check. I would have to check.
You can put your faith in men if you want. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Just don't call it science, right?
So you'd have to see it for yourself. You'd have to.
Yet knowledge is the enemy of belief. Because when you have knowledge, it no longer requires blind faith or any other type of belief.
I see.
It's not like we're in doubt, though. We're not at a point of questioning anymore.
Do you believe
We're
me?
at a point of certainty.
Do you believe?
I know you've seen the memes going around where you have like this kind of space frisbee pizza planet. Nobody here envisions Earth that way. We see it as being the floor. You're on the ground, it's the floor of the universe, and the lights in the sky we see above us are moving above us.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that real quick, because a lot of times we have people who have a misconception due to all of the straw man memes that are out there.
True.
Yeah, are you keeping an on text chat? Because we post a lot of information discussing. So I'll post something right now.
Okay.
Definitely would challenge you to go search out those logical fallacies 101 videos. There's a redheaded Scottish or Irish woman who does like a bang up job on that. And that'll help you for the rest of your life, whether you never talk to us again or not. Because when people make illogical arguments, they can be really convincing, like appeal to emotion, right? So it doesn't matter how you politically identify, but think about what I'm saying. We got to take the guns away to save the children. But wait a minute. Don't guns protect children? You see how that's an emotional argument? It's not really a good argument? Despite on how you feel about guns, it doesn't matter. Do you see what I'm saying about appeal to emotion it's a logical argument when you could much easier make a better argument?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
So that'll help you for the rest of your life. If you don't take anything away, just know that you can question everything, including the shape of the Earth, despite what you saw on TV, and you can learn the tricks of the tricksters.
Yeah. Well, thanks for talking and like telling me your views and stuff.
Yeah, just remember, you never see the globe unless you turn on the TV, open a magazine, or some source of media. You never experience the Earth as a globe without that. Like if you just go outside and experience nature without those things, just you and your clothes outside, you'll never experience the Earth as a globe. You never experience the motion of the Earth, and you can't demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density. Thanks.
Let's see. I will go now, but I hope you guys have a good night or day.
Have a good one. Good talking to you.
Gotcha.
Come back later with more questions. Bring your friends, your globe Earth believers. Bring them here. We'll speak to them.
All right.
Peace out.
Oh, thank God she left. Her mic sucked ass.
I think she had a voice changer.
But no, it wasn't a voice changer. She was too close to her mic and she was breathing into it.
The conversation was chill anyway.
She's on Xbox, so highly probable she's got a headset. Some of them just suck.
That was a pretty good conversation compared to some of the other ones that we've had.
I've been playing Arc Raiders, and it sounds exactly like the Arc Raiders voice changer, so maybe I got a bit of the pareidolia.
Could be, I don't know.
Friends, how are we, friends?
I'm doing better than most.
Is that Vladimir?
Yes, friends. It's the great fucking globe destroyer.
Vladimir Pruska.
Friends, do you guys know what's happening in the world right now? Are you guys up to date?
The Epstein files have been released.
Well, that's what we think, but you know, is it really? Or is this just another fucking show?
That's part of the show.
It's just part of the show. See, that's what I thought, man, because you know, there's a whole bunch of people that getting caught up in all this shit again. But guess what? The markets are fucking falling. The markets are falling.
The markets are falling?
Well, if you have money, buy more crypto. It's going,
That probably means
down.
that gold. That probably means that gold is going over the top. Then
is it really? No, it's not. Gold's also falling. Are you serious?
Dude, you make crypto sound like a pyramid scheme.
Buddy, nobody asks. You know what, Orion? Every time I'm fucking talking, it's best for you not to fucking talk, because I'll just shit on you and your Republican fucking ways.
check on gold again.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the gold right now. Don't tell me it's $5,000 US right now. No, it went down, bro. It went down. What are you talking about? It went down, bro. Hey, yo, it went down. It was supposed to go down.
It's over. It's 4,100. That's not down.
Well, it was 4,200 a while ago.
It's doing way better than Bitcoin. Way better.
No. Bitcoin outperformed gold long time ago.
Yeah. How's your Bitcoin going to go when someone turns the power out?
And when's the power going to get out? Please tell me. When are the hydro dams going to get fucking blown up, please?
All we got to do is drop the internet, Bitcoins are gone. If you don't hold it, you don't own it.
Yes, because you know how the internet works. And it's not like a big mesh of things and a whole bunch of central
You're a
offices.
typical glober making excuses.
No,
you know exactly what it means. So stop with your bullshit.
You don't know how to.
No, you don't know.
He's not a glober.
So let me get this straight. You've got a 1 ounce coin of gold sitting on your desk, or you've got something digital. So digital means if the power goes out, you're fucked. If the internet goes out, you're fucked. If your ID doesn't register that you've eaten too many Big Macs this week, you fat fuck, you're fucked.
Why are you raging?
Because you're not listening, mate. You're too busy talking shit.
Buddy, I already know all these little points.
Then if you know it, you'd shut the fuck up and acknowledge it. Instead of talking shit. And whoever put that on the fucking board, diversify, correct. Thank you.
I'm just saying, if the internet goes down, I think there's gonna be zombies on the streets.
What do you mean there's gonna be? There is now, bro.
If people cannot get Uber Eats, damn, it's gonna be trouble.
Why are you fucking muting and over talking me, twat?
Oh, just relax, bro. It's okay.
Well, this fag has to fucking rage and then mute me, right?
Not yet.
At the moment, you're at about a level 11. Go back to about a 5, maybe a 4.5. And you'll be good to go.
Hey, how about you bring yourself down to a fucking 1, eh? Dumbass.
I'll cry elsewhere then. I've got no problem. What's that? Something I wonder all the time. Yeah, that's right, Shaggy. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not against crypto, but if you've got assets, gold, silver, cash, maybe you've bought a property, maybe a little bit of crypto, have a look at all the possible things that could happen. Okay, so you've got your stash hidden at home and your house burns down. You could lose the friggin' lot. I get that. But with crypto, there's quite a few things that can happen that can make it very hard to access. That's one of the issues of it. So when Bitcoin first came out, every second numpty could go out and buy Bitcoin. There was no problem with that. But getting rid of them, if you wanted to sell them, that was a bastard.
Yeah, I think it's use and exchange. So, like, you can have Bitcoin on a flash drive. The power can go out and your Bitcoin will still be on the flash drive. But as far as using and exchanging it goes, good luck. But if you have a silver coin or a gold coin, you can trade that for a bag of groceries.
It's funny how all you guys are talking out your ass because you have no fucking experience with this shit.
No experience. I used to mine the fucking things.
Yeah, and I bought and sold the shit, and I made enough fucking profit. Yeah, and I sold it, and it took me less than that. Why are you over talking me? Why are you over talking me? I'm explaining shit to you. I don't need to hear your nonsense.
Shut the fuck up. I used to mine the fucking things when they were sub $3. Okay? So while you're stroking it, look at me, I buy and sell, and I'm the crypto fucking king. I used to mine the bastards. I got out of it when the Butterfly Labs fucking scam went through. Get it? You're playing catch up, bro. You're about fucking 9 years behind me. For fuck's sake, telling me how they work. Here's a golf clap for you.
Yeah, keep muting me. I used to mine this shit too, stupid. You know who the fuck you're talking to, dumb fuck? I know everything about this shit, and you're gonna...
None of which is FA related, of course. Jumping in here, having a flip out at me is not going to save your soul, lad. Surely you, of all people, would have learnt that by now.
Yeah, and you're still jumping on a flat earth, mate.
Like I just said, I've got no issue with it. If you want to buy the stuff, man, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. But the issues I've got with the actual device itself is at that one time that you may want to sell the bastards, which Orion said the same thing. You can get them and put them on your flash drive. Okay, the power goes out. You've still got them stored on your USB stick. That's great. You've got one. You've got 100 of them. Who cares what the number is? But you are screwed. You can't get rid of them. If you can't get rid of them, they're useless. So having a meltdown over me over it ain't going to save anything or change anything.
You clearly don't understand infrastructure and how the infrastructure is already fucking set up.
What? I want to ask you something.
Okay, Vlad, something simple.
Matrix, I want to ask him something.
Oh, sorry, Jamesy.
Sorry, Jamesy, because the other man's talking, Jamesy. I'm sorry, Jamesy.
No, bro, no. Didn't someone did a transaction the other day, allegedly for $10 and paid like $500,000 for a transaction fee with Bitcoin? Doesn't that affects kind of people's perspective from the Bitcoin thing?
I never heard about that. The only transaction fees that I know that are extremely high are on Ethereum. Bitcoin transaction fees are very minimal. Every time I transferred and sold and made enough profit with Bitcoin, and I also mined, and I've known about Bitcoin since it was fucking less than $1. I've known all this shit. Number one. Number two, your power infrastructure is not going to fucking go down because it's a web mesh, right? If you got one fucking node that goes out, there's still a fucking 1,000 more power fucking infrastructures that are going to support it. For example, the whole of fucking Quebec has fucking water dams, right? Hydro dams that are just even powering, they're fucking selling. They have so much fucking energy, they're selling it to the States, right? That's number one. Number two, your internet.
What's that got to do with Bitcoin?
Your internet. Well, yeah. Oh, you're talking about how the power is going to go out, how all this fucking internet is going to go out.
Vlad, just breathe for a second.
Don't interrupt me.
Just breathe for 5 seconds, please.
Don't interrupt me. Don't fucking interrupt me. I'm not going to listen to you. Don't interrupt me. Don't
shut up.
I want to hear both sides. Let's have a back and forth, bro. Come on.
Now, the problem we've got over here, Vlad. Oh, you're going to mute yourself. Good. How's this? Fucking stay muted. For those that don't know, in Australia, we used to be on copper lines for everything. Our government, in all their wisdom, has decided to remove the copper lines for some people and put them on fibre. Now, a little while ago, we had an itty-bitty issue where one of our telcos decided to press the wrong button, or the guy that turned it on didn't turn up for work that day. Who knows what the problem is? They never tell the truth anyways. And we lost internet and phone services for quite some time. Only a week ago, Optus went out and we had little itty-bitty problems for quite some time. No one knows. Maybe someone just forgot to turn it on. It's little issues like this that are a bastard. If you've got your little coins saved on your USB stick, that's great. But if you can't get rid of them, they're not worth a pinch of shit.
Yeah, not to mention when they blame China for severing the undersea cables. We're screwed.
Like, it's all well and good to have this stuff. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Diversify. I agree with. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a few of those and a couple more of them. That's great. Spread your wealth around. So if something does go tits up, you've got something to fall back on. This is good. But preaching to us about how great crypto is when there's all these little things that can go ass up. Seriously?
Actually, the report, someone was saying that someone was trying to transact $10 in Bitcoin, and he ended up paying $105,000 in transaction fees. That's kind of crazy.
Why? I've never heard of transaction fees that high.
After I heard that, I was looking at the market and I saw it was going down. And I was maybe that has something to do with it, but no. Obviously, the markets are kind of.
No, that's broken. For only $10 worth of any goods, you'd be lucky to get 1 cent of a transaction fee.
He probably was doing some type of third-party app or something, and his wallet was probably compromised or something, and they probably took his Bitcoin, because if he paid $105,000 in fees, that means he had a lot of money in there.
There's one of the companies that, like, I've got digital assets. One of the companies I use, you're allowed to do so many transactions a month. It's something like 1,000 transactions a month. Then once you've done that, the fee is 5%. So if he's just put out $100,000 plus in fees, he's moving some serious. It's not a $10 transaction.
I'm gonna do a search. It's probably crazy, over the internet.
Yeah, I think there'd be something else going on there.
Probably compromised wallet or something. Maybe he had a compromised app. Or they scammed him or something. There's a lot of that going on these days. People getting
probably
scammed.
Got scammed.
Yeah.
That'd make more sense. But with the Butterfly Labs thing a while ago, what that was about, this company made what's called an ASIC miner. And instead of using your computer and your graphics card to mine Bitcoins, this company made their own dedicated miner specifically for mining these things. So I purchased one. So I'd been mining Bitcoins using my graphics card. I purchased an ASIC miner for 30 Bitcoins, so 30. And waited and waited and waited. And it was nearly 6 months later, this thing turned up. After multiple emails on what's going on. Oh, it's just transport and all this other shit. Because it was coming from the States. And they made all the excuses. And then eventually this thing turned up. Now, the problem was, because it had taken so long for it to turn up, a lot of people had already purchased the next level up equipment from other companies, and the actual hash rate had gone higher. So when my particular miner had turned up, which if it had turned up in the first month would have been all right, because the hash rate had gone so high, when it had turned up, I was better off just not mining at all, because the hash rate had gone beyond the capabilities of the miner. And we found out later on that what the company was doing was they were producing the miners and they were setting them up in their own facility and running them. So they'd build the miners and then they'd run them for a couple of months before they'd palm them off to the customers. Which is tip-top. So they were actually mining a shit ton of coins. So they're getting paid in Bitcoin for their product. They were mining Bitcoin with the product, and then they were palming the product off when the hash rate got too high, and that's when the next level product came out. So they were basically deliberately delaying everything so they could maximize their profits. So yeah, I was very not happy.
I posted something. Allegedly, it's in the blockchain. The transaction is in the blockchain. The guy was trying to transfer $10, and he paid $105,000. That's weird. I don't know how. That's Yahoo Finance. There's a bunch of websites that have reported on it. It's funny. If someone digs deep enough, we probably can find the hash.
It's probably some kind of tax scam. It'd have to be, like, seriously. Who would pay over $100,000 to move $10? To me, that looks like they've offered a company or something $10, and the company's charged this fee. So on his tax form, it's going to be, I have only paid $10, but the fees are $100,000, so they'll be claiming that back at tax. It looks like some kind of tax scam.
He sent 0.00010036 Bitcoin. Data from Mempool shows. I would like to see the hash, the whole hash.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to... Blockchain data revealed that Bitcoin user mistakenly paid over $105,000 to transfer Omega 0.0000136. The funds sent to the deposit wallet.
Wouldn't you see the fee before you press send?
Yeah. Well, the other thing I do is I've got dual wallets. I've got my main storage wallet, and then I've got one that I transact to and from. So if you say to me, transfer 100 Litecoins, I move it to my Move It wallet, and then I transact with you. So no one ever, other than me, sees my storage wallet.
It's probably a good way to do it, yeah. That makes sense.
So, like, say I send coin to you, and then I just pick another person, 20 Cups sends coin to me, all you guys will see is my transaction up and down one, and then I grab the coins out of that and put it back in my main wallet. That's it.
Even though you could follow the blockchain and see where it came from, right?
Yep, 100%. There's nothing stopping that.
But you wouldn't be messing with bigger transactions with your main account.
Correct. Not to that level.
You don't want to put your whole balance in risk or whatever.
No.
They even have where the transaction was being sent to and who collected the fee. He should. I mean, Mara Pool. Have you heard of Mara? M-A-R-A Pool. That's the one that collected the fee, and he was sending this transaction to Kraken.
Just doesn't sound right to me. Sounds dodgy. Something's going on.
Something's gotta be going on. Yeah. If it happened to that guy, and this is not the first time I've heard something like that happening. Like Vlad said in Ethereum, I've heard it before. But if it happened with Bitcoin, I mean, you wonder what happened exactly. Probably there's gonna be more videos about it later. I'll check it out. Mara Pool collected the fee, so they should give him a refund. That shouldn't be that difficult. Just give him 102,000 back. Keep a 3,000 fee or whatever. Just give him all the money. And the hefty fee was collected by Mara Pool. Like, I don't get... Why is someone collecting the fee? I don't get that. Check Mara Pool. Mara Pool is a miner.
Yeah, just to me it seems odd. So.
Yeah, someone took the money.
Take the money and run.
That's a huge red flag for me. Like, you transferring $10 and the system just takes 105,000. Like, that's gotta be broken. There's some exploit somewhere that someone was able to use. And if the miner collected the money, that points to them.
Boom, 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 boom. Ah, he left. Austin, why can't you make up your mind? Why should you change your profile pic? Like, hey, now we're talking. Yep, I know where you got that from. Who does know where you got that from? Yeah, you just don't know what team you want to go for, do you? It's like Moop just got expelled from some other chat. Well, it's gone quiet now. Might have to take off. Unless Moop's going to undeafen. Maybe Moop tried to go back to the channel he or she just got kicked out of, and then got expelled again.
Hello, Moop. She doesn't want to talk.
And we have Piss Wizard of Goldshire.
Sup, yo?
Or Hollyfawns.
Were you in before?
Me.
No, Wizard.
Yeah, I was here last night. I think your voice is familiar if you're the same guy I was talking to last night.
Okay. No, I wasn't talking to you. I thought you were just in not long ago. That's all.
Oh, where? Wait, are you sure I wasn't talking to you about like the moon landing and stuff?
Possibly.
Whoever I was talking to, I think they had like your accent. But
I think you were talking to a few of us, but yeah, AV I think was here. Was it AV? Alpha Veritas?
I couldn't see the names. I'm on my phone. It's kind of like finicky. I just kind of hop in and chill.
You're hot mic in there, Austin. We can hear your music.
Friends, how are we? I'm back. No way.
Yeah, welcome back. We're just talking to Holy Fawn. Holy
My subject.
All
right.
So did you come back with more questions, or anything?
Not really. I just came here to chill. Basically, last night I was just talking about like how the moon landing was fucking fake, and so like I'm not a flat earther, like not 100% really, but man, but basically at this point, bro, I wouldn't be surprised. That's why I'm just like, man, like after the moon landing shit, I'm just like, bro, I think I kind of want to chill in here for a bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, great, bro! I can bring you all the way in if you want it. I'm Morpheus, my friend. I'll fucking give you that red pill. I'll fucking shove it down your throat if you need it.
I've heard a lot of the takes and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Like,
what?
The flat Earth thing, like it does and it doesn't. Like, basically, the reason why it doesn't make sense is just because it's so big. Like, and there's so many countries.
And enlighten us. How big is it?
Oh, nice. No, that's funny. But no, I mean, like, because countries, like, multiple countries are involved in this. But then I think about
okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you there for a second. Okay, so you say multiple countries cannot be like working together on a fucking conspiracy, right?
No, I think you stopped me too early because I was going to say quite the opposite.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, like, if it's anything like the moon landing, like, we basically worked with the Soviets. Even like Russia in modern day, like every now and then they'll pick at us too. Like the former director of the Soviet space agency, like this dude had came out like a couple times saying that no, NASA faked that shit. And
friend, let me tell you one thing. I am a Russian. I was born in the Soviet Union, right? So yes, no, I'm just telling you. All of them are coercing together. They're all conspiring together. All governments in the world. And the biggest thing, if you haven't fucking clued in, what happened like a couple years ago for the past 3 fucking years, where all the countries were doing the same, with all the governments of the countries were forcing to do something, or like forcing the fucking citizens of the countries to do one thing. What was it?
The vaccine. So what we're talking about?
Well, okay, let's because of terms of agreement, whatever, but now you're understanding. So the past 3 fucking hellish years, people were fucking forced to do those 2 things, right? Putting something on their fucking face and then getting shit injected, right? So they are conspiring 100%, all of them. So it's not just, all the countries are it's so big. No, there's like a few group of fucking people up in the fucking top, and they're fucking sending orders down. right? Same with your educational system, right?
Well, right now, I basically picture the U.S. as no different than North Korea. So, like, I do understand, like, the propaganda machine is pretty fucking big.
Huge, and it's been going on forever, including with the fucking ball. And why did they push the ball on people after a certain time? Because the ball didn't just come out of fucking nowhere, right? Before a certain time, I promise you, there were more flat earthers. People knew about the flat earth because of what? Scripture, religion, whatnot, a whole bunch of different shit, right? Most people knew it was flat. But then all of a sudden, after a certain time, everybody started believing into a fucking ball because they saw something on TV. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, like, what was the time? Like,
I think the first representation of the ball was Universal Studios. Never once, I think it was 1920s. In the 1920s, it was a gray image, right? And the Universal came out, and all of a sudden there's a ball, and they're telling this is what you live on. It was Hollywood. The first thing, they never even been to space, I think.
In the 20s?
And they already, and well, I don't know, it was something like that. It was before they went to space, before they took the first shot of Earth from space or whatever, the quote unquote, what they said it was. But they were already pushing that propaganda on the TV, on the silver screen.
I am curious what the date is, just because, like,
Google
I think about...
Just Google it. Google it. Google the first time Universal Pictures showed its fucking Earth.
Would you mind? I'm on my phone. It's so finicky.
Nah, I'm busy. I'm doing some shit.
All right, I'll just keep it in mind. I just had to do it later. But
yeah, it's best for you to do all this research yourself. It's then you'll actually come to it faster. You know what I mean? Being spoon fed is like whatever.
I think you'll find it was 1927.
Yeah, man.
I remember it because I've seen the meme. I've seen the meme posted 1927 and then 1992 or something like that, and they compare the two images, right? But I remember it's 1927 because there's a band called 1927, it's an Aussie band. So yeah,
that's cool. Thanks, bro.
But then again, they tell us there's the size of this ball, right? And then when we go out in the real world and trying to find that measurement of that curve, it never happens. It always comes out flat. So just physical evidence tells you it's flat. You don't need to go into all this other history shit or whatever. Just go outside and fucking figure it out yourself. It's easy. It ain't hard.
Well, I can sense you're taking like some digs at me here. That's
no,
fine.
I'm not. That's the way, bro. No, this is the way I talk to everybody. Don't worry, it's not you.
No one's digging at you, man.
Yeah,
We're all
don't worry,
genuine.
nobody's there. I'm trying to fucking open up your mind. I told you I'm Morpheus. I'm giving you the red pill and fucking shoving it down your fucking throat, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro.
It's metaphors, man. I'm just fucking metaphors, friend. Come on.
All right.
I got any more questions?
I don't know, man. I'm curious because basically for me, has hinged on the things that happened in the mid 50s to the end of the 60s, so 1969 being the cutoff. And I've just been like the past couple months just kind of immersing in that and then moving like retroactively and kind of seeing like this doesn't pertain to you guys, but basically where I'm coming from is if you work retroactively and you get into like you know, you can fiddle with all the JFK stuff if you want, but McCarthyism, all this stuff like the Red Scare, and just seeing like all these key players and moving back and just kind of realizing like, damn, man, like this is really just a bunch of people with money playing games, and the worker class is just locked into this propaganda machine that's been churning since well before the 60s. And
yeah, well, why did you state 69 as being the cutoff? Because they were claiming, they were claiming a globe way before they went up.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about for me. Like basically everything that I've been the past couple months like immersed in has been mid 50s to 69. 69 being the Apollo 11 mission. So that's why I say that.
Yeah, that's why I jumped to what I said. Yeah, okay.
Friend, just look at this, the equipment and the machinery that they claim they use to go to this fucking moon, right? And you just logically think about it, right?
Yeah, it doesn't
Distance, the energy, all that, the energy consumption you need, et cetera, et cetera. Just battery didn't have batteries to even do anything back then. The type of batteries that they say they did, they ain't got shit. And all of a sudden, all the technology they used fucking got destroyed too, right? Oh, oopsie, NASA all of a sudden starts losing shit. Oh, oopsie, that's lost. Everything's lost by NASA. What?
Yeah, we've managed to retain everything before and everything after, but the one thing that's like the most important thing, greater than fucking Mount Everest type shit, we touched the moon. All the evidence is gone.
Exactly. I like how you said batteries, because look at Voyager and Voyager 2, or whatever you want to call them. How long do their batteries last? Are they lead acid? Did they have technology beyond our comprehension that they didn't tell us about? But these batteries are still going to this day, apparently. It's
Yeah, and on
just
top of that,
nonsensical.
just thermal conditions, just the shit they say, how cold it is up there, how hot it is up there, direct sunlight, indirect sunlight. It's just such drastic fucking variations of degrees. All the technology in the world couldn't fucking solve that problem.
Even now, what's crazy is that for us to return to the moon, apparently, it's going to require 8 refuel trips. So it's like, how did we do it with just the one shuttle and its stages? Like, that wasn't even enough. That wasn't even a tenth of the required fuel that we're claiming that we
So
need
now
to
you just
get.
don't see. The thing is, you don't have to ponder about these details anymore. You just gotta understand that everything's a fucking lie. Everything they told you about all that shit's all a lie. So there's no reason to even ponder.
Yeah, so
Bro, we're just riffing, man.
Makes you question, would I lie about something so existential, like the shape of the Earth, or
aliens?
the reality
We've been
of
playing
the
with
Earth?
fucking jerking ourselves off with aliens for years.
Well, right. Aliens in the word itself is a lie, right? Just spell out the word. Aliens, right?
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, if you knew anything about Freemasons, right, they like to fuck around with wordplay. You know what I mean?
They do. Tell a vision.
Exactly. Tell a lie through your vision. Tell I vision. Imagine how crazy these guys get.
Television's huge too. Like the
No, but
moment
here's the
that
thing.
hit the houses.
Right. No. Do you know that when they invented the television, it came straight from the CIA office to the house, right? The first line.
No, I wasn't aware of any of this.
Something like that. Trust me. It's and then same thing with fucking the internet. The Cisco, whoever created that shit, it also came from the fucking feds to the fucking home.
I am familiar with that. The stages of ARPA and DARPA and all that stuff. The stuff we were doing in Vietnam and like trying to detect piss with ARPANET and all sorts of weird shit.
And then you're going to realize that everything's a fucking lie at some point. The only thing that's true in this world is that the earth is flat and there's the existence of God, the creator, the almighty. You know what I mean? Everything else you don't even give a fuck about anymore.
How can you be sure that even God exists? Like,
okay, here's the thing. Hold on here. Can you have creation without a creator?
I think it's possible, yeah.
Show me.
Well, I also can't show you a creator.
Well, that doesn't matter. It's just a necessary antecedent for creation to have a creator. If anything is to be created, you need somebody to create it. It doesn't just come out of fucking nothing.
Yeah, dude, there has to be something that has always been to create. Something doesn't happen.
I mean, what if it's like
God,
just cyclical?
Well, buddy, we're gonna get into the metaphysics of God, but yeah, in the end, you still need a creator, bro. Trust me. This is where you're on the fence, right? But when you come to terms with everything in reality, you'll understand there's a creator, my boy.
Yeah.
Could be. Can't really say.
100%, bro. I know. Facts.
All right.
There's also like the signature upon every creature.
That is true. The fingerprint of God, the golden ratio. Look into that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I could see that as like math, really.
Just me saying his is just a figure of speech, you know. I don't know. I know of creation, that's it. I'd have to meet this God to know of what God is.
Buddy, I've met that motherfucking guy. Trust me. You'll start crying.
We all have a unique relationship, I believe. You know. I may not be ready.
Yeah, most people are not, bro. That's why they keep reliving their life cycles, man. You know?
Yeah.
You say life cycles, so you don't believe like in specifically like Judeo-Christian God. You're just saying you believe like God exists.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't follow like the Torah, the Bibles, all that shit. No, my friend. I'm talking specifically. I'm very specific when I say it. I know that the Earth is flat and there's the Creator. Everything else is a lie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's why I said everyone has a unique relationship with God. You can't do this in a group with someone else telling you what God is and how God thinks. You know, you can only get that stuff from our Creator. And that's it.
That's right. When you have a good conversation with him, you'll know, and then you'll be you'll be just like I am, very like fucking stern when I'm telling you, like, I know, I fucking know. There's nobody will ever convince me otherwise.
Okay. Another question. I know you guys have had a million times, but like if planets that we can see in like telescopes are round.
Okay, slow down. Okay, so you're associating stuff in the sky with the ground, right? Well, how do you associate that? Like, how do you say that? Oh, I'm looking up in the sky. That's what I should be standing on, right? Like, I'm standing on what I'm looking up in the sky. I see balls, so I must be standing on a ball. Like, how do you make that correlation?
I guess because.
Okay, let me pose an example, but I'll help you out with this answer. So I'm in a fucking big mall, right? And then there's lights in the sky of this big mall in the ceiling, and then there's fans are spinning and shit, right? So I must be on a light and a spinning fan. The fuck?
I see what you mean. I see what you're saying.
All right,
Yeah,
now you're
and
understanding.
That's a really good point, and you can't prove they're round by the GIF I just sent at 43 past the hour. They all look like the same thing until he picks them up and shows you what they are. So you can't make that claim.
All right, so how do we determine what we're standing on? Well, we measured it many times. People have done different types of measurements. I've done my own fucking measurements. I've done all kinds of shit. Trust me, it always comes down flat. Never fucking anything else. Long distance observations are the best. The longer, the better, right? Because if you had a curving earth underneath your feet, you would see that deviation from horizontal. You would literally measure the deviation from horizontal, right? Lasers, reference points, whatnot. You know what I mean?
How far is the deviation? Because I've heard you guys go through this like a million times, but it's never like registered in my head.
Perfect. Now I'm going to make it register. So if you have a ball of a certain radius, right, which they claim they have that radius, right, which is about like 4,000 miles, right, you can determine the curvature rate, right, of the ball how much per mile does it dip away, right? All those numbers are given to us, even by fucking NASA, especially in the beginning when there was less flat earthers, right? All these numbers were given because NASA or all these fucking guys from the top, they thought that, oh, we're not going to go verify this, right? So yeah, their math is 8 inches per mile square. That's the fucking standard formula for a ball of their size. So every fucking mile, it's supposed to dip 8 inches, right? And then it's an exponential curve after that because you're not standing on a linear fucking thing. It's a ball, right? It's a curve. So even if you measure 1 mile, you still don't get that 8 inches. But we're measuring like 30 miles. Like I live on a lake that's about 30 miles across, about 100 miles in width. Right? And guess what? I can put my eye down fucking to the shoreline and I can still see a fucking village across that lake. Light directly hitting my eye with no obstruction over 30 miles. Where there's supposed to be over 600 feet of drop and anything like under that you shouldn't be able to see. Right? So but I see everything.
And so in 8 inches, that's really the number?
Yeah, go look it up. Per mile squared. The formula, it's a formula. It's an exponential curve, and it's accurate up to like 3,000 miles, right? You can also use the quadratic equation if you want to actually draw out the circle. It's an actual quadratic equation, but you don't need that because we're not measuring over 3,000 miles. We're measuring like 30 miles at the most, right? So there's no, so the percentage error is so minimal, even with that formula, that it's fine to be able to use it. Doesn't matter where you go.
So would I literally do if it was 30 miles, just 30 times 8?
No, 30 miles squared times 8. Listen to the formula. It's miles or squared. You have to derive it. That derivation comes from the Pythagoras theorem, right? Using the right angle triangle on a circle, right? And then you're what do you call it? Yeah, I have to write this shit out. Like, but it's trigonometry. It's not hard, buddy. You can do it yourself.
And if I may add, sorry to interject, Vlad, there's other ways of doing it too. You can use calculus. I have the full derivation available if you want. I have the paper. I did it myself. So feel free.
Can somebody like less abrasive like send me something like? Because I don't think you understand. Like, I'm not here to fucking like play games and like argue with you motherfuckers. Like, I'm literally here. I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling.
Yeah. Well, if you're interested in the math, I've got you. I'll put it in the chat.
Give him the formula, please. Let's see if he can even understand any of it. Do you know calculus?
Bro, that's what I'm talking about. Like, no, man, I don't. I'm not good at calculus. I'm not.
Okay.
And but what do you fucking do? I mean, maybe I'll just
No, but do you know? No, it's not if you're good at calculus. It's do you know calculus? Because once you know calculus, it's not whether you're good or not. Do you know how to fucking do derivations and integrals? Have you ever seen that? Do you know what limiters are? You know what I mean?
No, I know what derivatives and integrals are, but I've never done them.
Okay. Well, so it's going to be hard for you to understand if he even gives it to you. But you know trigonometry.
In essence, I never did that either.
Oh, God. Well, see, that's the problem with most of these Globers. Like, they don't know math.
Cool.
Okay.
So I just posted in the chat.
My problem.
See in about a few seconds there. What Vlad was pointing out to you is, you can use the Pythagorean theorem. Yeah, that'll give you something like 7.9 something or whatever, like to a certain degree of accuracy. This is a different approach, but you get 8.02. So, we're honing in on some limit on something. Something's there, right? Just two different methods, same idea. People, and we do that because people bitch, right? They're like, oh, you can't, there's no, the Earth is not a quadratically, or you're a retard. It's like, nah, dude, you don't understand. These are approximations, right? Like, it's a lot simpler to express the idea that we're talking about with an expression like 8 inches per mile squared, instead of, the r squared divided by d minus, like some crazy long expression, right? So yeah, so for our purposes, this should be just fine. I'm not sure why it's not loading there, but
no, it's loaded. I see it. It's loaded.
Oh,
It
it's
starts
the
off
six.
with
The six.
yeah. It starts off with the equation of a circle, and then you go progressive. Yeah, but like I don't know if you'll understand. Even just the sum symbol, he won't even understand that shit.
In a nutshell, this approach, what it is, if I can nerd out a little bit, basically the Pythagorean theorem method is one way, but you're only using basically 2 data points, I think, and you fit, something to that data. You fit a quadratic to a circle using those 2 data points. This approach rather takes a more general approach and asks, okay, given any circle, what is the what is the equation that would help us find the parabola that best fits any given circle, right? So instead of, what I mean? And then at the end of that, we're like, okay, here's our actual circle in question. Find the best fitted parabola. See what I mean?
See, yeah, like I can follow stuff like that. Like I can follow concepts. Like I understand what, like, for instance, okay, you mentioned parabola. I know what like concatenaries are. I'm familiar with like cryptography, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be able to math this stuff out for you guys. Like I'm not an Einstein here. I can't sit here and fucking notate things. I can't understand all notation when I look at it. But I do understand concepts, and I can discuss concepts with people so long as like you're willing. But yeah, man, like I'm not stupid. I may not be able to do rig right now, but it doesn't mean I can't learn it and do it.
Friend, all this is just to tell you that it doesn't matter which way you're looking at it. The physical ball that they tell us, right, is set in stone. Like it's 8 inches per mile square. It's set. We're not changing it. They're not changing it. That's how it's supposed to be based on the radius of their ball, right? But when we go into the real world, it's never like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the big one.
Yeah, the only real purpose with digging into this kind of detail is when people come to us, oh, you're a retard, you're a flat earther, you don't math. It's like, nah, bitch.
Yeah, we do the math. That's the fucking problem, and you don't do the math, and there's where the issue is. And you're gonna try and fucking really test our math skills, buddy. Most people that are actually flat earthers went through a lot of math in their life, went through a lot of education in their life, and then in the end realized, holy shit, what the fuck? No way, I've been lied to all my life. All right,
So
it's only these
8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared at 30 miles.
Yeah, so 30 times 30. So the miles are 30 miles are squared, and then you multiply it by the 8. Simple. Remember, miles squared.
So is that 900?
30 times 30 is 900 times 8. Right? 7200. And that's in inches. And if you want to get it into feet, you divide that by 12.
Okay, so at 30 miles, 600 feet.
All right, that's what I said, remember? Approximate.
Yeah, I think so.
Tolerance error of 10%. I'll give it to I give so much error percentage to Globers, I don't even care.
Yeah,
it still comes out flat.
That's being awfully generous, man. Right, there's another chart I can put in. Okay. If you do this equation that we're using here, okay, with a parabolic approximation, if you compare that with the actual equation for a circle, okay, and you compare over these distances that we're talking about, okay, within 1,000 miles, you're within 780 miles over X, right? You're within 1% error margin. Check the chat there. Put a little set of data tables. You'll see each column, it kind of compares, oh, well, if you do the math with this formula versus this formula, then you compare them. And then on the right hand side, there's at the bottom, there's an error percentage. So up to 1,000 is just over 1%. So when people say, "Oh, you can't use the parabola because you get wrong numbers," it's like, yeah, to what degree?
Barely.
How precise do you want to be, motherfucker?
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Next question. So then, this would mean, okay, so you have, let's say, at 30 miles, 600 foot drop, and then you were to like retroactively calculate what the actual circle would be. Has anybody done that? Like, how large would this circle really be, and how it compares to the claimed size of the Earth?
Well, that's what I'm. Well, here's the thing: if it's coming out not curving, what could it possibly be? If literally we're measuring and it's never curving, there is no curve. There is no ball.
I get that 100%. I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm behind you, bro. Like, but I'm just saying, like, has that happened? Because that number, whatever that is going to be huge. Like, if that's like that's a huge deviation.
What are you talking
I guess.
about?
Well, I guess you would say maybe you could describe it as like the volume of this circle or something. But
what circle, man? There is no circle.
Yes, no, man. I'm telling you, like, if you retroactively like use their formula of an 8-inch drop per mile squared, is that right?
8 inches per mile squared. Sure.
Yeah.
That's
so. If you use that, and you were to actually calculate, well, with a curve that has a drop at 8 inches per mile squared,
it would create a ball. It would. Okay, listen. Right. It would create a ball of about, what is it? What's the circumference? Like 20,000 miles?
I have no idea.
Well, that's approximately would yeah, that's exactly what it is, man. The ball. Okay, listen. If you have a radius, right, your diameter, your fucking circumference, it will never change. It's all what do you call proportional? It's all relative to itself, right? So when we calculate that curve is only to that size. So if your 8 inches becomes 9 inches, the ball becomes bigger, right?
Yeah.
Right. But it's not. We're not changing these numbers. These numbers are set in stone, bro.
Actually, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
the 9 inches would get smaller. The 9 inches would get yeah, the ball would get smaller because you're dropping faster.
Right. There you go.
That's what that's what the fuck I'm saying, man. I'm saying, like, okay, if you do this math with their math, this ball that they're claiming that it is going to be significantly smaller than if we took like a measurement of, let's say, like the band of the equator. Even it's going to be significantly smaller than whatever the real.
No, man, that's what you're not getting. It is this number is set to the size of the ball, bro.
Yeah, so dude, they give us. We're all given, since we're kids, right? A certain worldview, a certain presumed model of the world, of the Earth, right? In that model, they say the Earth is yay big. Okay, so if you use that, you're like, okay, well, it's yay big. That must mean, it has this diameter, this radius, whatever, right? So then, if you discover the rest of these different properties that we're talking about, all these different properties relative to that particular ball, and then we go investigate, we find that what we investigate doesn't adhere to what these properties should be. You see? If they were to come to us and say, the Earth is actually 10,000 miles in radius, as opposed to 3,959, well, yeah, all these numbers would change, but we're just going with what they tell us, you know what I mean? And it doesn't match. That's the point.
So even like whatever their claimed circumference of the Earth is, like, adds up to that.
Yes. Yeah. So
given.
Yeah, so we're told, right? There's different stories as to how it was discovered. The first guy to quote unquote measure the radius of the Earth or measure the circumference, all these things, right? This is what, right? And then they give us a certain number. Yeah.
Got it.
So I'm saying
there's more
set
to
in
it, man.
stone.
If you investigate these different claims, right? Like who did it, how they did it, and all that stuff. There's other issues, right? It's like, oh, how did he measure it? Oh, well, he did some stuff with light and the sun and shadows and sticks and shit like that, right? And then it makes you wonder, like, how the hell did he, what gave him the impression that he could make all these extra leaps of logic to say, oh, well, that must mean we're on a ball. Those are other issues. But if you just take that for granted or take it at face value, there's still problems, right? It doesn't match. And so there's many different angles that we can take to this. We're just, in this part of the argument, it's just like, okay, if you tell us it's this, well, it doesn't match, so there's a problem there. I mean, sorry, Vlad. Please continue. I just wanted to get the math in there.
No, I'm good. No, yeah, no, it's all good. No, you're always good, bro. You can always interrupt me. What you call it? Yeah, so you got to understand that the numbers are not going to change no matter which way you're going to look at them, right? And then when you take their numbers and go and fucking try and put that shit into reality, it never matches up. In reality, it comes out flat. You know what I mean? In their fucking math, it's supposed to be curving. And we're talking about long distances. My friend, have you ever been on a plane?
Yeah.
Right. So with the size that they're giving us, right, you should be able to see the curve as soon as you start fucking rising up in the plane. Because the first thing they tell you is, oh, guess what? Your boats are going bottom first over the horizon, and you can see that shit off the shore. So if you can see boats going over this horizon, right, bottom first, right, so that means that you're literally physically seeing the obstruction, right? So that curve is physically there, right? But see, when you rise up in a plane, guess what happens? Oh, the horizon's still fucking almost eye level, right? And it's always flat. Go on a plane and look at it really fucking closely. Like, put your eye against that window, and you'll be like, holy shit, the horizon's flat. Where it should be curving at that size. Bro, I know people that get out, start flying off from Toronto Pearson, right? And within a few minutes, they're high up in the sky and they can see Montreal, which is 500 miles away or 500 kilometers away, right? And it's underneath them flat, but the horizon's still eye level. You got to understand perspective and how all that shit works too, how optics work. You got to get into that too. Then you'll understand why people are tricked into believing certain things because, yeah, optics play effect in this. Because what you see is not really what you see. Sometimes, due to atmospheric conditions and shit. Because the atmosphere can act like a lens, depending on the humidity and all that stuff. And you know what happens when you look through a lens, right? Your image gets distorted, maybe all kinds of shit can happen.
Right.
Exactly. So it's like looking through a water glass sometimes, and you know how that is. Have you ever put like a straw into the water glass?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it's a little bit different, right? When it goes through the water, when it's just through the atmosphere, right? So when you have a very, very thick layer of atmosphere in front of you, like thousands of miles, yeah, you're gonna have some optical effects for sure.
Hey, what about this? What about I've heard there's been maps that claim.
Hey, look at my live right now. Hold on. Well, just this funny thing you say about maps. Look at my live. I'm streaming. Well, I mean, not streaming. I'm just broadcasting my webcam. Well, not the webcam. My cell phone cam. You see it?
Just a moment. Is it the Slink Tree Deck
Yeah,
and
that's
Frog?
me. Yeah, that's me, buddy. What's behind me, bro? It's a map, eh?
Yeah, no, I've definitely seen that one a lot, but there were apparently maps that have had like stuff like well beyond Antarctica.
Okay.
And,
That's getting to speculation, right? Because
that's what I was gonna say. Was that
you
some
and
of
I
it's
cannot
going to
verify
be
this.
debunked.
Well, listen, right? All we can tell you, right, is what we can observe locally, or as far as we can go, or what we're allowed to go to, right? All that extra shit, that could be all fake too, and lies and shit. Just so you know that, right? That's speculative shit. You're going into speculation, bro. Beyond the ice walls, beyond the Antarctica, you know. Admiral Byrd said some shit. You know, this is Admiral Byrd was a Freemason funded by the Rothschilds, fucking, you know, to hit that ice wall, then go past the ice wall, and then hit a firmament and all that shit. And it was all in record too. And then he claims that there's land beyond Antarctica where it's like nice and warm and shit too, you know. So he has a lot of contradictory fucking things. Then again, he's a Freemason. They always lie.
So basically, where Flat Earth is at is simply just that. It's just that, okay, Earth is likely flat. What's beyond? No idea, no chance of knowing. Really,
Well, I mean,
just
we
no
could
way.
try. We'll try. If you really want to be that adventurous, go ahead and see who stops you. Because you're going to get stopped regardless. You just don't know who yet. Do you understand that you need passports to travel between countries, right? So you're in a cage already, right? So who the
Yeah,
fuck's
like
gonna let you
I
go
can't help but
beyond?
just think about like North Korea and the things that they believe in North Korea, and like
Right.
back to the moon landing thing and like all this stuff.
Well, again, I say everything's a lie. The only thing that's verifiable is what you're standing on. Imagine living in North Korea and then people telling you, "Oh, Kim Jong Un went to the sun and came back," and you're supposed to believe that, right? They landed on the sun and shit. Crazy. It's pretty much people telling you, "Oh, you live on a spinning water ball, spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator, yet we don't feel that," right? Yeah. Okay. Imagine this. Now, imagine this. So, in their whole solar system, right? The Earth is moving around the sun at a certain speed, right? No, I mean the Earth is moving around the sun at a certain speed, and then the moon is moving around the Earth at a certain speed, right? So there's going to be a point where the moon is going to be behind the Earth as the Earth is moving away from the moon, and the moon's going to have to increase its velocity, increase its speed to even catch up to the side and go in front of it again. You know what I mean? It has to slow down when it's in front. No, yeah, it has to always keep up. It's crazy. Just I gotta show you this video, but this video's I can't really link it, or maybe I can. Hold on, let me see this. I hope you have Instagram. You have Insta?
I do have Instagram.
Okay, so this is an Instagram video. I saved some of these because there's a lot of this shit that's popping off on Instagram now, right? And I get these feeds, and this was a good one. I had to save it. And just have a little look see. I'm just gonna send it on the side chat here. And it's just it's a good demonstration too. It's a very, very good demonstration. It'll kind of maybe spark something in your head because it wouldn't make sense Like, it just doesn't make fucking sense if it's here. Go to Discord, side chat. And just, it's like a minute. You can just watch it for a minute and then tell me what you think about it.
I got you.
And then and it's in the side chat right now. An admiral not being a Freemason. Okay there, buddy. Fucking the shit some people say. Funded by the Rothschilds, too. It's like, okay, friend, please, slow your roll. Oh my god, how do you know that? Are you watching the video yet?
Yeah, I'm halfway through.
Sick. If you really look into their solar system, right, it just falls apart. If you just logically think about everything they're saying and just like think about what they're saying, it's like, bro, they're fucking making shit out their ass, bro. It's out their ass. Mm-hmm.
I
What do
guess
you
I don't
say to
really
that?
have I don't have a gauge. Like the numbers are so large, I don't have a gauge for back to perspective what that would look like for something that's claimed to be off in the distance like that large.
No, but think
moving.
about it very carefully. The moon, if it goes behind the sun, right? I mean, the moon goes behind the earth and the earth is still moving, right? The moon is going to have to catch up to the earth. It's already behind it.
But I just think about like a gyroscope. Like the way that like you basically
We're not living on a gyro, bro.
that's fine. But if it's like this, like in this video, that it is a matter of, okay, the moon is orbiting something, some of the same principles are there.
No. Friend. You got three objects, right? One, not to mention the sun's already moving. They claim that everything's expanding in the universe, right? So the sun's already moving at a certain speed, they say, right? And then the earth is fucking following that. And then you got the fucking moon that has to follow that. And all of a sudden, everything is perfectly fucking aligned because guess what? The moon cycle in reality is always consistent. We can predict where the moon's gonna be every fucking time, every day, right? But their universe is fucking random, sporadic, and fucking exploded. And it's supposed to be always expanding, but for some reason, all the constellations for thousands of years, like Polaris is always in the north, and all the fucking stars are circling Polaris, right? And all the constellations, you got Aries, Taurus, Gemini, all those constellations, they never change. They've always been there for thousands of years, and it's records of those fucking constellations being in books for thousands of fucking years. You can go into like Hinduism and shit. Those stars are in the sky still. But they claim that the fucking Earth, the whole universe fucking came from a big bang, exploded and expanding, and it's all fucking moving, and it's all going crazy. But yet we don't see that. Just pay attention, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If we were in that cosmology that they claim we were, the night sky would change so drastically on a regular basis. But it doesn't. You guys want to see a dog? He's my doggy. She's my little hot dog. Nom, 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 nom. Who's my little hot dog? Huh? Look at me. Okay. You have cognitive dissonance. You suffer from it. You're stuck. Like, fuck.
You keep throwing these fucking digs, man. Like, I kind of don't
Not a
appreciate
dig.
shit.
It's not. It's
They
not
are,
a dig.
bro.
You're
cheap,
well. I
too.
mean,
It's
if
like
you find
cheap
it as a
shit.
dig, it's your listen. It's you're just if you're on the fence. What's happening is you're having cognitive dissonance because the only people that are on the fence have cognitive dissonance, and the only people, or you're a glober completely, and you're having cognitive dissonance because I'm giving you information, right? That's really fucking with your mind right now because you're having problems of registering it. Because you believe one thing, but I'm showing you, no, what you believe is wrong.
Well, it's more like just your approach that pisses me off more than
Well, that's
anything else.
fine.
It's just that
Then
you're
you're a
like a
liberal.
dick
Then you're a
about it, bro.
liberal with fifis, man. I'm sorry. I'm a right wing fucking far right winger that doesn't give a fuck about anything. I'm sorry.
That's funny you put yourself in a box like that, considering all things that have been said prior.
I don't. I'm just saying if we were to have like this fucking political fucking left right paradigm, you're a far leftist, I'm a far righty. But it's not like that. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't fall into any of that shit.
But you act like a fucking fifi liberal. Then stop crying about your fifis, bro.
No, I think like you just haven't had someone to argue with tonight, so you're like looking to fucking throw some shit on me.
Not at all. I'm not arguing with you. No, but do you think I'm arguing with you?
With the other guy,
friend.
But it's
Am I arguing with you?
That I have a problem.
No. You have a problem with me. I have no problems with you. That's the funny part. I'm telling you,
bro. You're so fucking
no. Bro, well, that's ask everybody in this Discord if I'm like this all the fucking time, and it's not just with you. Ask them, and everybody will tell you that this is Vlad. This is a fucking Russian that came from the fucking Soviet Union at 40 fucking years old. That's seen enough fucking shit in his life. It doesn't even give a no, man. Most of these people fucking mute me all the time here, friend.
Yeah,
most people mute me here.
It's just how he is, man.
Wonder
it's
why.
Just, yeah.
Well, you can wonder all you want, man. Don't worry. Fucking people in real life love me because of the way I am.
You should wonder why people mute you in here. Your own fucking allies mute you. That's kind of bad.
No,
man.
it's the liberal fifi ones that cry that fucking mute me. Everybody else that likes me. Don't worry. I don't give a fuck if I get muted. Trust me, because I get unmuted the five minutes after. Friend, you have to take your feelings and put them aside and think logically here.
You should take your own advice, buddy.
I don't have any fucking feelings. That's what I'm saying. I'm fucking going straight at you like a normal fucking human.
No, you're like trying to play like some big guy shit.
No. Listen.
Life, you would
I told
not be acting like this.
Trust me, I would. I promise you. I'm 6 foot fucking 5, and listen. You want to look at my camera? I'm 6 foot fucking brethren. I'm 6 foot fucking 5 Russian. I never lost a fight in my life. All I did was fucking fight throughout my life.
My shins are
then what the
baseball bats, motherfucker.
Oh my god. But I don't give a fuck, bro. I crush big motherfuckers. That's the point, because I am a big motherfucker, bro.
I'd slap the shit out of you.
Oh, you
No
think
cap, I
so?
would
See,
slap the shit out of you. We could set that up.
put
We
your
could
put your
fucking
camera
stay in
on.
touch.
Yeah, put your webcam on. I want to see how you look like, friend.
Hey,
My
check it out.
camera's already
Check it out.
on. I'm
No,
already here. I'm already on cam. Please.
I got you.
And I'll show you another little Instagram video for you, just so you know who you're fucking with.
No. Relax, guys.
I got you.
Oh, a little training. A little training gym. Here. I'll send you something funnier. I'll send you a better one. Here. Fuck your training. I want to see you do this. You know. Here. I'll show you something. Fuck your little training, bro. I'll fucking crush you in that little fucking gym of yours, buddy. Here.
What the? You guys.
Hang on a second.
What the? I want to see your fucking. I want to see your fucking face. You show me some punching bags. Stupid.
Hey, what is this? A big dick comparison contest? Like,
well, he's telling me he's gonna tell me he's gonna crush me, which is funny. That's never gonna fucking happen. He's gonna show me a little punching bag. Crazy.
I would.
Oh, you wouldn't do shit.
Hey, wait, guys, hang on a second, okay? Cool it off,
bro.
There's no fucking need for any of this bullshit. None of you guys are gonna meet in person. No one's gonna be throwing nothing.
I know I'm not. But I'm fucking telling him he's fucking retarded to even fucking think like that. It's crazy.
Like piss. Like, come on. Okay, the whole
you guys
point
can
here
keep backing up your boy all you want, but this guy, I was fine with everyone else in here but this motherfucker.
Yeah.
And
Dude,
even still, I've refrained from like insults or anything. So you guys need to check your own fucking people. I really don't care. It's not my problem.
Crying like a little bitch. It's crazy.
Yes, everyone in this room, okay, has a different style of communication. Okay, it's obviously not personal because no one the fuck here knows you. Okay,
you guys are on the same
Vlad,
team.
look, okay, check this out. Vlad, we're boys. Okay, we're boys, and he's very abrasive. Everybody knows this, but fuck it, it's funny. Okay, he'll take a dig at anybody. Don't worry about it. Okay, the point
Go
here
check the video out.
Point is, look, the point is he can do it, but like, I come in here and fucking
check the fucking video out, stupid.
You guys want to like mute me or some type of shit?
Nobody's
like,
fucking muting you.
Man.
Stop crying like a little bitch. If you're a fucking real fighter, go watch the fucking video, dumb fuck.
Meet me. Just
listen.
Meet me. We can set it up. Just meet me. Easy as that.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, it's not happening. We don't need no fucking violence in here. Okay, put it back in your pants. You too, Vlad.
All right, gentlemen, can we wrap up the conversation and move on to the next thing?
It's over. Piss. The whole point here is, listen, Piss. The idea is this, okay? With most people, and it's becoming a little bit more evident with yourself as well, okay? There's an internal struggle that emerges, right? We're like, hey, here's some information, and you're kind of like, well, in the back of your mind, you're like, oh shit, well, I got this. I've known this since I was 10. My teacher told me that, yada yada yada, and you're wrestling with it internally. All right, and it's it might be disturbing or unsettling, and it's kind of bleeding out a little bit in the way you're communicating or whatnot. Well, I'm not taking a dig at you, right? Okay,
you're good, bro. I was really just chilling. I'm chilling, asking fucking questions.
I know. Okay, but what I'm saying is potentially the little bit of unsettling that you do have inside of you right now because of everything is being triggered by the way that Vlad is communicating to you. Because otherwise, if you guys were copacetic, you'd probably be laughing at his little jokes and shit like that. Okay.
It's as simple as common fucking decency.
I know.
I didn't come here to
we get that.
I came here to fucking chill.
The point is you're probably tilted a certain way because of the of the cognitive dis, such that whatever he is saying is enough to bother you. Okay. Now that element that is tilting you whichever way, okay, is what we ought to dig at and get into. Because why that's manifesting is that's the crux of the matter. Okay, we've all been there, whatever.
You're putting a spin on it, though. You're putting a spin on it. No pun intended. You're putting the spin on it as if like I should be fucking Like, oh, my bad. I took it the wrong way. He's literally sitting here fucking trying to insult me and play fucking games with me, little power plays.
Homie, I'm not blaming you. Okay, well, first of all, in a conversation, there's always more than one party, right? So have your own your element or your part of the conversation, right? Take responsibility for yourself. I'm not saying what you did anything is wrong. It's just kind of what happens, and it's common, and it's normal. Okay, but recognize your part to play in this. Okay, whereby whatever degree of offset or unsettling that you do have because of the information, okay, is enough to put you off. So much so that the little bit of digging that Vlad is giving you, okay, is enough to actually throw you off and derail the conversation. Doesn't need to be like that, right? And it's not personal anyway. So if you know what I mean, like if it was just so easy going and all that, you'd just brush it off because it doesn't fucking matter anyway, right? Like who the fuck is Vlad, right? Like who the fuck is this guy, right? Who the fuck cares, right? That's my point. Right?
Wrong. So, and the reason why I say wrong is because it's like,
how so?
Well, one of two things. It's like one of two things are expected. Apparently, you would think that you could like come in here, just chilling. I did not come here to cause any fucking problems with anybody, and so you would think that if someone approaches with that kind of demeanor, you would think the last thing that you would want to do is start taking digs at them. Like that's kind of like that's
I get that. I get that.
Someone's looking for a debate.
I hear you, dude.
Do you want to debate?
I hear you.
Then there's plenty of other people on the server who can debate.
Listen, bro, I hear you. But guess what? That's Vlad's fault, right? Now you have a choice whether you want to make the conversation about trying to point all this out to Vlad, or you can make it about spending the best quality time in here that you can for yourself, right? Get the most out of it.
My fucking chips, bro. Like, because clearly, like this room isn't it. If you want to hit me up, cool, man.
Hey,
like you can hit me up whenever, but I'm not going to sit here and like.
Listen to me.
Hold up.
Listen to me, dude. If you want, you have every.
1 second.
What's going on?
If you want to keep talking about feelings, talk about feelings, and I'll mute you. You can go elsewhere. If you want to talk about the room topic and get back to conversation, let's do that.
You don't
now.
run shit, bro. Shut the fuck up. Other guy, you can hit me up whenever, but you guys are fucking back.
All right, he's gone. There you go.
Yo, we got a tactical droid, bro. Like, where's your boyfriend, man? You seem kind of emotional. All right.
He left, man.
Tactical, bro. No, Tactical's still here though. Like, I don't know why you're getting so upset.
No. I'm not so upset. I was trying to calm the other guy down.
This isn't MTV. This isn't about people's emotions. This is about the Earth and whether or not it's a ball or if it's flat.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Bro, Trayvon, I don't know how much of that you heard. My goal here was to try and capitalize on the fact that obviously this guy was off-put by Vlad, obviously, but the information is what was probably the catalyst for it. So I wanted him to recognize that, yeah, no shit, this stuff is disturbing, especially if you're not used to it or you're not expecting it or whatever. Recognize that the cog disc is real. Recognize the cog. Dude, shut the fuck up. Recognize the cog. All right. Recognize the cog disc is real. Hey,
all right, prove it's not flat.
Who the fuck is that?
It's a globe.
Anyway, that's all.
You're a bitch.
Too bad the guy left. All right, implement. You can eat shit. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. All right. So yeah, it did go on a little bit longer than I thought, but I tried to make a point. So maybe the guy is going to reflect, and if so, well, more the better.
No. Dude's butt hurt.
Yeah, well, you guys make up your own logic style in whatever way you want. You can make the Earth whatever you want. It could be all frisbee for all we know.
The logic that the Earth is the globe, and we can get back on topic already because this is asinine.
Yeah, Trayvon, you're up, man. What's up?
I just said it. Y'all make up your own logic, man. We say
No,
ships
how do you
sail
know
far
that the
away,
Earth is a
and
ball?
then yo,
I'm
it
asking you.
disappear. It
I'm
disappear off curvature because the
asking
Earth's
you.
Earth's
Put
so
your
big and
shit on
shit.
the table.
And if like a little ship go traveling over it, slowly but slowly starts to fade a little bit. Like, y'all,
Take a moment, breathe, gather your thoughts. Now, when I unmute, please give me the evidence
He's
why the Earth is a ball.
deafened himself. He's deafened himself, bro. He's playing that tactic.
Then he can stay on mute. Who has evidence that the Earth is a ball? Please present.
No one does because it doesn't happen.
All right.
It's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible.
I despise when people make this channel about their feelings.
Yeah. Mike was doing the best he could, or 20 cups. Sorry, was doing the best he could, but yeah, it just wasn't getting through. But he was stuck in a rant, fortunately.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. I'm glad you're back.
Oh, friends. Oh, friends. No way. Friends. This is great. But listen,
Link, you're gonna have to take the video down because when you have your video up, you limit the number of people who can enter.
no, friend. This is not a webcam. This is the other thing. Don't worry. It's not limiting shit. Relax.
Yeah, normally I think it's screen shares. Screen shares that are okay, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey DJ, you just missed the chaos. Good to see you, man.
Sup, Shaggy? Yeah, good. Good that I missed the chaos.
I mean, realistically, it wasn't all that bad there, compared to what we're used to. But, you don't really get dick comparison contests very often, right? So, in its own light, it's like, yeah.
Boring chat skankers. Oh, damn. Does the hush command actually boot them out too? I thought it only suppressed their text messages.
Yeah, I think it only suppresses their text.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I
Or
guess he
maybe they
left and
left.
couldn't type anymore.
Yeah.
He had his ears plugged anyway. Well, I hope all is well with everybody. Y'all are all doing good.
Fair weather.
Well, yeah, that was quite entertaining. So, put a smile on my face. Doing well now.
Yeah, he spiraled out.
Oh, I'm back. No way, friends. I got muted for no reason this time.
Dude, you've been back for like 5 minutes.
No. Droid muted me because I was explaining to Droid that my camera is not a webcam, it's an actual fucking screen feed, and he didn't handle it well. Droid, you gotta fucking relax.
Yeah, I thought that was alright. I didn't even notice.
No, it doesn't block it because it's not a webcam feed. It's an actual screen share, and the way I set up my screen share is through my phone and Wi-Fi. That's why I can have a webcam on, and it's not going to stifle the fucking channel. Please, Droid, shut the fuck up.
Dude, I thought you were used to being muted.
Droid, do you know who I am? I know you might be a new mod here, but I've been in this fucking thing for over 10 fucking years, and everybody here fucking knows me except you, probably.
I don't care who you are.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't fucking mute the guy that was fucking running the conversation for a fucking hour and crushing a fucking Glober, maybe. You just came into the fucking channel and start muting people like a fucking dumb mod with fucking, what do you call it, mod abuse powers, you fucking cunts.
My finger slipped.
Let's not get into it, boys. Doesn't matter.
I'm just saying, it's best, right, to leave me the fuck alone when I'm crushing a Glober because I do it in such a fashion that everybody here was entertained. Everybody was here was entertained. Ask Shaggy, ask fucking Stark. They were listening to this conversation. They were entertained. And you just came in here and try to mod abuse. How about fucking take that ego and fucking shove it up your ass?
No, because moderators are even getting tossed for bad behavior. You're having bad behavior right now. I don't care. Nobody cares. Chill on the ego. I have no problems with you stomping Glovers. Never have. What I do have a problem with is your behavior. Just like I got a problem with their behavior when they spiral.
Yeah, man, you were doing well until, you started flexing. Oh god, my cat just took out a photo album. Great. And Granny's on the floor. Oh well, I'll fix it soon. Yeah, no, I respect what you were doing, man, and until the end. It got a bit out of control. So yeah, try not to bring me into this.
I just find it funny. Listen.
Oh, there.
No, listen. Yeah, my bad. Listen, you know what I find funny is that Glober was the one that started, oh, with the fifis and shit. Oh, because my fifis are hurt. Oh, you shouldn't talk like this. Oh, if you met me in real life, you wouldn't be talking to me like this, right? And I told him, buddy, I'd be talking to you any fucking which way. And then he started showing, oh, look, I'm at the gym with this boxing thing. Bro, fucking look at the video I posted. Please, I don't care how much fucking gyms you've been into. I've been training all my fucking life. Don't ever fucking start saying shit like, oh, I'm gonna fucking find you somewhere in real life and I'll fuck you up. Okay, because he started that shit. Let me tell you that. And if anybody ever starts that shit with me, I will fucking end it right there on the spot.
And the conversation's over because of it.
I'm just saying.
Talking about this is like making this channel MTV. All we're talking about is flat Earth fifis.
Friend.
Let it
No,
go.
you gotta have a little bit of ups and downs to make entertainment for. You see the reason. Okay, listen. Let me explain to you why the 24/7 channel got. Let me explain to you why nobody goes to 24/7 anymore. Because it became a robotic, monotonous fucking trash bin. When I was there and I was fucking making it lively, there was fucking 60, 50 people with women always constantly in 24/7. But then they brought the robotic, monotonous, fucking same repetitive bullshit, and then you guys stifled. Nobody even wants to go to that channel anymore. Right? Now you're going to make the same shit here because this used to be popping fucking 30, 40 people. Now it's always like fucking 20 of you guys in here and it's always the same fucking flat earthers. So please, if you want to keep a fucking robotic, monotonous thing, you're going to fucking stifle this channel even worse.
Now that you got that out. Are you done with the feelings? Because it's not about you. Last chance, please drop the conversation.
Buddy, you're the one with the fucking feelings. I'm explaining to you where you're going fucking.
Still on the feelings topic. What the fuck, dude?
Feelings.
And that was appropriate. Yeah, my cat completely destroyed that photo album. Now I've got to glue it back together. Fantastic.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Mathematics is not a force.
Travis, welcome.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Oh, sorry, man. I thought that was the regular Travis we're used to. Is it? Is that Travis? Hawaii Travis.
No, I live in Washington State.
Oh shit.
Is this your first time in?
No, I'm Silver. I come in from time to time.
Ryan, welcome. Have you got any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No. I'm a Silver FE, so definitely no to that question.
Okay. Now, the other character who jumped in with you is named Ryla.
Oh, friends, I'm back. No way.
Yeah, I said take 5. It's been 5. Welcome back.
Droid, you're not the droid I'm looking for. Let me tell you what. Yo, Ryla, are you a Glober?
Yo, good morning. What's good? What'd you say?
Are you a globe believer? You believe you live on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space?
To some extent, to some degree.
Oh, perfect. Me and you can have a beautiful conversation. Now watch how this is done, Mr. Droid. What makes you think that you're on a water ball?
I saw it.
Huh?
I said I saw it.
You saw it. Where'd you
Yeah,
see
like I
it?
seen it
Where'd you see it? That's fucking crazy. Where'd you see it?
with my own 2 eyeballs, bro.
Whoa. You telling me you went to space?
Yeah,
You went to outer space? How'd you make it?
I just floated, like outside of my body.
Oh, you astral projected. You're one of those guys.
Well, not necessarily astral, but it was just an outer body experience.
Well, that's technically that's astral projection, my friend. But how do you know it's real? What you saw?
Well,
How much ganja did you smoke before you saw it?
it was just a spatial awareness type of thing, like a remote viewing type of thing.
Right. So this is just all in your head, then, right? It's not reality.
Well, it is still based upon the experience coming from the sensory input of my brain, which is what reality is perceived by, so
So you're just making shit up in your brain. And you're assuming it's correct.
it's not about making it up.
I mean,
It's
shit.
just
I
about
have
the
dreams.
signals that the
Listen.
brain.
I have some crazy vivid dreams sometimes, and I wake up. I'm like, yo, that's not real, bro.
Good for you, man. You asked the question.
Well, no, but
I'm just
okay.
giving
So
you the answer.
I understand, and I'm just pointing out when you give me these answers, they're like kind of like they're not logical. You know what I mean? Just because I floated up in my outer body experience, and I looked downwards, and it was a ball. You know, that kind of just doesn't make any fucking sense, my friend.
Well, it does make sense under my framework. Perhaps it doesn't make sense to you in the way that, I guess it's subjective, right? So you probably wouldn't substantiate a subjective claim like that.
Well,
I'm
obviously not.
assuming.
I like reality. I like I like to like prove, shit, in reality.
Yeah, so that's cool, man. Everybody has their own framework, right?
I mean, see the group of us here, right? The ones that we know that we live on a motionless, extended topographical plane, right? We went out into reality and we actually did like things, for example, like measurements, observations, you know what I mean? We did that and then we came back and said, oh shit, it's not curving underneath our feet. So if it's not curving underneath our feet, then it must be a extended plane.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, please.
How did you interpret those measurements?
Well, okay, so when we were kids, right? From like elementary, some of us that went to like school in the North American system, educational system, right? Right from like the beginning, right from the rip, they tell us we're living on a ball, right? And they tell us, oh, there's a certain dimension to this ball, right? Then math starts getting involved, right? And then we start doing the math when we get older and shit, right? And they're like, okay, here. Then there's supposed to be a curvature rate, so there's supposed to be a drop over distance if you're living on a ball, right? And then when we go out into the real world and try and find that curvature rate, it doesn't exist. There's no curve at all when we go out there. It's not interpretation, it's literal fucking measurements, my friend.
I understand that, but maybe I should clarify. My question was more so you had to use your sensory information to be able to interpret those measurements, right? Like
Yeah, I use my eyes.
that's the same faculty I used when I saw the
When
shape.
no. When you were doing this astral projection, that wasn't your eyes. That was your whole fucking subconscious dream world thing that you're making images in your like head.
Well, that's why I said it's not astral projection. But I understand why you think that. But yeah,
Close
so
enough.
it's not a
You weren't in,
I wasn't
you weren't
physically
listening. Yeah,
in
exactly. You weren't
space.
physically up in space. Exactly. You were not physically in space until you do
I
that
understand
physical
that.
thing. Right. Until you do that, then come back to me.
Well, yeah, okay. That's why I said it was part of the sensory input. I mean, information.
Yeah, listen, I can take a whole bunch of acid and I can see a whole bunch of shit too. It doesn't make it real.
Well, that's the thing, though. I wasn't in that state of mind to be under the influence of acid. So, you
Well, I
understand?
mean, marijuana, whatever hallucinogenic you want to take, my friend. You know what I mean? Marijuana is just a small fucking form of acid. It's like the smallest trip you'll ever have. If you guys all smoke ganja, right? Smoke enough ganja, you'll have enough of that experience. I promise you.
No, that's not true. It's a focused
Yes, it's true.
exercise, actually.
Right, listen, and there's many ways of creating DMT in your brain, my friend.
Right. And has it not been proven, well, I don't know if you're aware of this, that certain people can use this ability although they're in a fixed location physically, the human body's not able to actually be in two places at one time, but the mind has the capability to travel.
Again, like I said, even if you do these, because it doesn't
Okay,
matter
maybe
which
you're
way
not
you do
aware.
hallucinogen, doesn't matter which way you get the DMT in your head, right? Doesn't matter which way you do it. Maybe
Hey
you do
guys,
breathing exercise. Hold on.
seriously, we're
Even you
not
can.
invoking drugs here. Come on.
I know we're not. He's talking about astral projection. I'm telling him the way he astral
I'm
projected,
not.
doing breathing exercise or whatever you call it, out of body experiences, whatever
Yeah.
which way you went, right? It doesn't matter. That's not reality, my friend. So
Under
whatever
your
you
framework,
saw
we
and
can already agree that's
whatever you
not
saw and whatever
reality.
image you created in your head is not reality, bro.
I'm
And
not, listen, alright, look, bro, I'm not against you. I understand you have a different framework to me, and that's absolutely fine. Under your framework, the way that you digest reality has to be this sort of logical, perhaps maybe even binary understanding, and that's cool. That's what allows you to comprehend your surroundings. On the other hand, based upon my upbringing, my experiences, I have a different framework, and that's also okay. That's what allows me to digest reality around me and understand the world and
kind of
experience
wrong,
it.
bro.
So that's just the way it is, and it's okay. With my experience, it's led me to the belief that,
Okay,
not
hold on.
necessarily on a spinning water ball in a vacuum in space, not necessarily that. That's why at the beginning when you asked that, I said to some extent, because I can understand the undertones of what you're implying, a globe, right? I don't necessarily think we exist in a vacuum in space, because that doesn't make sense to me. The whole point of a vacuum is very complicated, and so for a whole world to exist within that wouldn't really add up. So I don't know the full understanding of what space actually is. However, there is some truth to the fact that there's gravitational forces, and there's other planets existing outside of Earth, and there's a multiple different things that constitutes to not necessarily the shape of the Earth, but definitely like the appearance of the Earth, because the Earth is a form. It's not necessarily a shape. It's on a dimensional plane. So when we use things like shape,
Slow down. You just said plane, my friend, and I told you, and it's an extended plane. Do you know what a plane is?
A plane, yeah, it's like an axis,
Right, and it's one straight flat plane, right? So yeah, so okay.
Yes,
Do
I
you do you
understand.
think do you think you live in a thyroid? Okay, hold on. So you think you live in a thyroidal field with a plane in the middle, and we're walking on the plane, but
I
yet
don't know what that means.
it takes
You
the
might need
shape of
to
a
explain.
ball. Well,
Sorry,
okay,
but I don't understand.
so it's a circle with a plane in it, and you're on the plane within the circle.
Which could you describe like where the planes are intersecting? Where's the tangent?
No, one plane.
Oh, just one plane in the middle of the
Yeah.
circle, horizontally or vertically?
Across the circle. There's an above, there's above and below, and there's a plane, which is the neutral zone.
I don't believe in that.
But you
No,
just
I don't
said
believe in
that.
that.
You just literally said that a minute ago, just a second ago. We're
Well,
walking
I
on
said
this
that's one of the
plane.
aspects of it. It doesn't mean that it's only one plane. There's multiple planes, and there's actually an infinite amount of planes. That's why we have um the understanding of particles. Particles don't just exist in this sort of, this binary one state of existence. Particles, when I say particles, by the way, let me clarify, I'm talking about like atomic particles, like the subatomic particles, like the very reduced version of any form of matter, right? They exist in this type of plane. Well, planes is multiple, where it's very fluid. It's not necessarily rigid. It's not one plane. Does that make sense? That's why I said that. It's kind of like an intersection of infinite planes, and this has been basically established through articles, such as damn it, bro, it slipped my mind. Hold on, let me search it up because there's this. Oh yeah, it was the double slit experiment, basically.
Yeah, we get into that shit too. But let me. That's a lot of irrelevant shit. What I'm trying to tell you is so your understanding of the world is not what the mainstream is, right? The vacuum of space, ball, whatever. Your understanding of the world is more of like dimensional shit, right? Etheric
Absolutely, yeah.
shit, right? Right. And when you mention the word plane, and you got to be on a flat plane doing that, but how do you form the ball in this worldview of yours? How do you form that ball?
That's a great question, man. I haven't really thought about that because, and I'll be honest, when I saw it, I didn't really see it as like a perfectly shaped ball. So maybe that's why I haven't thought about it. So the actual shape that I saw was more of, it was very what's the word, like like abnormal. It's not really a fine-tuned sphere.
Oblate.
It's more like it's got embellishments. It's like a rock that has like dents and things like that, right? So it's got a lot of water, a lot of land, more water than land for sure. But
So let me ask you: do
I don't know
people
if
in
that answers
Australia
your
live on the bottom of this ball?
on the bottom. Or say again.
So people, where's Australia in your worldview? Is it on the bottom of the ball?
That's the thing, bro. I'm real bad at geography, so I don't know.
Oh
I
Jesus
don't
Christ,
know.
for real?
Yeah, for real, bro.
Okay. You're almost there, my boy, but you're gonna realize that you're on a flat plane with a firmament dome. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Speaking about the firmament dome,
Yeah,
that actually was part of what I saw, right?
that's what
So
I asked you like a
interestingly,
minute ago. Is it the plane with the circle around it, right? Essentially, a lot of people think they live in a toroidal field, right, where it's a magnetic field that's completely enveloping us, right, and we're living on the plane on the neutral zone of it. So that's where you might be getting that whole ball thing, right?
well, it wasn't like a envelope type thing. It wasn't like a surrounded type thing.
So what? So that the exteriors, like the extremities of this ball, are actually physical.
No, they're invisible. It's literally invisible.
Well, that's what
And
I'm saying. The toroidal
and the,
magnetic field. That's you don't see it.
right. That's why I said okay, and that's why I even forgot that I saw it. Because look, the way that I saw it was basically how do I even explain this into words? So okay, let's use magnets for example, right? Now, a magnetic pull, you don't necessarily see it, but you can feel it, right?
Well, I mean, you don't feel magnet. Like as a human, you won't feel a magnetic pull. I don't think so. No.
Yes,
Like
you
the
will.
real
Because
magnet
look, all right,
stuff.
let me give you an
No.
example, right? This everybody knows about fridge magnets, right? So you got a fridge and you want to decorate, you put some fridge magnets on that.
I got one
And
right
when you
here in
have
front
the
of me. I'm gonna
magnet
take one
very
right
close to the
here.
fridge, you can
Yes.
feel it pulling. I mean, yeah, pulling towards the fridge, right? That's the type
But
of
it's not.
feeling that I'm trying to explain. It's like you can't
Oh,
see the magnetic pull, but you can feel it. It's similar to the firmament in what I saw. I was able to well, not see but feel the the sort of like distinguished aspect between outside the firmament and inside the firmament, if that makes sense.
so
So
to
it's
your
not like this.
understanding, there is a firmament.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You're getting closer to our side, my boy. So the mainstream, right? No, I'm saying the whole ball vacuum of space is mainstream, but what you're doing is understanding the metaphysical part where it is like a fucking toroidal field with a what do you call it? With a plane that we live on, and the toroidal field is the firmament. But by
I
toroidal
mean, that's a
field
lot
meaning
of
it's that magnetic force that you're talking about that's holding everything in, you know? Because you can't have gas pressure without a container. We're contained. We're in a contained system, right? We have to be.
yes, but it's not like some people think that like the cloud, not this, yeah, like the clouds, or they call it the ozone layer, right? Some people think that it's like that physical substance is what is, like containing us. I don't think that's the case. Under my framework, it's something like invisible, basically.
Sure.
But it does interact with the clouds and things like that. It interacts with water mainly.
But then you gotta agree with us that the land that we walk on, right? No matter how far we measure it, it comes out flat. It's not curving underneath our feet.
Could you elaborate? It depends. I don't know.
Okay. So let's say, forget the land. The land has like hills and valleys, whatever. Let's say if I go out, right, onto a large body of water, right? That large body of water in the mainstream is supposed to be curving, right? Following the circumference of the earth, right? But when we go out in reality and we measure it, it doesn't curve, it's flat. The water's always flat and level, right?
Okay, right.
There you go. Welcome to Flat World, friend.
I mean, all right. So, like, let's say we take a smaller organism. Let's say we take an ant, for example. The perspective of the world from the ant's viewpoint, everything would be flat,
How do you
No.
know?
right? Because they have such a
How do you
short,
know?
such a lowered
You on a one-to-one
viewpoint.
basis with ants?
Go ahead.
How do you know?
About the ant thing?
Yeah. What are you on a first name basis with ants? You're down there. Hey, Anthony, how do you see the world? I see it flat, bruv.
Nah, I actually spoke with Anthony, bro, and his cousins and all them people in his family, and they personally told me, like, yeah, bro, like, they don't even understand different angles and stuff like that. Everything's just one dimensional, bro. It's crazy.
So how do you know?
I spoke with them, bro. I speak ant.
It's pretty funny when someone's taken the piss out of something so simple as a question of how do you know? You can see the silliness behind your statement now, can't you?
Nah, I'm joking. Alright, so look, bro. It's basically, right, extrapolating my experience to a different organism, right? As a person, I can see more at a higher height. If I go lower and closer to the ground, everything seems to be at one sort of like one point. You understand what I'm saying? So extrapolating
that's just
that
your angle of view. That's all.
Yeah, like a reference point. Yeah, when the reference point changes.
No, I didn't say reference point. I said that's your angle of view. When you are down really flat, low angle, all of the information, the data, what you're trying to witness is compressed and you won't see as much of it. Then when you're elevated, your angle widens and you get a better angle of view to see down upon what you're looking at. So that's why a lot of people will say ships disappear bottom up because of curvature. Because of that data, that information, what you're looking at is so compressed. There's a thing called foreshortening. And what happens is, you know how perspective works? How things get smaller as they get further and further away?
Yep.
Okay. So as things shrink down, they shrink down evenly. So the top comes down, the bottom goes up, the left goes to the right goes to the left, and they converge at a point. So for example, if I get a tennis ball and I hold it smack bang in front of your eyes, only an inch away, it looks pretty big. But if I grab that same tennis ball and I start walking and I get about a mile away, you'll struggle to see it. Perspective making it look smaller. Now, this is where it gets really cool. Depending on the elevation of that ball or the ship or whatever you're looking at, it's based upon your eye level, that convergence point. So if you've got something really, really big like a cruise liner and you're watching it sail away, because you're only really, really short in comparison to that cruise liner, your eye line might only be 5 foot tall. This cruise liner might be 100 foot tall. So as it's sailing away, getting smaller and smaller and smaller, perspective dictates that it will shrink as it gets further away, but it shrinks evenly. But here's the problem. You're not lined up evenly with that ship. You're closer to the bottom than you are to the top. So that's why when the bottom goes up, the left goes to the right goes to the left, and the top comes down, the bottom hits your eye line first because your eye line is closer to the bottom than it is to the top. And because of that, all that information, so you've got your angular resolution. So you only have the ability to resolve an image above a certain degree. Anything below that, you can't resolve what it is. Now, the problem is, from your eye line to the bottom of the ship, that angle of degree is too small and you can't tell what it is. It just blurs into the ground. But above, that angle of degree is big enough for you to see what's going on. You can still resolve that image. And that's all that happens when ships disappear. It's to do with the difference between your eye line or eye level and the ground, or the ocean in this case, and the eye level and the top of the mast. It's called foreshortening. So if you do art classes or tech drawing, they talk about it a little bit there. But that's all that's going on there, mate. It's just perspective, angular resolution, angle of resolution, and then it steps into another one called the Rayleigh criterion. And that's another conversation altogether.
Thank you for that, man. Yeah, that was very informative. I think I agree with most of that. I think it kind of applies to like what I was discussing with the other gentleman.
Yes, friend. I told you, you're halfway there. You know it's flat. It's just you're not looking at it the right way, but you'll realize it soon enough. Don't worry.
What was it called? Foreshortening or something? What was it called?
Foreshortening. So all it is
I'm gonna search this up real quick.
when you get closer, a really, really flat, low angle, you can't tell what's the difference between what's in the foreground and what's in the background because the angle is so low. All the information or data or what you're trying to look at is so compressed, you can't tell what's going on. And that's all it is.
Right.
It's just there's a couple of it's just a combination of things. So one is perspective, angular resolution, and Rayleigh criterion, all tied together. And basically, what it is perspective has been hijacked as to be Earth curvature. So everyone goes, "Oh look, things are getting smaller." So whilst all these other effects are going on to perspective, they just hijack that as curvature. That's all it is. And when you really start looking into it, what is it? The something extinction rate.
Extinction coefficient.
That's the one. Thank you, Tactical. I knew I'd get it out eventually. When you start looking into that, you'll find out that the same number seems to appear a few times, and the number that seems to appear is 1.225. For some reason, that seems to also appear in the extinction coefficient. So, yeah, very interesting how this random number, for some reason, keeps reappearing. And the reason it's interesting is the mathematics for working out where the horizon should be based upon your elevation is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it just so happens that the distance that you can see, where everything, basically the limitation of your vision, is the same as the so-called where the horizon should be, based on a ball of 3959 radius. So yeah, so there's a few sneaky little things happening in the background, but anyways, mate, yeah, sorry to monologue.
Yeah, so just so you know, he doesn't believe in the mainstream ball. Just so you know that.
Oh, that's a good start.
And so we had a progressive conversation, and he's almost there on the flat plane. He's almost there.
It'll probably just be something simple that he doesn't understand or needs an explanation for. You'll probably find a lot of the guys in here don't like giving out explanations because they like to back what they say. So if they can't back it, they probably won't drop it on you, mate.
Well, I'm under the impression that nobody actually knows the answer, because not necessarily because it's unobtainable.
Answer of what?
You know, the shape of the Earth.
Well,
not
Be more
necessarily
specific,
because the
because
answer
listen,
is unobtainable.
friend.
It's more
Be
so
specific
because it's a wrong question. The Earth doesn't have a shape per se, if that
it's
makes
Earth
sense.
shape.
You know?
Well, what
Earth,
you've got to
are you talking
look
about
at
Earth, the ground you're walking on?
is
Yeah,
the
like
plane
when
that's given
Yeah,
is
go
this
ahead.
3959 radius ball. Like, surely we can just go and measure for that. If it measures up, it measures up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's pretty straightforward.
What do you mean, like on the ground you get like a measuring tool and then just put it across the ground?
Well,
Is that what you mean?
let's scratch our heads and have a think about this for a minute. You know what a tangent to a curve is, yeah? Where they get a straight line, put it
Yeah.
against a circle. Yep, pretty straightforward. How about we go and get a mad high-powered laser and we set that little fella up horizontal and we use that as our tangent. So allegedly, we're supposed to be on a ball, yeah? Radius 39, 59 miles. So if we go to this mad lake that's like 30, 40 miles across, and we set up a laser, runs across the lake, set up horizontal. All we got to do is just go along the laser and measure it. If it's a curve, as you get further and further away from the tangent point, the gap should get bigger, or deviation should increase as you get further along. Super duper easy.
Right, except we can't really do that because we can't really move away from the Earth. But
well, you don't have to. That's what's cool about it. You just chuck the laser up, turn it on, and where the laser hits at the other end, whether you set up a target or whether you just measure it from the water to the laser, hey, up to you, man. I'm easy. But I'm pretty sure people have done this kind of thing.
I mean, when I'm talking about the shape of the Earth, I'm talking about like, man, it's kind of like a nonsensical question because it doesn't have like a shape.
In all honesty, just ask
shape to it. It's literally like It's a non-shape because it's so irregular. Does that make sense?
Well, we're not claiming a shape. All we're claiming is it's planar.
That's good.
It's planar with topography. So it's based upon a plane and there's hills and valleys and stuff going on. So we're not saying that, when we say flat, we're not saying flat like a billiard table.
Well, I beg to differ with the other brother that was speaking.
Myra, I explained it to you, the topography and everything. I explained that to you. It's a plane with topography.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. When you say topography, right, you're talking about
hills,
like
mountains, hills, and valleys. Mountains, hills, valleys, lakes, ditches,
yeah,
all
like
kinds of
changes
shit.
within the plane.
Right, but it's still horizontal plane across.
Yeah, so you're saying like
there's no
it's got one
deviation from
foundation.
horizontal. Huh?
So you're saying like it's got one foundation and then it goes like up and down. Well, yeah, up and down, like the hills and then the seas, for example.
Right, it doesn't curve into a ball. That's what we're trying to tell you. So, and when we're talking about, and when I'm saying Earth, right, I'm not saying like the world, right? When I'm talking about Earth, I'm talking about literally the Earth that we're standing on. Earth, right? The dirt, Earth, not fucking the world view of some people when they say Earth in space. You know that ball? That's not what I'm saying as when I say Earth. Remember I told you, you know that you know you're not following the mainstream also, right? You understand that all that is bullshit, and you understand that you're living on a plane. You're having a hard time of fucking putting it all together in your head. And then he explained to you there's no deviation from horizontal, and the way we verified is with lasers over large bodies of water, which we've done that. Plenty of people done that. You can do it yourself. You don't need lasers. You just need a light source and a long enough distance. If the light source is hitting your eye over a long enough distance where there should be obstruction of a curve, right? Then there ain't no curve. It's that simple. If you live on the islands, do you live on the islands? Or have you ever been on the islands?
No.
You sound like you're Caribbean, or you have a Caribbean accent.
Nah, Nigeria.
Where are you from? Oh, you're from Nigeria. Oh shit. Anyways, if you go on the islands, a lot of people on the islands, right? They can see from one island to the other, and these islands are like fucking 80 miles apart. You shouldn't be able to see these islands, you know what I mean? Because the curving of the ball, if it was a ball. You get what we're saying now?
Yeah, I'll go one clarifying question though. So like, all right, let's take this, angular plane. Is that what you call it? And the typography. Let's take that, but then let's add the the sky, right? What's your understanding of what's your concept of the sky and things like that are in motion up above, right? Like the stars,
That
the
you can't
moon,
relate that
the
to the
sun.
ground. Right. You can't, because it's whatever's up there has nothing to do with whatever's down here. It's like comparing apples and oranges. I don't really care what the bodies in the sky are doing, right? They're just doing shit, and they're always going to be do shit, right? Sure, it's like a time clock. People have timed it, like made a clocks out of this shit, right? 24-hour sun, you get 24-hour day. You know, that's one time clock. You know, there's different types of time clocks you can make out of these things, and there's cycles and they're cyclical, and you can predict where most of the position. Well, I'm pretty sure they can predict where all of them are, where they're gonna be, and where they're coming from, because you can just open up Stellarium. It's an application, and it follows the stars, and you can fucking go to the future to see where they're gonna be and where it's gonna be in the. You know what I mean? But it has nothing to do with the ground we're standing on. We're literally talking about the ground we're standing on. And if you look into the side chat, they're posting for you all the examples or some of the examples of it being measured flat, literally physically measured flat. Right? If you go look at the what is it, the Salt Lakes, right? The Great Salt Lakes in Utah. It's like a mirror on the ground, you know? And you know, if a mirror was bending, even just a slight bend to it, the image would be distorted. But what you got is like you get these things called specular reflection, which is like a perfect image of whatever the hell it's reflecting. And it can only happen on a flat surface. Right? If you go look in the side chat, all these examples with the lasers and whatnots.
Right, yeah, I see it. However, I'm not sure you answered the question.
What was the question again? Repeat it.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
said
really
something about the
asking
sky.
I'm
No,
not really
you
asking if
were
it's related.
asking about the sky. Yeah, but I'm telling you, there's no
Yeah.
that question's irrelevant, because looking up in the sky is not going to determine the ground you're standing on ever.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just
But you
asking your
asked.
concept of what the sky, like your understanding of what the sky is. I'm not asking how it's related to the ground, you know?
Well, I explained to you, it's just a time clock for me.
Okay,
I use it for other. Listen, I use it for astrology, and I use it to predict shit too. Trust me, I get really deep into that shit. If you really want to go look at if you look at my symbol, right, that I use for Discord, right, that's the flower of life, and that's pretty much the basic structure of fucking everything. If you understand that, then you understand what's up in the sky. It's just
right, so
sacred geometry.
you know the flower of life, so you must know.
Regin, look at my camera. Listen, look. Do you see my camera? You see my camera? I have the thing. I fucking have it on my wall, man. Where is it? You see that?
Oh yeah, I see that.
Yeah, literally. How many layers I put on that motherfucker? You see, I drew the bitch. I know exactly. I did this like 10 years ago, man. I know everything about this, man. Don't worry.
So you know about the flower of life, so you must know about mathematics. So you know there's certain
the golden
ratios.
ratio. The golden ratio. Yeah.
You know about the golden ratio.
The fingerprint of God. Yes.
Okay, so you understand when I'm
Most
talking
of us
about
do.
when I'm talking about things that like the sky and the ground, you say they're relevant, they're not related, but in reality, they are interconnected. They are extremely connected, intricately connected.
Listen, no. Well, I'm only talking
they're actually
about
essential for one another.
slow down. I'm talking about literally the physical aspects of it, right? So when we're talking about the ground, we're talking about physical. We're not talking about metaphysical, right? I can talk about like the whole spirituality thing too, but we're not going to lace it into this because most of the people in this channel don't like talking about this. Okay?
Well, I know though, that's the real explanations.
They're strictly on the measurement of the earth, okay? We're talking about the physical, not the metaphysical.
Yeah, for example, if you needed me to fix your floor because you had some boards loose, right? You would call me crazy for coming in and measuring the ceiling and angles to the floor from a light in your ceiling. You'd fire me immediately. But if I walked in there and I started measuring your floor and identifying which boards you needed, then you'd let me fix your floor. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what
So
you're saying.
So when he says that the sky is irrelevant, the sky is not telling you the shape of the ground. The ground is going to tell you the shape of the ground. The ground is going to tell you whether it's a flat or if it's a ball.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, that's why I said maybe my question is being lost in translation. I'm not saying that it will determine. I'm just saying that it will bring insight to you guys' concept of what you think about, the holistic view of Earth. Because when we're talking about Earth, we're not just looking down. If your head is always looking down, then you miss half of what there is to offer. So, like, when you look up, you understand that there's a whole way to navigate Earth
And that's what,
holistically, not
listen,
just looking at the ground, right?
and
You gotta
here's
look
where I
up too.
specified, friend, hold on. This is where I specified. When I'm talking about the earth, I'm talking about the ground we're standing on. When you're talking about earth, you're talking about the whole world. So instead of using the word earth, you should use the word world, right? Because world envelops everything, right? When we're talking about earth being flat, we're talking about literally the fucking ground we're standing on, okay? Don't get it twisted.
Also, I'm not going to make a claim to anything into the sky because I don't know. I can look up at it, I can see it. I know that there are lights in the sky. I know that the lights have patterns of motion, right? But I've never been to them. I don't know how high they are above the ground. I don't know their size. I don't know what they're made of. I don't know any of that. I've only ever looked at them and seen them and watched them do what they do. That's it. Everybody has that same perspective.
Hey, Rilla, would you agree with this? Right? If your floor measures flat, nothing that happens on the ceiling or in the air or in the sky above that flat floor changes that the floor's flat. Right? The floor can't be a globe because there's some crazy kaleidoscope shit going on in the sky on the ceiling. Doesn't make a difference, right? If you can just measure the floor as flat, you can confirm that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So same thing with the Earth, right? If we have a 20-mile body of water, okay, like a big lake or a section of the ocean, we can calculate based on the radius value that they tell us for the globe, okay? So they tell us the globe's a certain size and that over 20 miles, there would be about 270 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, that's a huge amount of curvature. That's how much there would have to be if the Earth were a globe of curvature over that 20-mile distance of water. Anywhere on the Earth, any 20-mile body of water would have approximately 270 foot of curvature. Okay, then when we go out and test for the curvature, it's not there anywhere ever, right? It's just flat. It's just detecting flat. We can set up a camera on one side of the body of water. We can zoom in. We can see the shoreline on the other side of the body of water. Then we can get pull out a high-powered laser, shoot it across, right? It hits the target on the other side. Right, we can confirm that over and over again. There's no curvature, just like we did with the floor example. Okay, but looking into the sky is not going to change that. It's not going to make the water start curving. Same sort of example, right? So that's where we're at. And flat's not a shape either. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the shape of this Earth that we live on. Flat's just the description of a surface, right? Like flat, smooth, bumpy, that kind of thing. Make sense? So when we say flat Earth, we're not talking about a flat planet, right? We're not trying to trying to claim a flat shape or anything like that. We're saying like it's a surface description. If it's a globe, it would have to be curving, but it's not curving, other than hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But most of the known surface area is covered in water, which is flat on the surface.
Why do you think that is? Water takes the shape or the form of whatever container it is inside.
Right. So you could have
between two parts of land. It
let
would
me
just
explain
fill it
that.
up and become flat
Okay.
at the surface.
Exactly. But on a globe, that water would have to be curving on the surface. Okay, so it doesn't matter what the underside of the
No, that's
container
not the
shape is.
description.
Yes,
What?
it is.
Yeah, it
Because
absolutely is.
You would build your house based on a level reference frame, right? It is so many feet above sea level, which is where you get your altitude when you make your lines for your maps, your topography lines, right?
Yep.
So the ocean, being water, is the level reference frame everyone uses. Okay, if it's on a sphere, that level reference frame is curving.
That's understandable, but what does it relate to? Right? The water relates to the downward force pulling it to the center of the earth. Without that, of course, there wouldn't be any leveling because the water would just move in any which direction. So it's
And
not
what's
just
causing
about
that
the water
downward
being
force?
level,
What's
it's also
causing that
about the
downward
water having
force?
a gravitational pull. So when I say it wouldn't be, you can't describe it. Okay, go
Hold on
ahead.
a second. Hold on a second. I don't want to get onto gravity just yet, right? Okay, so
But
you
I
just made a
mean-
claim. Hold on a second. Okay, so if you have a 20-mile lake, like I was just talking about, you're saying it's curving or you're saying it's flat on the surface? What's your claim?
No, it's flat on the surface. On the surface, it's
Okay,
flat.
well, that doesn't work, right? Because if gravity was pulling it down to the center of the globe, right, then it would be curving, right? There would be no point higher than another point.
No, the reason why that wouldn't be the description is because it is going to take shape of whatever container it's inside of. So in the sea,
Right.
the container is between two pieces of land. And of course, that's a lot of mass to cover. And even under the sea, there's bits that are, how do I explain? That's not flat, it's curved. But
All right,
because it's
bro.
taking
So
the shape
is
of
the
a
surface
whole
of the
container,
ocean, is the surface of the
is flat.
ocean curving water? Is it curving water over distance? Right? Like the Pacific Ocean, is that water curving around with the curvature of the Earth?
What do you mean by curvature of the earth?
We
Okay,
just
when you look at
explained it in
yeah,
three
so
different
70
ways.
they say the Earth's a globe, right? And over 70% of the surface is covered in water, most of it's oceans. So when you see a picture of the globe, okay, it's curving water. It's not flat water.
No. That's not the description. So look, when we see two islands, right? Let's say one island has its ground way higher up than the other island. So to even get onto that first island that has its ground way higher up, you would need like a ladder, for example. After you swim out the water, you need a ladder to actually get onto that island. Let's say, for example, right? That wouldn't change the level of water around it. The water would stay on the basically the least path of resistance. It would be at the lowest point to where it would be able to stay like stable. Now water isn't just, well, especially in the sea, water isn't just like still. It's always moving. It always has a current. It always has a wave. So when you say would it be with the curvature of the earth, I don't really understand that question. All I understand is that water fits into whatever container you put it in.
And is the surface of the water flat?
Well, of course, when you look at it from a big land or a big section of water, you could say yes, but in reality,
Okay, how much curvature
it's
would there be
always-
over
always
20
moving.
miles? I just told you, over 20 miles, if the Earth were a globe, there would be 270 foot approximately of curvature. Okay, so that's like a skyscraper. It's a lot of curvature just over a 20-mile lake. Do you agree?
I need to see the calculations for that one. I don't really know.
Well, you can just look it up right now if you want. You could go on ChatGPT, or you can go type in Earth curvature calculator into Google. You could even just ask Google, right? It'll just give you an AI response. How much curvature would there be on the globe over 20 miles in feet? And it's going to say 260, 270 foot, something like that.
Interesting. So what do you mean by curvature? As in, like, the actual, you think like the land that we walk on is like moving at an angle, basically?
No, I'm talking about the surface of the water. Okay, so most of the globe, they tell us, is covered in water. Okay, see the picture in the side chat that Matrix just posted? That's the globe. Right?
Well,
See
yeah,
how
I'm
most of it's
saying that
most of
water
it's
isn't.
blue. Yeah, see
Yeah,
how
go
most of that globe is blue?
Right.
That's the water, right? And the water is curved. Yeah? Okay, so if we take a particular distance over that water, we can calculate how much curvature there should be. And the chart that Matrix put in the side chat actually tells you those distances. Okay, so if we click on that, it uses the calculations based off the size of the globe, based off the radius. So we can see here that over 20 miles, right? It says miles. I go on the chart. I look at 20 miles, 266.74 feet of curvature. That's how much there would be over 20 miles.
But here's the issue, though. When we see the rivers or the lakes or the ocean, we're seeing it from our perspective from the top, not from this perspective in the chat. We're seeing it with our eyes, right? So for us, our perspective is flat, not necessarily because the water is like changing shape, but it's because the water has a gravitational pull towards the center of the earth. So because of that,
That doesn't
it
change
fills
the
into
fact of
whatever
what
container is
DJ's
around
talking
it.
about, bro. Bro, doesn't change what DJ's talking about. It's of a necessity that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then over the distance of 20 miles across the surface of water, there will be an elevation drop of 267 feet with respect to your horizontal. That means if you're looking out 20 miles, right? That's the surface of the water at 20 miles is 267 feet below your eyesight, and there'd be a horizon there blocking your view of it, right? You wouldn't be able to see it. Now, this is why DJ is trying to get you to like understand this geometric factor involved, because he can show you observations where we don't see that, where we see clear across a vast 20-mile lake or body of water. It doesn't exist in reality, bro.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, yeah, I think when you say that, that's what I'm saying. You're just explaining it in a different terms.
Rilla, so this is what you're saying, right? You're saying because we're so small and the globe's so big, okay, let's use a 20-mile lake for just for this thought experiment, okay? So you're standing on one side of the 20-mile lake. Okay, and let's just say for this thought experiment, you're 6 foot tall, because that's like what the average height. Okay. All right. So have a look in the side chat. All right. I just put in some calculations in the side chat. Right. This is a screenshot from just a curvature calculator. Okay, it's a calculator that calculates these kind of things that we're talking about right now. Okay, so distance to the object, 20 miles. Right. So it's 20 miles across the lake. Right, you're 6 foot tall. That's your eye height level. That means the horizon should be. Okay, so that means there should be 192 foot missing behind the curvature of the Earth from the shoreline on the other side. Okay, so if you had something that's 192 foot tall on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be
Like
completely
a 20
hidden
like a
behind-
20-story building, you would see the very top floor, people jumping up and down holding signs to the UFOs. That's all you would see. 20-story building, the very top floor.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm with you.
Well, think about it like this. Here's another way to think about it. Say the Titanic was where you're at, okay, on one side of the lake, and it sailed over to the other side of the lake. You wouldn't be able to see the Titanic by the time it got to the other side of the lake, 20 miles away. It would be hidden behind the curvature, just like the building. Make sense?
I mean, yeah, until you said it would be hidden behind the curvature.
Yeah, it would be hidden behind the curvature because the Titanic was 195 foot tall. Okay, but over that distance, there's actually 260 foot of curvature.
Yeah, but what curvature, bro?
The Earth curvature because of the globe, right? The Earth's a globe. That has
Exactly.
curvature.
No, but okay.
Yo, I was gonna say
Maybe he wasn't here. Maybe he wasn't here when I was explaining that the Earth isn't shaped in this type of way. That, like, when I saw the Earth, right, it isn't as global or spherical as you guys may be depicting in these pictures. It's very irregular. It's not like, you understand what I'm saying? Like the water
Okay, so
is
you have
between.
all right.
No,
So let
it's
me
not.
get this right. Okay, so you're still okay. So gravity, right? So you're talking about gravity. To gravity, you have to have a globe, right? So whatever you've dreamed up in your out of body experience that you were telling us before, and seeing this.
Okay, so he was here. He was here.
This bring your own globe thing or whatever you've done, right? You've got this shape of Earth that you saw in your vision. Okay, that doesn't. You can't argue for gravity and then also have that claim as well, right? You have to have the 3959 mile globe that they tell us if you want to talk about gravity.
What do you mean I have to have something?
Well, it's in the formula for gravity, right? You can't have your gravity, your mass attracting mass gravity that you're talking about, where everything's drawn towards the center of the Earth that you were literally trying to explain to us before, right? How everything's level on the surface because it's drawn towards the center because of gravity. Okay, that would require the Earth to be a globe, not this thing that you're talking about. So you're contradicting yourself now.
No, where it makes sense is because water doesn't like overlap the ground. Water is subject to whatever is between. Wherever the water is between, it will take that form, it will take that shape. So
Isn't
when you're
water the
talking
gold
about
standard for
the
level?
water curving, the water doesn't curve. It just would lower. It would just find its own level place between the ground.
Yeah, so you're saying the surface of water is flat.
Hold on, brother. I'll let you speak. When we're looking at the 20-mile ocean or whatever, when you say things like, okay, the Titanic would go out of distance because of the curvature of the water, that's where you lose me, bro, because the water itself is not curving. The Titanic would go out of our viewpoint.
Welcome to Flat Earth then.
Because of what the other brother said earlier about convergence. That's why the Titanic would go out of our viewpoint. Not because of
Yeah,
the
well,
water.
welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Like,
But
you're
let
not
me add
disagreeing
one
with
more
us.
thing, T-Dub. Let me add one more thing, right? The reason why that coincides with gravity is because, like, for example, when we see the majority of the Earth is made up of water, that water isn't like, how do I even put it? So look, that water is at a lower level than all the ground around it. Does that make sense? It's at a lower level.
Shit, Sherlock.
So the fact that it's at a lower level means that it cannot curve. It has to basically stay in between those levels. Otherwise, it would just go onto the ground. And when it goes onto the ground, it just goes back down because of gravity. So that's why when we see it flat. However, if you was to walk around the Earth, you would see different heights of water. All of them would still be flat, but there would be different heights of them.
That doesn't make any sense, bro.
Yes, it does, bro. Because the Earth is
No, it doesn't.
irregular. It does. All right.
What
That's
is it?
like saying
Steps? Does it step up? Does it? You can sail along, and then there's a
it's
big
not.
wall
It's
of
not.
water, and you got to
It's not
climb
a
up the
wall of
wall of
water.
water
No,
and
no,
get to
no.
the next level of water where it's flat
It's,
again.
no, that's
Is it like a step?
that's why I
Does
said
it step up?
yes, but not just by itself with a wall of water. That's why I said in the beginning it takes the shape of whatever's around it. It would be a wall of
You're not making
ground.
any sense, bro.
It's like when you have a
Okay,
hill
Ryla,
and a valley.
let's just take this one step at a time. Does water take the shape of its container and have a flat, level surface? Yes or no?
If you don't understand that after the explanation that I've been given,
So you're saying yes, water
yeah, bro, of
does
course.
take the shape of its container and has a flat, level surface.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Welcome to Flat Earth. Please enjoy your stay.
I mean, all right. So look, that's my concept of it. Hopefully, you guys understood what I was trying to portray. Maybe I wasn't
No,
explaining it in the
no
best.
idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of like, you know, my fault as well. I'm not really explaining it in the best way.
Would you have a demonstration?
All right, let me think. All right, so let's say we have like actual containers, right? See-through like glass containers in like a science lab or whatever, right? And it's like this whole apparatus, and some of the containers are shaped like cubes type things, right? Where you can like a conical flask or whatever, right? Where you can pour water inside it. However, the water at the bottom of it would be connected, so there would be like a tube at the
It's
bottom
communicating.
that connects to another flask.
It's a communicating vessel.
Communicating vessel?
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, so you can picture what I'm trying to describe, right? So let's say we have that, and there's like so many different flasks, right? And you can pour water in all of the flasks, but they're all connected to each other by tubes. And so when you pour water in the flask, which is at the highest level, it would naturally, the water would fall down and fill up all the other flasks before it fills up the flask which is at the highest level. That's what I was talking about the water would just
Yeah,
fit into
until they're
whatever
all at the
container.
same level.
So it's
No,
not to
but
do
they
with
would
the
be at
flask.
different heights.
It's to
That's
do.
why.
No, there wouldn't be, bro.
No,
You're shitting on
there would,
Pascal's
bro.
principle.
Wait, hold on.
T-Dub, he's hung up about the actual flask itself, not what the water level is doing. You'll find with the flasks up, down, left, right, the water level is even across a lot of them.
Thank you. So okay, so he understands
So
what I'm
all,
trying to
right,
say.
like, all that's happening is your explanation of it is just a bit how's it going, that's all. You've got
It's
the
a bit
right
what?
idea, you're just not explaining it too well.
Yeah, I agree. But hopefully that last example like made
No,
a
he's
bit
saying
more
they
sense.
wouldn't be at the same level because of the different heights of the
T-Dub,
containers.
you missed what he's talking about. He's talking about the containers not being the same level, not the fluid level.
No, he's talking about the fluid. He's saying the fluid would be at a different level.
He was talking about the
He
actual
did. No, he
containers,
did. He
not the
did. He
fluid.
clearly said it just earlier, bro. He said that one section, one part of the ocean will be higher than the other part of the ocean because of the land.
He was
Because the
talking
height
about
of the land.
underneath it. That's what I took out of that. And the containers.
Dude, it's all over the place. That's what's going on.
He's a
He doesn't
build your
agree that
own
the Earth's a
thinker.
globe, and he doesn't agree that the Earth's flat because he said what's it called when you go out of your own brain and you travel? What's it called?
Bro, what?
All the body
Yeah,
experience.
this is what he
Wait,
said
so
he
have
did.
you guys never had an out of body experience?
That's what you said, bro, and you saw the Earth, and it's not a globe, right? But it's not flat. It's what shape did you say it was?
It's irregular. It doesn't have a shape. It's that's a
Irregular.
nonsensical.
It's irregular shaped, guys.
All right,
Okay, I
go
got
ahead.
one question before I gotta get off.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead, bro.
by what percent do you know that you're on Discord right now?
Bro, what? By
If
what
there was a
percent?
percentage that you could give to tell us how sure you are that you're on Discord talking to us, what percent are you sure that you're talking to us on Discord?
He means by like what percent chance? Like, what are the odds that
Is it
you're actually here
50-50?
talking to me?
Say, is it 50-50? Or is it better than that?
100%.
Okay.
That is the correct answer.
I'm so lost, bro. That's a funny question.
You'd be surprised.
A lot of people who have these incoherent thoughts, right? And they say that you use your senses to see the world around you, and reality is subjective because it's going to be based on your senses that you got to use to interpret, right? They usually have this idea that it's less than 100% that they're actually on Discord because they can't be sure of anything for 100% certainty that anything is true. It's just what they perceive.
Yeah, nah, that's kind of crazy.
Just to clarify, look, see what I posted in the side chat there.
All right, let me
So
check it out. Yeah, okay, that's great. That's what I was trying to describe, bro. Yeah, that's what it is.
So you're not saying that the levels of the water would be at different levels?
No, I'm saying that the flasks would be at different levels. And so the water could only fill up to the amount at which the flask is at. If the flask overflows, the water would find a different container to be able to fill up. And so the world is shaped with different heights of quote unquote flasks, right? Like mountains, valleys. The world is irregular. It's not flat on one
No, it's just
horizontal
sea
plane.
level is sea level. There's not different heights of water.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Did that hurt your
Yeah,
head?
I thought this was covered earlier with topography. Remember when you were talking about topography? Right, but the water, right, is going to stay level.
But hang on, I just want to get something clear, right? Ryla, the thing is, there may be a miscommunication or talking past each other or something, because sometimes, right, when people come in here, the word level, okay, for whatever reason, well, I think we know either, it kind of means something different from person to person. So when we're talking about level, we mean like literally horizontal, okay? But some people, they conceptualize the term level as being kind of like concentric rings or something, like layers of an onion, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like the outermost layer of an onion would be at the same level, or it'd be a different level than the innermost ring. You know what I mean? So how are you describing it? What are you using the term to allude to?
Okay, yeah, that clarifies things. I'm saying two levels, both of them. So the first is literally the height of the water, the level, the horizontal, what you described. It remains consistent around the earth, depending on which container it's in. And then the second level that I'm talking about is like the layers of the onion that you was referring to, but I'm saying that level is kind of like the different levels of the containers. The containers is the actual ground, like that has different layers, that has different heights.
That's why we're having a problem, sir. Okay?
Right.
These two notions cannot coexist at the same time, because no matter how big, say, of a ruler, for example, that you have, it's never going to curve. It's never going to form a ball. It's going to be a straight line that away, and then behind you that away, or that away left to you, and then that away right to you. You follow? It's not going to bend downwards or bend upwards because it's made straight. It's made perfectly level. I mean, in an ideal sense, right? Conceptually, like you draw a line, a horizontal line on a piece of paper, you extend that out either which way, it's never going to wrap around and create a giant ball. Right? Because it's made to be straight. Now, here's the issue. If what you're talking about is just a matter of resolution, right? So, for example, at this scale, so to speak, if we are indeed on a giant ball, but from our vantage point, like what you were kind of hinting at earlier, right? We're just so finely zoomed in so closely that this giant, for example, layer looks to us like it's flat, but it's actually at a massive scale wrapping around. That's a different story. Okay, that's where you would say, for example, it looks flat or it looks level or looks horizontal to us, but is not actually, right? Because they can't both actually be true. One can be perceptively true, but actually the other, but not both actually true. You see what I mean? Like it kind of, they contradict. Do you follow what I mean?
Yeah, and somebody actually posted a great example of this in the side chat of what I'm trying to describe.
Okay. Clarifying question. Is the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean in the same flask?
I'm bad at geography, so I don't know, but do you know, is the answer yes? Are they all connected?
I'm asking you. In
I
the
actually
ocean,
don't know.
the big oceans where you travel from Europe to the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or from India to the United States. Is that all one big flask?
Yeah, genuinely, I didn't study geography, so I don't know.
That's
but
fine.
I know that's like the Pacific Ocean
Over the
is
big
like
ocean, where
the
all the
Pacific Ocean is
countries
the big
connect
one,
to each
right?
other as a big flask. Would that mean that the lakes that are in the land masses and the seas that are in the land masses, those are elevated flasks, and when they overflow, they make rivers to the oceans, which would be the bigger flask?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. And so, like that picture you put in the side chat, that's literally what I'm trying to say. Is that
Yeah,
like
that's not sea. Yeah, that's not sea level.
okay? But what really is sea level? So look, that's why I'm
The
saying this, because
ocean is sea
but
level. The ocean.
but the ocean is not
Ocean. There's one
level.
ocean in the whole world. There's one ocean. Just has different names depending on where you live. It's all connected.
Exactly.
One
Depending on
level
where
of
you
water.
live.
One level of water, not a bunch of levels of water. Now, are you still confused about that?
You think it's one still level of water, but it's not.
Yes. Are you
It's
still
continuously
confused?
moving.
There's no ocean waterfalls, bro.
Interesting.
Jaren moment.
Yeah.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, there are no ocean waterfalls. Yeah. Yeah, I just had like a light bulb, like a light switch moment just then. Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
yeah, that
if I
makes sense.
may, so all this to say, right? If you conceptualize this being wrapped around a giant rock of sorts, that level, say, would have to be, for example, the outermost layer of, say, fucking the onion, for example, right? And then there's little flakes of fucking skin or something around it where the land is popping out or something. So ultimately, the water would be curving, even though it's quote unquote on the same level. This is why we're pressing you on this curvature thing.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So if it was actually curving, it would be measurable, right? You take something that actually is straight and you compare the deviation, right? If you like a good analogy is if you take a if you take a ruler, right, and you put it on the top of a basketball, you see it's going to kind of like teeter-totter from side to side, right? There's that one pivot point where it's actually touching the basketball, and you can create a little seesaw sort of thing. If you'll notice that there's an ever-increasing gap between that pivot point and either of the two sides. That increase, okay, it's like an exponential growth or non-linear growth, so to speak, right? So in reality, if we can emulate that, which some people have, you would be able to measure that gap at every kind of different, section, 10 miles, 1 mile, 20 miles, and you could chart out that gap. Now, if it doesn't conform to what we've been told about the Earth, then the model that we've been told is incorrect, and that's what we have material on. If you're interested, but yeah, so that's what we're trying to get across to you, man.
Yeah, that's actually great. Yeah, thank you. That helped.
So if
I
you're
think
interested,
I understand where you're coming from now a bit more. So,
gotcha.
all right, but let me ask this question then about we have like globe representations of the map. I mean, like first we had maps on paper to basically represent land points accurately, and then we kind of reproduce those onto what we call the Mercator's projection of like the globe, right? So that's what Google Earth uses, for example. But it kind of came from like the 2D maps. Now my question is more so, do you think that these two different depictions of Earth contradict each other necessarily, or do you think it's kind of like a certain degree of falsification, but they're both relating to the same true principle?
To be honest, I'm not too sure I follow. I don't know if anyone else wants to grab that.
So in other words, do you think that it's a perspective thing? So do you think that both depictions, both like drawings or both concepts are relating to the same true basic principle, or do you think that do you think that it's a perspective thing, or do you think that it's fundamentally completely contradictory?
Wait, so you're talking about different maps, like you got the Mercator, you got all that stuff. These are just different projections. Yeah, so different projections, they emphasize certain parts, but they distort the others. So there is that base reality that these things are trying to that they're trying to depict in the relationship.
Right? They pull it from the same base reality and they just represent it in two different ways. So you agree that it's from one like same actual reality.
Yeah, but the main issue, as far as my understanding goes, that base reality, quote unquote, in the minds of those who have created these maps, that base has been the globe model. So you take a globe, you put everything on it, and then you alter things, right? So you project out from the center of that ball in different ways or whatever, and you reorient everything, right? But that base reality is the ball.
I don't think so, bro. I think it's the opposite way around.
Well, for example, right, the Mercator, I think it's the Mercator. Yeah, I think it's described as being quote unquote cylindrical, right? So if you take a ball, you stretch it out at the top and you open it up a bit, do the same at the bottom, and then you unravel it along the side, right? The bottom and the top are distorted, but everything in the middle around the equator is preserved.
Yeah, the hemispheres. Yeah,
You
it's
see what I
like
mean?
the equator.
Yeah. So different kind of manipulations in that manner, right, of different operations and stuff create the different projections. But the issue at hand here is still that it's the baseline is the ideal ball model, so to speak. So even if you look at a map, you might get a hint or a gist of the relationships between different land masses and stuff. But to say, you know, one is accurate and the others are not, who's to even really say? Because if that baseline is not true, then the rest can't be true either.
No. So okay, that's a great point right there, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying I think both are actually needed to be able to understand it. Like you need this concept of like convergence, angular like perspective and all of these things combined with the understanding of like the irregular shape of the earth, the gravity and all of these things. You need both of them. I think the reason why is because although they subtly contradict each other to some extent, without each other, I think like with each other they correct each other, and so that's what allows us to have an understanding. Because from our perspective as humans, you know, it's kind of like that thing about an ant's perspective. They're so small, they're not able to understand the higher truth of what the actual earth looks like. But it's similar with us.
But here's the issue, though. That's a perception. If I may, that ant analogy, that's a perception thing. Okay. The reality coinciding with that is if these ants were, you know, of the intellectual caliber that they could take a ruler, right, and sit aside it and say, okay, I'm at 0, you know, buddy, you know, walk that away, you know, and tell me if the ruler kind of zips over your head or if it's still on the ground. He would go so far, it still seems to be on the ground. He keeps going. Oh shit! Okay, now it's up in the air, and oh shit! Now it's even higher in the air, even further. They would not. They would be able to tell. Okay, you know, the ground isn't flat; it just looks flat. You see? Because in reality, the curve is curving away. It just seems flat to them. So that's what we're doing, right? We're trying to ask the question. Okay. It looks flat to us. Is it actually, or is what we're being told about it? Oh, it looks flat, but it's actually curving. Is that actually true? Right. So going back to the map thing, you know, that if the baseline or the base model from which all these projections come from is not true, then well, I mean, yeah, there you go. That's all we're doing.
Well, yeah, I don't think the base is true because we cannot accurately reproduce what the world looks like in a model or like a 2D drawing, or like even the maps that they used to use before we had Google Earth, before we had the Mercator's projection, before we had any of that, those were still inaccurate. But it's just for convenience sake they drew it to be able to get from land A to land B.
And they were isolated sections, right?
In what sense?
Like, for example, I don't know, you're in England, right? And you gotta okay, this is England, this is a little bit around the shorelines, okay, you got a little square, and you know, that's your map or rectangle, and then the landmass and the rest is water. Okay, and now we're gonna like a puzzle piece it together with this other one that we got from France, and they line up this way. You know what I mean? Like it's like a puzzle, so to speak, right?
Right.
We've done that iteratively over time and came up with this notion that, oh, somehow it fits around a ball. Right. That's what, at least the point here, dude, is this is what we're told. Ever since we were like 4 or 5 years old, we've all been presented this ball being the surface upon which all these little sections piece together and wrap around. So that's all we're here to do, to test that. How they actually piece together, I mean, like you were kind of hinting at, there's no real way to get exactly how they're pieced together.
They're helpful for one another to piece it together, because the understanding, okay, from the flat Earth's perspective, they just focus on the ground. They don't look up. It's like you guys don't want to look up. It's like that movie where it's like, don't look up.
No. What I'm not saying they're not useful.
It kind of complements the flat Earth. Well, in my understanding, anyway, my understanding of like the firmament and things like that, and the sun and the moon, the stars, the planetary bodies, is extremely significant. Although you guys don't want to even touch on it, and I think that's the higher truth, which is kind of
not necessarily, man. I wouldn't put it that way. I don't know who you've been speaking to about this stuff. But when it comes to like the celestial bodies and all that stuff, we're not here to say, don't look at those at all. Right?
No, you guys say that you don't understand the way it works, and you say it's not related to the ground of the Earth.
Not related to the ground.
That's the point. They're not the ground. They're not the ground at all. But you can use them for certain purposes. Like in the past, they've used them for navigation and shit like that, and arguably today, they still use them for coordination and shit.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. I'm glad you mentioned it and not me. The global positioning system, how does it work? It uses
They
a globe.
use triangles, and you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball, so the Earth is flat.
Yeah, your elevation angle to Polaris and stuff. Yeah, we get all that. But to say that whatever model or conception that we have of what is going up there can fully describe or illustrate what the ground is doing, you would have to have some like God's eye view to actually, really be able to tell that, which you apparently claim to have had in your out of body experience. And that we would ask you then, what did you do to verify the accuracy of what you saw? You see what I mean? We're not, like, I can affirm that you may have had that. I mean, I'll grant you that. Like, I wasn't there.
Yeah, it wasn't quite.
I would follow up with what other method did you employ to confirm, right, the accuracy of whatever you saw or whatever you were told or whatnot, actually representing reality accurately.
Well, yeah, people did it all the time in ancient history, but that's besides the point. I wouldn't say that I had a God's eye view because
hang on. Come on. Wait, you're deviating from my point, dude. I'm not dismissing your experience, or I'm not dismissing what others may be doing, right? I'm asking you, whatever you did experience, okay, did you confirm it by some other means? Like, for example, if you have an out-of-body experience that the world is a ball, did you go out there and check if it's actually a ball with, I don't know, forget my analogy, but with a ruler, for example, or a laser?
I get what you're saying.
You follow?
Yeah, I follow. I never really intended to try and represent it empirically, but research throughout history shows that my experience is valid. Just because of, like,
in what sense?
Hold
on, dude. Are you? What do you mean? Like, are you saying that the research?
People have done this in the past. People do this to this day,
dude. I
where
understand.
They have out of body experiences,
bro. Yeah, don't get me wrong, dude. I'm not dismissing. Okay, your experience of some sort of astral projection or out of body.
Even the CIA have projects and things like that, in which they are able to do this.
Homie, I understand that. I'm not dismissing that experience. Okay, what I'm saying is the information that you retrieve or download, so to speak, in that experience. What did you do to differentiate what bit of information was either something that you conjured up in your mind, or that was given to you from the outside as being actually reflective of reality? Like, how much of that was your mind just kind of going wonky and how much of it was actually because of some external perception that gave you, a grander insight into how shit works inside. You see what I mean? Like I can affirm that, dude. I've had my own shit. Okay, my point is,
Right. Okay. Yeah, I understand. So
empirical. It's not an empirical method
yeah, you
necessarily.
can't verify that empirically, but
That's the point, right?
but yeah, I haven't intended on actually, doing those type of experiments in like with the shape of the earth, because I don't see it as something worthwhile. But I do understand the point behind what you're trying to make. That point, I understand.
Yeah, that's all I'm getting at. All right. So earlier, your conversation with Vlad, I think you used the appropriate term. I may have misheard you. I don't know. Whereby, this experience led you to believe X. That's fine, dude. You're more than entitled to that. No one's here to strip that of you. We would challenge you to verify, your belief set by some means and turn that belief set into a knowledge base. That's all.
Oh man, there's so much to go into with just that one sentence, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's all, man.
I mean, knowledge. Do I really go into this though? Knowledge comes in different forms. Like empirical data is one aspect of knowledge. There's so much more to knowledge than just sensory verification. But that's a whole different topic, man.
Give us an example of other knowledges. Give us an example of knowledge that you absorbed through osmosis.
Divine inspiration.
That's incorrect.
No, it's not. That's literally the form by which prophets are able to communicate with God. And God is able
to... They lied to you. There's nobody standing in a closet with candles lit talking to an invisible guy in the sky. What is wrong with these people?
That's not... Yeah, I agree with you there. That's not how it works.
Well, then they're not talking to somebody, are they? Hey, dude, what do you think I should do with these people on my land? Well, son, I think you should give them all bread and turn water into wine, and then you guys can have a big breakfast.
I can't tell if you're mad or you're trolling. I don't know. But look, bro, everybody has their own framework. Like I said, it's going full circle to what I was saying at the beginning with the first guy. Yeah, this is just my framework, and everybody has their own subjective framework that allows them to understand the world.
But that's not knowledge.
Yeah, dude, here's the thing, right? You don't want to conflate knowledge and beliefs. Some people do that. Some people would affirm that knowledge itself is quote-unquote justified true belief. Right? So they kind of blend the two together somehow.
Wait, what is that? What's justified true belief?
Some people would argue that is the definition of knowledge. So you believe something, it happens to be true, therefore it converts from being a belief set to a bit of knowledge. Right?
Okay.
Right. But in that sense, like they are distinct. Right? Because it has to be true already, which already separates itself from something that's unknown, because you already know. If you believe something to be true, but you don't know it to be true, right? It exists kind of like in limbo, right? And you know that because you don't know the actual truth of something, so you just kind of keep it in suspense, but you have a hunch, okay, yeah, it might actually be true, right? But once you know it to be true, it goes from being in suspense mode to, sound solidified on the ground. It's not flying around anymore. You said
but you said the sentence. You said once you know that is completely true. By which method or metric are you establishing that?
That's a good question. That's
why I said there's multiple avenues to be able to get knowledge. It's not just
I
one empirical, like, it's not just
no, but
binary, it's not one or the other, it's multiple, it's like a whole spectrum. And that's why I put divine inspiration on there as well.
Listen, I understand there may be different methods, but the end goal is to convert something that is uncertain to something that is by something that is not, it can't be necessarily distinguished as being one way or the other yet, because you don't have all the information, to something that you can. Right? How
Yeah,
you do that?
I'm saying that based on my experience, I
How
can
you do? My
confidently
point is, wait.
say that is how I
Hang on, let me
experience.
finish. Let me finish, dude. How you achieve that's context independent. I'll give you that, whatever it may be. But there is a method to convert that. Some cases you can't. If like something about a higher order of things or God or whatnot. Most people would say they believe in God. Some people would say they know God. I don't know how they do that, but apparently they do. Whatever. Like it's that stuff's a little bit wishy-washy. But shit, when it comes, that comes down to something physical, or even numerical, mathematical, whatnot, scientific, et cetera, et cetera. These are all things that can be tested, right? So here we're talking about the ground. The nature of the ground is physical. It should be able to be tested. Right, it's its own kind of it's in a category that allows for that. So why not do that? You know what I mean? You can take different angles to it. Sure, one angle is let's take a laser test, right? Other approaches would be more abstract, like logical deductions and shit. Some are more efficacious than others, but that's why it's open for discussion, man. That's why a lot of people are here. There's different ways to do it. That's all.
That's a great point. I mean, how would you claim knowledge of something invisible?
You don't. So you saying divine inspiration, that's invisible magic? That's not knowledge.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, right? So it's a different way. You can't test it empirically to claim that it's true. You would use a different avenue, right?
It's called imagination, dude. It's called using your imagination, and then you can imagine yourself into it being correct and being.
Yo, he's heated, bro. Yo, relax, man.
No, wait a second. Ryla, when you talk about invisible, okay, does this invisible thing have particular characteristics?
Of course.
And that do have physical manifestation of sorts.
Yes, thank you. Exactly.
Okay. Well, then
so
you can test it. Then you can test it. You can test it. Like, for example, right? I've got this little piece of iron. Okay? I put it next to this other piece of iron. And somehow they fucking cling to each other. I didn't see any little strings, pulling one to the other. Right? But somehow they attract it, or you flip them around and they push again. They don't want to touch each other. They actually push apart when they get too close. There's some form of invisible phenomena happening, right?
Yeah.
Why that's happening? Some people would claim they understand it. Some people don't. But nonetheless, that can be manipulated and engineered to fit certain needs, because there's a physical phenomena there. It can be tested. It's invisible, but it can be tested. You see what I mean? I just wanted to highlight that. Like, I don't know if you were alluding to like some sort of metaphysical thing, like God or
well, there's different right? tiers. There's different levels, right? Like,
that's what I mean. It's context dependent, right? And that's why that's why language ought to be very precise in these matters, so as to not stray too far away from main points.
Right. Wait, so are you Well, I don't want to label you, but you believe in like the flat Earth type of concept,
I wouldn't use the term belief
right?
here.
Okay, you don't subscribe to that, but like
No,
it would be like you're on a similar.
wait a second, dude. That's not what I said. I said I would not use the term belief here.
He's confused about what believe and what knowledge is.
I misheard you.
Still.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Check this out, Ryla. Okay. We can know that if I take a laser and I level it and I blast it horizontally, like we were talking about before. Okay, at where the laser is, it's 5 feet off the ground, 3 feet off the ground. I blast it that away, 90 degrees perpendicular to up and down, right? And I go that away. I'm 20 miles away, and I see the laser still at 3 feet above the ground, plus or minus a little bit. Okay, I would know according to the specs given to us, right, that should not be the case if the specs were accurate, i.e., if the ball was of certain dimension and geometric, shape and shit like that. I know that to be true. I don't believe that. I know that. Here are the numbers. Here are what they provide us as the specifications. They don't match. I know something is wrong there. Where's belief in there?
Right, so you're saying you know flat Earth is the case under your framework, right? Now,
but when you say
the
framework,
example that you used,
when you say
I say framework, I just mean the way that you use to understand the world around you. A framework is just like for cognition, for comprehension. A framework is simply just the filter by which you use to comprehend your surroundings. That's a framework. That's why.
Okay.
Everybody has their own framework.
But are you kind of insinuating that there's some other way to comprehend this that arrives at this, or even a more accurate understanding?
Well, it doesn't matter if it's more accurate or not. It just matters if it's efficient for the person to comprehend.
Okay.
Framework is simply for understanding.
So this is where we would probably diverge then, because one is accurate, and the rest are not, or less so. Right? You can't have two things coexist at the same time that are diametrically opposed to each other. I have my wall is painted a certain color. It can't be both black and white at the same time. It may look black to one person or white to the other person because, I don't know, their eyes are messed up. Right? But if you measure the wavelength of the light bouncing off that wall, it will be of a certain number. And that number, adheres to a certain color. Right? So there's perception, and then there's reality, and how you interpret reality via, the filters and stuff that you're talking about.
Right. So I'm not saying reality changes. I'm saying the mechanism by which people understand reality is what changes, and that's what the framework is. Yeah.
So in this context, which framework allows an individual to perceive reality in the way that it actually is, or at least as close to as possible to what reality actually is? That's maybe where one would define as being quote unquote better framework, so to speak. So is there a better framework in this context that you might want to propose?
That's a good question. And honestly, you may not like this answer, but it varies from person to person. The reason why is because some people are able to handle truth and others aren't. So that's why frameworks are useful, is because some people need frameworks to be able to consistently live and survive and be able to operate.
I get that.
So
I get that
it's not
part.
necessarily about, hold on, bro. It's not necessarily about whether or not the framework is better, and the word better being a measurement of how close it is to reality. Instead, it's about a framework being better, and the measurement of better is how useful it is for that person, like how functional it is for that person to exist, to like,
Okay.
to be able to survive.
I hear on that. Okay, so the end goal is very subjective in that sense. Oh, this one's more digestible for this person. It's less digestible for the other person. On like a personal level, on like an emotional or even intellectual level, they can't handle it, whatnot. So, we'll give them this instead. Or this guy, he's grounded in reality. He's smart. Oh, we'll give him this one instead. I mean, dude, that's not a very cohesive way to manage people or society, because then you got all these people thinking this, that, or the other thing are true and being justified in it. But
what do you mean by justified?
So, for example, again, I have this person over here. I give him one framework, for example, of understanding reality.
What do you mean you give him a framework? That's not how it works, bro.
Well, dude,
framework is just developed over your life experience. You have a framework. I have a framework. Everybody has a framework. Now, that's just accumulated by the experiences that you've gone through your childhood, through your upbringing, through your education, etc.
Yeah, but dude, it sounds like you're affirming that one is more accurate or less accurate than the other, but it's okay because this person or the other person can't handle the more or less accurate one because of reasons. But he can still operate and be functional in reality.
But when you say it's okay, I'm not saying like in a moral sense or in some type of like.
I'm not either.
I'm basically saying that that's what's conducive, and that's why we have education, right?
But I'm also. But here's the thing, though. I understand what you're getting at. For example, if you have one framework that somebody can digest, but then there's another one that's more accurate. And it's enveloping the other one in a sense, right? That's fine. But if they're opposite to each other, that's a different story, right? Like, for example, one person can't, for example, like I said before, think the color of the wall is white, the other person thinks it's the color is black, and both be true at the same time.
But what kind of example is that? That's not really sensible.
But this is what I mean. Of course not.
Are you talking about the color as in the actual light waves that are being reflected into the brain? Or are you talking about color as in the word that we label for what we see? That's why I'm saying frameworks are important.
Funny how we know who's on what side. That's the best part.
The whole point is, dude, you can't have two diametrically opposed things coexist. That's all I'm trying to get at. Now, if one person is told... I
understand that, bro. Yeah.
Oh, watch this. If one person is told the earth is flat, and they're told that is true, and the other person is told, the earth is a ball, and they're also told that is true, those two cannot coexist at the same time. Period. Because there's no congruency with that. Balls are not straight. There's no straight or flat surfaces on a ball. Right? So someone's right and someone's wrong. Or someone's closer to the reality than the other.
Yeah, some globalists say locally flat, and they just kind of extend that locally flat area to like all of human experience and all of human history.
What about the rest?
That's what Ryla kind of sounded like he was getting at before, and that's why I honed in earlier on. Because there's a different, Ryla, you recognize that there's a difference between something appearing to be flat, but not actually being, and actually being flat, right? There's a distinction, right? Right? That's it, right? So the language is specific. It appears flat, but it's not actually. You can tell the kid, look, it's flat, but, he grows up, and then, it's a ball. But with the intention of, you just can't understand what appearing means, right? Like if that's the intention, that, you build them into this worldview where it's actually a ball, starting with it looks flat, or it is flat, or whatever, right? But they don't.
Kids are a good example.
They can't coexist with
kids. We have to dilute information so that they can understand it, because that's their framework is not all encompassing.
I get that.
So that's a good example, actually.
But they can only but you still want to teach them true things, but in digestible forms.
Absolutely.
So they can develop. Right, of course. But you wouldn't teach them one thing is true, and then 5 years later tell them that the complete opposite thing is actually true. But we just didn't tell you that first because you couldn't handle it.
Well, no, that's literally
okay.
So within education, right? For example, I'll take biology, right? There's certain things that you learn when you're in primary school that are completely false, but however, they are still related to the more advanced things that you learn in university with regards to biology. But you understand how the things you learn in primary about biology were just not accurate. Once you understand the deeper understanding of biology, so it's not that it's bad. It's just that there's different frameworks you develop as you age, and so what becomes better is not necessarily if it's more accurate, but if it's digestible, if it's understandable.
Well, here,
imagine trying to teach a 3-year-old about physics or something, you know?
Yeah, like I can actually relate to that. Like I remember in high school, we're taught chemistry and physics and shit like that. And in the chemistry class, they gave us the Bohr model of the atom, right? And we were kind of told,
and then you get the electron cloud, and then you get all these other,
But here's the difference, dude. Here's the difference. Okay, if in high school I was told atoms are actually miniature balls of physical matter, and they are stuck to each other with little miniature sticks. Okay, and then we went on, and then if I went to college and said, "Oh no, they're not actually balls and sticks. They're actually non-physical or 99% empty space. All this shit." Right? That's one approach. But another approach would be in high school, straight out of the gate, what we're going to teach you is a simplistic or a simplified model of what's actually true, right? And we're going to go with that. And then later on, we'll teach you the actual finer details. Just work with these for now. Those are two very different approaches. And I can understand that, right? But what we're talking about, what it sounded like we were talking about before is, one person's told the ball and stick model is true, right? As actually being true when it's not. But to this other person, we'll teach them the other thing, and that's true. And then have these two coexist at the same time. Like, it's not going to work out. They're going to be arguing. There's going to be inconsistencies, all sorts of shit. You follow?
Well, yeah, I wasn't. That's not what
I understand that part. I understand that. So this is what we're getting at, right? These two things can't both coexist.
Yeah, no, reality is one, and then we have different lenses which we view reality.
Curving or not curving, right? So the goal here, of course, would be to refine that lens or clear it up, unmuck it up, right? So you can see clear into what's actually happening, right? And that's it.
Well, yeah, but it depends at which pace you're able to do that. Some people are not.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Not everybody's. No, of course, not everyone. Everybody's receptive.
For example, when I was speaking about invisible things earlier, not a lot of people were open to talk about it, and that's fine because their framework doesn't really grasp. Or I'm not saying it's like a thing about comprehension. I'm just saying like there's different states in your life where you're more open to certain things. So being open-minded is very essential. Also, that's another point.
I get that, man.
But really, what I'm talking about is like.
I get that, dude. People, dozens and dozens of people come in and out of these rooms, and we deal with, them all. And some people go crazy. Some people, such as yourself, we can actually converse with. We get that, right? But the information that we're sharing is still the information. It can't be true for one person and not true for the other person, right? Like the information is the information. Period. Whether you're willing to accept it, challenge it, or whatnot is to each their own. I get that part.
So would you say experiences count as information? You would, right?
You mean like sensory input and shit like that, or whatnot? Well, yeah, if you experience something, your body's picking up on something or whatever. That's phenomena going on. Yeah, there's information in that, of course.
Right, and you would also agree that shapes and frames, how you interpret the world and reality around you.
Yeah, of course.
Right, and so by extension, you would say that those beliefs that you have would be founded upon those experiences. Now, later on, as you age, as you gather more experience and intelligence, wisdom, and understanding, you may understand that the previous experiences that you had and the previous beliefs which you used to justify those things were not accurate, right? And you like reveal more things. So for me, it's kind of like just focusing on the physical isn't enough because it doesn't reveal more things about the metaphysical, or we could say invisible. Like for me, when it comes to the things that are unseen, and I gave an example of this earlier about electromagnetism or just magnetism in general. Like fridge magnets is a basic example of this.
Yeah,
during
that was
my
my
outer body experience, I was able to feel that between the firmament and myself. Right, so that's why also someone said about a God's eye view. I would never claim to have. I would never say I had a God's eye view because I was still within the firmament. Nobody can actually go outside of the firmament unless they are unless they are dead, their spirit, or their God living in the heavenly realm. Right, but for me, when I felt that, I understood that there is a barrier between the earth and whatever is outside the earth, which would be the heavens, right? So, but you can't see that, you just feel it, you just experience it. So the things which are unseen, invisible, are more real than the things which are seen, because the things which are seen, which are visible, is by a medium, is by light. If you have light, then you can have, this sensory data of eyesight. So that means it's temporal because well, yeah, because it's made up of matter and it's dependent upon light. The things which are not temporal are eternal because they don't require any of these physical states to exist. They just exist without that dependence. Does that make sense? So that's why I say these type of things that I'm describing now may be outside of somebody's framework, but that's
I follow
okay.
you on that.
They don't need it to be able to function. They have their own framework.
Dude, I follow you on this. Okay, the point of highlighting the empirical as being paramount in this entire thing is
it's actually not. Well, for me, it's not. For my framework, it's not. But yeah, I get you.
In this context that we're talking about, okay, is to be able to communicate. Okay, because if you're going to try and describe your experience to somebody, they're going to have to take whatever it is that you're telling them on faith or on face value. But if you can show them somehow whatever it is that you're talking about,
I can show it in reality,
or even to yourself, confirm your experience in one aspect of things, confirmed, or try and find a means to correlate some other phenomena with that is measurable, right? That is quantifiable or whatever. Right, that reaffirms whatever it is that you learned by some other means. Then you further solidify your knowledge in whatever it is. Right, you know what I mean? Taking multiple approaches to things refines things down even for yourself. Right, so there's reasons why we emphasize the empirical. It's for yourself and for others, to make sure everybody's on the same page, so they're you're speaking the same book, and things progress better that way. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I like that actually. Yeah.
So I would ask you, right? So in your experience, in your astral projection or whatever, you say you saw a globe. How did you know that what you saw or what you were experiencing was trying to tell you that what we're standing on is that globe, versus there was some other thing or whatever that was trying to hint at to you that was being a globe?
The reason why I say there's a little bit of a difference is because I didn't really see.
I'm asking you how you distinguish the two.
Distinguish the two between what? Say again.
What I mean is, you get really high, or your meditative state or whatever, you astral project. Okay, and you see a ball. Okay, How do you know that you seeing a ball, that experience is telling you that's what you stand on, versus you're not just, I don't know, like remembering the past, and you know if you played the football or something, so you're getting an image of a football or a basketball or soccer, so you're getting an image in your head of something that you hold dear to yourself. You know what I mean? Like I'm just giving you an example. How do you make that distinction if not through some empirical means?
By conscious awareness. That's literally what we have. That's our tool. So I was in a meditative state. That's accurate. But words like being high and things like that has this
I don't know.
sort of derogatory connotation.
I'm not demeaning you for that. I'm not saying you did that. Okay. I just know people who actually projected from taking drugs. So I'm just kind of just painting a broader picture of whatever it is that we're talking about. Multiple people seem to be able to do that by other means. So whatever it is, right? You experience something. How do you take that down to earth, so to speak, and confirm the information that you were told or that was, communicated to you or whatever in that experience as actually having some legitimate real world consequence in the way that you thought it did?
Mm-hmm.
That's where empiricism comes in, dude.
What color
If
shirt
if you're told in a dream you live on a ball, if you go out and there is no ball, you can't confirm curvature, blah blah blah. Right? There's something wrong there. Either that it is actually a ball and what the dream is telling you is true, and you screwed up your measurement on the outside, or what you thought you're interested in the dream is not true, and outside and what you did, confirmed that. You see what I mean? Like there's multiple. That's why taking multiple angles, you find that intersection point, and you're better off that way.
We're forgetting all of reality that says opposite.
Okay, we can go to you in a second, but just wanted to.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's important.
I think
that's why it's important.
Maybe the next sort of stages I should explore is actually, trying to do experiments and things to kind of confirm what I experienced. However, I will say most of the analogies and experiments that you guys and examples that you guys brought up are not kind of like achievable in reality with this
laser. I have a P900, dude. I can take pictures 20, 30 miles. Yep. Achievable, all right.
Yeah, the pictures, that's cool. I understand that there's cameras that have such high quality, but when it comes to like the level thing, the camera doesn't show the level.
Oh, the horizon's always level, isn't it? Is the horizon level?
No, I mean the actual. Well, yeah, the horizon is level. Yeah, that's true. But I'm talking about the actual ground. You can't. There's no device or measuring tool that we have that will be able to measure the ground for that distance.
Oh yeah, they're called transit levels or theodolites. Yep, there's ways to do
yeah.
that.
See, how do you expect me to?
Well, I'm not sure where you're from, but in the United States, that's why our buildings don't fall down. We actually do use measuring devices or land to make things perfectly fair and.
You guys are taking too much advantage of them, and it's kind of mean.
I mean, that's cool. Maybe I just.
Some people live in the woods of places, and they don't have people shooting buildings with transit levels. Understand now?
Interesting.
Very clear what you guys are doing.
What's up? What was that?
A little curve.
I don't know. You keep cutting out.
Yeah, I think it was Jayare or whatever. What were you saying, dude?
No, that was not me. That was the person with the green bunny.
Oh, Chris? Sure about that?
Yes.
Bro's capping out his head, bro.
I'm pretty sure. He literally was like saying the whole thing. I didn't say anything. I was listening.
Maybe there was lag on my side. I don't know.
No, it was Professor Triangle. That's who it was.
Who likes S?
Whatever, it was you.
The fuck,
It very clearly was not.
dude! I saw your thing light up green. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it was you because I went looking for Raiden in the panel. I thought Raiden, you sound a bit like Raiden. I thought it was Raiden, and you're the only person here that sounds like that. So shut up, bro.
I did what I was doing now. As soon as I spoke, they were yapping, and then I stopped, and it was them. It wasn't me.
Nah, bro, you've been caught. You've been caught red-handed.
That's
you've been empirically found guilty, bro.
Saying what?
YouTube bots recording.
That was the thing, Jared. We couldn't understand what was being said, so that's why I asked. Were you saying something?
No, I stopped saying it because every time I tried.
Oh, so you was saying
something.
Well, there you go. I get that. You uttered something, and out of courtesy, held back, and that little bit of utterance came through and was inaudible.
Cool.
So I was asking you if you could maybe repeat yourself or something.
Oh, well, then we have to go back to like when.
Just feel free to say or ask whatever it is.
Because I've been.
Yeah, dude. All good, man.
No, it's not all good. I mean, I guess
now it's not good.
Hey, it's all good in the hood, man. It's all good.
Yeah.
Good
morning.
Good morning. How
Good
are
morning.
you?
Hope all is well with everybody.
Because like you guys, like, I'm gonna say this in like the nicest way. You guys live in here, right? You guys like do the shit for like a living, right? So if I say one thing wrong, you already have a whole fucking livelihood of. Oh no,
Dude,
he
dude,
said this.
what are you
No.
talking about?
Let's go on that. So like I have to be as careful as I could possibly be.
Hang on a second, dude.
Yo, that's crazy.
What do you mean make a live? Yeah,
You
very
said-
wrong. Your first
You
thing,
said you
dude.
guys have a livelihood in here. Wow.
I don't make a livelihood. I don't make a livelihood on this. The fuck
He's
you talking
embellishing
about?
to make a point, guys.
No,
I mean, listen. If you have experience like working on cars as a hobby, and then you go into a room with other people that also work on cars as a hobby, and then some guy who's never changed the oil before walks in and has questions, he's going to get the same experience that you're describing right now.
Do you understand how you just proved my point?
Yeah. We have experience having these conversations. What's wrong with that?
So again, I say
It's
one
hobby.
thing wrong, and now you're making about changing a fucking.
Oh, be
car's
careful.
oil.
Since you already know how it works, just be careful, dude.
Yeah.
That's all I could do. Like that's what I'm doing. It's hard. It's very hard.
It's all good,
So
dude.
again, if I say something like that, now I'm compared to changing a car's oil. You know.
Yeah. I mean, have you heard of a branch of study called cognitive linguistics?
You have 15 seconds to say whatever you want, and nobody will say.
All right. Well, cognitive linguistics basically is how words form your thoughts and how thinking forms words, and they're linked together. So what we find is that when people come in and they have very slippery and loose definitions, their thoughts aren't well defined. And so because we have so much experience having these discussions and we've refined how we use words to communicate these ideas, we've got experience using the right word in the right moment to convey the right message. And if you don't have experience talking about the subject very much, you're going to fail to have the right words. It's a completely normal thing, so don't get yourself down.
What's the opposite of that?
Well, just not having experience, not having a domain of knowledge and a lexicon to go with it.
Right, because I'm not here. You guys are.
Right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you, dude.
Oh, I don't think there is. I do want to bring up something that, because I do kind of like poke my head in randomly. I don't know who it was, obviously. I don't know you guys enough to know like who says what. Someone was talking about the idea of not being able to see the curvature of the Earth. And then when that person said that, like there was like not four, that's crazy. There was like 2 people saying, yeah, you know, a bunch of nods in agreement. And then I did ask them, I was like, well, why weren't you able to? They're like, well, we can't go into space and see it. I was like, okay, fair enough. Left, joined back. Same shit happened. They were asking me, whatever. Brought the same thing. I was like, so if you're not able to see, so if you have to go to space to see the curvature of the Earth. See, I have to use my words so carefully. You guys are crazy. Holy shit, hold on.
No, you're starting to understand the logic, right?
No. That's
nobody's been to
not.
space to compare the pictures
Because
to.
I say one goddamn thing and you guys are gonna rip my heart apart. I already know.
No, chill out, man. Come on. I mean, what you're forming is a thought that goes something like this.
See, I haven't even finished it and you're already doing
Hey,
it.
I'm enjoying this, man.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
not
we
just
had this
I haven't
conversation
finished
1,000
my thought
times.
and you're already ripping my heart apart. What are you
I
talking
like this.
about?
Hey, Jay, I'm
Never
tagging
mind.
you in, bro. I'm off the hook now,
You
man. It's
literally
up to you
said
now, bro.
no as you're doing it. Like, come on. You know? You guys are crazy.
Crazy good at it.
I can call you names now. Which one do you want me to call you?
If you have to go, I'm gonna say this very comfortably. Okay. This person said, "No, I have not seen the shape of the Earth because I haven't been to space, but I know the shape of the Earth because of where I live." Does the shape of the Earth matter?
Yeah. In what way?
For example, could it be big enough that because you live on it, you can't see the curvature?
Then why would you come to the conclusion that there is curvature and anybody else?
Because we have sent stuff outside the Earth to see it.
Who's we?
Me and you, humans, us.
Yeah, not you, not me.
Yes, you.
No, I have not sent anything to space.
But if you tied a GoPro to a balloon and let it go up, what do you think it would show?
It would not be high enough to see any curvature, even if Earth is a globe. We can prove this geometrically first,
You don't
and then
think
we
that
can
it could go
compare
high?
the observations that have been done to the geometric claim. So at 120,000 feet, okay, the math works out such that at 120,000 feet, a camera can only see 0.1% of Earth's total surface area. If Earth is a globe, would you expect to see curvature? No.
I'm sorry. So again, I don't understand why. Lying is weird, right? We can all agree with that. Like, if you have to lie about something, and that's obviously not true. So your whole point's wrong.
Be a flat earther any day now because you don't like lying.
You said
and now that
what?
now that you know the Earth is flat and you don't like lying, don't say you live on a globe anymore.
You said a camera can do what?
Said that we could compare the geometric claim to the camera image. If a camera shows you curvature of a globe at 120,000 feet, there's something wrong because it doesn't match what is
camera,
possible
or-
geometrically.
Wrong with what? The camera?
Wrong.
Maybe the fact you're using a GoPro.
Yeah, wrong with the interpretation
can do
of
it
what
with
you're
your cell
seeing.
phone.
Because yes, if you are beginning with a GoPro, you have a barrel distortion anyway. You're going to see curvature of the Earth when it's sitting on the ground, dude.
Do it with your phone.
Same problem. It's a low focal length lens. It's a very low focal length lens.
Okay. So the issue is now with cameras. Okay.
Yeah, and technology. It's a very
Cameras
austere
are
environment
wrong.
up there. Very
Cameras are
few
wrong.
cameras that are designed for our purposes down here can survive the conditions that are up there. It's freezing freaking cold. It'll deform the lens. It'll freeze the sensor at a minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And that causes distortions.
Mm-hmm. That just sounds very convenient.
It's not. I mean, in order to build a camera that can withstand those conditions, you need to laboratory test it.
Do you think do you like think a camera can't do that? That's
If
what you're
I
saying?
go, yeah,
Do you
if I buy a
you think
camera that
phone
hasn't
camera
been,
can do-
if I buy a camera that hasn't been tested in those conditions, why should I trust it? Listen, you know how cold it gets up there?
Yeah.
How cold does it get up there?
Like not by heart, right?
It's also a massive decrease in pressure, and that's the other thing.
Yeah.
So if you've got back pressure built within the camera because it was made at 14.7 psi, and then you go to an environment that's like half that.
Why are we making up PSIs?
What do you mean? It's pounds per square inch of pressure of the atmosphere. It's called 1 atmosphere, right? So if you go to a place that has half an atmosphere, like way up there,
Why are you making up PSIs though for the camera?
I'm not making up PSIs. What do you mean?
Okay. Where did that come from then?
A barometer.
What?
He's talking
Do you know
about
what
the
a
air
barometer
pressure.
is?
Not to do with the camera, just to do with the pressure surrounding the camera in the air.
Yeah, and
where
within
you
the camera.
coming up with the PSI.
You measure it with a barometer.
Right, and you're saying
You're going to lose
that-
this one if you don't.
You're
up it down a
saying
bit.
that can't that PSI can't work with what?
I'm saying that the materials that went into the design process and the manufacturing of a camera was not intended to be used in an extreme low pressure environment.
Which camera? You don't know what camera I'm talking about.
Any camera that is designed for use by regular people in regular situations, like everyday use.
Those are not put in vacuum chambers and tested for low pressure. Those are not done. Okay.
That's what you're saying?
It's true.
Okay.
So just to simplify it a little bit as well. When you have a low focal length lens, okay, just say the horizon is right in the center of the frame, right? It's going to look like a straight line. As soon as the horizon goes above the center of the frame, the lens is going to distort the horizon. So it's going to look like it's curving. It's going to be convex. When the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the other way. Okay, so if you have a look in the side chat, I was recording some footage. I think I was flying over Alaska, and I was filming because I was like, damn, it looks so freaking flat. I just want to film it so I can show people. Then when I looked at the footage, I'm like, damn, it looks like there's some curvature there. And then I'm panning through the footage as well. Okay, and what you'll notice is that it looks like there's curvature there in this image, but the horizon's way above the center of the frame. When I pan down a bit or pan up a bit, so the horizon's below the center of the frame, now all of a sudden it looks like it's curving the other direction. That's what I'm talking about. But mathematically, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature even if the Earth was a globe from that height. It's just a lens effect that you're looking at here. Now, even globe Earth scientists that hate flat Earth, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that even from the Virgin Galactic, right? The Richard Branson flight, it went up to 300,000 feet. He said he did the calculations, and he doesn't think you would even see the curvature of the Earth from 300,000 feet.
Yeah, we know how he calculated it. I mean, because if you have 10th grade geometry, we can teach you how to calculate it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was being very particular, right? Because you guys, like you said, like you guys already have this like built out and like dead on, right?
No, I mean, you're not talking to a bunch of like conspiracy theorist basement dwelling autistic kids.
Bro, I'm on.
I mean, many of us are approaching over the hill, if not already over it.
I'm on just.
Many of us have had technical backgrounds and have worked in fields of, call it science and engineering.
At work right now.
Did you guys see that?
Yeah, you're talking to a vacuum physicist right now.
Am I?
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, I know.
The other guy.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Trust me. Did you guys see that? How long ago? It was probably like almost 10 years ago at this point, where Red Bull did that like Felix Baumgartner thing. That was probably like about 10 years ago now, right?
Yeah, it's brought up in here about 20 times a day.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Oh, hold on. Let me enlighten him on something with that. So, that Red Bull jump, it's called, that was sponsored by GoPro. It was sponsored by GoPro. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, I thought the main sponsor was fucking Red Bull.
Nope, it was both of them. GoPro supplied the cameras.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it was to show how cool their cameras are. That was a stunt for them.
Yeah.
That's all. Let's show you how.
So exactly. It's marketing, right? They used a type of lens that makes it look like they're doing something spectacular and that they're much higher than what they really are.
Right.
Okay, and if you have a look at the footage, hold on. If you just look up the footage right now on YouTube and just pan through the footage, you'll see the same amount of curvature when they're at the ground level. And then you'll also notice that when the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it's curving the wrong direction, right? It'll look like it's curving like a globe, and then the camera will pan a certain way, and all of a sudden it looks like it's curving like a inside of a donut. Just have a look at the footage. It's just a lens effect.
What's the name of Elon Musk SpaceX? His
Starlink.
Starlink.
Yeah, they don't have cameras on them.
Not that we can see.
Yeah, good point.
Right. Okay. Guess not. So SpaceX, right?
Yeah.
How would you guys, or not? I'm sure someone here knows their path around the disk, right?
We don't think Earth's a disk. We don't Yeah,
well,
it's not what flat earthers think. No.
What is their path? And how does it make sense to you guys?
How are you going to validate their path?
Yeah.
How are you going to validate the path that they're taking?
Show me how the
Have you seen how many of them are supposed to be up there? I mean, pick one and then validate the path that it's taking. You could probably look up the claimed path and then just believe what you're being shown on a screen. But you're just going to have to believe that. So I'm not saying it's incorrect or fake or something like that. I don't even need to do that because you just can't validate it. I can't validate it.
You can't see it in the sky?
Dude, have a look at a map of how many are meant to be up there, and then tell me how many you go and see when you go look up at the sky at nighttime. You'll see
Yeah,
none,
fuck it.
right?
Yeah, no,
Occasionally,
I
I've seen
agree.
two. I've seen two ever, yeah. But if you look up a map, they're like freaking like littering all over the sky, everywhere, all over the world. Apparently,
I've only seen it once in person.
yeah, I've seen it a few times.
I was living in Bend, Oregon, when I saw it over the sky. It lasted like 15 minutes, not gonna lie. It was just a straight shot of just lights.
Yep. Yeah, we can't really validate exactly.
I literally called my mom who lived in Salem. I was like, bro, you see this shit? She woke up. She was like, yeah, I did. I was like, yeah.
So check this out. 14 minutes past the hour in the text chat, I posted some screenshots from job listings. Nothing about what they do is anything that anyone can independently validate, because what they're doing is trapped behind top secret and above compartments.
This was like 5 years ago, what I was talking about, to be. Not trying to talk shit. It literally was.
Yeah, look at those jobs. If you want those cool jobs at SpaceX, you're going to need an above top secret clearance to work there. This means everything they're doing is inherently unverifiable, proprietary.
No, I'm fine. I already graduated. I'm good, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, so what are they doing? Nobody knows. Nobody in here knows.
Right. Right. That's the... Yeah.
Kind of convenient, right?
No, it's very inconvenient. I mean, yes, it's convenient because it's inconvenient. I'm just trying to think, like, how to... I just don't trust you. Everything else is round, just not Earth. I mean, that's one of the easiest ones to say, right?
Yeah, Earth isn't a planet in outer space. There is no solar system.
What?
That's right. Everything you believe right now about outer space is not true.
Pretty sure most people in here would disagree with you on that.
No, he's absolutely right.
There's no solar system.
Well, not in the sense that you've been taught.
There's no planets. There's no moons. There's no suns.
No, we have all those things. We see the same things you do, obviously.
Yeah.
But we don't shove how we think about them through somebody else's imagination.
I live there too. Of course.
When we look at the same thing you do, we don't have a story to go with it that we can't verify.
What do you call it? A solar neighborhood? A solar family? A solar hello? Goodbye?
No, all the lights you see in the sky, stars, planets, sun, and moon, are above the Earth. The Earth is the floor of the universe, if you want to call it that.
Everything? All of it?
Yeah, Earth is the ground, man. It's the floor. Space is above, whatever space is. Yep,
What happens?
those things move in the sky.
Knowing this, what happens in space that you get excited about?
Super weird question.
No, I think
sunrises, sunsets.
No, that's not space.
You've never been to Jeffrey Epstein's spaceport before?
That's not space. What in space do you get excited about?
Jeffrey Epstein spaceport.
You think space is just completely 100% figured out? What do you get excited about?
Nobody said that.
The opposite. It's a mystery.
Apparently not, because every time someone talks about it, you have a whole explanation why they're wrong. It's not that big of a mystery then, is it?
It is a complete mystery.
Well, no, because every time someone tries to talk about it, you have your own little thing that you
Because
say
they're
no.
making up
Oh, what are you talking
BS.
about, man?
They're coming at us with unverifiable claims and stories that we know are not true because what space is purported to be, how you believe it, how we were taught,
You're trusting
violates
this
every law
Discord
of
server
physics
over
that we can never
NASA.
test in reality.
You're trusting this Discord server over NASA, and who has what are you saying?
I'm not trusting anybody. I'm telling you that the outer space
Yes, you
vacuum violates laws of physics that we know and can test and prove to be true.
This Discord server is against NASA.
Can you tell
And
me
you're
which
okay with
law it
that.
violates, please?
What do you get
Principally,
excited
the second law of thermodynamics, dealing with
You're making-
entropy.
Again,
Because you're going to have to explain that gravity reverses the entropic process of gas expansion,
Of
a
course.
free joule expansion of gas in a vacuum.
Yes, sir. And then
That's
once
what you're
I
going to have
do-
to claim if you
Yes,
believe in
sir.
heliocentrism.
And then once I do, I'll have to explain entropic gases, and then I'll have to explain 2,000 different things. I'll have to explain again and again and again and again. I'll have
Just
to
one
explain
time.
everything.
All it takes is one time.
You can't explain one thing because you'll always have another thing that you want to be explained.
We can stay on one topic if you want. Which one do you want to stay on?
The very first one that I brought up.
Hold up. Do you understand why Mars
Do you
is
remember
a
what that
frozen
was?
death hole?
Can you say that again, please? I'm sorry.
Do you understand why Mars is a frozen death hole?
Because it's further away from the sun and
No, not
doesn't
you,
have the
dude.
heat.
Not you.
Oh, my bad.
The other dude.
Why Mars is a frozen death hole? What?
Mars, the planet, is a frozen death hole. Do you understand why?
Prove it.
What do you mean? Do you think Mars has land on it?
Fucking god.
No one said that.
Mars has land on it?
Yeah,
It's
do you
literally
think
just
you can pick up dirt from Mars and bring it back to Earth?
What the fuck does that have to do with my fucking question?
It's a yes or no question, dude.
I would like my
Everything.
answer first.
It has to do with your cosmology, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
The fuck does this have to do with cosmology?
Try to keep up.
Discussing how we think about the universe.
He asked a question.
Hold up. So me asking you a question about Mars refers to the whole entire universe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, did you not appreciate my Socratic answer?
No.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Answer
You
still
think
no.
here? I'll make it easier for you guys so you understand, because he sometimes talks right over you. You think Mars is a dirt ball floating in a vacuum?
No, that's not what my question was.
I told you it was the green
Yes or
bunny.
no answer.
Hold up, I'm turning off a PlayStation 5. Okay.
Yeah, the question attacks your premise. Before you got your premise even out, again, we're good at this.
Are you denying the existence of Mars?
No, I'm asking you for evidence that Mars is a dirt ball in a vacuum.
I never claimed that I was a dirt ball in a vacuum.
Then why would it be frozen? What's being frozen?
Okay, so
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. See, told you. I can see the future.
Can we make an observation
Does
on the temperature? Let's just say using infrared or just detecting particles that's on Mars with the telescope.
Yeah. How do you go from that to proving that it's a frozen?
No. Are we
dirt?
able to do that? Are we able to do that? Yes or no?
Yeah, we can make observations using technology. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can determine temperature. Yeah.
Depends.
It depends on what.
It depends. Well, I mean, do you know what the medium is between you and Mars?
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, crap. He got me. Yeah. Did you know that space is 99% plasma?
Medium between us. That's not how we
Space
measure.
is
We don't
99%
measure
plasma.
Earth or Mars
Can
with
you
the
provide a source?
Yeah. How about Dr. Hannes Alphen?
No. Provide me a source.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain the source.
No.
Dr.
Give me a study. Give me a
Yeah, I'm going to explain it and then I'll post it. Dr. Hannes Alfvén, he's a NASA scientist.
Is he?
Okay. He developed a paper and gave a seminal talk called Double Layers in Plasma Physics.
I remember.
Along with that, he also built in his laboratory a plasma sheet simulator. He addressed the entire world of astrophysicists and shamed them because they did not understand circuit theory, magnetohydrodynamics, plasma physics, or anything else, which he says constitutes 99% of what outer space actually is, and derided them for believing in gravity, which is 10 to the negative 39 times smaller than the Coulomb. So, in Double Layers of Astrophysics, he describes this environment and provides numerous sources and references. Again, a NASA scientist. Would you like to see the paper? It's about 300 pages.
I wish he was my dad.
Give me the paper.
Okay, hold on.
The paper's link.
Like, do we just forget? Like, do we forget real life at what point?
The guy who wanted to talk about Mars doesn't know anything about Mars.
Yeah.
What are you talking
Yeah. This is why I was saying, like, I was afraid to, like, say something because,
What the
like,
fucking conversations about?
you asked him a question about that, and now we're talking about who? Exactly.
Science fiction is not
Like,
real.
that's why. Like, they
He asked him to back his claim up and with a citation, and that's what he did. And then he explained the citation, and now he's posted.
Fuck up, nigga.
That's not how it started.
Yeah, all right. Brain rot.
That's not how it started.
Yeah, we're not at the start anymore.
I've never heard about this plasma theory, so I'm interested.
We never will be with you guys. Always at the
You don't just stay at the start of a conversation throughout the entire
I'll first
conversation.
validate using chat, and then I'll read your paper if that's okay.
You refuse to
Do whatever you want, my friend.
And
what we're looking for is a measurement of Earth curvature. That's what we need, right? Because when we go out and test the surface of the
We're not
Earth
talking about
over
the flat
large.
Earth right now, dude.
Oh,
the subject matter.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Procomi, if you interrupt, you're just going to get muted. Simple as that. I just got to push a button, and you get a little red thing next to your name, and you can't talk anymore. Right? The topic of the actual room is flat Earth, right? This is 24/7 flat Earth.
And you explained it because you said what we need. You explained it yourself. Thank you for.
Hey, Master, if you do want to actually have
What
a conversation, I'm
we
more than happy to have a
need.
conversation with
You
you.
said we twice. Yes.
I'm interested
You
in
guys
this.
are literally a group of people and who are in this. What we.
Yeah. What else would we be besides a group of people?
Yeah. And that is just. Yeah. Okay.
So please don't talk over each other, Procomi. Jay was speaking. Please stop talking over him.
Oh no, that's not true.
Double layers,
You
iron,
were talking.
double layers.
No, I was talking.
You can read that out in your own mind, Procomi.
Yeah,
If you have something to add.
good for him, and now he's
When
Yeah,
you use
running
the
it through
word
ChatGPT.
we as a group, yeah, you guys are more. You're not. This isn't.
Yeah, we're
science
something else,
that
right?
way.
Let me read a quote from the paper, okay? What Dr. Hannes Alfvén was saying.
I
Yeah, I
don't know
posted
who
it in the
that
side
is.
chat for those who want to
Go
read.
ahead, Obi. I trust
Okay, so he's deriding again this community of theoretical physicists, where he himself is an applied physicist. He says the conclusion is that the astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course, with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39 times stronger than gravitation. Incidentally, that's why they never found the graviton.
No, so hold up. I see what you're getting at, but you're confused, okay? So
Okay, enlighten me, because I've read this paper.
yeah, so it's that matter itself. So ordinary matter is 99% plasma. But not every point in space is filled with plasma. Okay.
By volume, right? By volume,
Yeah.
it says.
Yeah. So something
Right,
like dark energy or dark matter makes up about.
Oh, that's something for real? Seriously? No, dark matter and dark energy is why you don't have curving space-time at microscopic and macroscopic levels.
Could be. I still don't think we understand what dark matter is yet, though.
Yeah, so why are you claiming it? Alright, so here I'm going to post
Well,
something else
we know
here
it's
for
there.
you.
We just
Okay.
don't understand what it does.
So-
like we can observe
Right,
it.
so you think you know what satellites are. If I go to the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center to do satellite tracking and queries, if I scroll down, I want to query a satellite. If you can explain what this means to me, that'd be awesome. So if you want to query a satellite, it says the trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specific ground station. And you think everything's using gravity.
Okay, so given that you've used a NASA source, I'm guessing that entitles me to use NASA sources as well, yeah?
Yeah, and we can see if they conflict with each other. Because if they conflict with each other, how do you evaluate which one is true?
So,